Useless trash, get lost before a dilapidated house. Chun-Yi grasped a woman's neck with one hand, forcefully tossing her aside while cursing. After being thrown to the ground, the woman coughed up a mouthful of blood. She possessed an extraordinary beauty that would captivate any man who beheld her. Her long, fair legs were exposed to the air, and beneath a translucent, deep purple gauze dress, her well-developed figure was subtly revealed. However, her flawless form was marred by gruesome scars, rendering her weak and on the verge of fainting. This was no ordinary woman. A pair of black horns adorned her head, a distinctive symbol of the demon race. With reddened eyes, she looked up at Chun-Yi, weeping pitifully, pleading, "Master, please don't cast Shinra away. I will do anything you ask, as long as I can stay by your side. Wow, without you, Master, I cannot survive." This demon woman was named Su Ji-Qian. Her voice, which should have been enchanting, now sounded heart-wrenchingly tragic. As she implored, Chun-Yi suddenly doubled over in pain, clutching his head without warning. Seeing this, Su Ji-Qian quickly rose to her feet, rushing to assist Chun-Yi in sitting down, concern etched on her face as she asked, "Master, what troubles you? Is it the pain from your wound? Allow me to help. The saliva of a succubus can heal." As she spoke, she licked her lips, extending her pink, plump tongue. Her soft, delicate body nestled against Chun-Yi, her warmth gradually rising. Her expression intoxicated, and could see that moment. Chun-Yi, holding his head, briefly lost consciousness before regaining awareness. Upon awakening, Chun-Yi had transformed into a different person. Now he hailed from a blue planet. Elaborate. He had encountered a B2 cyborg on the road, who asked if he wished to venture into another world. Then everything went dark, and he found himself here. Ironically, both individuals from disparate realms shared the same name. As Chun-Yi regained his composure, memories of this body surged through his mind at lightning speed. This body had previously undergone possession once before with this instance. It marked the second time he had traversed realms. Originally, the true self was a benevolent master who had adopted two exceptionally gifted disciples. The stunning woman before him was the first disciple, Su Ji-Qian. The original master had cared deeply for both disciples and established a vast sect known as the Tianxian sect. However, for reasons unknown, the original self was suddenly usurped by another, the previous host of this body. After claiming the body, that host seemed to have been afflicted by some grave malady, abruptly declaring war on another major sect, the San Yuan sect, in a bid to seize a treasured artifact. Due to the host's lack of command, the sect's battle was lost, resulting not only in the failure to seize valuable treasures, but also in the complete abandonment of its members after defeat. Fortunately, two devoted disciples remained steadfast and did not abandon their master. However, the host committed an even more foolish act by demanding these disciples to stealthily acquire treasures from the San Yuan sect, despite his own cowardice. He subjected them to relentless torment should they refuse, even threatening to expel them from the sect. Fortunately, it appeared that the host had an innate aversion to women, thus refraining from imposing any further indignities upon his loyal female disciples. Now, this body has come into the possession of Chun-Yi, who, as a transmigrator, naturally acquired a system. The system's introduction was succinct. By recruiting talented disciples, he could earn system points. These points could be exchanged for various rare treasures, cultivation resources, elixirs, and much more, encompassing a vast array of options. Upon unlocking the system, it promptly issued him a task. He was instructed to comfort the two disciples, and in return, he would be rewarded with system points and a novice gift package. If his memory served him correctly, the previous host had recently commanded Su Ji-Qian to undertake the perilous task of stealing the San Yuan sect's precious artifact alone, which she, unwilling to defy her master, had indeed attempted. The artifact was the sect's most treasured possession, closely guarded, and unsurprisingly, Su Ji-Qian failed in her endeavor. In her desperate escape, she resorted to sacrificing her own lifespan to flee. Upon her return, the first thing she did was seek her master's forgiveness. Fearing her master would reject her and cast her away, she resolved to endure whatever punishment was meted out as long as she was not expelled from the sect. "Master, are you feeling better?" Su Ji-Qian licked her lips and inquired with genuine concern, her expression reminiscent of someone entranced. It had been ages since she had touched her master, and just moments ago, she had not only touched but also. Regardless, the scent emanating from her master was undeniably captivating. Lost in thought, she found herself instinctively nuzzling against her master's arm. In the past, she often engaged in such playful affection, and her master would respond with gentle strokes on her head, never finding her bothersome. Reflecting on those days now feels like a distant memory from 3 years ago. Such a life was truly beautiful. Gradually enveloped by her master's presence, she lingered in that comforting aura until she suddenly recalled. Her master was no longer the gentle figure of old, having touched her without permission. Her master would surely be angered. Inevitably, she braced herself for a painful reprimand. She pondered whether, in her current state, she could withstand it. The thought of being beaten to death by her master, thus never seeing her again, caused her heart to ache. How wonderful it would be if her master could fully recover. That moment. Chunyi gazed at Su Ji-qian, who despite her fragile condition still expressed concern for him, and an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within him. Confronted with such an exceptional disciple, the former host inexplicably resorted to both verbal and physical abuse, even going so far as to expel her from the sect. Was this former host truly human? The torment inflicted upon these two disciples by the previous host was irreparable. However, in the future, he vowed to never repeat such actions. He aspired to transform once more into the gentlest of mentors, ensuring that he would never again diminish the affections of these two disciples. Now, he was determined to reclaim that gentle persona, resolutely refusing to alienate his disciples. As Chunyi contemplated this, he reached out towards Su Ji-qian's head. Su Ji-qian, witnessing her master's movement, trembled uncontrollably, her eyes reflecting both fear and unspoken feelings. Ever since her master had undergone a drastic change in temperament 3 years prior, every gesture of his had resulted in her suffering from his fists and feet. Her innate talent had initially been outstanding, allowing her to achieve the 3rd level of the innate realm at a tender age. Yet, during these 3 years of relentless torment from the former host, compounded by the complete lack of any resources for cultivation, her realm had not only stagnated, but had even regressed to the 1st level of the innate realm. Despite her profound fear of her master's wrath, she never dared to retreat a single step. She feared that any attempt to evade would provoke his displeasure, leading to her expulsion from the sect. Regardless of how he chastised or loathed her, she was unwilling to part from him, for she did not fear death. Her life had been granted by him, and her only dread was the prospect of never seeing her master again. In this fantastical world, conflicts frequently erupted among various races, with animosity often breaching the boundaries of different ethnicities. That time, the demon race was besieged by righteous cultivators, leading to the brutal slaughter of their entire clan. The leader of the demon race had heard of Chun Ye's non-discriminatory nature towards other races, and that his sect, the Tianxian sect, had welcomed many cultivators of different kinds. Thus, he entrusted his own daughter to Chun Yi, hoping he would take her under his wing. Her master was an immensely powerful cultivator who not only protected her, but also unconditionally sheltered the remaining members of her clan. This meant that her master was not just her savior, but also a benefactor to her mother and the entire race. Once, her master had been so gentle and considerate. Although the reasons behind his sudden personality shift were unclear, she firmly believed that he was merely momentarily confused or perhaps afflicted by a grave illness. As long as she remained by his side, she was certain he would eventually return to his former self. Once her master regained his composure, she and her junior sister could once again live happily alongside him. However, he had yet to return to that state. As she observed her master's hand drawing nearer, she tightly shut her eyes, curling her body inward, her arms protecting the already injured areas. Was he about to strike her once more? As long as her master felt at ease, enduring some beatings was insignificant. All she desired was not to be cast away. With this thought in her mind, she clenched her silver teeth tightly, bracing herself for the anticipated pain. Yet, after a long wait, the expected torment did not arrive. Instead, she sensed a warmth enveloping her head, accompanied by a familiar touch. Opening her eyes in confusion, she was greeted by the scene she had yearned for throughout the past 3 years. Before her stood her master, no longer bearing the icy, unfeeling countenance, but rather radiating warmth, kindness, and a hint of helplessness. Staring at this utterly improbable sight, she was momentarily stunned, her heart swelling with disbelief. How could her master, who had always scolded and punished her, display such tenderness? Chunyi, feeling a sense of helplessness, believed he had wronged his two disciples far too much over the years. Although he had traversed into this realm, he had inherited the memories of the past. In other words, he regarded those previous actions as his own. After all, this body now belonged to him, and denying that fact was futile. Gazing at his eldest disciple, whose face was etched with incredulity, Chinyi felt a surge of guilt and immediately enveloped her in his embrace, gently caressing her back as he spoke. It's all in the past. Chinyi, your master, will no longer harm you. I have wronged you over these years. It is entirely my fault. Though Chinyi had a multitude of words to express to his eldest disciple, witnessing her fragile demeanor rendered all those words insignificant compared to a simple apology and comforting words. As long as she could still forgive him, his remorse would not be too late. Listening to her master's words, Su Jiqian was momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that her master was actually speaking such things to her? Was it possible that his gentle tone signified his return of form? Had her master truly returned to his former self? After a long moment, the reality of the situation struck her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, unstoppable like raindrops, pooling on the ground below. Amidst her sobs, she clung tightly to her master, reveling in the warmth of his embrace. After 3 years of torment, she could not comprehend why her master had suddenly reverted to his former self, nor could she ascertain how long this gentler demeanor might endure. Yet, she knew that if she did not relish this moment in her master's embrace, there may never be another opportunity. However, if it were possible, she wished her master could forever remain in this state. Sniffling, she softly replied, "Master, there is no need for apologies. It has been my fault these past 3 years for failing to procure the treasures you desired. If I had succeeded sooner, surely you would have recovered much earlier. These punishments were all that I deserve. As long as you do not cast me away, everything will be well." In her eyes, the transformation of her master into a cruel figure stemmed entirely from the affliction caused by the treasured artifact of the San Yuan sect. Had her own strength been sufficient to stealthily procure that treasure earlier, her master's heartache would undoubtedly have been alleviated long ago. The protraction of this ordeal was solely her fault. Upon hearing the tone of self-reproach in the words of his eldest disciple, Chen Ye's expression soured dramatically, enveloped in profound guilt. What kind of celestial disciple was this? Despite his previous treatment of her, she bore no resentment and instead attributed the blame to herself. That it was a scenario beyond the realms of any science fiction tale. Reflecting on the memories etched in his mind, he realized that over the past 3 years, his physical reprimands towards his eldest disciple had been rather mild. The sight of the numerous scars adorning her fair skin bore testament to the severity of his actions on several occasions. He had nearly brought her to the brink of death. Additionally, he had employed various forms of cruel torment, the specifics of which he dared not dwell upon further. Yet, despite all this, his disciple had never once sought to escape. In her gaze, whenever she looked upon her tormentor, there was no trace of hatred, only an undercurrent of affection. Those eyes, filled with tenderness, would evoke pity in any man who dared to meet them. Yet, the previous host of this body remained utterly unmoved, seemingly harboring an innate aversion to the opposite sex, continuing to perpetrate his atrocities. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi endeavored to recalibrate his state of mind. He gently caressed the bloodied wounds on Su Jiqian's body, infusing his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding. Subsequently, he retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and offered it to her. Though Chen Yi himself was a practitioner at the 9th level of the Divine Concealment Realm, the battle with the San Yuan sect had left him grievously wounded, causing his cultivation to plummet to the 1st level of the same realm. Nevertheless, he still possessed a number of treasures and medicinal pills. However, the severity of Su Jiqian's injuries was such that a single healing pill would hardly suffice for her recovery. Within the system shop, there existed a healing pill reputed to cure all ailments. Unfortunately, he had only recently unlocked the system and lacked the requisite system points, which could only be obtained by completing the initial task set forth by the system. To comfort his 2 disciples. Chapter 3. Healing Su Jiqian. Upon receiving the healing elixir from her revered master, Su Jiqian found herself momentarily lost in thought. It had been a considerable time since her master had bestowed upon her anything related to her cultivation. In fact, after each torment she endured at her master's hands, it was her junior sister who ventured out to collect the medicinal herbs for her recovery. Conversely, when her junior sister sustained severe injuries, it was Su Jiqian who took on the task of foraging for remedies. Ever since her master underwent a profound change in temperament, the 2 of them had become inseparable, both steadfastly refusing to leave their master's side, eagerly awaiting the day of her recovery. As she gazed at the elixir in her hands, tears streamed down Su Jiqian's face with renewed intensity. Her master's gentle words of comfort echoed in her ears, and the fact that she was now receiving a healing elixir from her master filled her with a sense of hope. Looking up at her master's tender visage, she dared to believe that her master had truly begun to heal. "Master," Su Jiqian gazed at her with deep affection. her alluring fox-like eyes brimming with emotion she had never before dared to express. Although she was her master's disciple, she had long harbored feelings of love for her. Initially, when she subtly conveyed her affections, her master had always regarded her as a mere child, never truly acknowledging her as a woman. After her master's drastic change 3 years ago, Su Jiqian had become even more reticent about revealing her feelings, as any hint of affection would provoke her master's disdain, resulting in physical reprimands. Now that her master seemed to be recovering, did this signify that she could once again pursue her affections? The mere thought of it alleviated some of the pain she had been enduring. If she could continue to seek her master's heart, then all the torment she had suffered over the years would have been worthwhile. Observing that Su Jiqian had yet to consume the healing elixir she held, Chen Yi approached her with concern, sitting cross-legged beside her. He spoke gently, "Your injuries are quite severe. You must take the elixir promptly. Allow me to channel my inner energy to replenish your depleted essence, which will alleviate your pain and expedite your healing." Upon hearing her master's soothing voice from behind her, Su Jiqian ceased her weeping, a smile of happiness gradually illuminating her features. Heeding her master's advice, she took the elixir without a moment's hesitation. She had never held any reservations towards her master. In the past, when her master had inflicted suffering upon her, she had consumed similar elixirs without a second thought. Regrettably, one such elixir had been a soul-devouring pill, which had severely diminished her lifespan to enhance her innate power. After consuming that pill, her cultivation plummeted to the first level of the innate realm, leaving her devoid of sensation for 3 days and racked with pain throughout her body, taking months to escape the clutches of death. On the first day she regained her mobility, she rushed to find her master, anxious to ascertain whether her master had been harmed by the side effects of the soul-devouring pill, as that elixir could also inflict damage upon the physical body. Only upon seeing her master unharmed could she finally relax. Now, as her master offered her yet another elixir, she took it without a second thought. Do not say that the master has now fully recovered, even if she has not, and even if she is aware that it is still the soul-seizing pill. The mere thought of being able to do something for her master would compel her to consume it without hesitation. As the pill entered her body, its effects gradually began to manifest. Su Jiqian felt a warm sensation coursing through her, accompanied by a subtle itch at the side of her bleeding wound, a sign of healing. This was indeed a genuine healing elixir, not a soul-seizing pill. In that moment, Su Jiqian was utterly convinced that her master had truly made a complete recovery. The mere thought of her master's revival filled her with overwhelming excitement. At this juncture, Chen Yi channeled his spiritual energy, sitting cross-legged behind his eldest disciple. Placing one hand gently upon her pristine back, the girl's skin was as fair and soft as silk, seeming as though one might sink into it with a mere touch. However, despite the stunning beauty before him, Chen Yi harbored no impure thoughts. Instead, he focused entirely on circulating his internal energy, directing it into his disciple's dantian. Having recently endured a fierce battle and even resorted to methods that drained her lifespan to escape, her internal energy was already severely depleted. As she felt her master's spiritual force gradually flow into her dantian, a faint blush began to blossom on Su Jiqian's cheeks. It had been a long time since her master had engaged in physical contact with her. Today, not only did her master gently caress her head, but she also bestowed her own energy upon her. In the past, Su Jiqian would have considered it the greatest comfort just to receive a glance from her master. Now, this profound sense of happiness made her feel as though she were dreaming. Su Jiqian's breathing grew increasingly rapid as her master's spiritual energy poured into her like an unrestrained torrent, causing her abdomen to feel somewhat swollen. Breathing softly, she said, "Master, my dantian is already full. It's about to overflow." Upon hearing his disciple's words, Chen Yi abruptly withdrew his hand that was channeling spiritual energy. He had only just begun to control this body and was still unaccustomed to it, which led to inadvertently transmitting too much energy. While it was indeed his oversight, he couldn't help but feel that something was amiss in his disciple's words. It seemed oddly peculiar. At that moment, Chen Yi began to recall that his eldest disciple often spoke such strange phrases. However, ever since his personality had changed, he had not heard her utter such things. It was as though she possessed an innate understanding, like a natural talent. "Ahem, let me carry you back to rest. Your injuries are rather severe. But fear not, for these wounds are my responsibility, and I shall ensure they are healed completely soon." Chen Yi spoke gently, then scooped up his eldest disciple in a princess carry. Making his way toward her quarters, Su Jiqian experienced a sudden sensation of weightlessness, unable to suppress a delicate gasp. "Ah!" Upon hearing this sound as Chen Yi lifted her, he found himself momentarily flustered, instinctively lowering his gaze. Upon doing so, he was captivated. His eyes were nearly glued to the sight before him. Su Jiqian was adorned in a flowing gown of deep purple, crafted from sheer fabric that hinted at the contours of her skin beneath. Her legs, long and voluptuous, were exposed to the air, devoid of stockings. On her feet, she wore brown, breathable, hollowed-out high heels, a design that stirred the imagination. What was even more intoxicating were Succubus's enchanting eyes, alluring like silk, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul, coupled with her unique and captivating fragrance. Chenyi felt his cheeks flush, a tingling sensation stirring within him, as if he were on the verge of losing his composure. Chenyi recalled that the previous host had possessed a somewhat similar system. However, unlike his, these garments appeared to have been exchanged by the former host in the system shop. At that moment, Chenyi shook his head vigorously, casting aside the inappropriate thoughts that had begun to surface. His eldest disciple had endured so much suffering alongside him over the years. It was utterly inappropriate for him to entertain such ideas. If his eldest disciple were to discover his thoughts, she would undoubtedly scold him for being a perverted master. Unbeknownst to Chenyi, Succubus was currently overwhelmed with excitement. She had caught a fleeting glimpse of her master's earlier bashfulness and was elated. Surely, her master had felt shy upon seeing her curvaceous figure. This must mean that he harbored some interest in her. Otherwise, why would he feel embarrassed? Since childhood, Succubus had been aware of her innate allure to the opposite sex, yet she could not fathom why it had never seemed to affect her master. However, after what had just transpired, it appeared that her charms were not entirely ineffective. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Succubus extended her arms, wrapping them around her master's neck, secretly reveling in her triumph. Now that her master seemed to have regained his composure and appeared to lack resistance to her matured form, her plan to win him over needed to be put into action. Yet, she resolved to proceed with caution, fearing that if she were to express her feelings too abruptly, her master might be unable to accept them. Should that result in adverse consequences, it would be most unfortunate. Thus, Chenyi carried his eldest disciple back to their dwelling. However, to call it a house would be generous. It resembled more of a ruin. The former site of the Tianxin sect had been utterly obliterated in the chaos of war. And now he and his two disciples had taken refuge in a secluded mountain forest, their shelter hastily constructed and exceedingly rudimentary. Nevertheless, Chenyi remained undaunted. Within the system shop, he could redeem a beginner's gift pack. This pack included a perfect sect, and once he fulfilled the task of comforting his two disciples, he would lead them to a better life. Chenyi gently placed her eldest disciple on the bed, tenderly stroking her forehead, offering comfort. You are utterly exhausted. Rest for now, and when you awaken, seek your master. I shall first check on your junior sister. Succubus nodded softly. Not long ago, the master had tasked her junior sister with weakening the strength of the San Yuan sect, and after her failure, she had suffered the master's harsh reprimands. Her current state must be quite dire. If only her junior sister knew that the master had recovered, she would surely be overjoyed. After ensuring her eldest disciple was at ease, Chenyi finally stepped out. Standing at the threshold of her eldest disciple's room, Chenyi let out a heavy sigh. The guilt she felt towards her second disciple weighed as heavily as that for her eldest. The image of her second disciple, battered and curled up in bed, caused another pang of anguish in Chenyi's heart. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the door of her second disciple's room. Steeling herself, she pushed the door open. The door creaked as it swung open, and Chenyi's gaze quickly scanned the room, but she did not see Lung Luoli. Instead, another woman stood inside, diligently sweeping the dust-laden floor. Upon noticing Chenyi, the woman hastily set aside her cleaning tools and bowed respectfully. Disciple, I greet my master. In truth, Chenyi had taken in more than just two direct disciples. She had also adopted a young woman from the elven race. The woman before her was Hu Jui, a long princess of the elven kin. The elven people were renowned for their beauty and grace, their appearance indistinguishable from humans, save for their slightly pointed ears and significantly longer lifespans. Although Hu Jui was a princess of her kind, she bore a naturally weak-colored complexion, and her eyes were unlike those of her kin. With dual pupils, her appearance starkly contrasted with the fair-skinned, smooth-skinned elves around her. Her birth was deemed a blemish upon the dignity of the elven royalty, considered a harbinger of misfortune, and she faced rejection from her sisters from the moment she came into the world. At the age of 16, the elven tribe cast her out, having ostracized her since childhood. In her despair, contemplating self-harm, Chenyi appeared, extending a helping hand and saying, Your dual pupils are quite beautiful. Hu Jui's talent was not remarkable. Compared to Chenyi's two disciples, she was rather lacking. Thus, even if Chenyi wished to cultivate her as a direct disciple, it was unfeasible. Instead, she arranged for Hu Jui to assist her two direct disciples, tending to their daily needs. Chenyi's intention was more to have Hu Jui learn alongside them, as her disciples required little care. Hu Jui was profoundly grateful for Chenyi's kindness. Here, she faced no discrimination, and even with her average talent, Chenyi never abandoned her guidance and cultivation. It can be said that everything she possesses now is a gift from Chenyi. Had it not been for him, she would have perished on the day she was abandoned by her kin. Thus, she had long since resolved to remain by Chan Ye's side for eternity. Hu Jiuyu, possessing a rather modest level of cultivation, could scarcely endure the torment inflicted by her predecessor, were it not for the care of two disciples. She might have succumbed long ago. The mere thought of this filled Chan Yi with guilt, prompting him to bend down and assist Hu Jiuyu to her feet. Hu Jiuyu's skin bore a healthy weak complexion, her ears slightly elongated. As the elven princess, she inherited the exquisite beauty befitting her lineage, her features flawlessly delicate, and her figure rivaling that of the eldest disciple. She was adorned in a maid's outfit, her legs clad in black stockings that ascended to her thighs, the upper portions of which were embedded into her flesh. However, her shoulders were marred by scars resulting from Chan Ye's torment, as soon as his hand rested upon them. She trembled involuntarily from the pain. Observing this, Chan Yi quickly eased his grip, a look of regret crossing his face. Although he was deeply concerned about Hu Jiuyu's physical state, the disappearance of the second disciple troubled him even more. The second disciple had recently endured his torment and should be too weak to rise from her bed, resting instead. Where could she have gone? Where is Lang Luoli? Chan Yi inquired anxiously, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Hu Jiuyu, momentarily lost in the sight of her master gently helping her up, was taken aback by his earnest concern for Lang Luoli's safety. This was not the behavior of the master she once knew. However, upon realizing the sincerity and gentleness in his gaze, she felt a sudden shyness, her cheeks flushing slightly, and she averted her eyes as she replied. In response to my master, the second senior sister has gone to complete the task assigned by you, to steal the treasures of the San Yuan sect. As she spoke, Hu Jiuyu instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet her master's gaze. Observing her averted eyes and fearful demeanor, Chan Ye's heart sank with sorrow. Surely, Hu Jiuyu had been traumatized by prior beatings, which was why she instinctively recoiled in his presence. This was all his doing, from this moment forth. He must rectify everything. With this resolve, Chan Yi retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and offered it to Hu Jiuyu. This is a healing elixir. Please take it first. You and the eldest disciple must rest here and refrain from wandering. I shall return with your second senior sister safely. From today onward, none of you three can afford to come to harm. After placing the pill in her hand, he gently caressed her head before hastily making his exit. Judging by the state of the room, it was evident that Lang Luoli had departed some time ago. It must have been after he had tortured his second disciple to the point of unconsciousness that, upon regaining awareness, the disciple immediately dragged his severely injured body to the San Yuan sect to fulfill the task assigned by his master. Given the disciple's physical condition, it was unlikely he could even contend with practitioners of the same realm, let alone weaken the strength of the San Yuan sect. The mere thought of his second disciple potentially facing imminent peril made Chan Ye's heart race, prompting him to hasten towards the direction of the San Yuan sect. Meanwhile, Hu Jiuyu, who had just experienced the gentle caress of her master, remained half kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. A deep blush adorned her sun-kissed complexion, as though she had been touched by the softest blush. Her delicate hands cradled her flawless face. Like the other two disciples, she harbored profound admiration for Chan Yi. However, in the past 3 years, her only encounters with her master had been during moments of punishment. Just moments ago, as her master exited, he had unexpectedly tenderly stroked her forehead. This gesture exceeded her capacity to comprehend, leaving her momentarily dazed. After a considerable time, she regained her senses and became aware of a shocking realization. Clutching the healing pill her master had given her, she pondered, had her master truly recovered? As this thought arose, she vigorously shook her head. After all these years, her master had remained unchanged. How could he possibly have transformed today? Yet, that gentle demeanor had undeniably unfolded before her very eyes. Ultimately, uncertain, she decided to observe further. The scene shifted to the San Yuan sect's periphery. At this moment, during the twilight hours, under the moonlight, a young girl with a piercing gaze emanated an icy aura, as if she could freeze everything around her. Surrounding her lay several bodies, their appearances grim, having recently succumbed to death, with blood flowing from their wounds, pooling at her feet and staining her toes crimson. This girl was Lang Luoli, sent in the name of her master to weaken the strength of the San Yuan sect. Her skin was pale as ice, reflecting a silvery glow beneath the moonlight. Tall and statuesque, her features were exquisitely beautiful, yet her expression was chillingly aloof, instilling a sense of dread that discouraged anyone from gazing too long. Though Lang Luoli was only at the second level of the innate realm, her mission to weaken the San Yuan sect led her to ambush some of its outer disciples. Despite the modest threat she posed, her presence genuinely diminished the San Yuan sect's power. Rumors spread among practitioners that anyone wishing to join a sect should avoid the San Yuan sect at all costs, for its outer disciples rarely survived beyond 3 days. This had resulted in the San Yuan sect's inability to recruit new disciples for some time. However, Lang Luoli's ambushes did not always go as planned. Before her stood 2 elders of the San Yuan sect, both formidable cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Faced with opponents a complete realm above her, she found herself utterly powerless to defend herself. In the past, she might have escaped by exhausting her lifespan. But having recently endured torment from her master and only just regained consciousness, she was truly incapable of withstanding such a drain. The two elders of the San Yuan sect steadily approached Lung Luoli, declaring, "You, young lady, have proven to be quite elusive. If it were not for these outer disciples serving as bait, we would not have been able to lure you at all. Your Tianxian sect has long been defeated, and your useless master has vanished, hiding who knows where. A talented cultivator like you should not continue to serve that inept master. Instead, why not join our San Yuan sect? We offer the esteemed position of elder, freeing you from his control. Surely there is no reason not to accept." Lang Luoli's exceptional talent marked her as one of the rare geniuses of the entire continent, and any sect would treat her as an honored guest. The elder's proposal from San Yuan sect was an enticing offer that would tempt any gifted individual. As one of the most powerful sects on the continent, San Yuan's provisions for its elders were far more lavish than those of lesser sections. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lung Luoli lowered her head coldly, clenching her delicate fists tightly. The elders, misinterpreting her demeanor, assumed she was contemplating their offer and smiled warmly. "Child, do not dwell on it. That worthless master can provide you with nothing. Why waste your youth in vain?" "Indeed," one elder continued, but before he could finish, Lung Luoli suddenly fixed him with an icy gaze. A look so chilling that even a foundational-level cultivator felt a shiver run down his spine, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop significantly. Chapter 6. The master has truly recovered. Fuming, Lang Luoli gritted her silver teeth and shouted fiercely, "Do not insult my master." Like her senior sister, she harbored feelings for her master that were perhaps inappropriate, and they were indeed profound. In her heart, her master was everything to her. Anyone who dared to insult him deserved death. As her words fell, the temperature around her plummeted, and the blood in her veins felt as though it had been frozen solid. She extended her hand, conjuring several ice spikes from thin air. Though they appeared to be mere blocks of ice, they were infused with formidable spiritual power capable of inflicting substantial harm, even against cultivators. As an ice element cultivator, Lung Luoli could harness the essence of heaven and earth to unleash her techniques. With her command, the ice spikes shot forth violently towards the two elders, and she cried out, "Those who dare insult my master shall perish." Even at her peak, Lang Luoli would have struggled against the two elders, let alone in her current weakened state. The moment that ice spikes reached the elders, they were effortlessly shattered into fragments. The elders had initially believed she was pondering their recruitment proposal, only to realize she was merely gathering strength for an attack. Humph, truly stubborn and unyielding. Since it is useless for our own benefit, let us not hide our intentions any longer. One elder remarked to another, "Let us seize her exceptional spiritual root, and later concoct elixirs, dividing the spoils equally between us." In this world, one must possess a spiritual root to cultivate, categorized from 1 to 6, with 1 being the lowest and 6 the highest. Lung Luoli possesses a top-tier 6th-grade spiritual root. The act of usurping another's spiritual root to forge elixirs is a practice reserved for those who follow the path of wicked cultivation. The San Yuan sect, as a prestigious and righteous sect, would suffer irreparable disgrace should it become known that its elders engage in such vile practices. To directly seize a spiritual root would result in death. What a waste that would be. Here, with no one around, this girl is so exquisitely beautiful. Even though we hold high positions, such a gem is beyond our reach. Why not capture her, overpower her, and tear away her pristine facade to relish the experience before us? The other elder replied, "A splendid suggestion. The more aloof her demeanor, the more exhilarated I become. Once we peel back her exterior, we shall see if she remains untouched by our advances. Let us proceed." The two elders quickly reached a consensus, extending their palms as they swiftly advanced toward Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli, upon witnessing the approaching figures, attempted to flee, yet the overwhelming pressure of their foundational cultivation enveloped her, rendering her unable to even straighten her back, let alone escape. Though she had always opposed the San Yuan sect, she had never anticipated that its elders would stoop to such despicable acts. Gripping her fists tightly upon overhearing their conversation, her hands turned purple, blood seeping from her palms. Aside from her master, the mere thought of any man touching her filled her with revulsion. In that moment, Lung Luoli resolved, since she had safeguarded the fruits of her labor for her master, and her master chose not to claim them, she would destroy them here instead. As the two elders drew near, she would channel all her spiritual energy to self-destruct, leaving them no chance to desecrate her remains. Though she feared not death, a sense of desolation welled within her. After so long accompanying her master, would she never witness the day of his restoration? She lamented that she had not yet expressed her affection to him. If only she could catch a glimpse of her gentle master before her demise. Even a fleeting glance would suffice to bring her solace. As the two elders, being foundational cultivators, moved with incredible speed, they reached Lung Luoli in the blink of an eye. Their gnarled hands lunged toward her chest. At that moment, Lung Luoli closed her eyes, summoning her spiritual energy in preparation for self-destruction. Yet, as she began to channel her power, she was met with a startling realization. Her energy was no longer under her control. Overcome with confusion, she reopened her eyes, only to find that the two elders had been rendered immobile, halted just a meter before her, as she was engulfed in a deeper sense of bewilderment. A sudden warmth enveloped her from above. This sensation was profoundly familiar to her, despite the passage of years since she had last experienced it. She could still discern it instantly. "Master, my esteemed teacher?" The voice of Lung Luoli was tinged with surprise, yet simultaneously ethereal. Chunyi, standing behind her, embraced her gently while caressing the crown of her head. It was he who had arrived just in time to thwart Lung Luoli's intent to self-destruct, using the pressure of his divine realm to subdue the two elders. At that moment, Chunyi gazed tenderly at his second disciple in his arms, his heart racing, overwhelmed by a surge of fear. Had he arrived a moment later, he would have lost the loyal companion who had stood by him through the years. The thought of such a loss would have haunted him endlessly. As he continued to stroke her head, he softly reassured her, "It is all right now. It is behind us. I have regained my strength, and I shall make amends for what I owe you." Beep. System task. Comfort the two disciples. Task completed. Beginner's gift pack has been dispatched to the system space. Please acknowledge receipt. Chunyi, hearing the system's voice in his mind, felt a flicker of confusion. He had only exchanged a few words with his second disciple, and she had yet to respond. How could the system deem the task accomplished? Was its judgment truly reliable? Unbeknownst to Chunyi, the moment Lung Luoli laid eyes on him, the task had already been fulfilled. This meant that even if Chunyi had said nothing at all, merely his presence would have been enough for Lung Luoli to forgive everything he had done, or perhaps she had never held a grudge against her master. In her heart, he remained eternally flawless. The term delicate was seldom applied to the icy and unyielding Lung Luoli, yet at that moment, she resembled a fragile young girl. Leaping into her master's embrace, she clung tightly to him, and as their eyes met, tears streamed down her face. The instant those tears fell, they froze upon contact with the ground, shattering into tiny fragments. With a soft sob, Lung Luoli choked out, "Master, I missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again." Moments before, she had been on the brink of death. Wait, had she already perished? Relishing the warmth of her master's embrace and gazing at his gentle expression, she felt as if she had crossed into another realm. Just days ago, she had been tormented by him to the edge of death. Now, everything seemed unchanged, and how had he recovered so swiftly? Was it possible that she had indeed self-destructed and was now trapped in an illusion? Tentatively, Lung Luoli reached out her hand to caress her master's cheek, yearning to engage in bolder actions if this were indeed a mere phantasm. Sensing the gentle touch of her hand against his face, Chunyi smiled and grasped her hand lightly. He could perceive that Lung Luoli's emotions were unstable, as if she were questioning her very existence. "It is true. I have truly recovered," Chunyi said gently. Chapter 7. The intelligent Cold Luoli. It was only at the moment Cold Luoli genuinely caressed her master's cheek that she dared to confirm his presence by her side. Gazing upon her master's gentle and handsome visage, her thoughts gradually drifted back to the past. She remembered the first time she encountered him, within a secret realm where treasures were said to manifest, bestowing greatness upon those who claimed them. As one of the top geniuses of this continent, Cold Luoli hastened to partake in the contest for the treasure. Within the realm, she relied on her astute intellect and formidable strength to vanquish numerous competitors, ultimately securing the coveted artifact. However, she emerged gravely injured, for the realm was fraught with peril, and survival with the treasure in tow was impossible. Just as despair enveloped her, an even more disheartening sight befell her eyes. Chunyi, accompanied by Su Jiqian, appeared. Cold Luoli assumed they too had come to vie for the treasure. Given her weakened state, she felt utterly powerless against any cultivator, especially against Chunyi, a formidable being of the divine concealment realm. In her moment of utter hopelessness, as she closed her eyes and awaited death, a warm hand reached out to stroke her head, accompanied by a healing pill to mend her wounds. Under Chunyi's guidance, she safely exited the secret realm. Cold Luoli intended to graciously offer the treasure in gratitude for her life being spared, yet Chunyi declined to accept it. In truth, as a powerful figure of the divine concealment realm, he possessed countless treasures. His appearance in the secret realm was primarily to accompany Su Jiqian on her training journey, rendering him indifferent to the so-called treasure. Moved by Chunyi's kindness, Cold Luoli resolutely chose him as her master. Many events unfolded thereafter, and the three of them shared an exceptionally beautiful life together. Alas, this idyllic existence shattered 3 years ago. At this moment, memories surged through Cold Luoli's mind. her tears crystallizing into icy droplets as they streamed from the corners of her eyes. She embraced her master tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Throughout the years spent by his side, even amidst the relentless trials he imposed, she never uttered a word of complaint. She had never blamed him, rather. She considered her own inadequacies for not having been able to procure the treasured relic of the San Yuan sect sooner. Though she still found it hard to believe that her master had truly recovered, she cherished this moment, wishing to hold on a little longer and savor it. Clad in a flowing blue gauze dress and knee-high white stockings, the warmth of her youthful body seeped through the delicate fabric. Chenyi, feeling a pang of tenderness as the frost-like beauty nestled against him, held her close, allowing her to express her emotions freely. Due to the nature of their position, Chunye's hand inadvertently brushed against her delicate white stockings, causing him to feel a sudden wave of embarrassment. A faint blush crept across his face as he vigorously shook his head, dispelling those inappropriate thoughts. His second disciple was in dire need of comfort. And yet he had just blushed over such trivial matters. If she were to discover this, would she not scold him as a perverse master? How could he possibly face anyone after this? Unbeknownst to Chunyi, Lung Loli had been quietly admiring his handsome features, taking note of every subtle change in his demeanor. Witnessing her master's flustered state due to shyness filled her with astonishment. The master, who had previously remained unresponsive to her subtle hints, had suddenly become bashful. For the past 3 years, she had refrained from expressing her feelings, fearing the repercussions. Yet here he was, blushing merely from an unintentional touch. It appeared that he might truly have regained some semblance of his former self, along with the complexities of male emotions. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was even more striking than before. However, since her master seemed pleased, she would gladly consider providing him with additional benefits in due time, though not at this moment. Noticing that his second disciple had ceased her tears and appeared to be lost in thought, Chunyi felt relieved, believing she had momentarily released her pent-up emotions. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist and gently said, "Allow me to deal with these 2 pests first, and then I shall take you home. Everything I owe you over the years, I will make amends for." Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luoli's lips curled into a slight smile. Little did he know, she had never felt that he owed her anything. Yet, now that he had returned to his former self, improved and more vibrant, she found no harm in letting him maintain this misconception for a while. Perhaps she could even leverage his sense of indebtedness to create future opportunities. For instance, Master, you surely do not wish to see your poor second disciple in distress, do you? Blessed with natural intelligence, she was merely not applying it in the right context at this moment. Meanwhile, Chunyi, holding his second disciple close, cast a piercing gaze at the 2 elders of the San Yuan sect before him. Upon his arrival, he had overheard their vile conversation, which was utterly revolting. Had he arrived even a moment later, he could hardly bear to imagine the fate that awaited his second disciple. Their actions were unforgivable. In fact, Chunyi felt that merely killing them would not suffice to quell his rage. At that moment, he contemplated annihilating the entire San Yuan sect, believing that only such an act could soothe his fury. In truth, Chunyi has yet to realize that certain aspects of his thoughts have been influenced by his former host and the essence of this body. After all, those memories have undeniably infiltrated his mind. Presently, he exhibits unparalleled tenderness towards his allies, yet when faced with any adversary, even the slightest provocation will evoke his wrath without a hint of restraint. He feels compelled to repay 1,000-fold. Contemplating this, Chunyi extended his palm towards the 2 elders before him, gathering spiritual energy in his hand, while coldly uttering, "I never anticipated that the so-called righteous sect, the San Yuan sect, would be so mired in corruption. Today, I shall take the lives of both of you, and in due time, I will eradicate your entire sect." As soon as Chunye's words fell, a wave of spiritual energy erupted from his palm like a shockwave. The 2 elders, both foundational cultivators, found themselves unable to flee in the face of the overwhelming pressure exerted by Chunyi, who stood at the divine concealment realm. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Chunyi had once been a paragon among his peers. Even though he had now descended to the first level of the divine concealment, he was not to be trifled with by 2 mere foundational elders. The shockwave he unleashed swiftly engulfed them, reducing the 2 elders to a mere puddle of mud in an instant. Chapter 8. A subtle scheme by Lung Luoli indeed. Chunye's declaration to annihilate the San Yuan sect was not mere rhetoric, although he currently lacked the power to do so. He resolved to wait until he regained his peak strength and broke through to the next realm, acquiring absolute power before taking action. With this thought firmly established in his mind, Chunyi, having dealt with the 2 elders of the San Yuan sect, noticed his second disciple in a state of utter weakness. He swiftly scooped her up in a princess carry and flew towards their secluded refuge. Having just comforted his second disciple and eliminated the 2 elders, Chen Yi had momentarily neglected to examine the novice gift package bestowed upon him by the system. Now that he had a moment's respite, he addressed the system in his mind. System, please open the gift package. I wish to see what it entails. Ding. The novice gift package has been opened. Rewards are as follows: 1 heavenly Xian Hall, 1 premium spiritual root, 1 exceptional special physique, and 10,000 system points. For specifics, please check your personal panel. System, detecting that the host's first half of life has been less than satisfactory, a small invincibility starter pack has been specially gifted. Wishing the host a pleasant life. The system's voice resonated within Chen Yi's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What does it mean that his first half of life has been unsatisfactory? He couldn't shake the feeling that the system was mocking him. His early life was marked by a lack of romantic experiences, characterized by a sense of timidity and insecurity. His youth was a series of daydreams, envisioning a girl accompanying him on shopping excursions, while in reality, he squandered his parents' resources, attended a mediocre college, and drifted aimlessly through life, devoid of aspirations or friends. Unworthy even of the most menial existence, merely gazing at the beautiful life beyond the manhole covers. Was there anything more unfortunate than this? As Chen Yi pondered these thoughts, a wave of melancholy washed over him. At that moment, in his embrace, Lang Luoli observed the sudden sorrow etched on her master's face, and her heart filled with concern. Why had her master become so sorrowful? Although she was unaware of the reason behind his sadness, she felt compelled to take action. She extended her arms, first encircling her master's neck, and then tentatively leaned in, brushing her lips against his cheek. Noticing that he did not recoil, she pressed a gentle kiss to his skin. Leaning closer to his ear, she softly spoke. Lear does not know why master is sad, but if it is because of me or senior sister, or perhaps Ujiyu, there is no need for master to be upset. We all wish for your happiness. If it concerns something else, you may share it with me. I am more than willing to listen. Chen Yi, still lost in the sorrow of another realm, was taken aback when he felt the warmth of her kiss on his cheek. As he regained his composure, he gazed at the icy beauty nestled in his arms, now displaying an entirely different expression of tenderness for his sake. In an instant, all his sadness dissipated. Whatever had transpired in the past was best left behind. From this moment forward, he would embark on a new chapter of life. With a smile, Chen Yi shook his head at his second disciple and then, utilizing 1,000 system points from the system shop, he exchanged them for a healing pill. According to the system's description, this healing pill could cure all ailments. He remained skeptical of its efficacy. If it were indeed miraculous, then the injuries suffered by his 2 disciples and Hu Jiyue could all be healed. If it proved false, he would search the entire continent for a remedy to mend their wounds. He had promised to take responsibility. It was not merely empty words. Contemplating this, Chen Yi retrieved the healing pill and offered it to his second disciple. This is a healing pill. You should try taking it. As Lang Luoli was still wrapped around his neck, unable to free her hands, she mischievously suggested, Master, will you feed me? Her delicate form, coupled with her fragile, pleading gaze, would evoke compassion in anyone who beheld her, and Chen Yi was no exception. Hearing her request, he found himself captivated by her slightly parted lips, his heart racing uncontrollably. He and Lang Luoli shared a master-disciple relationship. It was one thing that she had just been ambushed by her second disciple, but now she expected him to personally feed her the medicinal pill. Was this not a tad too intimate? However, upon reflection, her second disciple was currently unable to assist, and as her master, it seemed quite normal for her to administer the medicine to heal her disciple. Yes, indeed, it was entirely appropriate. With this thought, Chen Yi extended the pill towards the second disciple's lips. Yet, before he could withdraw his hand, she had already taken it into her mouth. Wait. I am merely feeding you medicine. Why are you attempting to consume your master instead? Chen Yi exclaimed, flustered. While Lang Luoli could not help but stifle a laugh at the sight of her master's bewildered expression, it appeared that, at this moment, her master was utterly defenseless against her charms. With just a slight maneuver, she had turned him crimson. What more could she accomplish? With a mischievous grin, she resolved to be less reserved in the future. As the healing pill dissolved in her mouth, it transformed into a nourishing essence that began to rejuvenate her entire being. In no time, every wound, and even the scars on her body began to emanate a golden glow. Simultaneously, her organs and meridians underwent a revitalizing process, leaving her enveloped in a warm and soothing sensation. Before long, the radiant light gradually faded, and Lang Luoli stared in astonishment at her body, her mouth agape. All her scars had miraculously healed, not only the visible wounds on her skin, but also the hidden injuries accumulated over the years of her master's rigorous training had vanished without a trace. However, her cultivation level had not returned to its former height. After all, that level had fallen and still required her to break through once more. Master, what tier is this medicinal pill? Its effects are astonishing. Long Luoli exclaimed, astonished at her own restoration. The hidden ailments that seemed impossible to recover from had indeed healed. Did this mean she could continue to follow her master's path and strive to become stronger, thus serving her master diligently? Chen Yi was momentarily at a loss for words in response to her inquiry. In this realm, all medicinal pills, treasures, formations, and talismans were categorized into 5 grades: immortal, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with immortal being the highest and yellow the lowest, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Yet, the healing pill bestowed upon her by the system bore only the single character for unified on it. Did this imply that the pill's rank transcended the 5 classifications of this world, reaching beyond the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements? Pondering this, Chen Yi replied, ahem, do not inquire too deeply into its origins. As for its rank, let us simply refer to it as unified for now. Chapter 9. The second disciple Lang Luoli had always been obedient to her master, and since he instructed her not to ask further questions, she chose to refrain from pressing the matter. As long as her master could recover and continue to live alongside her and the others, that was all that truly mattered. Everything else was of little consequence. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she nestled into her master's embrace, relishing the warmth of his hug and the unique, delightful fragrance that enveloped him. An unparalleled sense of security flooded her heart, and before she realized it, she had drifted into slumber. Although her injuries had completely healed, her spirit was undeniably weary. Over the years, she had been in a constant state of tension. Whether she was undertaking the seemingly impossible tasks assigned by her master, caring for her injured senior sister or Hu Jiuyu, or enduring her own share of beatings, her mind had never found respite. Now, at long last, she could peacefully enjoy a moment of sleep. The gentle rhythm of her breathing filled the air, and she slept soundly. After tending to his second disciple, Chen Yi also took a pill to fully recover from his injuries. As a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, his speed of flight was remarkable, and the scenery beneath him transformed at an astonishing pace. The secluded place where Chen Yi and his disciples resided was known as Lingshu Mountain. Renowned as a forbidden area on this continent, Lingshu Mountain was home to various formidable demonic beasts. Any practitioner below the foundational stage who dared to enter would find themselves on a path to certain death. The reason Chen Yi and his disciples had remained unscathed by the beasts was that he had erected a barrier around their dwelling, preventing ordinary demonic creatures from approaching. Though fraught with peril, Lingshu Mountain was astonishingly beautiful, with towering peaks cascading endlessly, shrouded in wisps of mist, reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Before long, Chen Yi cradled his second disciple and returned to their secluded haven. Upon landing, he extended his consciousness to check on the condition of his eldest disciple. She was currently deep in slumber, albeit in a rather undignified position. Her long, fair legs lay haphazardly across the blanket, and her undergarments were nearly ajar. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yi swiftly retracted his consciousness. That was a close call. He nearly overstepped the boundaries with his eldest disciple, living daily with his 3 disciples. He realized he must be more mindful of their privacy. How could he casually probe their personal space with his consciousness? Such rudeness. If his disciples were to discover this, they might scold him. With these reflections in mind, Chen Yi first carried his second disciple back to her room. The accommodations of the second disciple mirrored those of the eldest, both being shabby and modest, featuring a small bed, a wooden table and chair, and a rudimentary dressing table, which comprised the entirety of the room's furnishings. Noticing a wooden basin on the floor filled halfway with water, it seemed that during rainy days, the second disciple had used it to catch the drips from the leaking roof. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh once more. The 2 disciples he had taken under his wing were exceptional talents, deserving of the utmost privileges and comforts. Yet they had spent these years living in such a state akin to beggars. Chen Yi was engulfed in profound guilt as he cradled his second disciple and gently placed her upon the bed. Gazing at her exquisite sleeping visage, he found himself momentarily entranced. It was undeniable that the second disciple, having regained her health, radiated an even greater beauty than before. To describe her as enchanting would not be an exaggeration. Chen Yi felt a twinge of concern. What if he were to lose control in the future and develop inappropriate feelings for her and the other 2? He resolutely needed to maintain his composure. Now that the second disciple's condition had stabilized, it would suffice to present her with a healing pill once she awakened. However, there was still one individual whom Chen Yi worried about, Hu Jiuyu. He had extended a helping hand to Hu Jiuyu during her most desperate hour, offering her a glimmer of hope for life. Yet, 3 years ago, his drastic change in temperament had undoubtedly shattered her aspirations for existence once more. Were it not for Hu Jiuyu's lingering belief in his eventual recovery and the devoted care of her 2 fellow disciples, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. The thought of nearly causing a good girl to take her own life filled Chen Yi with immense sorrow. Without further delay, he resolved to check on Hu Jiuyu's condition. However, As he lifted his leg to depart, he discovered that someone was clinging to his waist. The second disciple, deeply asleep, had wrapped her arms around him tightly, occasionally nuzzling against him, leaving traces of drool. In her slumber, she mumbled incoherently, Master, Master. You wouldn't want senior sister to discover this, would you? Then be good. The contrast between her sleeping appearance and her usual demeanor was striking. Upon waking, she would be an ice-cold beauty, yet in sleep, she transformed into an adorably vulnerable figure. Chunyi mused that this disparity was almost too charming to bear. How could he possibly muster the courage to leave? Yet, what peculiar dreams might the second disciple be experiencing? Hesitating, he eventually found an opportunity to extricate himself. He patted the drool from his clothing and gently closed the door behind him. Standing at the threshold, he unexpectedly encountered Hu Jiuyu, who was washing clothes in the courtyard. As a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, Chunyi was capable of performing feats beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. For instance, he could effortlessly restore soiled garments to pristine condition with a mere wave of his hand. Unfortunately, his predecessor had insisted on torturing Hu Jiuyu with manual washing despite his illness. Upon seeing her master, Hu Jiuyu hastily rose, intent on kneeling before him. At that moment, she could not be certain whether her master had truly recovered, so she remained mindful of the formalities of the past. Upon witnessing the situation, Chunyi promptly stepped forward to assist her in rising, gently grasping her hand while softly saying, Wearer, I have recovered. Henceforth, there is no need for you to repeat the cumbersome formalities upon our meetings. I care not for such trivialities. You need not wash these garments. I shall personally guide your cultivation from now on. Chapter 10. Comforting Hu Jiuyu. Chunyi, formerly the esteemed leader of the Tianxian sect, had been preoccupied with the affairs of the sect while also teaching two direct disciples, leaving him with little time. Thus, he had not personally guided the cultivation of the ordinarily talented Hu Jiuyu, instead placing her alongside the two disciples. Now, with the sect dissolved and only the three of them remaining, Chunyi found himself with ample time to personally mentor Hu Jiuyu. As Hu Jiuyu gazed upon Chunyi's gentle demeanor and listened to his words, her ethereal and exquisite face momentarily reflected a daze. If she had previously harbored doubts regarding Chunyi's true recovery, now, the worry that had burdened her heart could finally be set aside. Her feelings for Chunyi were, in truth, no less than those of the two disciples, perhaps even surpassing them. Yet, she had long felt self-conscious about her sun-kissed skin and the peculiar duality of her eyes. In times past, when Chunyi had been the gentle master, he often comforted her, gradually alleviating her insecurities. However, after his drastic change in temperament, not only did he cease to offer solace, but he also frequently resorted to insults, hurling various vile words at her. During that period, Hu Jiuyu viewed him as her most perfect existence, the embodiment of her life's hope. And witnessing him transform into such a figure, subjecting her to relentless humiliation, nearly shattered her worldview. One fateful night, as she prepared to end her life, the thought of the once gentle Chunyi stayed her hand. No, Chunyi is not like this. If he were truly himself, he could never utter such words. She believed something must have gone awry with him. Since she had once been saved in his company, she resolved to remain by his side as a form of repayment, to rescue each other with the very same method he had used to save her. With this resolve, Hu Jiuyu tenaciously persevered until now. Her unwavering presence eventually heralded a glimmer of hope and the promise of dawn. In an effort to prevent her from kneeling, Chunyi maintained a firm grip on her wrist, drawing them closer together, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat intimate. Hu Jiuyu found herself unable to meet Chunyi's gaze, even when he was gentle. The weight of her accumulated insecurities rendered her unable to look him in the eye. This affliction of the heart, akin to a chronic ailment, could not be remedied by mere medication, nor could it be swiftly transformed. Aware of the turmoil he had caused in Hu Jiuyu's heart, Chunyi was uncertain how to alleviate her suffering. Perhaps a warm embrace could provide some comfort. With this thought in mind, Chunyi tenderly enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly. The delicate form of the young girl exuded an exquisite touch, her skin soft and smooth like that of an ethereal being. As Chunyi embraced her, a wave of gentle sensation enveloped him. The enchanting fragrance emanating from Hu Jiuyu was uniquely elfin, reminiscent of the pure essence of nature, uplifting one's spirits. Upon learning of Chunyi's recovery, Hu Jiuyu did not react with the overwhelming tears and joy exhibited by the elder and younger disciples. Instead, her demeanor remained notably composed. In truth, many who suffer from emotional turmoil often conceal their feelings behind a facade of tranquility. This does not imply a lack of inner conflict. Some individuals with deep-seated issues may appear entirely ordinary, yet they could unexpectedly engage in extreme behaviors. Hu Jiuyu simply reciprocated Chunyi's embrace, leaning her soft form closer to him, cherishing the warmth he provided. Chun Ye's intuition had proven correct. This comforting embrace was indeed the solace she craved. Hu Jiuyu had never desired much. All she sought was a ray of warmth to illuminate her existence. Chun Yi was the sole source of this comforting sunlight, radiating heat and compassion. He tenderly caressed the girl in his arms, and after a while, Hu Jiuyu lifted her gaze. Under the moonlight, her unique dual irises shimmered with an enchanting beauty. Hesitating slightly, her eyes flickering, she softly inquired, "Master, is it permissible for me to call you Master?" Hu Jiuyu cherished this title, not for any particular reason, but because it allowed her to feel Chun Yi's presence constantly. At that moment, Chun Yi had just exchanged a healing elixir from the system shop and was about to offer it to her when he heard her words. He replied, "If you prefer it, you may address me however you wish. Now, take this elixir, it will aid in your recovery." He presented the potion before her while gently stroking her head. Chapter 11. Chun Ye's night visit. After Hu Jiuyu consumed the healing elixir, she nestled quietly against Chun Yi. He held her tenderly and returned to her dwelling, gently placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. With the aid of the system's healing potion, it was expected that Hu Jiuyu would soon return to her former self. However, prior to that, she needed ample rest. "Rest well, my dear. I shall check on your senior sisters," Chun Yi said. Hu Jiuyu understood that her sisters also required their master's assistance. She obediently nodded and closed her lovely eyes in serene silence. "Please return soon, Master," she murmured softly. Not long after her words, perhaps due to the weariness accumulated over time, she swiftly fell into slumber. Chun Yi stood by her bedside, gazing at her peaceful countenance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Seeing her on the path to recovery finally eased his heart. Hu Jiuyu's sleeping posture is notably more demure and tranquil compared to those of her senior and junior disciples, even when she is in a state of semi-slumber. Once a high princess of the Elven clan, she, despite being overlooked in her youth, underwent extensive training in royal etiquette, which has long been etched into her memory. After attending to Hu Jiuyu, Chun Yi exited the room, gently closing the door behind him, and stood at the threshold, lost in contemplation. It had been a considerable time. Surely the senior disciple must be sound asleep by now, regardless of her state of rest. The miraculous healing elixir from the system must be delivered to her without delay. Among the trio, only she had yet to partake of it. With this thought in mind, Chun Yi made his way toward the senior disciple's quarters. The rooms of the three disciples were adjacent, and it did not take long for him to arrive. Upon reaching the door of the senior disciple's room, Chun Yi hesitated briefly before knocking. His moment of uncertainty stemmed from the concern that his rapping might disturb the still sleeping senior disciple. However, to enter unannounced could lead to witnessing something inappropriate, which would be equally undesirable. Ultimately, it seemed prudent to knock and inquire. After a lengthy period of knocking with no response, Chun Yi leaned against the door, attempting to discern any sounds from within. If the senior disciple remained in deep slumber, he could simply enter, place the elixir in her mouth, and then make a hasty retreat. He vowed to observe nothing else. Although Chun Yi harbored no ill intentions, his act of eavesdropping at the door did appear somewhat dubious. Fortunately, no one was around to witness his actions, otherwise, he would surely be reprimanded. Just as he was about to chastise himself for his behavior, he detected the rhythmic sound of breathing emanating from inside, confirming that the senior disciple was indeed still asleep. He gently pushed the door open. Su Jiqian had, over the past few years, accompanied him, much like the junior disciple, and had scarcely had the opportunity to rest properly. It was understandable that she would be enjoying a rare and deep slumber. Chun Yi had no desire to interrupt her precious rest, thus, he stealthily approached her bedside, resembling an intruder in a lady's chamber. To avoid glimpsing the senior disciple's potentially revealing sleeping posture, he carefully shielded his view with his hands, lest he inadvertently offend her. This was not merely out of a sense of propriety, but rather because the allure of the senior disciple was exceedingly overwhelming. He feared that should he catch sight of her in an unguarded moment, he might succumb to inappropriate impulses. Unbeknownst to Chun Yi, Su Jiqian had already opened one eye, observing his cautious movements. In truth, she had awakened the moment he stepped into her room. Initially, she had contemplated using her abilities to expel the intruder, but upon recognizing him as her master, a smile graced her lips. She quickly retracted her spiritual energy and feigned sleep once more. She was curious to discover what her master was doing, sneaking into her chamber at midnight instead of comforting her junior sister and Hu Jiuyu. In Chapter 12, Chun Yi was unaware that the eldest disciple had awakened. Believing her to be in deep slumber, he tiptoed to her bedside, finally exhaling in relief. If the eldest disciple were to discover that he had crept over while she was asleep, he would find it difficult to provide an explanation. As he pondered this, he exchanged a healing pill from the system store and began to attend to the matter at hand. To administer the medicine to the eldest disciple, Chun Yi gently moved his hand away from her eyes to better observe her face. However, as soon as he did, He was struck by the exquisite beauty of her sleeping visage, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Though he had never been intimate with a woman, he thought it unlikely that he would lose composure merely upon seeing a beautiful face. This unexpected reaction led Chenyi to recall that his eldest disciple was no ordinary demon. He vaguely remembered the demon clan leader informing him when he adopted Su Jiqian that his daughter was a succubus. The clan leader had even explicitly stated that should Chenyi feel tempted when his daughter matured, he would grant his permission as a father. Suddenly, Chenyi snapped back to reality, realizing the absurdity of his thoughts. Succubi possess an inherent aura that influences the surrounding males, and they can also control those affected. His momentary distraction was, in fact, a deliberate ploy by Su Jiqian. Nevertheless, being a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, Chenyi managed to resist its effects with his willpower. Recognizing her scheme had failed, Su Jiqian mused, "As expected of my master, his allure has been countered. Heh. Once Qianer breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, let us see if he can still resist." After dispelling the distracting thoughts, Chenyi approached the healing pill towards the eldest disciple's lips. However, a challenge arose. Her mouth was closed during her slumber, making it impossible to administer the pill. Consequently, Chenyi had no choice but to rub the pill near her lips, hoping to administer it that way. The eldest disciple was sleeping so soundly that she should not awaken, or so he thought. Little did he know, she had already been awake, merely pretending to sleep. As Su Jiqian felt a round object gently brushing against her lips, she found the sensation rather peculiar. What was her master doing? Was he merely there to caress her lips in the middle of the night? Clearly misunderstanding the situation, she dared not truly awaken, fearing that if she startled her master during his nocturnal intrusion, he might never return. Thus, she opted to continue feigning sleep, but to accommodate her master. She slowly parted her lips, just a fraction. Upon witnessing the eldest disciple finally opening her mouth, Chenyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. After gently placing the elixir inside, Chenyi pretended to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Finally, it was accomplished. Surely, his eldest disciple was utterly exhausted, as she had not awakened despite his disturbance. Since the task was completed, he decided not to intrude on her slumber. With this thought in mind, Chenyi carefully tucked the covers around his eldest disciple before slowly pushing the door open and departing. Inside Su Jiqian's room, only after sensing her master's departure did she finally open her eyes. Gazing at the covers that had been neatly arranged over her, a warm smile blossomed on her face, filling her heart with a gentle warmth. Her master was indeed considerate, even remembering to cover her with a blanket upon leaving. However, she felt a bit dazed, as it seemed her master had placed something into her mouth moments ago, which had subsequently dissolved within her. Clearly, her master had not come for any trivial reason. But what exactly had he fed her? As this question arose in her mind, she soon felt every injured part of her skin begin to shimmer with golden light. And before long, she was completely restored to her former self. Su Jiqian extended her hand, marveling at her once scarred skin, now flawlessly smooth, leaving her utterly astounded. Had her master worried for her and come to provide her with the elixir? The efficacy of this elixir was remarkable, capable of curing all ailments. It must surely be of heavenly grade. In the illustrious past of their Tianxian sect, the number of heavenly grade elixirs could be counted on one hand. And how had her master procured the one she had just consumed? The thought left her in a state of profound astonishment. Her master had sacrificed so much for her, exhibiting such tenderness by sneaking in the middle of the night to administer the elixir without disturbing her rest. Now, her admiration for her master swelled to an overwhelming affection. Embracing the covers, she rolled around on the bed in sheer delight before finally drifting back into slumber. At this moment, Chenyi stood alone in the deserted courtyard, with all three women resting peacefully. His mission was finally accomplished, and the tension in his nerves began to ease. As he gazed at the dilapidated courtyard, he suddenly recalled the beginner's gift pack bestowed by the system, which supposedly included a Tianxian hall. The name sounded impressive. He wondered what it was truly like. With this thought, Chenyi retrieved the Tianxian hall from the system's space. As soon as he clicked to exchange, he was enveloped in a blinding golden light, obscuring his vision completely. Moments later, as the golden radiance dissipated, he could finally discern the scene before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was still the same location, yet the entire setting had transformed. The once ramshackle abode where the three women had lived had now metamorphosed into three exquisitely luxurious bedrooms, while the earthen floor beneath his feet had been replaced with polished stone tiles. His own living quarters had evolved into a grand hall of immense proportions. The grand hall occupies an extensive area, its golden-tiled roof shimmering with a radiant glow, perpetually exuding an air of utmost majesty. Surrounding it are an array of unique edifices, including indoor hot springs, training rooms, kitchens, and vegetable gardens, everything one could desire. Even more astonishing is the fact that since the emergence of this celestial hall, the surrounding spiritual energy seems to have ascended several levels. as if a gathering formation for spiritual essence had been established. Chapter 13. Unrivaled Power. Moreover, since the celestial hall's appearance, the spiritual energy in the vicinity appears to have elevated, akin to the establishment of a spirit-gathering array. Chen Yi extended his consciousness to survey the area and discovered that a significant expanse surrounding the celestial hall seemed to be enveloped in a barrier, preventing all the beasts of Lingshu Mountain from approaching, thereby creating a safe zone. This meant that the beasts formed a natural barrier, rendering the area an exclusive realm for themselves. Upon awakening, everyone would surely be left astounded by this spectacle, Chen Yi mused with a smile. After placing the celestial hall, Chen Yi recalled that the system had also granted him an extraordinary spiritual root and talent, prompting him to check the system panel. Host, Chen Yi, race, human, realm, first layer of divine concealment, cultivated technique, none, spiritual root, authentic union spirit root 20, system product, special physique, ultimate invincible super abnormal physique. System product, system points, 7,000, system commentary. Have you faced an unsatisfactory life? Concerned about remaining mediocre after your transmigration? Fear not, for the system arrives, albeit late. Special grant of a minor invincible start. Please check your specific power yourself. Gazing at the system panel before him, a twitch crept across Chen Ye's lips. For heaven's sake, must the name of this spiritual root be so unrefined? And why does it seem so familiar? Enough of these thoughts, since the system claims to have bestowed upon him a minor invincible start. He might as well test his strength first. With that in mind, Chen Yi swiftly released his consciousness again. Previously, he had not extensively projected his awareness, and thus had not noticed his own transformation. This time, however, he realized that the area of his consciousness had expanded exponentially, perhaps dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The entirety of Lingshu Mountain lay within the reach of his awareness. No slightest movement would escape his notice. Soon, his consciousness located a first-layer demon king of the Purple Mansion realm within Lingshu Mountain. Since the system indicated that he was currently in a minor invincible state, he decided to challenge this demon king to gauge his strength. With this intention, Chen Yi soared into the air and shortly arrived above the lair of the demon king. This first-layer demon king of the Purple Mansion realm was a magnificent white tiger, and upon Chen Yi's arrival, he coincidentally witnessed her engaged in a territorial dispute with a second-layer frog demon king of the Purple Mansion realm. Chen Yi gazed downwards and discovered that his original target, the demon king giant tiger, had been grievously wounded by another demon king. With its capacity for resistance utterly diminished, it would likely hold no value even if it were to be slain. Thus, Chen Yi decided to shift his focus, directing his attention towards the second-tier frog demon king of the Purple Mansion realm. In truth, Chen Yi possessed a cultivation method. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the system interface failed to display it. Perhaps it deemed his rank too low to merit consideration. Gathering the spiritual energy from his entire being into his right palm, an immense torrent of power surged forth from within him. This marked his first formal strike since his arrival in this new world. According to his recollection, although he had not been weak in his previous life, the spiritual energy within him had never approached such abundance. Moreover, the current energy was far denser and more potent than before. Realizing the transformation he had undergone, a smile broke across Chen Ye's face as he unleashed his palm strike, sending a powerful gust of energy towards the Frog Demon King. Initially, the Frog Demon King was engrossed in its pursuit of the giant Tiger Demon King, preparing to devour it, and had failed to notice Chen Ye's presence. However, the moment Chen Ye's gust was released, the creature was suddenly engulfed by an unparalleled oppressive force that rendered it immobile. The Frog Demon King was struck with terror. Having cultivated in the Lingshu Mountains for tens of thousands of years to reach the Purple Mansion realm, it had never encountered a pressure that could incapacitate it so completely. What on earth was happening? Despite its profound confusion, Chen Ye's palm strike offered no respite and made direct contact, crushing the Frog Demon King and reducing it to ashes in an instant. Yet, the gust did not cease. It plunged into the ground, resulting in a thunderous roar as the earth fractured like a spider's web, the cracks extending endlessly as if forming a grand canyon. This also triggered an earthquake, causing countless towering trees to topple and wildlife to scatter, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Chen Yi stared in astonishment at his own palm, then shifted his gaze to the chaos below. Was this truly the result of his own power? The system had not deceived him. The Demon King he had just obliterated, when compared to human cultivators, could easily rival those at the 6th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. In this continent, the leader of the San Yuan sect, one of the major factions, was only at the 5th tier of the Divine Concealment realm. If his recent strike had been directed at the San Yuan sect's leader, he would have been utterly annihilated. Most significantly, Chen Yi had yet to unleash his full strength. He could scarcely fathom the destruction he could inflict with a complete effort. Taking a deep breath, He felt a surge of exhilaration upon realizing his current prowess. With such formidable strength, he should be able to protect them, at the very least. Within this continent, he could hardly envision anyone capable of withstanding his palm strike. However, for the sake of caution, it is imperative to swiftly cultivate 2 disciples. Along with Hu Jiyue, for Chunyi understands that to continue enhancing his strength, he must acquire system points from them to exchange for cultivation. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Chunyi hastily made his way home, uncertain if everyone had awakened. Simultaneously, the white giant tiger demon king of the first layer of the purple palace realm gazed at Chunyi, who was gradually ascending into the sky. With a gaze filled with gratitude, though it did not comprehend why Chunyi had aided it in vanquishing the frog demon king vying for territory. It was acutely aware that without Chunyi's intervention, it would surely have perished. The debt of gratitude owed to this human was one it would not forget. As it watched Chunyi disappear from view, it silently etched the image of Chunyi into its mind, vowing that once its injuries were healed, it would transform and repay this kindness. At the Tianxian Hall, in the square, Su Jiqian, having been roused by her master once, found her sleep shallow. The recent tremors had fully awakened her. As she drowsily opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, she momentarily lost her bearings. Rubbing her eyes, she suddenly exclaimed, "Where am I? Have I traversed realms?" She had expected to awaken in a dilapidated wooden hut, yet instead found herself in an opulently adorned chamber. Chapter 14. The enchantment techniques of Su Jiqian. She had anticipated waking in a shabby wooden dwelling, yet here she was in a lavishly decorated bedroom. Su Jiqian, her face a portrait of disbelief, resolved to change her attire and step towards the wardrobe. Upon opening it, she discovered an array of garments. From sect robes to noble attire, even modern textiles harmoniously fused with ancient aesthetics. After donning a new outfit, she eagerly pushed open the door, and upon entering the square, the sight before her solidified her conviction that she had indeed crossed realms. However, such matters paled in comparison to her deeper concern. Had her master traversed alongside her? The thought of existing in a world devoid of her master was unbearable. As her heart swirled with conflicting emotions, Chunyi gradually descended from the heavens. Observing the anxious expression on his eldest disciple's face, he swiftly landed before her, greeting her with a warm smile. "You are awake. Do you feel better?" Su Jiqian, upon seeing her master, had no time for words. She rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Mistaking her reaction for lingering discomfort, Chunyi expressed his concern. "Qianer, do you feel unwell? You may share your troubles with me. I shall find a way to help." Burying her face in her master's embrace, Su Jiqian relished the familiar aura before lifting her head to shake it gently, replying, "No, master, I feel wonderful, as if I have never known such ease before." The disciple had merely thought that her revered master had vanished, and an overwhelming fear gripped her heart at the thought of his departure. Her voice was soft yet laced with a certain allure, as Chunyi gazed upon the delicate figure in his embrace. The sweetly seductive words she uttered sent a delightful shiver through him. What enchantment did this eldest disciple possess that her every utterance seemed capable of ensnaring his very soul? The sincerity in her words only heightened their impact. Chunyi felt his heartbeat quicken, instinctively caressing her back. He replied earnestly, "No matter what transpires, I shall never leave you." Upon hearing her master's vow, Su Jiqian's lips curled into a faint smile, her fox-like eyes sparkling as they met his. Charged with an electric allure, she purred, "Master, you promise me." Chunyi returned her gaze with a gentle smile, affirming, "I promise you." He spoke without overthinking. For he felt he owed this elder disciple so much after all these years, it was only natural to spend more time with her. However, upon reflection, he realized their conversation had taken on a rather ambiguous tone, words not typically exchanged between a master and disciple. As Chunyi recognized the charged atmosphere, recalling that he had recently visited the elder disciple's chamber under the cover of night, an unfamiliar sensation surged within him, prompting an instinctive desire to push her away. To continue embracing her might lead to complications. As her master, how could he entertain such thoughts about his eldest disciple? Yet, Su Jiqian had already noted the subtle shift in her master's demeanor, a sly smile dancing on her lips as their eyes locked. This was a perfect opportunity. If she succeeded, perhaps she could win him over. As this thought crossed her mind, the colors in her pupils shifted, unleashing the alluring spell of a succubus. Chunyi, an invincible being in this realm, could easily dismantle the enchantments of a mere novice succubus. However, he had never regarded his eldest disciple with any suspicion, which allowed her charm to take effect. Previously, when they had been in her room, her attempt had faltered due to the lack of direct contact, resulting in minimal effect. With the enchantment now in full swing, Chunyi felt an intense flame igniting in his heart, compelling him to draw her closer. Slowly, his lips began to approach hers. Su Jiqian, taken aback by her master's sudden advance, felt a rush of surprise. Her skill in the art of seduction was still unrefined, having been used only on him, and she had not anticipated its actual success. Realizing her spell had indeed worked, excitement surged within her as she cupped his face and leaned in. Chen Yi was enveloped by the unique fragrance that emanated from her youthful lips. Su Qianqian instinctively brought her shapely legs together, her body temperature rising gradually as she tightened her grip around her master's hand. After several minutes, Chen Yi finally broke free from the enchanting spell, his heart racing as he gazed at his beloved disciple, whom he had just kissed. He was taken aback by his own actions, having crossed a line with her. How could he possibly interact with her in the future after such an affront? At this moment, Chen Yi remained unaware that his unexpected reaction had been a result of Su Qianqian's enchanting technique. Regaining his composure, Chen Yi's first instinct was to apologize to his disciple. "Qianer, I am truly sorry for what I just..." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qianqian playfully placed a delicate finger on his lips, giggling as she interrupted. "Shoo, master, there is no need for apologies. In truth, I rather enjoyed what we just did. Shall we continue inside?" As she licked her lips, the scent of her master lingered in the air, igniting a warmth within her. Su Qianqian took her master's hand, eager to lead him back to her room. Chen Yi, momentarily bewildered, struggled to process her words. He had just forcefully kissed his disciple. Should she not be upset and distancing herself from him? According to the customs of this world, a woman who had kissed a man could never marry. Yet, observing Su Qianqian's reaction, he found not a hint of reproach, but rather a sense of delight, as if her scheme had succeeded. As he was pulled toward the room by his disciple, Chen Yi felt a similar warmth enveloping him, the lingering fragrance of Su Qianqian filling his senses, enhanced by the peculiar effects of a succubus's saliva. Just as she was about to push open the door, a voice suddenly broke the moment from behind them. Long Luoli emerged from the house, rubbing her eyes, clad in a flowing ice-blue gown that revealed her flawless butterfly back and the delicate skin of her collarbone. Her lower half was devoid of stockings, exposing her long, fair legs to the open air. Upon noticing her master and sister together, she instinctively greeted them. "Good morning, master and sister." At the sight of his second disciple, Chen Yi felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. The intimate hand-holding position with Su Qianqian was undeniably suggestive. If Long Luoli were to discover the nature of his recent actions with Su Qianqian, how could he ever face everyone again? Su Qianqian gazed at her junior sister's sudden appearance, which interrupted her moment of bliss. A faint, forced smile graced her lips as she responded, "Ah, good morning, junior sister." Though her words conveyed cheerfulness, her heart yearned to bind her sister and coax her into slumber for a few more hours. Cold Luoli, roused from her drowsiness, surveyed the scene before her with a sense of astonishment, not at the change in surroundings, but rather at the sight of her master and senior sister together, hand in hand. What was even more outrageous was the subtle air of unspoken secrets that seemed to envelop them. She hurried forward, scrutinizing their faces as if to unveil their hidden thoughts. Chen Yi felt somewhat flustered under the intense gaze of the second disciple. It was no surprise, given that he had indeed transgressed boundaries. Cold Luoli, endowed with remarkable intelligence, sensed her master's unease, solidifying her suspicions. Surely, her master and senior sister had engaged in intimate acts. However, to what extent, she could only speculate. As she pondered, her eyes were drawn to the torn stockings adorning her sister's legs, damaged in an earlier encounter with the eldest disciple. Cold Luoli was taken aback. Had her master indeed gone so far with her sister? How infuriating it was that she had slept so soundly, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. With dissatisfaction etched on her face, Cold Luoli glared at her sister. They had agreed to compete fairly, yet here was her sister, employing underhanded tactics. In truth, 3 years prior, both disciples had been aware of their mutual affections for their master, despite their close bond as confidants and cherished students. The revelation had initially taken them by surprise, leading to a reluctant truce. They had resolved to compete honorably, preserving their camaraderie. However, as their master underwent a significant change in temperament, that agreement had been abandoned. Now, with their master returning to form, it was only natural that the rules would be reinstated. Amused by the jealousy etched on her junior sister's face, Su Qianqian could not help but tease, "Oh dear. Why is my junior sister up so early? Couldn't you have slept a little longer?" The implication was clear. If her sister lingered in slumber, her master would soon be claimed. Cold Luoli, fully aware of her sister's insinuation, stamped her foot in frustration. She clung tightly to her master's other arm, her eyes wide with a pleading innocence as she softly implored, "Master, I did not rest well last night as I felt unwell. Could you please take a look at me?" The fragrant warmth of Cold Luoli's breath against Chen Yi's chest stirred a flutter of desire within him. Chen Yi gazed upon the frosty beauty, whose exterior rendered her seemingly unattainable, as she nestled in his embrace, her previously pallid cheeks now adorned with a delicate blush. Yet, he recalled that just last night, while tending to his second disciple, she had slept so soundly that she spoke in her dreams. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, since she had claimed to feel unwell, he could not afford to be careless. Contemplating this, Chenyi replied, "Allow me to release a trace of spiritual energy to examine your body for any contusions. Prepare yourself." Lang Luoli nodded, her eyes brimming with yearning, softly responding, "Imim. Lear is ready. I desire Master S spiritual energy. Please bestow it upon me." Upon hearing his disciple's words, Chenyi hesitated. His hand poised to release the energy, suddenly freezing in place. "Pray tell, what sort of inappropriate remarks are you making?" He thought incredulously. While it was somewhat understandable for the eldest disciple to utter strange phrases, given her inherent charm as a succubus, how could the second disciple follow suit? Perhaps she harbored no ulterior motives, and it was simply he, her master, who misinterpreted her innocent words. With that thought lingering, he directed his spiritual energy into her body. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian, observing the obliviousness of her master, could not suppress a resigned smile. She understood her junior sister's situation better than anyone. This was all deliberate on her part. It seemed that her sister had grown jealous upon discovering her secret indulgences. Yet, even the most cunning of schemes could not rival her innate allure as a succubus. After swiftly assessing Lang Luoli's condition, Chenyi earnestly stated, "Your body is quite healthy. The discomfort you feel may be psychological. Should you wish to confide in someone, my door is always open." Even though he found no physical ailment upon his examination, he remained vigilant. Since his disciple had expressed feelings of malaise, there must be something amiss. After all, emotional distress is still a form of affliction. And he must always remain attentive to the well-being of his disciples as a means of atonement. Upon hearing her master's gentle words, Lang Luoli was profoundly moved. She had anticipated that upon discovering her lack of illness, he would chastise her for her frivolous words. To her surprise, not only did he refrain from reprimanding her, but he also exhibited even greater concern for her health. The current incarnation of her master had transformed. He was not only more gentle, but also considerably more attentive. In her heart, she felt an overwhelming affection for him. With these thoughts, Lang Luoli joyfully clung to her master's arm, nuzzling closer, savoring his warmth and scent. She adored him immensely. Beside them, Su Jiqian watched the display with a hint of jealousy, her lips forming a small pout. She seized her master's other arm, puffing out her chest in a show of her own prowess, effectively enveloping his arm in her embrace. Compared to her senior sister, Lang Luoli's physique appeared considerably more slender. Her figure well-proportioned, embodying the essence of a refreshing beauty. As she observed her senior's deliberately accentuated bosom and glanced at her own, a wave of defeat washed over her. The two women locked eyes in midair, an electric spark seemingly igniting between them, while the air thickened with tension. Meanwhile, Chenyi, caught between them, felt his cheeks flush. He glanced left at Su Jiqian's prominent curves and right at Lang Luoli's supple, youthful skin. The enchanting fragrances of both beauties rendering him utterly immobile. He had initially intended to guide them in their cultivation today, yet here he was, ensnared in this unexpected tableau. Clearing his throat twice to break the spell, he interjected, "Ahem, it's invigorating to see such vitality this morning. It appears your health has truly been restored. Today, I shall resume my guidance on your cultivation. Here are 2 volumes of techniques. Please accept them." Chenyi swiftly redirected the conversation, retrieving 2 tomes from the system store. These techniques had been meticulously tailored by the system to suit the disciple's current physical conditions, all categorized as sovereign level. According to the system, sovereign level had surpassed the apex of the current world's celestial tiers, indicating that these techniques were likely to be remarkably powerful. Upon exchanging the techniques, the knowledge contained within them seamlessly integrated into his mind. To his astonishment, he found that he had already comprehended all the techniques to a profound level of mastery. The system truly delivers. Such exceptional talent is not granted without merit, Chenyi mused inwardly. He then retrieved the demon soul art, a technique suitable for practitioners of the demonic lineage, specifically for Su Jiqian. As he unveiled it, an aura of ominous energy enveloped the vicinity, the air thick with a palpable malevolence that sent chills down the spine. Su Jiqian, initially intrigued about what her master would present, found herself irresistibly drawn to the demon soul art. It seemed as though the technique had been crafted explicitly for her, exuding an overwhelming allure. Chenyi extended the tome toward her, stating, "This technique possesses formidable power. With diligent practice, transcending a significant realm in combat will be well within your grasp." Having attained a profound understanding of this technique, he was acutely aware of its potential. In this realm, the most potent techniques barely reached the Xian level, while this one resided above the celestial tier, a full 4 levels beyond. Moreover, since it was specifically tailored for his foremost disciple, should she devote herself to its study, her strength would be immeasurable. Su Jiqian gazed at the tome, her breath quickening with excitement. If what her master claimed held true, with earnest practice, She would soon be in a position to assist him significantly. Upon the thought of alleviating her master's burdens, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Sujiqian tiptoed and suddenly planted a kiss on her master's handsome cheek. With a radiant smile, she received the technique and exclaimed, "Thank you, master. You are my favorite." Xinyi was taken aback by the fragrant kiss from his eldest disciple. He had not anticipated such a delightful perk alongside bestowing her the technique. Thoughts swirling in his mind, Xinyi retrieved the Ice Heart Sutra, cultivated by Lung Luoli, from the system space. This technique, primarily composed of ice elements, could encapsulate an entire continent, and even an entire realm, once mastered. As soon as the technique was unveiled, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a blue luminescence emanated from it. With tendrils of chill wafting through the air, Xinyi extended the technique towards his second disciple, secretly pondering if she, too, might offer him a token of affection. Though he recognized the inappropriateness of such thoughts, a flicker of anticipation lingered in his heart. Truly, his master was peculiar, just as he mused. Before the technique could reach his second disciple's hands, a stunning visage rushed towards him. Before he could react, he felt a soft sensation against his lips. Long Luoli. Having learned of the earlier encounter between her master and senior sister, where the latter had audaciously kissed their master's cheek in her presence, could no longer restrain herself. Ignoring the presence of her senior sister, she leaned in and kissed him, her arms wrapped tightly around her master, relishing his warmth and scent. Xinyi instinctively attempted to push her away. While he harbored a hint of expectation, it was inappropriate to engage in such behavior before his eldest disciple. However, as he exerted force, his resolve faltered, and he subconsciously embraced the exquisite figure of his second disciple. Internally chastising himself, he found his body betraying his thoughts. Su Jiqian observed her junior sister's sudden boldness with mild astonishment. She had not anticipated her junior to be so audacious as to act in her presence. Though both were aware of each other's feelings, some decorum was expected, was it not? "Oh, you impudent junior sister." Despite her inner discontent, Su Jiqian refrained from intervening. After all, she had previously discussed fair competition for their master with her junior sister. Having already indulged herself, it would be inconsistent to halt the moment now. Moreover, as the elder sister, she should display a degree of magnanimity, shouldn't she? After a few minutes, Su Jiqian could no longer contain herself. "What on earth, junior sister? How long will you persist? Your elder sister is right here, enough already." Coughing lightly, she deliberately raised her voice upon noticing Hu Jiuyu emerging from the room. Hearing her senior sister, Lung Luoli reluctantly released her master. Her supple figure radiated warmth, her fair skin seemingly enveloped in a delicate rosy hue. Chapter 17. Another rival in competition? In her hands, she cradled the cultivation technique bestowed upon her by her master, smiling as she spoke. "Thank you for the teachings, master. Once Lier has mastered this technique, I shall be able to remain by your side forever." Lung Luoli was renowned as one of the most gifted prodigies in this realm, yet her origins were tinged with sorrow. Her parents passed away shortly after her birth, and she was shuffled through various households. However, from a young age, her innate brilliance was evident, and it became clear that all those who adopted her were driven by a desire to exploit her gifts. Her innate 6th grade ice elemental roots incited envy among all, and those families merely awaited the day she matured, hoping to seize her powers for themselves. Thus, in her teenage years, she left behind the home that never belonged to her, wandering the continent alone. She engaged in secret realms, contending for treasures and battling with other prodigies, resolutely determined to grow stronger and capable of safeguarding herself. During one of these adventures, she fortuitously encountered Xunyi in a secret realm. Initially, she was moved by his gentleness and chose to take him as her master, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet, even in those early days, she harbored a strong sense of wariness. She feared that his kindness was merely a guise to usurp her spiritual roots. However, as time passed, she gradually integrated into this newfound family. Her master never demanded anything from her. Instead, he shielded her from harm and diligently guided her in her cultivation. He became the only person in her life who truly cared for her, which led her to cling to him as she grew, her affection deepening immeasurably. Perhaps her past motivations for cultivation were to pursue the ultimate martial path, but now, her training was solely dedicated to remaining by her master's side. At that moment, Xinyi licked his lips, the fragrance of the young girl still lingering in his senses, intoxicating and delightful. The kiss he shared with his eldest disciple had been initiated by him, a misstep on his part. However, the recent encounter had been instigated by the second disciple. Did she harbor feelings for him that transcended the bounds of master and disciple? Yet, when he took her as his apprentice, she had been quite young, and it was likely she had not received any other influences. Perhaps the kiss was merely an expression of exuberance. Contemplating this, Xinyi found himself uncertain. Regardless, he felt an obligation to Lung Luoli, and to avoid misinterpreting her intentions, it would be wise not to respond too hastily. Just then, Hu Jiyue approached him, lifting her skirt gracefully and performing a noble bow, respectfully greeting him. Good morning, master. The attire of the Elven realm, located in the far west of the continent, were a distinct style reminiscent of medieval Europe, and today, Hu Jiyue eschewed her maid's outfit for an elegant noble gown. The noble gown, however, differs in its material. The upper half is crafted from delicate gauze, revealing her sun-kissed skin in a tantalizing manner. The lower portion of the skirt is slightly shorter, just enough to expose her calves adorned with white stockings. As she spoke, Hu Jiuyu's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Recalling how her master had carried her back to her room the previous day, a thought that made her feel shy beyond measure. Upon noticing Hu Jiuyu's arrival, Chen Yi approached her with a greeting. Good morning, Yuer. At that moment, Lung Luo Li and Su Ji Qian stood together, observing Hu Jiuyu, now restored to her vibrant self, and they smiled with joy. The bond among the three was exceptionally strong. Hu Jiuyu possessed only average talent in cultivation and was somewhat weaker, often receiving protection and assistance in her training from Su Ji Qian and Lang Luo Li. With excitement, Chen Yi presented a pill to Hu Jiuyu, who looked at it with curiosity and asked, Master, what is this? Grasping her delicate shoulder, Chen Yi replied joyfully, this is a cleansing pill. Once you consume it, you will become as strong as your senior sisters. While exchanging cultivation techniques for his disciples, Chen Yi had discovered this cleansing pill in the system's store. According to the system's description, any individual, regardless of their innate talent, who ingests this pill would experience an elevation to the 6th grade of spiritual roots. After redeeming the pill, Chen Ye's system points dwindled to a mere 1,000. Although he had exhausted his points, he felt no regret. As long as he could ensure a good life for his disciples, the points were a trivial concern. Moreover, when his disciples advanced in their cultivation, he would receive a continuous influx of system points. Upon hearing her master's words, Hu Jiuyu accepted the cleansing pill with immense excitement. She had heard of such transformative pills before, but even in the Elven royal court where she had once lived, the cleansing pill was a priceless treasure. Typically, it could only enhance one's talent marginally. The notion of significantly elevating several grades of spiritual roots was deemed impossible. Yet, according to her master, this particular pill could render her as formidable as her 2 senior sisters. How astonishing that seemed. With her heart racing, Hu Jiuyu swallowed the cleansing pill under her master's encouraging gaze. She had heard that consuming the cleansing pill could cause excruciating pain due to the changes occurring within one's spiritual roots, a torment so severe that some cultivators had perished from the experience. Consequently, such pills were generally not administered to those of lower realms. Hu Jiuyue was uncertain whether she could endure the challenges ahead. However, in her quest to be of assistance to her master in the future, she felt compelled to take the plunge. After all, her master was right beside her, and with such companionship, no hardship seemed insurmountable. As the medicinal pill entered her system, she instinctively leaned into her master's embrace, seeking solace in his warmth. Chen Yi, observing her demeanor, initially mistook it for a side effect of the cleansing pill and promptly enveloped her in his arms, gently caressing her back. He distinctly recalled the description of the cleansing pill, which assured that it would cause no adverse effects. Produced by the esteemed Zhongzi Guo, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Yet, why did it appear that Yuer was in distress? Was his system truly reliable? At that moment, Hu Jiyue, having nestled against her master, anticipated a surge of pain from within. Instead, a wave of warmth washed over her, accompanied by a delightful sense of comfort. There was no discomfort at all. She had merely overthought the situation. Earlier, her fear of pain had prompted her to cling tightly to her master, and now, with no pain in sight, she felt somewhat embarrassed to let go. The fragrance emanating from her master was utterly enchanting, almost drawing her in. Since her master had misconstrued the situation, she decided to hold on a little longer and savor this moment. Chen Yi, believing her tight embrace was a sign of her suffering, found himself questioning the system in his mind. He would rather doubt his own system than question his disciples. System? Chen Yi. Hey, what does that expression mean? Give me a reasonable explanation. System? Nothing much, just thought you seemed a bit dazed. Chen Yi, unbeknownst to Hu Jiyue, her innocent gesture had inadvertently caused an unknown system to bear the brunt of blame. Shortly thereafter, the warmth within her dissipated, marking the completion of her spiritual root transformation. Upon reopening her eyes, she was greeted by an unprecedented clarity, her senses significantly heightened, and her mind sharpened. As she attempted to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, she discovered her capacity to manipulate it had increased exponentially, far surpassing her previous abilities. She had truly attained the same level of talent as her 2 senior sisters. No longer a burden. At last, she could assist her master, standing steadfastly by his side. filled with exhilaration upon receiving this revelation. Hu Jiyue lifted her gaze to her master's handsome visage, despite her shyness causing her eyes to dart away. She mustered the courage to part her crimson lips and lean in gradually. She was oblivious to the origins of the pill her master had procured, but its effects were undoubtedly a rare treasure of the world. That her master had bestowed such a precious gift upon her left her at a loss for how to express her gratitude. As she nestled in her master's embrace, she could distinctly feel his heartbeat quicken. The fact that her presence elicited such a response indicated his interest in her, prompting her to offer him some form of reciprocation. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that this was less about returning a favor and more about rewarding herself. Regardless, she resolved that whatever her master desired, she would willingly give. Even in this moment, with two senior sisters observing them, she felt emboldened to engage in bolder acts, contingent upon her master's willingness. As Hu Jiyue contemplated this, just as her lips were about to graze her master's face, she suddenly became aware of a sticky sensation enveloping her body. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a layer of filthy substance clinging to her skin. "Ah!" she exclaimed, realizing that she had nearly attempted to kiss her perfect master with such a soiled form. The embarrassment overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse to the ground. Chunyi, witnessing her distress, hurriedly bent down to support her, concern etched on his face. "Yue, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? You can tell me," he urged, mistakenly believing she had fallen due to physical pain. Feeling her master's clean hand brush against her dirty skin only intensified her guilt. "Master, please don't touch me. I'm filthy," she murmured softly. However, Chunyi was undeterred by her protests. He gently placed his palm against her forehead, channeling a hint of spiritual energy to assess her condition, reassuring her, "These stains are merely the result of the cleansing elixir expelling impurities from your body. There is nothing to worry about." Assuming her distress was due to the shock of her own filth, he elaborated with care. As Hu Jiyue felt the warmth of his touch on her forehead, a gentle sensation washed over her, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her master, far from being repulsed by her dirtiness, exhibited profound concern for her well-being. His tenderness was overwhelming, leaving her utterly unable to resist. After examining her thoroughly and finding no abnormalities, Chunyi finally exhaled in relief. He conjectured that her reaction might stem from her recent alteration of spiritual roots, which could leave her feeling disoriented. "Your health is robust. There is no need for concern. However, should you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to seek me out," he stated. Once he had tended to her condition, Chunyi assisted her to her feet. Recognizing that Hu Jiyue likely needed a bath, he seized the moment to address everyone present. "By the way, I have recently constructed a hot spring for you all. You may take the opportunity to enjoy a soothing soak." Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luo Li finally voiced the doubts that had been lingering in her mind. "Master, did you truly build all of this? Was it completed in just one night? In this world, there are rumors that powerful cultivators can move mountains, part seas, and with a mere gesture, erect magnificent edifices. Indeed, those who have transcended the tribulations to become immortals are said to possess the ability to conjure entire realms from nothingness." Chapter 19. It is essential to learn extensively from my senior sister. Chunyi, who was once on the verge of reaching the Purple Mansion realm, had miraculously constructed numerous buildings overnight. While this may seem preposterous, it is not entirely beyond comprehension. Chunyi seized upon this pretext to explain, stating that these were built for his master. Concerning this matter, he opted to divert the conversation, fearing that his excuse might be uncovered. The three women, all natives of this world, had previously witnessed the celestial sect, Tianxian sect, which Chunyi had personally established. Although the speed of construction had not been as rapid, they were nonetheless able to accept it without question. Observing their master's reluctance to elaborate, they refrained from further inquiries. Su Jiqian and Lung Loli each linked arms with their master, beaming as they followed him. Meanwhile, Hu Jiyue trailed behind, her heart brimming with joy as she gazed at everyone. Soon, they arrived at the indoor hot spring. Upon their arrival, astonishment swept across the faces of the three women. This hot spring was no ordinary water. It emanated wisps of steam that, upon closer inspection, revealed tangible strands of spiritual energy. The spring water was, in truth, infused with this spiritual essence, and one could scarcely imagine how rapidly one's cultivation might progress in such an environment. Su Jiqian exclaimed, "Wow, master! You can even construct this. How remarkable!" Chunyi felt a tinge of shyness at the compliment. Although the Tianxian Hall was a gift from the system, it was still his, and claiming it as his own did not seem unreasonable. System. At that moment, Lung Luoli, noticing that their master had not yet departed, mistakenly assumed that he intended to bathe with them, causing her to feel somewhat bashful. She hesitated, hands resting on her garments, contemplating whether to disrobe. The thought of revealing herself to her master filled her with shyness, yet simultaneously ignited an inexplicable thrill. Surely, If it was for her master's eyes, it would be acceptable. With this thought in mind, her dress slipped from her shoulders, unveiling the blue undergarment beneath. Sujiqian, witnessing her junior sister's rapid disrobing, was taken aback. Master has not left yet. Why are you already shedding your clothing? She exclaimed, exasperated. How could you be so brazen? Are you doing this on purpose? I will not allow you to succeed. Determined, she too removed her outer garment, revealing a delicate purple camisole underneath. Qin Yi, who had been basking in the praise of his eldest disciple, was taken aback as he observed his two disciples beginning to change. He stumbled back, his face flushed crimson. What on earth is happening here? You cannot possibly believe that I remain here to bathe with you. Can you? Is this reasonable? Am I that kind of person? Qin Yi gazed at the two disciples before him, clad only in their undergarments. The delicate, alabaster skin of the young women was nearly fully exposed, and their exquisite figures, each with its own unique allure, were utterly captivating. A rush of blood surged through Qin Yi, and sensing the impending awkwardness, he hastily turned his back. Ahem. You may proceed to bathe. I shall take my leave for a moment, he stammered, clearing his throat awkwardly, before swiftly closing the bathroom door behind him. Standing at the threshold, he took a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, extinguishing the flames of desire that threatened to overwhelm him. It would be quite embarrassing to find himself in such a predicament before his disciples. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bathroom, Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian exchanged amused glances as they watched their flustered master retreat. Their current mentor was both gentle and amusing, rendering him even more perfect in their eyes, a charm that was simply irresistible. Once Su Jiqian regained her composure, she teased her junior, noticing her bashful demeanor. Oh dear, your face is flushed with shyness, dear sister. It makes my heart flutter. Yet, if I recall correctly, you were quite resolute when shedding your garments just moments ago. Lang Luoli, snapped back to reality by her senior's playful jibe, cast her gaze toward the tattered stockings that still adorned Su Jiqian's legs, responding nonchalantly, not at all. I still have much to learn from you, dear sister. By the way, are those ripped tights a new style? Surely, they weren't torn by our master, were they? Though she had not witnessed the kiss between her senior and their master, she could confidently surmise that something intimate had transpired, albeit just shy of completion. The audacity of her senior was somewhat unsettling. What if their master felt no attraction towards them? Such reckless advances could provoke their mentor's wariness, leaving them with no recourse. The thought left Lang Luoli feeling somewhat displeased. Confronted with the inquiry, Su Jiqian felt a twinge of guilt, her cheeks flushing as she quickly submerged herself in the warm spring, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. Lung Luoli followed suit, immersing herself in the soothing waters. Observing her junior's expression, Su Jiqian noted that she too seemed to have regained her composure, although she still expressed concern. Sister, have your injuries healed? Though they often engaged in playful banter, their bond remained steadfast, especially in light of the significant changes in their master's demeanor over the past 3 years. The two young women had supported one another, deepening their friendship. As Lung Luoli noticed her senior diverting the conversation, her expression softened, and she replied, Yes, dear sister. It appears you have also recovered. Su Jiqian nodded in agreement, and together they turned their attention to Hu Jiuyu, who was leisurely soaking in the spring, her head the only part of her body visible above the surface. This spring possessed unique, purifying properties. Any impurities that entered its waters would be dissolved and eliminated, ensuring that the spring remained perpetually clear and pristine. Su Jiqian was the first to swim over, generously wrapping her arm around Hu Jiuyu's shoulders, and said, Master has transformed your talent into a 6th grade spiritual root. From now on, we can cultivate together. Master also mentioned accepting you as the 3rd disciple. So calling you junior sister is quite fitting, I assent it. Hu Jiuyue appeared somewhat shy and nodded in agreement, noticing that she had taken the bait. Su Jiqian mischievously continued, Junior sister Hu, you like master too, don't you? Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Hu Jiuyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hands in denial, her expression brimming with shyness. Senior sister Su, this should not be spoken of. Su Jiqian laughed and replied, What does it matter? It's just the 3 of us here. Now that master has recovered, the competition for his affection must include you. Do pay attention, and remember, no cheating. As she spoke, she playfully tickled Hu Jiuyue's waist, causing her to burst into laughter. At that moment, Qin Yi had just stepped out of the bathroom and was intrigued by the sounds of merriment coming from within. What could be happening in there that was so joyous? Should he take a peek? In the Tianqian Hall, Qin Yi could, if he wished, extend his consciousness to any corner, observing everything with clarity. This meant he could see what transpired in the indoor hot spring. With this thought, he felt a sudden rush of excitement. However, he ultimately shook his head vigorously, banishing such thoughts from his mind. He realized that since interacting with his 2 disciples, his mind had begun to conjure more peculiar notions that he could scarcely control. Yet, Reason ultimately triumphed over temptation. If the three women were to discover that he harbored thoughts of peeking at them bathing, he would surely be deemed a perverted master. He must maintain control. With these thoughts, Chinyi made his way to the plaza, settling at a tea table by the edge. The table was exquisitely elegant, adorned with a flowing stream and intricately carved mountain models, exuding a poetic charm. Nearby stood a flourishing tea tree, its branches thick and lush, providing a perfect respite from the summer heat. Sitting beside the tea tree, Chinyi found his thoughts remarkably clearer, beginning to devise a future plan for instructing his disciples in their cultivation. He also took out the cultivation technique he had already exchanged for Hu Jiuyue, preparing it in advance. Earlier, he had not had the chance to present it, as Hu Jiuyue had suddenly collapsed to the ground, causing a delay. As long as he could guide his disciples onto the right path in their cultivation, he would consider himself a somewhat qualified master, making amends for the debts he owed them. While waiting for his disciples to finish bathing, Chinyi found himself feeling rather bored. Listening to the rustling of the tea tree swaying in the breeze, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped him. Though cultivators at the divine concealment realm rarely slept, he, having traversed from another world, had absorbed numerous memories from his predecessors and experienced much in the process. Upon witnessing the disciples restored to their vibrant health, his anxious heart finally found solace. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over him, and unexpectedly, he succumbed to slumber in that very place. After a while, the three maidens emerged from the bathing chamber, clad in fresh garments, and made their way to the courtyard in search of their master. There, they discovered their master peacefully dozing on a stone bench beneath the tea tree, dressed in a flowing azure robe, with long hair dancing in the gentle breeze. He breathed evenly and serenely. Su Jiqian approached first, captivated by her master's flawless visage and sleep, momentarily lost in reverie. She recalled the time when he had traversed the demon territory and rescued her, garbed in the same azure robe. In her eyes, he had appeared immensely noble and impeccably perfect. Seeing him once again adorned in that hue stirred something within her, igniting a sense of irresistible allure. Was he not, in essence, beckoning her? As such thoughts swirled in her mind, she leaned in, her soft lips inching toward her master's cheek. Cold Luoli, witnessing this, hastened forward and grasped her sister's arm, whispering urgently, "Sister, you are about to commit an indiscretion." Hu Jiuyue, pouting beside them, nodded in agreement, as if to chastise her elder sister for her audacity. A flicker of annoyance crossed Su Jiqian's face as she scratched her head in frustration. Cold, and who were unyielding. Yet she found herself unable to restrain her impulses. What was she to do? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and she proposed softly, "How about this? We three shall take turns, each on one side, ensuring none of us indulge in any mischief. Would that suffice?" Upon hearing her sister's suggestion, Cold Luoli's cheeks flushed ever so slightly. Truly, her sister was a temptress. Such boldness was commendable, and yet, she found it delightful. With a smile, Cold Luoli replied softly, "That sounds much better." With that, she pressed her lips against their master's left cheek. Seeing this, Su Jiqian felt a twinge of irritation. Cold had beaten her to it. Not to be outdone, she licked her lips playfully and planted a kiss on the right cheek. Meanwhile, Hu Jiuyue stood shyly, clutching the hem of her garment, watching her elder sister's audacious actions with a mix of embarrassment and admiration. They were exceedingly daring, and she felt a flutter of bashfulness. Yet, gazing at her master's exquisite and perfect sleeping face, she too found herself overwhelmed by temptation. Realizing that missing this opportunity would lead to regret, she mustered her courage, leaning in to press her lips upon her master's forehead. It was Hu Jiuyue's first time doing such a thing, and she miscalculated her strength. The kiss produced a soft sound. Immediately, she noticed her master's eyes fluttering as if he were about to awaken. In a panic, she retreated, her face flushed and her heart racing. At that moment, Chunyi rubbed his eyes, groggily opening them. Though his rest had been brief, he felt remarkably refreshed. Upon reopening his eyes, he felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment coursing through his body. Chinyi, still somewhat bewildered, gently touched his face, noting an odd stickiness on his right cheek, akin to saliva. How peculiar. Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts and refocused his gaze ahead, where he discovered the three young women standing obediently before him. Unlike before, however, they had just emerged from a bath, droplets of water still clinging to their skin. The warmth of the hot springs had imparted a faint blush upon their bodies. Su Jiqian had donned a new pair of black stockings, which, unlike her previous ones, bore lettering across them. The still damp water from the springs had darkened certain areas of the stockings. Lung Luoli, on the other hand, had opted out of stockings entirely, her long and slender legs exposed to the air. She appeared as if she were barefoot, with only a transparent, ice-like high heel adorning her feet, her delicate toes peeking through. Hu Jiuyue had swapped her noble attire for a maid's uniform, her thin white thigh-high stockings snugly encircling her upper thighs. Noticing her master's gaze lingering on her, Hu Jiuyu shyly pressed her legs together and spoke softly. Master, do you like my outfit? Xinyi momentarily lost his train of thought, jolted back to reality by Hu Jiuyu's inquiry, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 21. Guiding the Disciple in Cultivation. Hu Jiuyu was indeed his third disciple, and he had just found himself captivated by her beautiful legs. What an indiscretion. Thankfully, the others seemed oblivious. Otherwise, it would have been quite the predicament. Unbeknownst to him, however, every one of his actions had been keenly observed by his three disciples. With a smile, Xinyi replied, "This attire suits you splendidly. By the way, from today onward, you shall officially become my personal disciple. This cultivation technique is meant for you. You may begin your practice." As he spoke, he handed Hu Jiuyu the cultivation method he had prepared in advance. The technique, known as the Demon Sky Sword technique, was distinct from those practiced by his other two disciples. Su Jiqian's technique leaned towards demonic arts, a blend of malevolence and allure, while Lung Luoli practiced an ice element technique capable of harnessing the energy of the heavens to slay invisibly. In contrast, Hu Jiuyu's Demon Sky Sword technique focused on wielding a colossal sword. Unlike a standard long sword, the great sword was larger and broader, demanding considerable effort to wield. However, its lethality was equally formidable, capable of cleaving mountains and severing the heavens with a single stroke. Hu Jiuyu took the technique, momentarily taken aback, before looking up at her master with astonishment. How had he known that she had longed to practice such a technique? She had always dreamed of becoming her master's sharpest blade, using her colossal sword to clear any obstacles in his path. However, it seems she has never spoken to her master before. How attentive her master is, quietly observing her all along, even having meticulously prepared the cultivation methods she prefers. She simply adores her current master beyond measure. At present, Chunyi has only 1,000 system points left, which she has completely exhausted in exchanging for a massive sword for Hu Jiuyu's cultivation. Upon distributing the cultivation methods and weapons, Chunyi addressed the three disciples. "Now, please open your cultivation methods, and I shall guide you in your practice." The three disciples complied, turning to the first page of their respective methods. As they opened the texts, a stream of golden light surged into their minds. The system's cultivation methods are custom-made and bound to a single individual. Each method can only be cultivated by one practitioner. The three disciples were astonished to find that the methods could be directly imprinted within their consciousness, allowing them to merely search their memories when they wished to practice. This was indeed extraordinarily convenient. In this world, each cultivator is permitted to practice only one method, and the quality of that method directly determines the strength of the cultivator. Now equipped with new cultivation methods, Chunyi intended to test their abilities while simultaneously establishing a training direction. With this in mind, she turned to her eldest disciple and said, "Qing, I shall accompany you in a spar. Release the first form of the demon soul technique, the demon suppression palm, and attack me." Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly rose. "Really? Master will personally guide my cultivation? This is wonderful. Thank you, Master." Once, her greatest joy had been practicing alongside her master, but after her master's temperament changed, those moments had ceased. Now that her master had returned to her former self, she could once again engage in joyous activities with her. In a short while, the two arrived at the square in front of the grand hall, standing opposite each other. Chunyi stood with her hands clasped behind her back, as a gentle breeze swept by, causing the hem of her azure robe to flutter gracefully, bestowing upon her an ethereal presence. Su Jiqian, standing across from her master, focused intently, adjusting her body to its optimal state. With respect, she announced, "Master, I shall make my move." Chunyi gestured with her hand, inviting her to attack at will. "Demon suppression palm," Su Jiqian exclaimed, extending her delicate hand as she concentrated her entire spiritual energy into her palm, launching a powerful strike toward her master. Understanding that her master was a practitioner at the divine concealment stage, she held nothing back, unburdened by concerns of causing harm. As Su Jiqian unleashed her skill, a formidable surge of malevolent energy erupted from her palm, coalescing into a mist that took the form of a hand. The malevolent energy emanating from the palm seemed poised to engulf everything in its vicinity. Had it not been for the heavenly pavilion, a gift from the system, equipped with extraordinary defensive measures, the surrounding structures would likely have been swept away, reduced to mere fragments. The fierce gust surged toward Xinyi, who was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming pressure contained within. While he had surmised that the technique bestowed by the system could be exceptionally potent, he had not anticipated such formidable power. The eldest disciple was only at the first level of the innate realm, yet this technique, the demon palm, exhibited a might that could rival at least the seventh level of the innate realm. It was important to note that this technique was newly acquired by the eldest disciple. Barely reaching the initial stages of mastery, with diligent practice, it would not be long before he could leap a significant realm to vanquish foes. Chunyi nodded with satisfaction, feeling an immense joy at the burgeoning strength of his disciples. The techniques practiced by the three disciples had been directly granted to him at the pinnacle of mastery upon exchange. Imitating the eldest disciple, he raised his hand and casually unleashed a palm strike, similarly manifesting the demon palm. A comparable malevolence burst forth from Chinya's palm, but unlike the eldest disciple, his aura immediately stirred the elements, causing the sun to dim as if shrouded in shadow. Su Qian, gazing at her master, felt as though an ancient demon lord from the demon clan was fixing his gaze upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. Yet, simultaneously captivated by her master's unparalleled beauty, her heart blossomed with a rush of infatuation. Such a visage was undeniably alluring. At this moment, her own attempt at the demon palm had long since shattered, dissipating into wisps of vapor in the air. Chunyi retracted the gust and spoke, "Continue. Let me witness your current prowess." Hearing her master's words, Su Qian snapped back to focus, nodding earnestly. This was a rare opportunity for direct instruction from her master, one she could not afford to squander. With this thought, she unleashed the demon palm once more, directing her attack at her master. Chapter 22. Where is the master? Su Qian's delicate voice echoed across the plaza as she repeatedly executed the demon palm in her assault on her master. Qinyu effortlessly countered each strike, while also guiding her on the flaws present in her techniques. After approximately the 20th attempt, Su Qian felt her spiritual energy nearing depletion, yet she persisted, continuing to unleash the demon palm. The master had not called for a halt, and this was an invaluable chance to train alongside him. How could she bear to end it? Before long, after delivering her final strike of the demon palm, she was drenched in fragrant sweat. Having expended all her internal energy, she felt utterly fatigued, barely able to stand. As darkness enveloped her vision, her body felt weightless, and she began to topple backward. The thought of collapsing during such a rare training session with her master filled her with a sense of sorrow. As the master beheld her disheveled appearance, he must have deemed her utterly useless. Unable to withstand even a few attacks, he would surely be disappointed in her. The mere thought of this filled her heart with an unbearable sadness, just as she felt herself about to collapse onto the ground. An unexpected warmth and softness enveloped her instead of the anticipated pain. She inhaled deeply, a delightful fragrance wafting towards her, prompting her to instinctively nuzzle closer. After indulging in this comforting sensation, she finally dared to open her eyes. Upon doing so, she found herself gazing into her master's gentle eyes. Indeed, it was only in his embrace that such a delightful aroma could be found. She had been nestled within his arms all along. Su Qian was immediately captivated by her master's handsome visage, momentarily rendered speechless. After regaining her composure, she expressed her remorse, saying, "Master, it is Qian's inadequacy that caused me to fall so swiftly." Whether it was guilt or some other emotion, her cheeks flushed crimson, extending even to her collarbone. Chunyi shook his head softly, responding, "It is not your fault. The demon subjugation palm exacts a tremendous toll on spiritual energy. The fact that you could unleash it over 20 times is remarkable. With this technique, you can vanquish any foe of the same realm and even challenge those beyond your level." He continued, "However, it is my fault for not having guided you in your training for too long, forgetting to call you to a halt." With an expression of contrition, he lowered his gaze, stealing another glance at Su Qian nestled in his arms. As a succubus, she possessed an irresistible allure, not merely in form, but also in the intoxicating scent that emanated from her being, making her utterly captivating to those of the opposite sex. Chenyi found his breath becoming somewhat erratic as a surge of unbidden desire ignited within him. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, forcing down the rising flames of passion, which allowed him to regain some semblance of calm. With his eldest disciple in a profoundly weakened state, barely able to stand, he chose to lift her in a princess carry, making his way toward her chamber. Su Qian experienced a sudden sensation of weightlessness. Instinctively wrapping her arms around her master's neck, nestled against him, she could hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which was noticeably quicker than usual. Glancing up at his slightly flushed face, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her master intended to, if he wished for it, Chinner would comply at any moment? Even in her weakened condition, she would wholeheartedly cooperate. Despite being a succubus, she had never experienced the intimacy between a man and a woman. The mere contemplation of what might transpire next caused her cheeks to burn hotter, her thoughts drifting into a haze. Soon, Chinyi had carried his eldest disciple back to her bedroom, gently placing her upon the soft bed. He then resolved to impart some spiritual energy to her, ensuring she would not remain in a state of weakness. As soon as Chinya's hand rested on the back of his eldest disciple, she unexpectedly turned around, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Her soft lips boldly pressed against his. Chunyi was taken aback, He had not anticipated that his frail disciple would suddenly embrace him, leaving him defenseless and vulnerable to her advances. He understood the impropriety of such an act, especially within the confines of her private quarters. After all, whatever transpired here would remain unseen by others. Instinctively, Qinyi attempted to push her away, but Su Jiqian firmly grasped his hand, sliding it downward. She released her grip on his lips, gazing at him with sultry eyes, and softly declared, "Qian wishes to serve you, master. I like you very much. Let us be together. Surely, you must have feelings for me as well, right?" Su Jiqian's bold confession revealed her suppressed affection, laying bare her innermost thoughts. Qinyi, not oblivious to her feelings, was taken aback by her words. If she harbored such sentiments all along, then the subtle intimacies they had shared over the past few days were indeed intentional on her part. Qinyi had also held deep feelings for her throughout the years they spent together, and the recent intimate encounters had stirred emotions within him that he had tried to conceal. However, with the situation having escalated to this point, there was no longer a need for him to hide. He did not reject her affection and boldly responded, "Qianer, I also have feelings for you." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jiqian, fueled by an unknown strength, sat up, her shapely thighs adorned in black stockings intertwining with his. Her seductive voice whispered in his ear, "I know your thoughts, master. I saw the way you gazed at me when I wore these stockings. Come, master, be with me." At that moment, Su Jiqian felt a soft touch on her lips, but this time, it was not she who initiated the kiss. Rather, it was master who leaned in first. Where is master? He was just on the square, practicing with senior sister. How could he vanish so suddenly? Cold Luo Li had been meditating with Hu Jiuyu, circulating her spiritual energy and honing her technique. Upon completing her meditation and opening her eyes, she was startled to find that two individuals had disappeared. Chapter 23. The Infuriating Curtains. Curious, she pondered the whereabouts of her master and senior sister. Nevertheless, she decided to set aside her concerns and focus on her cultivation. Once she perfected her technique, she would be able to protect her master fiercely with her newfound strength. Hee. Lang Luoli secretly wore a mischievous smile. The expression of this frost beauty was unexpectedly somewhat lewd. The practice of circulating spiritual energy through meditation was indeed a laborious endeavor. Realizing that beads of fragrant sweat had formed on her body, she decided to cleanse herself in the indoor hot spring. At that moment, the square was left with only Hu Jiuyu, who had been deeply immersed in her meditation. Her white stockings were already soaked with fragrant perspiration. Suddenly, she discerned a faint sound emanating from a nearby room, disrupting her focus. Due to the delicate structure of her elven ears, she was exceptionally sensitive and could instinctively catch sounds imperceptible to ordinary humans. Curiously, Hu Jiuyu opened her eyes and gazed toward her senior sister's room. Where did that sound come from? It was strange. Hadn't he, the master and senior sister, just been cultivating? Why were they now in the room? Overcome by curiosity, she slowly rose to her feet. She contemplated using her divine sense to investigate her senior sister's room, which would reveal what was happening inside. However, the thought of her master being present made her hesitate. It would be exceedingly impolite to intrude upon her master's activities in such a manner. Moreover, the person being probed could also sense the intrusion. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not commit such an affront against her master. Yet, if she could not use her divine sense, surely peering through her eyes would pose no issue, would it? With this in mind, Hu Jiuyu took a step toward her senior sister's room. Before long, she stood before the window of her senior sister's chamber. Her face filled with curiosity as she pressed her eyes against the glass. What she beheld next left her utterly astonished. There were curtains inside the window, obstructing her view and rendering everything invisible. Hu Jiuyu leaned against the window, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a twinge of guilt for her voyeuristic tendencies. Yet, she could not help but yearn to see what lay beyond. Just then, she felt a hand pat her shoulder. Startled by the sudden touch, she let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground. Stiffly, she turned her head to find it was her second senior sister, Lung Loli, who was drying her hair, still glistening with droplets of water. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "Junior sister, what are you doing here?" Having just finished her bath, she had noticed Hu Jiuyu's sneaky behavior by the window and approached out of curiosity. Hu Jiuyu, her face ablaze, shook her head vigorously, stammering, "And no, I wasn't doing anything." After Qinyi exchanged for the Tianshan Hall, the disciples' dormitories underwent a remarkable renovation, with the soundproofing now exceptionally effective. As an elf, Hu Jiuyu could barely catch a hint of the sounds, while Lang Luoli, being human, was completely oblivious to them. Cold Luo Li lifted the fallen Hu Jiuyu and said, "Let us practice together first. We can spar in the square." Really? Where could master and senior sister have gone? "I hope senior sister isn't sneaking off to indulge again," Luo Li murmured, her heart unsettled at the thought of her senior sister and master sharing a secret kiss somewhere. Nevertheless, even in Master S' absence, She could not afford to neglect her training. After all, she needed to wield her grand technique to protect her master fiercely. Handsome master, soon you shall experience the might of your second disciple's grand technique. A myriad of protective measures, relentless until exhaustion. At this moment, Hu Jiaoyu and cold Luo Li stood facing each other in the open square. Hu Jiaoyu glanced at the mischievous grin on her senior sister's face, her mouth twitching slightly. Weren't we supposed to train together? What are you thinking, second senior sister? She exclaimed. Second senior sister, can we start now? Hu Jiaoyu called softly. Upon hearing her junior sister's voice, Luo Li snapped back to reality, sheepishly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Once she regained her composure, she earnestly replied, all right, junior sister, be careful. Icefall technique. The icefall technique. The first form of the ice heart scripture that cold Luo Li practiced was a highly destructive move. As she unleashed the skill, snowflakes gradually began to swirl around her, and she slowly ascended into the air, conjuring a pure ice staff from thin air. Holding the staff aloft, the temperature around her plummeted. The ice and snow accentuating her aura, making her resemble an ethereal ice queen, sanctified and untouchable. Before long, multiple ice spikes materialized in midair, dense as a storm, capable of covering the entire area before her. Prior to unleashing her attack, she meticulously infused each ice spike with her spiritual power, ensuring her junior sister would remain unharmed. After establishing these precautions, she launched the ice spikes toward her junior sister. Hu Jiaoyu wielded a colossal sword, nearly her own height, which appeared quite heavy. However, thanks to her training in the Demon Sky Sword technique, she could wield it effortlessly. Clad in a maid outfit, brandishing a giant long sword, the contrast was rather charming. Resembling a battle-ready maid, as the ice spikes advanced, she gathered her spiritual energy into the massive sword, which began to tremble slightly, emanating a haunting violet glow. With a firm grip, she raised the great sword and swung it fiercely at the incoming ice spikes, simultaneously shouting, "Celestial Slay!" As her technique surged forth. An overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from the blade, transforming into a deep violet sword. She aimed directly at the ice spikes. The ground beneath her feet, strained by the force, began to cave in, cracking like a spider web and extending outward. The sound of her colossal sword echoed loudly, as if its might could shake the very foundations of the world, deafening in its resonance. It is hard to fathom how a well-proportioned and voluptuous elven maid could wield such power. Chapter 24. A Sister's Envy. A day later, outside, Long Luoli and Hu Jud engaged in an intense spar, having transitioned from unleashing skills to practicing martial techniques. Continuous spellcasting proved too exhausting, even for the exceptionally gifted pair, necessitating intervals for rest. Inside Su Jiqian's chamber, Chen Yi had just completed his own training. At that moment, Su Jiqian lay delicately upon the bed, eyes closed, her breathing steady, deeply immersed in slumber. The bedding bore several blooms of vibrant crimson roses. Despite being in a semi-conscious state, a joyful smile adorned her lips. After enduring so much hardship together, she had finally, at long last, truly united with her master. Moreover, she was the first. Yet, even as a succubus endowed with remarkable talent, she succumbed to drowsiness by the following morning. If her two junior sisters had been present, they might not have been able to withstand the experience. Thus, it was better that this blood was hers alone, considering the well-being of her two sisters. At this moment, Chen Yi sat at the bedside, gazing at the smiling visage of his eldest disciple, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. Now that he had developed such a bond with her, he knew he must take responsibility for the future. It seemed that not only would he need to compensate her in terms of their master-disciple relationship, but also in other ways. Nonetheless, as long as he could witness his disciple flourish, he would be utterly satisfied. Chen Yi tenderly leaned forward and kissed her forehead. In her dreams, Su Jiqian felt the gentle touch of her master and, in a state between wakefulness and slumber, murmured indistinctly, "Master still desires more? Qian'er is willing. We can continue." Chen Yi, upon hearing her vague words, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Goodness, is that how you perceive me in your heart? Could I truly ambush a disciple who has already worked through the night? Certainly not. With a smile, he tucked her blankets snugly around her, donned his attire, and stepped out of the room. It had been a day since his two disciples had last seen him, and he wondered how they were faring. In truth, he had yet to contemplate how to explain his relationship with Su Jiqian to them. Would it not seem rather inappropriate to state it plainly? In this world, such relationships between master and disciple were deemed shameful. What if his two disciples could not accept it and viewed him as a perverse master? For now, it was best to remain silent. When the truth could no longer be concealed, he would address it then. After leaving his eldest disciple's chamber, Chen Yi made his way towards the square. As soon as Chen Yi arrived at the square, he beheld Hu Jiaoyu wielding a colossal black sword, elegantly sweeping it through the air. The sword, animated by her vigorous movements, seemed to house an ancient dragon, slumbering within its blade. awakening with a roar at each of her strikes. However, considering her slender figure, Chen Yi found it difficult to fathom how such delicate wrists could lift this massive weapon. The contrast was indeed intriguing. At that moment, the morning sun poured its vibrant rays upon Hu Jiuyu's sun-kissed skin, while her maid outfit clung loosely, leaving her abdomen exposed. A few beads of fragrant sweat trickled down her defined abs, accentuating the unique hue of her skin and the feminine grace of her muscular beauty. In stark contrast, Lung Luoli sat cross-legged on the ground, her legs entwined. The atmosphere around her shifted under her aura, snowflakes gently drifting through the air. Numerous white flakes settled upon her head and long eyelashes, creating a stunningly beautiful sight, reminiscent of a meticulously crafted figurine. Her long, graceful legs and delicate feet were intertwined, drawing considerable attention. However, at that moment, Chen Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at their exquisite forms before quickly averting his gaze. It was simply a matter of the sage's time. He approached the two disciples, greeting them warmly. Upon noticing their master's arrival, both disciples eagerly advanced, wishing him a good morning. Long Luoli, Master, good morning. Hu Jiuyu, Master, good morning. Seeing his two exceptionally charming disciples greet him with such enthusiasm brought a joyful smile to Chen Yi's face. The vivacity radiating from them now was a stark contrast to the individuals he had encountered upon his arrival in this world. The sight of their health and happiness filled him with immense contentment. Yet, despite the protection he offered, this world remained fraught with peril. He understood the necessity of strengthening his disciples to prepare them for any impending crises. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi addressed the two disciples. Allow me to observe the fruits of your training. I shall personally guide you. Long Luoli contemplated inquiring about her master's whereabouts the previous day, but upon hearing him express his intention to instruct them, she decided against it. After all, her master had his own affairs, and it was prudent for her, as a disciple, to refrain from prying. Ultimately, what mattered most to her was that as long as her master returned safely and appeared beside them the following day, she would be thoroughly content. Even if he had ventured to annihilate worlds the day before, she would remain indifferent. Together, Lung Luoli and Hu Jiuyu made their way to the square, obediently demonstrating their techniques. As Chen Yi sat at the tea table beside the square, she occasionally pointed out the flaws in the techniques of her two disciples. Time slipped by gradually, until noon, when Su Jiqian finally awoke from her slumber. Blinking her eyes in a daze, she felt the lingering fatigue in her body, and the vivid memories of the previous day flooded her mind. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she recalled the events of yesterday. Now that she had shared such an intimate moment with her master, she felt emboldened to act more daringly in front of her two junior sisters. The thought of how envious her junior sister, Lang Luoli, would be ignited a sense of eagerness within her to see her master. After dressing, Su Jiqian tidied her disheveled hair in front of the mirror and stepped out. Chapter 25, The First Disciple's Enhanced Tea Leaves. Upon arriving at the square, she spotted her master seated at the tea table, instructing her two junior sisters in their training. Su Jiqian hurried over, first bowing respectfully to her master. Noticing the teapot was empty, she decided to brew a fresh pot for her master. Chen Yi smiled upon seeing her, nodding with concern as he asked, "Is your health completely restored?" His cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident, for he was the one responsible for her late rising. Understanding the underlying meaning of her master's inquiry, Su Jiqian smiled coyly and replied softly, "Thanks to your blessing, I have fully recovered." While conversing, she expertly prepared the tea, her delicate fingers deftly maneuvering with grace and proficiency. Occasionally, she would discreetly shield the teacup with her sleeve, as if engaged in some playful mischief. Before long, Su Jiqian presented the teacup to her master with both hands, respectfully stating, "Master, it's ready. Please enjoy." Her face radiated excitement as she watched her master, eagerly anticipating his reaction to the tea she had brewed. Chen Yi, seeing her enthusiasm, felt hesitant to dampen her spirits and decided to indulge her by lifting the teacup. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that she had perhaps added something peculiar while preparing the tea. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to drink it anyway. What harm could come from it? My disciple would tea do anything to harm me, he thought. He took a generous sip, savoring the fragrant tea as it danced across his palate. He meticulously assessed the flavor. It was definitively tea, yet there seemed to be an additional taste, one he couldn't quite identify, but felt oddly familiar. Chen Yi glanced at his eldest disciple with a look of confusion, about to inquire what he had placed inside. He then noticed his disciple, cupping his face with both hands, his pupils shaped like pink hearts, gazing adoringly at him, while a trickle of fragrant drool escaped from the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing that drool, Chen Yi's eyes widened in shock. Why does that scent seem so familiar? Wait, you didn't infuse your own essence into the tea for your master, did you? Is that not a bit too peculiar? He exclaimed. Chenner, you wouldn't tea. Seeing that her master had guessed the truth, Su Ji-qian no longer concealed her excitement and declared, "Does Master enjoy the tea I brew? If Master likes it, I shall prepare it for you every day." The mere thought of Master savoring the tea she had personally enhanced filled her with indescribable joy and a profound sense of possession. Although Chan Yu was very indulgent towards his disciples, he could not acquiesce to this particular matter. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hands in rejection, saying, "Let's pass on that idea. It would be best to leave the tea-making to your junior sisters." Upon hearing her master's refusal, Su Ji-qian's disappointment was palpable. Why did Master not appreciate the tea she made? Although she had added just a hint of a special ingredient. The sucker of a succubus was known for its invigorating properties. Master had been so busy yesterday, she merely wished to help him recover. With a downcast expression, she said, "Is Master dissatisfied with my tea? Yet last night, when we kissed, you seemed to enjoy it thoroughly." She had shed the burdens of master and disciple, and indeed, Xinyu had indulged quite a bit last night. However, that was an entirely different matter. At that moment, Long Luoli and Hu Jiuyu, having just concluded their training, approached intending to rest together. Halfway there, Hu Jiuyu, with keen ears, caught wind of their conversation and curiously asked, "What were you two discussing during the kiss, Master?" Upon realizing Hu Jiuyu had overheard him, Chunye's expression stiffened. This was not good. He was not prepared to make his relationship with his eldest disciple public. He hurriedly explained, "Oh, it's nothing. You two must be tired from your training. Allow me to teach you a method to meditate and recuperate, which will both stabilize your cultivation and restore your energy. Come, sit cross-legged as I do." Fearing Hu Jiuyu would pursue the topic further, he swiftly changed the subject. The three disciples, bewildered, were gently guided by their master to sit down and begin their meditation. Throughout this, Su Ji-qian observed Master's change in demeanor, her face beaming with a smile. Master had only been shy, worried about their relationship being exposed. It must be so, since Master wished to keep it a secret. She would play along, finding it quite amusing. Upon recalling the two charming junior disciples being kept in the dark, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. However, she was uncertain how long she could maintain this ruse. Regardless, everyone adored their master. Even if the truth were to be revealed one day, it would hardly matter. Yet, it was evident that their master remained oblivious to this fact, which only fueled her apprehension about the two junior sisters discovering the truth. Su Ji-qian mused to herself that perhaps this was for the best. Should the day arrive when their master became aware, and both Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu also expressed their affections for him, it would become challenging for her to enjoy his favor alone. Thus, any day she could prolong the deception was a day well spent. After solidifying her resolve in her heart, Su Ji-qian mimicked her master's posture, sitting cross-legged alongside her two junior sisters to begin their meditation. The hours of meditation passed swiftly, and before long, dusk enveloped the surroundings. The evening was remarkably tranquil, a time when individuals could find solace and let their thoughts drift far away. Tonight, the full moon hung majestically in the sky. Xinyu recalled that this day marked a family reunion in this realm. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the second and third disciples were earnestly meditating with their eyes closed, while only the eldest disciple kept her eyes open, seemingly lost in thought, her demeanor reflecting a hint of sadness. Xinyu approached her, wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and drew her close, softly inquiring, "What occupies your mind? Share it with your master." As Su Ji-qian felt the warmth emanating from her master and inhaled his unique fragrance, her emotions began to stabilize. Gazing at her master's handsome visage, she contemplated whether to confide in him about her predicament. Chapter 26. It cannot be. While the demon clan's territory was besieged by righteous cultivators, their master fortuitously passed by, rescuing her and ensuring the safety of her remaining kin. However, following a drastic change in his temperament and a subsequent defeat in battle against the San Yuan sect, his strength waned, leading to the near annihilation of the Tianxian sect's influence. The vulnerable demon clan lost their protector and faced renewed assaults from righteous cultivators, resulting in their kin scattering in disarray, with many dead or wounded. Throughout the years, Su Ji-qian diligently investigated the whereabouts of her kin during her assignments bestowed by her master, seeking to understand why the righteous sects had targeted them. Despite being labeled as demons, they had committed no heinous acts and had merely sought to cultivate their land and lead a tranquil existence. After years of inquiry, Su Ji-qian unearthed a lead indicating that the San Yuan sect had orchestrated the entire tragedy, playing a pivotal role in the events that unfolded. Most of her clan members were now imprisoned within the dungeons of the San Yuan sect, their fates uncertain. Even more heartbreaking was her discovery that the San Yuan sect might be exploiting the demon clan's unique physiology to clandestinely concoct powerful elixirs. This might very well be the reason the San Yuan sect had risen to become one of the formidable sects in this continent. Despite Su Ji-qian having unraveled all the mysteries, she remained compelled to keep this knowledge buried deep within her heart, too fearful to voice it aloud. After all, she lacked the means for vengeance, and considering her master's condition at the time, revealing such information would be futile. Moreover, she wished to avoid implicating her master in her grievances. Thus, she silently vowed to remember this enmity, hoping that one day, when she had grown stronger, she could repay the debt of revenge. Yet today was a day of reunion, and she found herself nostalgically recalling her parents. As she felt the gentle presence of her master, she instinctively leaned closer to his chest, regardless of the circumstances. The presence of her master and her two delightful junior sisters filled her with contentment. She softly expressed, "Master, you need not worry. To see you recovering and my sisters in good health brings me immense satisfaction." Chun-Yi reached out to gently ruffle her hair, planting a tender kiss upon her charming demon horn, and soothingly replied, "I have promised to take responsibility for you. Whatever weighs on your mind, you may share it with me. I have grown strong, indeed, exceedingly powerful, and can vanquish all adversaries. You may speak freely without concern." He sensed that his eldest disciple harbored some worries, feelings she hesitated to disclose. His earlier words were not exaggerated. With his current abilities, he could scarcely conceive of any force on this continent that could rival him. After all, the invincible start granted by the system was not mere rhetoric. Upon hearing her master's words, Succubus gazed at him with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Though her master had once been formidable, he had never reached the level of being able to eliminate all foes. Yet now, he boldly proclaimed such confidence, signifying a profound recognition of his own strength. Most importantly, Succubus recalled the techniques her master had imparted to them. The tears of those techniques were unlike anything they had ever encountered, according to her master. They might even transcend the celestial realm. Such techniques could not have been wielded by her former master, not to mention those above the celestial tier. Even earthly or heavenly ranks were beyond reach. Yet, her current master could effortlessly present them, tailoring the most suitable techniques for each of them based on their individual circumstances. This was inherently perplexing. She had previously reveled in the joy of her master's recovery, never pausing to contemplate these matters. Now, upon reflection, even the very abode they inhabited, the Tianxian Palace, seemed utterly extraordinary. Could it be that upon his restoration, her master had not only regained his spirit, but also awakened some extraordinary innate talent? Had he encountered an immense fortune? Or perhaps, her master had always been a powerful celestial being, concealing his true nature from them all along? Regardless of how she pondered, Succubus felt there was a considerable likelihood that her master spoke the truth. If her master truly possessed such strength, then revealing her family's plight to him should not pose a problem. Moreover, even if the master has not grown stronger, her mental state has now returned to normal, and she is unlikely to act recklessly. Therefore, expressing her feelings should not pose any issue. In truth, she harbors no desire to conceal anything from her master. To her, the master embodies everything. She would willingly offer all that she is, her body and her very soul. With these thoughts in mind, Su Qian extended her hand to cradle her master's face, intending to share her innermost thoughts. Yet, the unparalleled perfection of her master at this moment rendered her utterly defenseless. Even now, she yearned for her master's affection, gazing at her master's flawless visage. She licked her lips and leaned in closer. Chun-Yi felt his lips enveloped by a softness that he relished. However, he was still acutely aware that cold Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu were nearby, meditating with their eyes closed. While meditation requires concentrated attention, there remains a significant chance of being discovered. This simply cannot be allowed. Chun-Yi gripped his eldest disciple's shoulders, intending to push her away, yet found himself unable to summon the strength. The fervor of his eldest disciple seemed to release the pent-up disappointment she had felt not long ago. If the master did not appreciate her specially brewed tea, then this time, she would ensure it was all fed to the master. Let us see how the master could refuse now. The night was eerily quiet, and the sounds of their kiss rang out distinctly. Hu Jiuyu, with her keen ears, furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing it. She cautiously opened her eyes a crack, glancing sideways in confusion. Beside her was her second senior sister, cold Luo Li, who remained engrossed in meditation, her breathing steady and focused. Yet, next to her second senior sister, the eldest disciple, Su Qian, was no longer seated. The master was also nowhere in sight. Her gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, only to behold a scene that filled her with dread, perhaps due to her dual pupils. Her vision at night was exceptionally sharp. She observed, not far off in the clearing, her eldest disciple seemingly devouring their master. Wait, it wasn't he merely devouring. Realizing the current situation, she hastily turned her neck back, tightly shutting her eyes. Her cheeks flushed crimson, extending even to the roots of her ears. The eldest disciple had taken advantage of their meditative state to indulge herself. The rule against such indulgence had been established by the eldest disciple herself. How could it appear that she had never adhered to it, despite witnessing something she should not have? Hu Jiuyu could only shyly pretend to be oblivious. This is attributed to her character. Had Lang Luoli seen this, she would have certainly approached without hesitation. However, at this moment, Lang Luoli resembled a male protagonist from a certain film, sleeping soundly as if in a state of deep slumber, oblivious to the tremors surrounding her. Meanwhile, in the open space nearby, after savoring the fragrance, Su Jiqian began to act restlessly. At this point, Chunyi had finally regained his senses and hurriedly intervened. His breath quickened, yet he maintained his composure, whispering, "The two junior sisters are still present. We cannot continue this any further." Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian realized her misstep and slyly glanced back at the two junior sisters. Fortunately, they remained unaware. Nevertheless, if her master desired, even being discovered would not pose a problem. Yet, if her master remained hesitant, it would be best to pause for the time being. Having ceased her advances, Su Jiqian nestled in her master's embrace and began to confide her innermost thoughts. As Chunyi absorbed this revelation, his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Initially, the leader of the demon clan had entrusted Su Jiqian to him, allowing him to gain such an exceptional disciple. Given his current relationship with her, the demon clan could be considered his in-laws, and regardless of that connection, he was determined to offer assistance. Now, with his absolute strength, the vendetta against the San Yuan sect warranted retribution. Chunyi's mind formed a plan. Since he had reached a level of power that rendered him unafraid of any adversary, he would seize the opportunity to annihilate the San Yuan sect and demonstrate his might to the world. This would mitigate unnecessary conflicts, paving the way for a smoother reconstruction of his sect in the future. Contemplating this, Chunyi addressed his eldest disciple, "Here is the plan. Tomorrow, you and Liar will venture out, disseminating the news that the master of Tianxian sect has emerged from seclusion and intends to obliterate the San Yuan sect within 3 days. All disciples of the San Yuan sect should voluntarily withdraw, or they shall face dire consequences." He also instructed her to spread some of the misdeeds committed by the San Yuan sect in secrecy. Despite their numerous transgressions, they maintained the facade of a reputable righteous sect. This opportunity would tarnish their reputation, allowing Chunyi to assert his legitimacy. He allotted them 3 days. Believing that many disciples remained oblivious to the truth, he granted them this time frame to depart, yet whether they would truly leave was beyond his concern. He had already shown them ample mercy. In this realm, cultivators were either killers or the killed, and those who, like him, announced their intentions in advance had shown considerable compassion. Su Jiqian listened intently to her master's words, nodding earnestly, while her heart swelled with astonishment. The annihilation of the San Yuan sect was no trivial matter. It was a headline that would reverberate throughout the continent. Yet, her master spoke of it with such calmness, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. What kind of confidence does the current master possess to so effortlessly utter such words? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her anticipation grew ever stronger. The night was spent in meditation and cultivation, and by dawn, Su Qian and Lung Lili set out from the mountain together. Both disciples had now mastered the unified level of martial arts, making them nearly invincible among their peers in this realm. Even when faced with opponents of a higher tier, they could easily extricate themselves, especially when they were accompanied by one another. Moreover, Chunyi had long since inscribed spiritual energy marks upon the 3 disciples. Should they encounter peril, he would be able to sense it at any moment. With the departure of the eldest and second disciples, the Tianxian hall felt considerably emptier, leaving only Hu Jiuyu to keep him company. Among the 3 disciples, Hu Jiuyu held the lowest rank, being merely at the first layer of the acquired realm. Previously, during her sparring sessions with Lang Luoli, the latter had intentionally suppressed her level. However, after recent training, she had begun to sense faint signs of a breakthrough to the second layer. Kneeling beside the tea table, Hu Jiuyu brewed tea for her master. Observing her posture, Chunyi wished to invite her to sit, but Hu Jiuyu shook her head, insisting on remaining by his side. "You enjoy serving her master this way. May I request a gentle pat on the head?" She placed the brewed tea before him, and with a hint of pride, she spoke. Now that both elder sisters had left the hall, she felt emboldened, even daring to ask for a head pat. Such a gesture was quite natural, and Chunyi saw no reason to decline. He reached out to ruffle her hair while savoring a sip of the tea she had prepared. Upon tasting it, he found it to be quite ordinary, though it seemed to lack a certain depth of flavor. Wait. At that moment, Chunyi suddenly realized something amiss. Had he begun to develop a fondness for the tea brewed by his eldest disciple? No. This must be corrected. Meanwhile, as Hu Jiuyu reveled in her master's gentle caress, her expression grew increasingly blissful, and she gradually leaned against his leg. Once she had enjoyed enough of the moment, Hu Jiuyu finally spoke. "Master, Yuer feels that she is on the verge of a breakthrough. Could you assist me?" Achieving a breakthrough in cultivation is seldom a simple feat. When faced with obstacles, one often relies on pills or the guidance of higher-tier practitioners for assistance. In such moments, the importance of mentorship becomes apparent. However, as a prodigy with 6th-grade spiritual roots, Hu Jiuyu's transition from the first to the second layer of the acquired realm was unlikely to present significant challenges. Her request was, in truth, somewhat deliberate. Chunyi, feeling a touch of boredom in his leisure, was equally excited by her declaration of impending breakthrough, akin to the sensation of an egg he had nurtured finally hatching. Such a peculiar metaphor seemed to enhance the moment. Chunyi and Hu Jiuyu arrived at the square together, sitting cross-legged. Chunyi gently placed a finger on Hu Jiuyu's forehead, channeling his spiritual energy to guide the power within her as she sought to break through her current limitations. Hu Jiuyu could feel a warm flow of energy entering her body, meandering throughout her being. This sensation left her feeling as though she were completely exposed, not merely seen, but thoroughly understood. The process of breaking through a realm often involves discomfort, and Hu Jiuyu's expression grew increasingly serious as she approached the critical juncture. Were she to attempt this breakthrough alone, she would undoubtedly grit her teeth and endure the pain. However, with her master present and guiding her with powerful energy, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. The minor breakthrough progressed swiftly, and after a brief moment of discomfort, Hu Jiuyu experienced a wave of relief wash over her. Upon circulating her internal energy once more, she distinctly felt its increased potency and vigor. She had successfully ascended to the second layer of the postnatal realm. Realizing her accomplishment, she beamed with joy, embracing her master and exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Yuya has succeeded in her breakthrough. You are the best. Without your formidable and fierce spiritual energy, I could not have achieved this so smoothly." At the moment of her breakthrough, a notification echoed in Shinya's mind. Third disciple Hu Jiuyu has broken through to the second layer of the postnatal realm. Reward system points, 1,000. Though Chinya's strength was already unparalleled in this realm, he knew that there could be formidable beings such as transcendent immortals or great emperors lurking beyond. Due to the unique nature of his spiritual roots, the only way for him to enhance his own strength was through the accumulation of system points to exchange for advancements in power. Thus, his guidance of his disciples served not only to nurture them, but also to bolster his own strength, ensuring that he could protect those dear to him at all times. Upon hearing the notification of system points credited to him, Chunyi felt a surge of joy and excitement as he embraced Hu Jiuyu, encouraging her. "As long as Wei diligently practices, I believe you will soon catch up to your senior sisters." Noticing her elation, he sought to uplift her spirits further. As Hu Jiuyu basked in her master's warmth and gazed into his handsome visage, she found herself tantalizingly close to his lips, as though a mere breath could bridge the distance. The mention of senior sisters reminded her of a scene from the previous night when the eldest sister had stolen a moment to indulge in a secret pleasure while they were all meditating. She felt a pang of envy towards the eldest sister. Now, with no one around, she mused that perhaps if she accidentally brushed her lips against her master's, it would not be too grave a matter. With her thoughts racing, Hu Jiuyu slowly leaned in closer. Chunyi believed that the recent embrace was merely a consequence of Hu Jiuyu's excitement following her breakthrough, and he had not anticipated the subsequent turn of events. Initially, he had intended to encourage Hu Jiuyu further, but instead, he found himself unexpectedly kissed. He barely had time to prepare before his lips were enveloped by a softness. Their noses nearly touching. The warmth of their breaths mingled in close proximity, and Hu Jiuyu's hand rested against her master's chest, where she could feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. It was her first genuine kiss, and in her enthusiasm, they inadvertently tumbled to the ground. Although she understood that as a disciple, pinning her master to the floor was an act of great disrespect and a display of unruly behavior, she could not help herself. Chunyi felt the warmth of the delicate figure in his arms, her breath infused with a wave of heat. It suddenly dawned on him that he had crossed a line with his eldest disciple, and he ought to reject Hu Jiuyu immediately. To proceed further would undoubtedly be an act of infidelity. Compounding his dismay was the fact that he had sent Su Jiqian and Lung Luo Li away. While his intentions in doing so were innocent, should they discover what had transpired between him and Hu Jiuyu, he feared there would be no satisfactory explanation. In his mind, he envisioned the expression on his eldest disciple's face upon learning of his betrayal. He imagined her gazing at him with disdain, as if he were nothing more than refuse, filled with loathing. The mere thought of such a scenario left him with an inexplicable sensation. There was something oddly captivating about that expression. However, this scene could only exist within the confines of Chun Ye's imagination, as his eldest disciple would never exhibit such a look towards her master. Thus, this perverse thought would have to remain unfulfilled. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu, having just completed another offensive, leaned in once more. On any other day, she would not have been so audacious. However, with both of her senior sisters absent, she felt emboldened to pursue her desires. Chunyi regarded Hu Jiuyu before him, her unique, ethereal fragrance wafting to his nostrils, undeniably pleasant. Yet, no matter how delightful it was, he could not allow the situation to continue. in Chen Ye's eyes. Both Hu Jiuyu and Lang Luoli had spent years by his side without ever receiving education on such matters, leading to this unforeseen incident. This was his failure, his fault, and he should put a stop to it rather than indulge. As for whether Hu Jiuyu harbored feelings beyond that of a disciple for him, Chen Yi was uncertain. After all, there was the example set by his eldest disciple to consider. Regardless of the truth, it did not justify his infidelity. And as her master, he could not jump to conclusions. If Hu Jiuyu did not possess such emotions, then he would merely be indulging in his own fantasies. At this moment, Chen Yi was engulfed in myriad thoughts, fully aware and resolute in his decision to refuse. Yet, as he gazed upon the exquisitely delicate features of the elf before him, drawing ever closer, his initially firm hand to push her away felt increasingly languid. The wise time had long since passed, and he found himself unable to maintain control. Simultaneously, he noticed Hu Jiuyu's elfin ears twitching. Just as she was poised to lean in for a kiss, she abruptly withdrew her lips. Her keen ears had detected the rapid approach of two figures. Two senior sisters were returning. Chapter 29, Science Fiction, yet again. Realizing that her senior sisters were back, Hu Jiuyu's expression shifted to one of heightened anxiety, prompting her to hastily extricate herself from her master's embrace. Meanwhile, Chen Yi remained frozen in the pose of an impending kiss, unable to regain his composure. Presenting a rather comical sight, Hu Jiuyu, initially flustered by her transgression, could not help but chuckle at her master's endearing demeanor. He truly was delightful. He always feigned resistance, yet each time he derived immense enjoyment from the situation. Her resolve strengthened. She contemplated actions that would further transgress the boundaries of their master-disciple relationship. Surely, her master would not refuse her. Hu Jiuyu's ears, being physically present on her body, allowed her to instinctively hear many things. In contrast, while Chen Ye's consciousness could extend far and wide, it required his active intention to release it. Thus, it was Hu Jiuyu who first sensed the return of Suji Qian and Lang Luoli. At that moment, Suji Qian and Lang Luoli were nearing the Tianshan Hall. Traveling together, Lang Luoli, feeling somewhat bored, initiated a conversation with her senior sister. Senior sister, did you hear any strange sounds while we were meditating together last night? I thought I faintly heard something, but I was too focused to pay it any mind. Indeed, during her meditation, Lang Luoli, like Hu Jiuyu, had caught a hint of noise. It was not that her hearing was particularly acute, but rather that the sounds produced by Suji Qian and Chen Yi were rather pronounced. However, at the time, she dismissed it, assured by the presence of her master that there was likely no cause for concern, and thus did not open her eyes to investigate. Fortuitously, she refrained from doing so. Otherwise, she would have witnessed a scene that would have caused her distress. Upon hearing her junior sister's words, Suji Qian stifled a laugh. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It seemed they had nearly been discovered the previous night. The thought filled her with excitement. Stealing moments with her master in the presence of her junior sister brought her a sense of accomplishment. While Suji Qian cherished her exclusive moments with their master, she had never truly believed that he would belong solely to her. It was only a matter of time before Lang Luoli and Hu Jiuyu would also claim their share. Moreover, the two junior sisters had accompanied their master for as long as she had. If only she were to relish in this moment, it would indeed be quite unfair. Thus, she yearned for her junior sisters to also pursue their master, cherishing this fleeting opportunity to bask in his presence alone. After all, such moments may never come again. With these thoughts in mind, Suji Qian resolved to keep her sisters in the dark, replying, I didn't hear anything. There are numerous magical beasts nearby. Perhaps it's merely the mischief of some spirits. Suji Qian uttered a fib, her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Cold Luoli, perceptive as ever, noticed the subtle shift in her senior sister's demeanor. Leaning in closer, she scrutinized Suji Qian. It felt to her not like a spirit causing trouble but rather that her senior sister, the vixen, was the one stirring up mischief. Seeing her junior sister's unwavering gaze, Suji Qian's discomfort grew. She awkwardly scratched her lips and stammered, why are you looking at me? Can't a senior sister deceive you? Cold Luoli, observing her senior's flustered appearance, felt increasingly uncertain. However, as her senior stubbornly refused to admit anything, she had no choice but to let the matter rest for the time being. Before long, they soared above the Tianshan Hall. Upon arriving home, Suji Qian was taken aback to find her master lying on the ground, her face filled with astonishment as she rushed over. Master, what has happened? Why are you lying on the ground? It's cold. Please get up. Rest your head on my lap. My thighs are the softest. Before her master could react, she knelt down and gently placed his head on her lap. Chen Yi, startled by the sudden appearance of his eldest disciple, felt a tremor run through him. After all, he had only been lying there because of Hu Jiuyu's earlier visit. Wait, could it be that his eldest disciple returned so swiftly that she witnessed his encounter with Hu Jiuyu? Yet, seeing the tender expression on her face, it seemed unlikely she had seen anything. Nevertheless, he had been lying there for a while, and this unexpected perk was not to be overlooked. It must be said that his eldest disciple's thighs were indeed quite plump, both gentle and elastic, exuding a delightful fragrance unique to her. The alluring scent of the succubus was simply irresistible to the opposite sex. At this moment, cold Luali arrived late to the scene. Witnessing her senior sister having claimed their master, with her cheeks puffed in indignation, she too knelt down defiantly. "Master, my thighs are also very comfortable, and I'm not wearing any stockings." Cold Luali's legs, bare and elegantly shaped, contrasted with Su Jiqian, who wore black stockings. As she spoke, Cold Luali tenderly lifted their master, resting his head upon her lap. With a look of adoration, she lovingly caressed his head, lost in bliss. Chenyi barely comprehended the shift in position before it occurred. Although the thigh of the second disciple lacks the fullness of the first, the soft and delicate texture of her skin exudes an exquisite warmth, as if a mere touch would elicit moisture. The fragrant aroma wafting from the second disciple is enchanting, instilling a sense of tranquility within, a truly delightful sensation. Observing her beloved master being claimed, Su Jiqian, somewhat enviously, protested, "Sister, you are being unfair. I arrived first." How infuriating. She too yearned to caress their master's hair. Cold Luali, witnessing the scene, reluctantly moved closer, aligning their laps together, placing their master in the middle, each taking half. Chenyi found himself bewildered as he was shifted between the two. The disciple's laps were indeed comfortable, causing him to momentarily sink into the sensation. However, as he regained awareness, a realization struck him. He was the master. How had he come to be treated like a mere child, contested over by two disciples? Where had his authority gone? He could not simply succumb to the allure of the lovely disciple's laps. He needed to extricate himself. Despite these thoughts, after lying there for a while longer, he finally rose slowly. Clearing his throat, he attempted to salvage his lost dignity, addressing them with a serious tone. "Ahem. You both returned quite promptly. Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" The two disciples, observing their master's faint seriousness, felt their hearts race. The serious version of their master was undeniably charming. Every facet of their master was impeccably flawless. Su Jiqian clasped her hands together, floating them before her. Gazing at him with adoration, somewhat absent-mindedly responding, in answer to master's query, "It has been accomplished. In 3 days. The news of the destruction of the San Yuan sect will swiftly spread across all factions of this continent." Chapter 30. The second disciple's hidden thoughts. Su Jiqian, with her hands crossed and floating before her, looked at her master with eyes full of affection, somewhat distractedly replying, in response to "Master, it has been accomplished. The news of the annihilation of the San Yuan sect will soon reverberate throughout this continent's powers in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Chenyi nodded solemnly, feigning seriousness. The efficiency of his disciples was indeed remarkable. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the gazes of the two disciples were not filled with respect, but rather a hunger to devour him. Please, he was quite serious, after all. Today, Master Chenyi was also full of authority. Noticing that all 3 disciples were present, Chenyi adjusted his demeanor and addressed them. "Since we have 3 days remaining, we must not neglect our cultivation. I shall continue to guide you in your training. Hu Jiu, being only a practitioner at the post-heaven stage, would receive a bonus of 1,000 system points upon her breakthrough. In contrast, Chenyi would garner 20,000 system points upon advancing to the next realm. According to the system's regulations, the higher the disciple's level, the greater the system points awarded upon their breakthrough. Chenyi has begun to anticipate breakthroughs from his 2 disciples. As their master, he must strive diligently as well. Upon hearing her master express his intention to guide them in their cultivation, Su Jiqian leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! I love cultivating with you, master." Observing his eldest disciple's exuberance, Chenyi was suddenly reminded of their last training session. Halfway through, he had carried his frail eldest disciple back to her room, after which some indescribable events had transpired. With such enthusiasm, she couldn't possibly think that this session would lead to similar occurrences, could she? Rest assured, Master is genuinely here to guide your cultivation, with no ulterior motives. At that moment, Long Luo Li stepped forward, grasping her master's hand while placing her other hand gently over her heart. She said softly, "Master, it was my senior sister's turn last time. Now it should be my turn, right?" Su Jiqian, seeing her junior sister seize the opportunity, felt her excitement dampen. How could she forget there were 2 other junior sisters? Nevertheless, upon reflection, they were all excellent disciples of their master. It wouldn't be fair for her to monopolize this chance. She decided to temporarily yield this opportunity to her junior sister. Listening to his second disciple's reasoning, Chenyi nodded in agreement. Soon, the 2 stood facing each other in the open square. Chenyi beckoned to his second disciple, signaling her to make her move. At that moment, Lang Luoli stroked her chin, seemingly deep in thought. During the last training session with her senior sister, It appeared that her senior sister had continuously unleashed techniques, and once her spiritual energy was depleted, she had enjoyed the benefit of being cradled by their master. Now that it was her turn, would it work if she too unleashed her skills until she collapsed? A splendid plan indeed, having made up her mind. A smile crept onto Lung Luo Li's lips as she cheerfully addressed her master. Be careful, master. No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed her technique, the Icefall art. She conjured a pure ice staff from thin air, emanating a chilling aura, as countless strands of spiritual energy surged forth, creating a flurry of snowflakes in the sky. Soon after, lethal ice spikes manifested, raining down like a storm with a crackling sound. Simultaneously, a layer of frost enveloped the area around Lang Luoli. Anyone caught within this range would find their movements and attacks significantly hindered. Watching his second disciple's technique unfold, Chunyi nodded in satisfaction. After only a few days of training, she had already mastered such fluidity. With this single move, she could easily contend with multiple innate realm foes. Unlike Su Jiqian's techniques, which were more lethal against individual enemies, Lang Luoli's attacks leaned towards group assaults, capable of simultaneously attacking and restraining multiple adversaries. If the two were to collaborate harmoniously in battle, their combined might would undoubtedly be formidable. Shinyi contemplated as he casually extended his hand. A surge of spiritual energy erupting from his fingertips, shattering the ice spikes into fragments. Indeed, splendid, he remarked with satisfaction. Cold Luo Li gazed at her full-force strike, astonished that her master could so effortlessly obliterate it. Although he was 2 major realms above her, she believed that countering her attack would at least require a skill release. Yet, her master needed none. With merely a gentle tap, he resolved the matter. Truly, he was remarkable. Encouraged by her master's affirmation, Cold Luo Li's enthusiasm surged as she continued to unleash her skills. Chinyi effortlessly countered her every attempt while simultaneously advising her on the shortcomings in her technique. Time swiftly passed. The large-scale spell she conjured drained her spiritual energy immensely. After several rounds, she felt utterly fatigued. Cold Luo Li sensed her internal energy waning and knew that if she cast even 2 more spells, she would collapse, much like her senior sister had. At that moment, she would revel in her master's warm embrace. Moreover, after her sister had been carried away, she was absent for an entire day, leaving Cold Luo Li curious about the experience. Filled with anticipation, she prepared to unleash another spell. However, at that moment, she heard her master's voice. That will suffice, Lier. Sit down and rest for a while. If you continue, you will become exhausted, Chunyi advised his second disciple. He was keen to avoid repeating his previous mistake of neglecting to call for his disciple to halt, which had resulted in her energy depletion. Thus, a proper rest was necessary. Yet, upon hearing her master's words, Cold Luo Li stood there, dumbfounded. What? We can rest now? This is not what I expected. Why does it change when it comes to me? She longed to collapse into her master's arms too, unbeknownst to Chunyi, who was unaware of his second disciple's thoughts. The day had progressed to evening. After a long day, coupled with being toppled by his third disciple in the morning, he had accumulated quite a bit of sweat and decided to indulge in a bath to relax before resuming his instruction. You all take a break. I shall soak in the bath first, he informed his 3 disciples before heading toward the indoor hot spring. Upon reaching the indoor hot spring, Chinyi changed his attire and comfortably immersed himself in the warm water. The soothing warmth enveloped him, allowing him to feel an extraordinary sense of relaxation. And his thoughts became markedly clearer. Chapter 31. Teaching by example. Chinyi, having traversed through realms, inherited the memories of this body, and was acutely aware of the harshness of this fantastical world. Were it not for the companionship of his 3 disciples, he would find little joy in living in such a place. In essence, the 3 disciples represent his entire world, the objectives for which he strives and battles. Yet, Chinyi still vividly recalls the numerous disciples and elders from his former Tianqian sect who met their demise because of him. At that time, the previous host had declared war against the Sanyuan sect. Following his defeat, although many disciples fled, a significant number remained to fight and escort the former host to safety. Alas, without exception, they all perished in battle. The 3 disciples beside him now are the last surviving remnants. Although Chinyu has since recovered, he cannot compensate for the loyal souls who have passed. He understands that those disciples and elders who sacrificed themselves to protect him did not do so solely for his sake. Rather, their hearts had been deeply wounded by the actions of the previous host. Their unwavering desire to save Chinyi stemmed from the hope that he might one day revive and restore the former glory of the Tianqian sect. Once, the Tianqian sect was undoubtedly the most extraordinary entity on this continent, with its original master possessing a mind seemingly not of this world. He treated his compatriots kindly, refrained from discriminating against other races, and established the Tianqian sect as a sanctuary for countless cultivators of diverse lineages, a true haven. Countless disciples and elders, who had faced annihilation, persecution, and discrimination, found a new home and hope for survival within its embrace. Now that Xinyi has regained his strength, he feels compelled to reconstruct the Tianqian sect. At the very least, to honor those disciples and elders who perished for him or for the sect, even in this harsh, fantastical world. He yearns to restore the harmonious Tianqian sect, thereby providing a measure of solace to those lost souls. At this moment, Xinyi immersed half of his head in the hot spring, lost in a myriad of thoughts. With greater power comes greater responsibility. It appears that much lies ahead for him to accomplish. Meanwhile, outside the hot spring, in the courtyard, Su Jiqian observed her two junior sisters diligently meditating. With a playful demeanor, she rose and stealthily tiptoed away, ensuring she went unnoticed. She made her way directly to the indoor hot spring, and upon reaching the entrance, she knew her master was still inside. Yet, without knocking, she boldly pushed the door open and entered, promptly locking it behind her. Xinyi, caught off guard and unprepared for an intrusion during his bath, stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of his eldest disciple. Qianer? What brings you here? Wait. I haven't finished bathing. Su Jiqian, noticing her master's flustered state, advanced with a beaming smile and cheerfully replied, It's all good, master. Isn't this just perfect? Xinyi, even more perplexed by her words, wondered what she meant by perfect. Just then, with a splash, another figure joined him in the hot spring. And before he could process it, his lips were enveloped by a soft embrace from his eldest disciple, savoring the intoxicating fragrance of the succubus. Xinyi began to comprehend the current situation. His eldest disciple had stealthily slipped away while others were distracted, seeking him out. A hint of jealousy flickered across Su Jiqian's face. After their lips parted, she playfully remarked, I had initially intended to cultivate alongside master today. Yet I was outpaced by junior sister Ling. Observing the tender camaraderie between her master and junior sister Ling, Qian felt a pang of envy. Regardless, she was determined to claim her share. Su Jiqian was no longer the inexperienced succubus. She had grown bolder in expressing her desires to her master. Although she recognized that she could not monopolize her master's attention, given that the other sisters also required guidance in their cultivation, she yearned for more moments spent together. Witnessing the long hours junior sister Lang shared with their master had left her yearning for connection. Thus, she resolved to make up for her own time. After all, she now possessed the capability and the right to acquire what her sisters could only dream of. Let them be envious, she thought with a mischievous smile. Noticing the directness of his eldest disciple, Xinyi felt a flush of embarrassment, yet he understood the source of her jealousy. However, it was inevitable that he would guide Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu in their cultivation. This could not be avoided. He realized he must gently correct his eldest disciple's mindset, for as the saying goes, teaching by example is far more effective than mere words. Contemplating this, he leaned in and kissed his eldest disciple. Meanwhile, outside the hot spring on the plaza of the Tianqian Hall, Hu Jiuyu and Lung Luo Li had just concluded their meditation and were preparing to engage in a sparring session. Standing opposite each other, Hu Jiuyu positioned herself close to the indoor hot spring. She adjusted her breath, intending to summon the massive sword bestowed upon her by her master to begin her training. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a sound faint yet reminiscent of her senior sister's voice, tinged with despair, as if pleading for mercy. Seeing Hu Jiuyu lost in thought, Lung Luo Li cautioned, Junior sister, be careful. Senior sister is about to begin. Hu Jiuyu waved her hand dismissively toward her senior, her expression a mixture of surprise and anxiety. Wait, Lang's senior sister, I think I heard something. It seems our master is punishing senior sister Su again. Upon hearing her junior's words, Lung Luo Li hurried over, perplexed. Are you serious? I didn't hear anything. Oh right, I forgot your ears are particularly sensitive. But surely that can't be. Master has already recovered. How could he be punishing senior sister Su? Her expression bore a trace of skepticism, as if silently questioning whether her junior had misheard. Hu Jiuyu, sensing that Long Shiji remained skeptical, hurriedly clarified. It is true. I truly heard it, just over there. Allow me to lead you. Thus, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the indoor hot spring together. Chapter 32. The uncontrollable Hu Jiuyu Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu stood before the entrance of the indoor hot spring, pressing their ears against the door. They exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat bewildered. In the past, before their master had fully recovered, even if they had learned of her resorting to violence, they had no authority to intervene. Typically, others would wait until she had finished before offering assistance for healing. Yet now that their master had regained her strength, why would she still resort to such measures? As Hu Jiuyu listened intently to the sounds emanating from within, an inexplicable warmth crept upon her cheeks. In a hushed tone, she inquired of Lang Luo Li, what should we do? Unsure of herself, Hu Jiuyu hesitated to act independently. The thought of barging in and unexpectedly witnessing their master bathing sent a thrill through her. With that in mind, her delicate hand instinctively reached for the doorknob, her expression becoming increasingly entranced, as if lost in laughter. Noticing her actions, Lang Luoli swiftly grasped her wrist just as she was about to succeed. Exclaiming in mild astonishment, "Junior sister, what are you doing? If we disturb our master, we shall be punished." Startled by the interruption, Hu Jiuyu snapped back to reality and flusteredly explained, I don't know why, my hand just moved on its own." She then turned to Lang Luoli, seeking guidance. "What should we do now?" With a pensive expression, Lang Luoli pondered for a moment before responding, "Though we are unaware of what has transpired. To prevent any harm to senior sister, we should prepare medicinal supplies and tonics in advance, so that we may assist her as soon as she emerges." This procedure had been employed frequently before their master had regained her strength, and it was surprising to find it applicable once more. The thought that their gentle master was no longer present filled Lang Luoli with a profound sense of loss. Had she lost her chance to win her master's favor? Yet, it was somewhat reassuring that neither she nor senior sister had obtained it, thus restoring a semblance of balance. When their master regained her strength anew, she vowed to claim the first opportunity. Hu Jiuyu nodded in agreement, finding Lang Luoli's approach sensible. For now, they had no other choice. They proceeded to prepare the necessary remedies and awaited at the door. The scene shifted to the following morning. At this moment, Su Jiqian had donned her attire and stood before the mirror of the indoor hot spring, arranging her hair. Her expression radiated satisfaction, and her complexion had visibly improved. Once she had tidied her appearance, Su Jiqian slowly rose from her chair. For reasons unknown, her legs trembled slightly, and she lost her balance. Shenyi supported her from the side, preventing her from falling. With a hint of apology on his face, he gently inquired, "Are you all right? Do you need to rest for a moment?" Su Jiqian steadied herself, adjusting her posture. Although she had not fainted this time, she was undeniably fatigued. If others were to discover that this innate realm cultivator could hardly stand, she would surely be the subject of ridicule. Having experienced such moments before, Su Jiqian realized that she might indeed be overwhelmed by the affection of her master. It would be best for her to refrain from interrupting her master and the two junior sisters during their cultivation sessions. She hoped to facilitate their union sooner, so that additional sisters could share the burden. Su Jiqian gazed up at her master with an alluring expression and playfully remarked, "Yesterday, when you were imparting your values to me, you weren't nearly as gentle." Upon hearing her reproach, Qingyi felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his cheek. He began to explain, "That is because," before he could finish, Su Jiqian rose on her toes and kissed him. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. Su Jiqian licked her lips and, in a seductive voice, declared, "No explanations are needed. I am fine now. Let us go out. The two junior sisters have likely been waiting anxiously to see us." Shenya's face flushed from the unexpected kiss from his senior disciple. One could not deny that she had truly become more adept at such things. Thus, Qingyi supported Su Jiqian as they opened the door to the indoor hot spring. Upon entering, Su Jiqian noticed her two junior sisters waiting in the corridor by the entrance. The moment Lang Luoli saw her senior sister, she promptly offered a blanket, wrapping her up snugly. This blanket was specially designed to shield against the elements and alleviate pain from injuries. Su Jiqian was taken aback by Lang's actions. What was happening? Why was her junior sister waiting to drape a blanket over her instead of resting? Before Su Jiqian could comprehend the situation, Hu Jiuyu stepped forward, quickly placing a healing pill in her mouth. What are you two doing?" Su Jiqian mumbled, her words muffled by the pill. She was utterly perplexed. When had her junior sisters become so concerned for her? Were they worried about her weakened state after her encounter with her master, hence the preparation of the healing pill? But that couldn't be right. Lang Luoli was not typically so kind-hearted. Based on her recollection, if Lang were to discover her indiscretion, she would surely be furious. When had she become so magnanimous? After Hu Jiuyu delivered the healing pill, she approached their master, gazing up at him with soft eyes, gently holding his hand, and said, "Master, if you are still upset, you may take your frustrations out on me. I can withstand it." Hearing Hu Jiuyu's words, Qingyi was left utterly bewildered. What is this? He had just reached a state of satisfaction and was feeling quite comfortable. Why was he angry? Was Hu Jiuyu, in fact, attempting to act coy with him? Qingyi initially thought she was indulging in playful affection, so he extended his hand, intending to gently ruffle her hair. When Hu Jiuyu saw her master's hand approaching, she mistakenly believed he intended to strike her and anxiously shut her eyes. However, moments later, instead of experiencing pain, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort emanating from her crown as her master tenderly caressed her head. Observing the gentle expression on her master's face, Hu Jiuyu realized that he had not changed. He remained the same kind-hearted master. Upon recognizing this, Hu Jiuyu excitedly embraced him, nuzzling fervently against his chest. Qingyi affectionately stroked her back, while curiously inquiring, all right, what is going on here?" Chapter 33, Science Fiction Film 3. 0+ Lang Luoli gazed at her bewildered master and gradually began to comprehend the situation. The master had not struck the senior sister? He was still the gentle master she remembered, yet she had distinctly heard otherwise the previous night. Unsure, she decided to investigate further. With that thought, Long Lolly pushed aside the blanket draped over her senior sister and burrowed in, scrutinizing closely. Su Jiqian, noticing the sudden intrusion of her junior sister, felt a ticklish sensation and playfully pushed her away, exclaiming, "Haha, what are you doing, junior sister?" Before long, Long Lolly emerged from the blanket, her eyes alight with excitement as she grasped her senior sister's arm and declared, "You're really all right, senior sister. It's such a relief to see you safe." As she spoke, she embraced her tightly. Although they often bickered, their bond had never wavered. The previous night, the thought of her senior sister suffering had weighed heavily on her heart. Now, seeing both her senior sister and master unharmed, the burden of anxiety had finally lifted. Su Jiqian observed her overly exuberant junior sister, perplexed as she gently patted her back. After contemplating the sequence of events, Su Jiqian recalled that her conversation with the master from the previous night must have been overheard by her two junior sisters, leading to the current scene. Realizing this made her feel a bit embarrassed and shy, she needed to be more cautious in the future to prevent unnecessary worry for her two junior sisters. However, as Lang Luoli held her senior sister, she suddenly vanished. Su Jiqian looked on in confusion, having just held her junior sister in affectionate play. Where had she gone? Turning her head, she discovered that Lang Luoli had already scampered into the master's embrace to seek comfort. "Goodness, you little imp," she exclaimed. "You've played me for a fool. I was moved for nothing." She warned, "Be careful, junior sister, for I might just tease you in front of everyone next time." At that moment, Lang Luoli wore a triumphant expression, a sly smile gracing her lips. Her senior sister was simply too naive. In her heart, Lang Luoli gently rested one hand against her master's chest, her expression tender and affectionate as she gazed up at him. Her voice, crystal clear, resonated as she spoke. "Master, I am still somewhat concerned about your condition. May I take a look?" Upon hearing the inquiry from his second disciple, Jinyi found himself perplexed. How could one ascertain such a thing? Before he could voice his confusion, it seemed that Lang Luoli had discerned her master's thoughts as she gradually leaned in closer. A soft warmth enveloped him, and the delicate fragrance of the young woman blossomed in his senses, filling his nostrils with her unique, gentle scent. Perhaps due to her cultivation methods, there was often a coolness surrounding Lang Luoli, even amidst the scorching summer heat. However, at this moment, the direct contact with her master caused her entire being to heat up. After a considerable while, they slowly parted. Lang Luoli's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she shyly averted her gaze to her master's chest, softly articulating, "Master, this is indeed the best way to assess your current condition." As long as she leaned in for a kiss and her master did not refuse, it would confirm that he remained the gentle master she cherished. Though Chinyu was enveloped in a sage-like reverie, the unique, refreshing allure of Lang Luoli was equally captivating as that of the enchanting eldest disciple. His face turned crimson, but he could not forget that his eldest disciple, who had just shared an intimate moment with him, was still nearby. Was this not tantamount to infidelity? Feeling somewhat guilty, he cautiously glanced at the eldest disciple's reaction. To his surprise, she was staring at the sky, seemingly oblivious to their interaction, as if reluctant to intrude upon the two. What an odd situation. Chinyi was baffled. Little did he know that, despite the formidable presence of the eldest disciple, she had relinquished her desire to monopolize their master not long ago. The reason was simple. Her body could no longer bear the strain. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu hesitated, her fingers fidgeting as she mustered the courage to speak earnestly. "Master, I too wish to." Chinyi was taken aback. He had not anticipated the usually shy Hu Jiuyu would utter such bold words, especially in the presence of her two senior sisters. Unbeknownst to him, upon realizing that her master had not changed, Hu Jiuyu was overwhelmed with joy. With the tension dissipated, she yearned for recompense. However, coaxing Chinyu to kiss her in front of the other disciples made him feel somewhat bashful. Kissing the eldest disciple would be more acceptable. As they had already established that kind of relationship, he could simply be forthright about it. Yet, initiating a kiss with Hu Jiuyu conveyed a different sentiment, one more akin to openly seeking affection. After all, he was not as naive as the other disciples. When a disciple kissed him, it might have been a sincere expression of excitement, but he understood everything. Of course, this was merely Chunya's inner thoughts. He was unaware that the disciples comprehended him even better. At that moment, having prepared himself mentally, he seemed to have made a resolute decision, and his head began to move slowly. However, before he could take the initiative, he felt his neck being tightly embraced, followed by a soft sensation upon his lips. Well, it was yet another day of being unexpectedly overthrown by a disciple. After a considerable time, Hu Jiuyu finally released her master, her bashful demeanor seemingly radiating steam from her blushing crown. Chinyi let out a sigh of relief. Surely, the two disciples would no longer need to worry about him. Seeing that their emotions had stabilized, He gently patted their heads and said, "You must be exhausted after a sleepless night. Go take a short nap. I will guide you in your cultivation at noon." The two disciples nodded in unison before obediently departing. In the room of Long Luoli, she felt a sense of relief upon learning that both her master and senior sister were safe. Returning to her bed, she embraced the quilt, intending to enjoy a comfortable slumber. Only by resting well could she present herself perfectly before her master. Long Luoli's beautiful eyes gradually closed, and the opulence of the room seemed to pale in comparison to her exquisite visage. As she was on the verge of sleep, thoughts of the recent events crept into her mind. Chapter 34. What happened? Just as she was about to drift off, she recalled the earlier incident. She and Hushimi had kissed their master. Yet, it seemed that the senior sister had not. How strange. In the past, the senior sister would have eagerly rushed forward. Today, however, her senior sister had behaved unusually. Upon reflection, it was truly unfortunate that the senior sister had not kissed their master. How pitiful indeed. With this thought, a smile of satisfaction adorned Lang Luoli's face. As she tucked herself under the quilt, she prepared to enjoy a delightful sleep. Not long after, in that half-dreaming state, just as she was about to succumb to slumber, her brows furrowed deeper, as if she suddenly recalled something, and her expression darkened. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. No, something was terribly amiss. Just moments ago, she had been enveloped in her master's gentle embrace and, having realized that her senior sister was unharmed, she had let her guard down. She had overlooked these significant discrepancies. If her master had not harmed her senior sister, then what had transpired between them throughout the day and night? What had happened? The more she pondered, the more incredulous she became. And she abruptly sat up in bed, her expression one of utter disbelief. She seemed to have grasped something profound. A peculiar sound echoed, and two figures appeared, only to vanish together. Surely, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern the anomaly. How absurd. At that moment, Hu Jiuyue, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by an unexpected sneeze. Hu Jiuyue, Meanwhile, Long Luoli clutched the blanket tightly, unable to regain her composure. Startled from her dreams, she pondered, "Am I truly the fool in this scenario?" No wonder senior sister was behaving so unusually today. It seemed she had already indulged herself. After contemplating for a considerable time, Lang Luoli settled back down, enveloping herself in the blanket. In any case, she must find an opportunity to inquire about this matter thoroughly. This was no mere infraction. It was a blatant transgression of time itself. As the clock ticked towards noon, Long Luoli and Hu Jiuyue took a brief respite before proceeding to the square to meet their master. At that moment, Chen was instructing the recently revived Su Jiqian in her training. Upon seeing the two girls, he decided to allow his eldest disciple a moment's rest while switching to another practitioner. Chen addressed Hu Jiuyue, saying, "It is your turn now, Yue. Let me observe how you wield your colossal sword." Hu Jiuyue, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with excitement. Finally, she could train alongside her master. She had prepared for this moment for a long time and was determined to impress him. The two stood facing each other in the square, and Hu Jiuyue summoned the colossal sword bestowed upon her by her master. The sword towered over her, inscribed with intricate runes that emanated a faint golden glow. A terrifying aura lay within, as if it could obliterate anything in its path with an unstoppable force. This magnificent sword was acquired by Chen Yi from the system store, possessing an extraordinary rank that surpassed even the mightiest beings in the current world. However, Hu Jiuyue's cultivation level was still quite low, and she might not be able to unleash the sword's full potential. Chen Yi gestured for Hu Jiuyue to commence her attack. She bowed respectfully in her master's direction and said, "Master, please be cautious. I may be impertinent." In her desire to showcase her complete prowess before her master, Hu Jiuyue adjusted her inner spiritual power to its optimal state, gripping the colossal sword tightly. She channeled all her energy into it and suddenly lifted the weapon high above her head. A thunderous sound of slicing air erupted, echoing as though an ancient dragon were roaring. Zhu Xian slash. She swung the sword downwards with tremendous force, executing the first move of the Demon Heaven Sword technique, Zhu Xian slash. A violent wave of sword energy burst forth, instantly reducing the square beneath her feet to ruins and debris. This sword energy resembled a whirlwind, capable of annihilating everything in its path. The square of the Tianxian Hall was specially crafted, making it resistant to ordinary attacks. Yet, it could not withstand the might of this Zhu Xian slash. The power of this technique is as formidable as its name suggests. When mastered to perfection, it may very well be capable of vanquishing the true immortals of this world. Although the plaza has been ravaged by the technique, there is no cause for concern. The shattered elements of the heavenly Xian Hall will restore themselves to their original state. Chen Yi gazes at the howling sword wind with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, perhaps due to the nature of her martial arts. Despite Hu Jiuyue being merely at the acquired realm, a level below her two senior sisters, the might of her unleashed technique is not significantly diminished. It is noteworthy that all three disciples cultivate a martial art of the same tier, and theoretically, there ought not to be a considerable disparity. However, Chen Yi also discerns the flaws in Hu Jiuyu's execution. While her technique is astonishingly powerful, it requires a considerable preparation time and a period of rigidity upon release, rendering her vulnerable to counterattacks from her adversaries. Compared to the eldest disciple, although both wield potent offensive techniques, the eldest disciple's attacks exhibit greater agility. In a confrontation, if the eldest and second disciples engage in a strategic hold while the third disciple prepares for a decisive strike, their combined might would likely be utterly devastating. Moreover, having relied on one another for many years, their synergy would only amplify their ferocity in combat. Should they face cultivators from this continent, it is entirely feasible to contend with foes 2 realms above them. At this moment, Chen Yi realizes that the system had already anticipated these dynamics when it equipped the disciples with specialized martial arts. He cannot help but marvel at how remarkably considerate the system is. System, so you only think of me when you need something, huh? Upon hearing the system's sarcastic remark in his mind, Chen Yi awkwardly scratched his head, observing the impending sword wind. He extended 2 fingers and casually pointed at the oncoming attack. Instantly, the sword wind shattered into nothingness. Hu Jiuyu looked at her master in astonishment, mirroring the expressions of her senior sisters when they first witnessed his prowess. To effortlessly dismantle her full-force strike with a mere gesture of his physical form? How astonishingly powerful and handsome is the master, who could possibly withstand such presence? Chapter 35. Hu Jiuyu's training. Gazing at her master's flawless demeanor, she found herself momentarily entranced. At this juncture, Chen Yi approached Hu Jiuyu, took the colossal sword from her grasp, and offered guidance on the shortcomings of her earlier technique, while Hu Jiuyu appeared to attentively nod in acknowledgement. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by a fervent desire to unveil her master's secrets. Shortly thereafter, having conveyed all necessary instruction, Chen Yi continued, "Have you noted everything? Now, unleash your technique once more for me to observe." Hu Jiuyu, upon receiving her master's command, was rendered utterly dumbfounded. She had been preoccupied with her master, yet her gaze continually wandered through the collar of her mentor's robes, secretly stealing glances at his chest. Alas, in truth, she had not absorbed much of his instruction. Now that her master requested her to demonstrate a technique, she was at a loss. Typically not one to concoct falsehoods, she opted for honesty. "I apologize, master. I have not yet mastered it." Upon hearing Hu Jiuyu's words, Chen Yi felt no irritation. To better correct her posture, he grasped her hand, providing direct and personal guidance. As their hands interlocked, their bodies nearly brushed against one another. Once he had adjusted her grip, he also supported her waist, enabling her to execute the technique with greater strength. When his hands made contact with her skin, he was momentarily taken aback. Hu Jiuyu's physique was indeed remarkable. Her feminine muscle definition was strikingly pronounced. The sensation of touching her was distinctly different, quite unique. "Wait, what am I thinking?" Chen Yi abruptly shook his head, regaining his composure. How could he allow his thoughts to wander while instructing his third disciple? She was so earnest in her training, and here he was, indulging in such thoughts. How shameful. Once he refocused, he addressed Hu Jiuyu. "Have you remembered what I taught you? Now, try to execute the technique." As he spoke, he noticed Hu Jiuyu appeared to be in a daze, lost in thought. Surely, she was contemplating the techniques he had just imparted. His third disciple was exceptionally dedicated. He, as her master, needed to rally himself as well. You well? Noticing her fixation on him, Chen Yi called out. Upon hearing her master's voice, Hu Jiuyu snapped back to reality. She had been so close to him, surrounded by his pleasant scent, and he had even touched her waist. It was difficult not to let her thoughts wander. She couldn't help but imagine that if circumstances allowed, she and her master could share this expansive plaza together, creating a scene all its own. Clearly, her master's guidance had not penetrated her thoughts as she should have remembered. Hu Jiuyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had instructed her twice, and she had failed to retain any of it. How was she to face her master now? She felt utterly inadequate as a disciple. Yet, she could not hide her shortcomings from him, so she confessed, "Master, I am sorry. I still have not remembered." As she spoke, her gaze fell awkwardly to the ground, her palms sweating, overwhelmed by shame. Although she recognized that her wandering thoughts were inappropriate during his teachings, her master was simply too perfect. She admired him immensely. Still, Chen Yi showed no signs of annoyance upon hearing her admission of forgetfulness. In his view, it was his teaching approach that was flawed, resulting in his disciple failing to remember even after being told twice. He felt profoundly inadequate as a master. At this moment, Chen Yi's sense of shame rivaled that of Hu Jiuyu. Contemplating this, Chen Yi resolved to guide Hu Jiuyu once more. Just as he was about to speak, Hu Jiuyu unexpectedly grasped his hand, as if she were preparing to express something significant. With a hint of confusion, Chen Yi inquired, Yuer, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to convey? After a brief internal struggle, Hu Jiuyu summoned her courage and, with a serious expression, gazed into her master's eyes, declaring, Yuer failed to retain the master's teachings, as my thoughts wandered elsewhere. I am at fault and deserve punishment. Please, master, punish me. I should be punished. Xinyi was taken aback by her insistence on punishment. The 3 disciples he cherished most were not to be punished. He could scarcely bear to harm a hair on their heads, let alone impose punishment on the endearing Hu Jiuyu. He shook his head gently and replied, It is quite all right, Yuer. I shall teach you again. If you still do not remember, I am willing to continue instructing you. Let us forego the notion of punishment. As Hu Jiuyu beheld her master's gentle expression, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. She had erred, yet instead of anger. Her master demonstrated endless patience and tenderness in his teachings. Such a master was exceedingly kind, and her affection for him swelled immeasurably. Chapter 36. The senior sister and the junior sister. At that very moment, on the opposite side of the square, Long Luoli and Su Jiqian sat together on a stone bench. Initially, both were engaged in meditation. However, Su Jiqian sensed that her junior sister, Long Luoli, bore an unfriendly demeanor towards her. Even while meditating, Lang Luoli's beautiful eyes remained open, seemingly fixed on her since the moment they had met today. At first, Su Jiqian dismissed her feelings, but as time passed, she recognized the unusual tension. Today, her junior sister appeared particularly frosty. Understanding Lang Luoli's temperament, Su Jiqian knew that when she was angry, the surrounding temperature would plummet. Judging by the current chill, her anger levels were quite significant. With a stiff neck, Su Jiqian turned to face her, offering an awkward smile. Junior sister, you seem, to have a more refined aura today. Although she was unaware of how she had offended her junior sister, she sensed that something had gone awry and felt compelled to inquire further. Seeing her senior sister take the initiative to speak, Lang Luoli revealed a smile tinged with mischief, responding, Oh, not at all. No matter how you adorn yourself, you can never eclipse the charm of your senior sister. After all, she mused, her senior sister had captivated even their master. My dear senior sister, do you not have anything you wish to clarify? As she spoke, her fists were tightly clenched, and the stone chair beneath her seemed to chill to the bone, as though coated in frost. Upon hearing the final words of her cold junior sister, Su Jiqian suddenly comprehended the source of her anger. So it was the revelation of her affair with the master that had incited such fury. No wonder she was so irate. Everything suddenly made sense. Although Su Jiqian had not intended to keep it a secret from everyone, she had not anticipated that it would be exposed so soon. Truly, her junior sister was as astute as she was cold. However, the situation had now become quite troublesome. Had she confessed to her junior sister earlier, even if it had provoked some anger, it would have been manageable. Yet, if her junior sister discovered it on her own, that would be an entirely different matter. With her hands raised in a gesture of surrender, Su Jiqian stammered, Junior sister, please don't be agitated. Allow me to explain. In her flustered state, she felt as though a great word of danger loomed over her head. Cold Luoli gazed sternly at her senior sister, demanding, Very well. I'm most curious to hear what tale you can weave. Do not dare claim that it was initiated by the master, from what I know of him. That is utterly impossible. It is one thing for you to sneak around with him in secret, but this is an entirely different matter. You could at least have included me in this. I am not entirely unamenable to the idea. After all, you have concealed this from me, and I require a reasonable explanation. At that moment, Su Jiqian's mind raced, realizing that ordinary lies would not suffice to deceive her junior sister. She resolved to employ another method. The unique charm of a succubus not only stirs desire, but can also manipulate thoughts and consciousness. With this in mind, Su Jiqian devised a plan, albeit uncertain of its efficacy. She feigned a look of pity and softly addressed her junior sister, Dear sister, I did not intend to keep this from you. Look into my eyes. Cold Luoli, not thinking much of it, met her sister's gaze. Suddenly, she observed her sister's pupils change color before reverting back. Being well-read, Cold Luoli recognized this as a charm technique exclusive to succubi. However, having cultivated her ice-based powers, she had long since frozen her heart, rendering her incapable of harboring such feelings for anyone other than her master. Even the formation of friendships was a challenging endeavor. If not for the early acquaintance with Su Jiqian and Hu Shimei, along with the many experiences they had shared, she would have found it difficult to regard them as true friends. Thus, her sister's charm had no effect on her whatsoever. In fact, the realization that her sister had employed such a technique against her only fueled her ire. You sister, you claim to seek an explanation, yet you resort to trickery instead. She fumed. It seems I must teach you a lesson, for this cannot go unaddressed. Su Jiqian gazed at her junior sister, Lang Shimi, whose expression had grown increasingly terrifying, and she began to sense that something was amiss. She was quite certain that she had just cast a charm on Lang Shimmy, and logically, it should not have failed. Yet, the enchantment appeared to have no effect whatsoever on her. Not only did it fail, but it seemed to have enraged her instead. This was dire indeed. As Su Qijian observed the ominous clouds gathering above, she noticed small ice fragments beginning to materialize from the sky. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and just as her junior sister was on the verge of erupting, she clutched tightly onto her leg, wailing pitifully. Senior sister was wrong. I shall never dare again. You must understand, my dear junior sister. Our master is so perfect that I couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. I promise, from now on, whatever you choose to do, I shall not intervene. Lung Luoli, who was already on the brink of an outburst, found herself taken aback by her senior sister's sudden display of desperation. She had never anticipated such a tactic, her senior sister weeping before her. Moreover, was the statement about their master's perfection truly a valid excuse? Although Lang Luoli felt a torrent of dissatisfaction brewing within her, witnessing her senior sister's sorrowful demeanor stirred something in her heart. After all, they had been friends for many years, supporting one another through thick and thin. Observing her senior sister's plight, even her icy heart began to thaw slightly. And she reluctantly remarked, Hey, senior sister, what is this? Let go of me. Don't think this will earn my forgiveness. Upon hearing her junior sister's words, Su Qijian stubbornly clung to her leg, continuing her lamentation. I won't let go unless you say you forgive me. However, she added, on another note, I should explain myself. Let me tell you, that day, our master wore a sky blue robe, the most splendid attire I have ever seen on him. When he carried me back to the room, the ambience grew dim and his handsome face became partially obscured, making him even harder to resist. Following that, things proceeded in a manner that was quite intense. Su Qijian recounted the events of that day with unabashed enthusiasm, showing no sign of modesty. After all, she was confiding in her junior sister, who also admired their master. Surely, sharing such experiences was harmless, was it not? Her junior sister would surely enjoy hearing about it. However, as Lung Luoli listened to her senior sister's increasingly outrageous narrative, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. She promptly interrupted. Wait a moment, senior sister. Enough. You said you would explain, but what kind of explanation is this? This sounds more like the inner thoughts of a criminal, a confession of sorts. Lang Luoli's expression was a mix of laughter and tears, torn between exasperation and amusement. You asked for an explanation. But how is this any different from directly detailing a crime? And now you choose to speak candidly? Moreover, you provide such intricate details. The sensation coursed through her, leaving her heart fluttering and tingling, almost unbearable. She longed to catch a glimpse of her master's sculpted abs. When Su Qijian noticed her junior sister's reluctance to speak further, a hint of disappointment washed over her, prompting her to ask, Do you truly not wish to hear more? There were indeed more tales to tell, though she could hardly remember the details after that, as she seemed to have succumbed to a deep slumber. Lung Luoli's reaction was one of sheer astonishment. A deep slumber? Her feelings had shifted from initial anger to profound shock, her expression reflecting the incredulity of her sister's revelations. As Su Qijian continued, she could hardly fathom how outlandish the subsequent topics might become. Hastily, she interjected, Stop right there, sister. Even if I forgive you, I implore you to cease your narration. If I hear more, I shall surely lose my sleep tonight. How could she, a pure and innocent young girl in her blossoming youth, possibly maintain her composure amidst such tantalizing details? It must be said, however, that her sister was indeed a temptress, daring to discuss such matters with her. She couldn't help but wonder how their master would react upon learning of this conversation. Upon hearing her junior sister's forgiveness, Su Qijian felt a surge of excitement. To her surprise, she had managed to navigate this situation so cleverly. Her sister was truly innocent. It was no wonder she had yet to win over their master. At this pace, it seemed she might take an eternity to reach him. Realizing this, Su Qijian felt an obligation to guide her junior sister. In the ensuing scene, as Su Qijian contemplated the situation, she gradually ascended her junior sister's slender and graceful legs, a smile illuminating her face as she cheerfully proposed, Sister, might you require some guidance from your elder? With but a few clever strategies, securing their master's heart would be utterly achievable. Before she could finish her sentence, however, Lung Luoli forcefully pushed her away, a look of disdain upon her face as she retorted, This is my own affair. I must handle it in my own way. Without your instruction. And do take your alluring scent elsewhere. Being so close is suffocating. Lung Luoli had always maintained a distance from others, even from her sister. While they occasionally brushed against each other, she was uncomfortable with such deliberate proximity. The alluring fragrance that surrounded a temptress like Su Qijian, while captivating to many, was less appealing to her. It could hardly be described as a foul odor, but it simply did not possess the same enchanting quality that others found irresistible. The only ones permitted to touch her were, aside from their master, her sister and junior sister, who represented her final boundary. Their master was a unique case. With him, not only could she engage in contact, but there were also more pleasurable pursuits she could enjoy. As Sujiqian found herself being pushed away by her junior sister, she suddenly felt the sting of rejection. She lay pitifully on the ground, resembling an abandoned infant, her face etched with despondency and helplessness. In a fragile voice, she lamented, "Junior sister, I once believed we were the best of friends, yet it seems it was merely my own delusion." With a resigned sigh, she added, "After all, no one has ever cared for or loved me, so I have grown accustomed to solitude." Her wretched sobs echoed through the air, her appearance reminiscent of utter despair. Yet not a single tear graced the corners of her eyes. Cold Luali, observing her senior sister's demeanor, instantly perceived the pretense. "Dear sister, are you truly an actress? Your performance is rather excessive." Furthermore, having already garnered the affection of their master, her words were hardly believable. Cold Luali began to understand how her sister had so swiftly gained their master's favor, with such a routine of theatrics, who could withstand it? Yet, despite recognizing her sister's charade, Cold Luali felt a twinge of compassion for her sister's pitiable facade. All right, I shall apologize. Is that sufficient? I was wrong," Cold Luali said, her face a portrait of helplessness. Upon hearing her junior sister's apology, Sujiqian's expression underwent a dramatic transformation as she joyfully sprang to her feet. Brushing off the dust from her attire, the previous visage of sorrow vanished, replaced by an expression of triumph. She had always known her junior sister could not bear to see her in distress. Although her junior sister often appeared indifferent, she cared deeply. As the elder sister, she relished teasing her proud junior sister. Each successful jest filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. In essence, she frequently sought ways to provoke her junior sister playfully. Cold Luali, momentarily taken aback by her sister's victorious demeanor, soon realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, wasn't she supposed to confront her sister today? How had their roles reversed, leading to her apologizing instead? What a clever maneuver! Amused by her own frustration, Cold Luali chuckled softly. Truth be told, her innate talent surpassed that of her sister. She could always discern her sister's little tricks at the outset. However, when it came to matters of the heart, she often found herself led astray, her intellect diminishing significantly. With a sigh, she shook her head, deciding to let the matter rest for the time being. Otherwise, she feared she might end up further ensnared in her sister's antics. Alas, such was the predicament of having her as a sister. Though she contemplated this internally, a sense of unfairness lingered, igniting a smoldering irritation within her. Glancing at the tea table before her, she noticed a teapot, with freshly brewed tea awaiting. She resolved to pour herself a cup to soothe her agitation. After pouring the tea, Cold Luali prepared to take a delicate sip. As the teacup was just about to reach her lips, Sujiqian suddenly sprang up, placing her hand before the mouth of her junior sister. Her expression fraught with agitation as she exclaimed, "Master, junior sister, this pot of tea must not be consumed, truly." As she spoke, beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, revealing her considerable tension. The reason for her anxiety was that this particular brew was one she had prepared not long ago for their esteemed master, a specially concocted tea. While she personally felt indifferent to the idea of her junior sister drinking it, she feared the repercussions if Cold Luali were to discover the truth after the fact. It would certainly spell disaster for her. Thus, under no circumstances could she allow her junior sister to partake in it. Cold Luali, unaware of her senior sister's inner turmoil, found herself perplexed by Sujiqian's frantic demeanor. Why was her sister acting so strangely about a simple cup of tea? Are you out of your mind today? Feeling guilty, Sujiqian suggested, how about I brew you a fresh pot instead? This interruption diminished Cold Luali's interest in the tea, prompting her to put down the cup and retort, I seem to recall Master saying that you were no longer to handle tea brewing, and that the task had been entrusted to me in Hushimi. I'm quite curious as to what you did to warrant such a specific instruction. After all, Master has become much gentler lately, and has repeatedly emphasized that the tedious formalities are no longer necessary, though they sometimes perform gestures of respect out of habit. Given Master S' relaxed stance on etiquette, it was indeed perplexing why she would specifically assign the task of tea brewing to others. Surely, her senior sister must have committed some outlandish act to provoke such a directive. Yet, how much trouble could one truly cause merely by making tea? Cold Luali's curiosity began to pique, her inquisitive nature ignited. As Sujiqian faced her junior sister's inquiry, her discomfort became more pronounced. She felt it best to keep this matter to herself. Should her junior sister learn the truth, she would undoubtedly regard her with a look of utter disdain. Ordinary Cold Luali already possessed an icy countenance, and the thought of her expressing such contempt was too dreadful to imagine. Attempting to diffuse the situation with laughter, Sujiqian sought to redirect the conversation. Ha ha ha. It's nothing really. I'll just brew you a fresh pot of tea. Seeing her sister evade the question only intensified Cold Luali's curiosity. Nevertheless, with no further information forthcoming, she resolved to let the matter rest, at least for the moment. Rising from her seat, she headed toward the indoor hot spring, casually remarking, "Never mind, I've lost my appetite for tea. I'm going to take a bath to calm down. And while I'm away, you mustn't indulge." Chapter 39, The Peculiar Master. Cold Luali stood, making her way toward the indoor hot spring as she reiterated, "Forget it. I'm not in the mood for tea anymore. I'll go bathe and cool off. And while I'm gone, you mustn't sneak any snacks." With her sister's interruption, her desire for tea had evaporated, and she decided instead to seek comfort in a warm bath. As she prepared to leave, a tinge of unease lingered within her, a concern that her senior sister might indulge in gluttony once more, prompting her to issue a particular admonition. Su Jiqian, witnessing her junior sister's departure, responded with a light-hearted wave, exclaiming, "Ah, haha, do not worry, junior sister." While she verbally assured her, internally, she dismissed the caution entirely. Naturally, Long Luali perceived the tone of her senior sister's response and found it utterly untrustworthy. Yet, having just questioned her, she hoped that her senior sister would not resort to such indulgence so soon. Surely, she would remain composed for at least a few days, wouldn't she? Contemplating this, Long Luali gradually made her way away. Once Long Luali's figure had completely vanished from the plaza, Su Jiqian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She had anticipated that being caught by her junior sister would be disastrous, yet she was pleasantly surprised by how easily she had been deceived. Upon reflection, it made sense. Having spent considerable time together, it was likely that her junior sister had long been aware of her tendencies and had mentally prepared herself. However, she had not anticipated such a swift indulgence. With the immediate concern of her junior sister now behind her, Su Jiqian redirected her focus. Rising from her seat, she strolled toward the center of the plaza, pondering how her master and Hu Shimi had fared during their training together. It had been some time since Hu Jiuyue had practiced alongside her master, yet her mind had been consistently wandering, leading to frequent distractions. She believed she deserved punishment for her lack of focus, but to her surprise, Qin Yi had not reprimanded her. Instead, he continually offered encouragement. This unexpected support moved Hu Jiuyue profoundly, and her emotional wounds began to heal gradually. Elated, she embraced her master, radiating happiness. Qin Yi was acutely aware of Hu Jiuyue's psychological struggles. Recognizing her need for emotional release, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, allowing her to cling to him. However, an unsettling premonition brewed within Qin Yi. He had originally been engaged in training with his third disciple, and now, suddenly entwined in this embrace. He feared that if the other two disciples were to arrive, they might misconstrue the situation as something improper. Just as Qin Yi felt a wave of guilt despite having done nothing wrong, a familiar female voice echoed from nearby. The speaker was Su Jiqian, her face a portrait of shock as she gazed at her master. "Master, what are you doing? I thought you were supposed to be training with Ushimi. How did you end up in an embrace?" "Ah, I see. You are taking advantage of your position to engage in underhanded dealings with Ushimi. How perverse. Perverse, master." Su Jiqian's astonishment was feigned. She had long been privy to the unfolding events. However, upon noticing her master's flustered expression as she approached, she felt a mischievous impulse to tease him. As anticipated, her playful provocation succeeded, leaving Qin Yi feeling somewhat bashful under his eldest disciple's scrutiny. Now, her relationship with her senior disciple should ideally preclude any inappropriate thoughts towards other women. Yet, the current scene unmistakably resembles that of a clandestine encounter. Qin Yi, in a state of panic, implored, "Wait, Qianer, it is not as you perceive." Although he found himself at a loss for words in the face of the unfolding situation, he felt compelled to offer some form of explanation. However, Su Jiqian did not afford her master the opportunity to clarify. Instead, she nestled into his embrace, gazing up at him with a radiant smile. While playfully tracing circles on his chest with her fingers, she mischievously remarked, "Is it because your disciple alone is insufficient?" The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became. Since her master bore an expression akin to that of a man caught in the act, she could not let such a fortuitous moment slip away. Qin Yi found himself utterly bewildered by the relentless onslaught from his senior disciple. He also noticed that she had donned a new pair of black garters today, distinctly different from her previous attire. A slender black line connected the top of the stockings. Most striking, however, was the alluring fragrance emanating from her, making it exceedingly difficult for him to resist. What astonished Qin Yi even more was the boldness exhibited by his senior disciple. Unbeknownst to Qin Yi, Su Jiqian felt that since her secret had been discovered by the cold junior sister, there was no longer any need for concealment. As for Hu Jiuyu, the second junior sister, she was known to be rather easygoing and thus not a cause for concern, though it was wise to occasionally gauge the cold junior sister's mood to avoid provoking her wrath. Qin Yi found it exceedingly difficult to refuse the request of his senior disciple. However, recalling that only moments ago she had struggled to maintain her footing. He thought it best to allow her some rest. His senior disciple was the type who could chatter incessantly, yet when it came time to take action, she would tremble at the wheel, fearful of an approaching vehicle, occasionally veering off onto the roadside flora. Curiously, upon witnessing this scene, his senior disciple did not exhibit any anger, which was somewhat beyond Xinye's expectations, since she remained unperturbed by the incident. He pondered whether engaging in other activities might also be permissible. His mind began to wander in all directions. Yet the absence of her ire relieved him of the burden of explanation. Just as Xinyu exhaled a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation emanating from his embrace on this sweltering summer day. The moment Su Jiqian perceived this icy feeling, she was struck by a terrifying realization. Could it be that the cold junior sister had completed her bath so swiftly? The more she contemplated, the more dread filled her heart, and she slowly turned her head with a stiffness that betrayed her anxiety. Chapter 40. The accusation against Su Jiqian. As Su Jiqian became aware of this chilling sensation, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Surely, the cold junior sister could not have bathed so quickly. Just moments ago, she had made a promise to her, only to find herself caught in the act immediately thereafter. This time, her transgression was indeed grave. The more she contemplated it, the more apprehensive she became. Gradually, she turned her rigid head, only to find Long Luoli, still wrapped in a damp towel, gazing at her with a frigid expression. The droplets cascading from her hair had even reached the freezing point, shattering into 8 pieces upon hitting the ground. Long Luoli, whose demeanor was already as cold as ice, appeared even more menacing at that moment. Master, you have gone too far. Su Jiqian was so taken aback by the expression of her junior sister that tears welled up in her eyes. She was acutely aware of her own excessive behavior and feared that she had now sealed her fate. Just then, Xinyi, noticing the sudden appearance of Long Luoli, realized she had just bathed and was only clad in a thin towel, prompting a wave of concern. Although it was summer, catching a chill after a shower was unwise. With this thought in mind, Xinyi stepped forward and draped his azure robe over Long Luoli's shoulders, gently advising her, "Why aren't you dressed? Be careful not to catch a cold." Initially, Lang Luoli was on the brink of losing her temper at her senior sister's actions. However, upon seeing her revered master approach and offer her a robe, her expression softened instantly. From a frown, she transitioned to a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of shyness. In a delicate voice, she remarked, "Thank you for your concern, master." Su Jiqian, hidden behind her master, stared at Long Luoli in disbelief. Wow, is this really the same cold junior sister from earlier? Has she been possessed? How can her demeanor change so swiftly? This is quite hypocritical. Wait. She realized she had no right to criticize Lang Luoli. After all, they were from the same sect, sharing a lineage. Nevertheless, Su Jiqian wiped the cold sweat from her brow, recognizing that she had managed to evade disaster once again. As Lang Luoli gradually calmed down while bathing, she found herself increasingly doubtful of her senior sister's reliability. Thus, she decided to emerge wrapped in a towel to investigate, only to stumble upon her sister preparing to indulge in a secret. Xinyi regarded his second disciple, striving to suppress any errant thoughts. Yet he couldn't help but notice her attire. He pondered whether her choice of a towel suggested that, although her figure was not as voluptuous as that of the eldest disciple, it was perfectly proportioned. The towel was rather short, leaving her beautifully long legs exposed to the air. Xinyi swallowed hard as he noticed the second disciple blushing while grasping the robe he had offered. He advised, "Why don't you return and change into some proper clothes? I shall continue to guide your cultivation." Long Luoli, still inhaling the scent of her master's robe, became lost in its warmth, unable to extricate herself from the moment. Her hands clutched the coat tightly, and her delicate face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she softly replied, "All right, master, you must personally guide Lear in her cultivation later." Xinyi nodded in response. It would not be long before they left the mountains, and during this time, it was imperative to enhance the abilities of his 3 disciples. Although he could single-handedly bring about the downfall of the San Yuan, it would be beneficial for the 3 disciples to accompany him and gain more practical experience in combat. Upon receiving her master's affirmation, Lang Luoli's expression turned exuberant, prompting her to hastily return and change her attire. However, in her excitement, her focus wavered. With both hands gripping her master's coat, her bath towel inadvertently loosened and began to slide down. Quick-witted, she managed to grasp the towel just before it could fall completely. Though the view was still elusive, the tantalizing hint of it caused Xinyi to involuntarily take a deep breath. Long Luoli held the towel tightly. Yet, to be candid, her demeanor was not one of panic. With no one else present, even if seen, it was merely her master, and thus it mattered little. She even wished for the wind to blow a little stronger to whisk the towel away, while simply letting go would achieve the same effect. It would seem too deliberate in front of her master. Lang Luoli understood her master exceedingly well. this subtlety wielded greater allure. Observing her master's flushed face, she couldn't help but feel amused. Her master was truly endearing, showing no desire to conceal his embarrassment. Yet, she adored him just the way he was. No. To put it more accurately, she cherished him in every possible way. Softly, like flowing water, Lang Luoli said, "Master, you." Hearing the voice of his second disciple, Chunyi returned to his senses, suddenly aware of his own momentary distraction, which made him feel a bit bashful. To avoid further offending her, he quickly diverted his gaze upward, towards the sky. Chapter 41. The bond between senior and junior sisters. Lang Luoli found it amusing that her master, in an effort to avoid offending her, had tilted his head skyward. She had merely called out master instinctively, without any intention of prompting him. In truth, if her master wished to look, there was no harm. He needn't hide so much. However, he had just advised her to change quickly so they could cultivate together. With that thought in mind, Lang Luoli no longer dallied, wrapping herself in the towel as she returned to her room to change. Before long, Lang Luoli emerged, dressed in a pale blue gauzy long dress, her legs still bare, sand stockings. This time, however, she had adorned her thigh with a leg ring, embellished with several embroidered ice blue flowers, accentuating the allure of her long, graceful legs. Lang Luoli had always favored her ice blue translucent high heels. Her natural height was slightly taller than that of her senior and junior sisters, and when she donned those heels, she appeared even more graceful. Her hair, also a shade of blue, cascaded down her back, reaching her waist. Once she had changed into a beautiful outfit, Lang Luoli could hardly contain her eagerness to practice with her master. As she made her way to the plaza, Lang Luoli passed by the stone bench where she had earlier sat with her senior sister. The tea table in front still bore the teapot filled with leaves. She vividly recalled the moment when she had expressed her desire for tea, only to be mysteriously halted by her sister, who forbade her from drinking it. Since the tea was prepared for their master, her sister must surely have no malicious intent. So why was she prevented from partaking? What monumental secret lay concealed within? Though Lang Luoli often feigned indifference, her curiosity could be insatiable. If her sister forbade her from drinking, then she simply had to taste it. Driven by her inquisitiveness, she picked up a teacup from the table, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly raised it to her lips. At that moment, Su Jiqian was still laughing at her junior sister's failed confession, her attention elsewhere. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lang Luoli's silhouette. Puzzled, she turned her head and noticed the actions of her junior sister. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her, compelling her to rush over while exclaiming, "No, don't drink that." But alas, she was too late. The tea had already entered Lang Luoli's mouth. As soon as the liquid touched her tongue, a frown creased her brow. The flavor was peculiar, reminiscent of her sister's alluring fragrance. Wait a moment, why did the tea carry such a scent? Could it be that her sister had infused it with her essence? The mere thought caused Lang Luoli to lose control, spraying the tea from her mouth like a human fountain. Coincidentally, Su Jiqian had just reached her side, and the tea showered her, leaving her drenched. With an awkward smile, Su Jiqian wiped her face and remarked, "Well, really, Lang Luoli, I told you not to drink it." Observing her sister's expression, Lang Luoli's gaze darkened further. Even if she refrained from drinking it today, the teapot was now soiled and unusable. Moreover, how could her sister serve such a concoction to their master? Even if their master could endure it, she certainly could not. Noticing the ominous shift in Lang Luoli's demeanor, Su Jiqian felt increasingly alarmed and promptly took off running. "You dare to run? Stop!" Lang Luoli shouted, extending her hand as an ice-cold staff materialized, pursuing her sister's retreating figure. At that moment, Chenyi, cradling Hu Jiuyu, watched the chase unfold, marveling at the bond shared between the senior and junior sisters. As she lamented, she witnessed Lang Luoli conjuring a massive ice spear with her staff, hurling it towards the house where Su Jiqian was hiding. In an instant, the house was split in two, causing Su Jiqian to tremble in fear. Observing this scene, Chenyi offered an awkward smile, unable to suppress another sigh. The relationship between the senior and junior sisters seemed to be rather acceptable, didn't it? The plaza of the Tianqin Hall was expansive, ample enough to accommodate 2 innate realm cultivators running freely within it. However, this was not necessarily a good thing. Were it not for the hall's self-repairing capabilities, it would likely have been demolished by the 4 disciples long ago. The Tianqin Hall itself was quite substantial, with many rooms still unoccupied. With only 4 individuals residing there, it felt rather desolate. Yet, with the commotion caused by Lang Luoli and Su Jiqian, an air of liveliness emerged as if an army were mobilizing. In truth, the Tianqin Hall contained more than just the central grand hall and plaza. Numerous independent structures and courtyards surrounded it. Chenyi had not taken the time to observe them closely, but the system introduction indicated that these were designated spaces for other types of cultivators. Many such buildings and courtyards encircled the Tianqin Hall, forming a vast architectural complex collectively known as the Tianjin sect. At that moment, aside from the 4 disciples residing in the Tianjin Hall, all other rooms remained vacant. It was uncertain when more talented disciples could be gathered to bring genuine vibrancy to this sect. As Chunyi contemplated this, he felt a renewed sense of motivation for the future. With only one day left until the annihilation of the Sanyuan sect, he realized he should seize this opportunity to enhance the strength of his disciples. He waved to his second disciple, calling out, "All right, enough playing. It's time to cultivate." Upon hearing her master's voice, Lang Luoli, who had been poised to unleash the ice ball upon her senior sister, promptly retracted it. Her fierce expression transformed, and she cheerfully ran towards her master, displaying a charmingly obedient demeanor. Liar is coming. At that moment, Su Jiqian was crouched behind a pile of rubble, her exquisite features appearing rather disheveled. Seeing Lang Luoli cease her assault, she finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Master was present. Otherwise, she would have surely met with disaster this time. Next time, she resolved to brew some enhanced tea for Master while keeping a wary eye on her junior sister. After a brief moment, the 3 disciples gathered in the plaza. With their master present, Lang Luoli's spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, the presence of Master seemed to erase all her other emotions. Chenyi gazed at the 3 disciples before him, initially intending to devise a training plan. Yet he found himself momentarily lost in thought. The 3 disciples possessed strikingly beautiful features, a fact that became even more apparent when they stood together. Hu Jiuyu's facial structure was more pronounced compared to her 2 senior sisters, exquisitely crafted and almost ethereal. Her unique sun-kissed skin radiated health under the sunlight, exuding an alluring charm. In contrast, Lang Luoli's features were imbued with a cold elegance, embodying a beauty that seemed to repel rather than invite, rendering her all the more irresistible. As for Su Jiqian, she required no introduction. Among the disciples, she was the most mature. Her voluptuous figure perfectly balanced without appearing cumbersome. Her distinctive fox-like eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls, and her presence was undeniably potent. Chenyi felt, without an ounce of exaggeration, that even if he were to do nothing but stand there, he could gaze upon them all day without tire. The atmosphere was particularly tranquil, with both parties likely pondering the same thought. Truly, as a quartet of master and disciples, they shared an unspoken connection. Eventually, it was Chenyi who broke the reverie, shaking his head vigorously to regain his focus. The days ahead were long, and there would be ample opportunity to admire their beauty. However, it was time to devote themselves to their cultivation. With this in mind, Chenyi beckoned the 3 disciples and proclaimed, "Approach me together. I shall assess your coordination." He began with one-on-one instruction on the application of their new techniques, which they had nearly mastered. Now, it was time to evaluate their collective effectiveness. The 3 disciples nodded in agreement, exchanging glances to share their combat experiences. In the past, Lang Luoli and Su Jiqian frequently collaborated in battle, developing a seamless rapport, while their joint efforts with Hu Jiuyu had been rare due to her previously weaker talents and comparatively lesser strength. This training session was an opportune moment to hone their synergy. After a brief discussion, they adjusted their positions accordingly. Lang Luoli, requiring time to accumulate her potent magical attacks and possessing weaker close combat capabilities, positioned herself at the rear. The Hu Jiuyu had close-range offensive abilities. Her techniques necessitated considerable preparation time, placing her in the second position beside Lang Luoli, thus also serving to protect her. Su Jiqian, embracing her role as senior sister, took the lead position, embodying both agility and offensive prowess, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Given that only 3 disciples were present, this arrangement was the most effective they could achieve. With a polite bow towards her master, Su Jiqian declared, "Master, be cautious. I shall make my move." As her voice fell, she suddenly surged forward from her initial position, her spiritual energy gradually coalescing upon her right palm, imbued with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Once her technique was properly channeled, she unleashed the formidable demon-slashing palm towards her master. The purpose of this training was to enhance the coordination among the 3 disciples. Thus, Chenyi chose not to shatter the attack launched by his eldest disciple, but instead deftly evaded it. Just as Chenyi leapt away, upon landing, he witnessed countless ice spikes manifesting around him, piercing the ground with resolute intent, thereby forming an initial formation that ensnared him, rendering him immobile. This technique was derived from their previous training, seamlessly integrated by Lang Luoli. Although Lang Luoli's technique could not genuinely trap Chenyi, he refrained from escaping immediately, intrigued to observe what would unfold. In a swift moment, Hu Jiuyu released her long-prepared extermination slash, a powerful strike intertwined with countless fragments of earth and stone, surging towards him like a roaring dragon. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, with the 3 disciples coordinating their efforts in mere seconds. Chenyi, witnessing the array of skills before him, felt a surge of astonishment. The collaboration among the three disciples was surprisingly effective, had the one ensnared not been Xinyi. Such an assault would have undoubtedly proven fatal to an enemy of the Foundation Establishment realm, while one of the Divine Concealment realm would likely suffer grievous injuries. However, at present, Hu Jiuyu's cultivation level was somewhat inferior to her two senior sisters, once she caught up in terms of realm. The potency of their combined assaults would become even more terrifying. Chapter 43, Preparations before battle. After witnessing the combined offensive of the three disciples, Xinyi clapped his hands in satisfaction, signaling that they had performed admirably. He further provided guidance on their deficiencies in releasing techniques and coordinating efforts. The four of them practiced together, free from outside disturbances, and time passed unusually swiftly. Cultivators, when necessary, could often remain awake for extended periods, brimming with vitality. Yet, occasionally, to maintain optimal conditions, they would take the time to rest. Before long, a day had elapsed, and the four of them sat in meditation, nurturing the circulation of their internal spiritual energy. It was only in the afternoon that Su Jiqian opened her eyes. Today marked the day to eradicate the San Yuan sect. And noticing her master's lack of action, she curiously inquired, "Master, the 3-day period has elapsed. Should we prepare for anything?" Upon hearing his eldest disciple's reminder, Xinyi recalled the urgency of the matter. Time spent training with his disciples always seemed to pass swiftly. Those 3 days felt like the mere blink of an eye to him. Being a cultivator of the Divine Concealment realm, his lifespan had long surpassed a millennium, making the passage of time nearly imperceptible to him. Moreover, during this period of training, each of the three disciples had successfully ascended by a minor realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to transcend a minor realm in merely 3 days. However, thanks to the unique concentration of spiritual energy in the heavenly Xian Hall and the specially crafted indoor hot springs, a single soak in these springs equates to several tens of days of cultivation outside. Moreover, with the meticulous guidance of Xinyi, not to mention that they had previously been practitioners of this realm, their experience in cultivation further expedited their breakthroughs. Although Hu Jiuyu had recently transcended, her lower realm required significantly less cultivation to achieve another minor breakthrough. Thus, Su Jiqian advanced to the second layer of the innate realm, while Lang Luoli reached the third layer, and Hu Jiuyu attained the third layer of the acquired realm. It is worth mentioning that initially, Su Jiqian's realm was higher than that of her junior, Lang. However, due to a drastic change in their master's temperament, and in her efforts to protect her junior, Su Jiqian frequently took risks, resulting in a decline in her realm. Now, having resumed her cultivation, it would take some time before she could catch up with Lang. Upon the disciples' breakthrough into the innate realm, Qianyi received 2,000 system points. Collectively, the three disciples contributed to a total of 5,000 points, thereby enriching his previously sparse savings. Gradually rising to his feet, Qianyi remarked, "The day has arrived so swiftly. Allow me to make a few preparations before we set off." Upon hearing their master's intent to prepare, the three disciples cast curious glances, eager to discover what he planned to gather. Initially, they were astonished to learn of their master's intention to eradicate the San Yuan sect, but they also recognized the myriad enigmas surrounding him. Yet, due to their unwavering trust in their master, they had never inquired about such matters and remained unconcerned. As long as he continued to accompany them, nothing else mattered. Under the watchful eyes of his disciples, Qianyi approached the stone table. Possessing a spiritual root talent bestowed by the system, he could assimilate any technique in this world with just a glance, which elucidated his effortless guidance of his disciples. First, he expended 500 system points in the system shop to exchange for a formation stone disc. This disc could inscribe formations within it, and with a slight infusion of spiritual energy, it could effortlessly release the formation, making it remarkably portable and convenient. After placing the formation stone disc on the stone table, he casually retrieved the tools necessary for inscribing formations. He then began the intricate process of engraving the formation onto the palm-sized disc. The three disciples watched their master's actions, momentarily bewildered. While they were familiar with the portable formation stone disc, they were about to engage in an assault against one of the most prominent sects on the continent. The power contained within the portable formation stone disc would only occasionally be sufficient for self-preservation or to unleash unexpected attacks to disrupt their adversaries. What purpose does the master have in inscribing the formation stone plate? Surely, it cannot be intended for an assault on the San Yuan sect. Beneath the puzzled gazes of the three disciples, Qianyi's hands moved swiftly over the formation stone plate. Soon, a preliminary barrier formation began to take shape. This barrier formation serves to isolate the user from the outside, functioning as a defense against external assaults. However, conversely, those trapped within the barrier cannot escape unless the formation is actively dispelled. Thus, theoretically, as long as the range of the barrier formation is sufficiently expansive, it can encompass a vast area. Chen Ye's intention in inscribing this formation is not for mere defense. Rather, he aims to create a barrier formation capable of enveloping the entire San Yuan sect. When the time for battle arrives, it is to prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity to flee. He has declared his intention to annihilate the San Yuan sect, leaving not a single soul alive. Only by eradicating the roots can future troubles be prevented. Chen Yi has inherited the entirety of this explicit memory, and thus he is acutely aware of the perils that lurk in this world. Having resolved to act, he has no intention of granting the adversary a chance at survival. However, a conventional barrier formation inscribed within such a portable stone plate typically has a limited range of only a few meters, making it impossible to cover the vast expanse of the San Yuan sect. Yet, not long ago, Chen Yi had delved into the study of formations, and his comprehension of them now spans from ancient to modern times. He is both the originator of formations and the sovereign of their mysteries, existing beyond the confines of the three realms and the five elements. Under the watchful eyes of the three disciples, their expressions gradually shifted from curiosity to astonishment. The formations inscribed on the stone plate, constrained by the materials and size, generally do not attain a high level. On this continent, most formation stone plates remain at the yellow tier, with the Xian tier being a pinnacle achievement. Yet, as they observed, the formation crafted by their master ascended from the Xian tier to the earth tier, then to the heavenly tier, and it showed no signs of stopping. The three disciples gazed at their master with incredulous faces. If they had harbored any doubts about the feasibility of obliterating the San Yuan sect before, those concerns have now been completely dispelled. Creating such a high-tier formation stone plate demands an unfathomable amount of spiritual energy. With the ability to harness such vast reserves of spiritual energy, the Master's current prowess must surely render him invincible on this continent. Chapter 44. Was the Master ambushed? Shortly thereafter, the power contained within the formation stone plate continued to escalate. However, beyond a certain point, they could not fathom what tier it might reach, having neither heard of nor seen anything like it before. As Chen Yi inscribed the formation, he simultaneously refined it, incorporating his profound understanding into the design. It is complete, Chen Yi declared. Upon finishing, he surveyed the formation stone plate before him and nodded with satisfaction. The formation inscribed upon the stone disc contains a scheme that surpasses the limits observable in this world. Capturing the disciples of the San Yuan sect should be a trivial endeavor. At this moment, the three disciples gazed in astonishment at the runes etched by their master, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the isolation formation. It appeared that their master had no intention of leaving a single disciple of the San Yuan sect alive. The three did not find this approach in the slightest objectionable. Rather, they deemed their master's actions entirely justifiable. The decisiveness of their master only enhanced his allure. Once the formation was completed, the sun began to dip below the horizon. In order to maintain his integrity as a trustworthy cultivator, Chen Yi felt compelled to resolve matters with the San Yuan sect before midnight. Contemplating this, he gestured to his three disciples. A surge of spiritual energy emanating from his hand, enveloping them and lifting them into the air. "Let us go for a stroll," he declared nonchalantly, as if merely taking his disciples for a leisurely outing rather than preparing to obliterate a prominent sect on this continent. Were there others present? They would surely think Chen Yi had lost his sanity. However, the three disciples felt no anxiety. Suji Qian and Lang Luo Li joyfully clung to their master's arm, exuding sheer delight, as if they were genuinely embarking on a picnic in the wilderness. Their faith in their master's prowess allowed them to remain unconcerned. After distancing himself from the Tianxian sect, Chen Yu stole a glance at his eldest disciple, feeling his heart race, blood surging within him. The Tianxian Hall possesses a unique calming effect, which mitigated the allure of Suji Qian's inherently enchanting physique. During their usual interactions, Chen Yi had not perceived any significant issues. Yet, upon leaving the hall, the full extent of her captivating power revealed itself unabashedly. The seductive demons of the demonic race naturally possess an innate charm, and Suji Qian was even more exceptional. Not only did she benefit from her lineage, but her very being was imbued with an innate allure, creating a synergy that was exponentially potent. Moreover, with her affectionately clinging to his arm, a soft sensation occasionally coursed through him, making it increasingly difficult for Chen Yi to resist the allure. As he beheld his eldest disciple, her proximity caused his complexion to flush, and he found himself swallowing hard. A potent wave of sinister energy surged within him, compelling Chen Yi to harness his inner spiritual power to suppress the burgeoning flames of temptation. He reminded himself, for heaven's sake, we are in the wilderness. I cannot act upon my desires here, especially with the other two disciples present. He must exercise restraint. In the midst of his errant thoughts, he suddenly felt a cool breeze against his nostrils. Curiously, he touched his nose, discovering it stained crimson. He had begun to bleed. Really? Must I be so unrestrained? Could it be that the suppression of the malevolent energy earlier has backfired? Chen Yu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. At that moment, Long Luoli clung to her master's arm, acutely aware of the rising temperature emanating from him. She curiously looked up and was taken aback to find her master bleeding. With a face full of astonishment, she supported her master's chest and exclaimed, "Master, how did you get hurt? Was there an ambush?" Her voice trembled with horror as she scanned the surroundings warily. Such a powerful being as her master could also fall prey to an ambush. If that were the case, then the assailant must possess formidable strength. Nevertheless, regardless of the adversary's might, she would spare no effort in safeguarding her master's safety. Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Hu Jiaoyu too became anxious, swiftly drawing her massive sword and preparing for a fight to the death at any moment. Qinyi, observing the stance of his two disciples, awkwardly summoned his spiritual energy to clean up the blood from his nose, clearing his throat as he said, "Ahem. There is no need to worry about me. There are no enemies. Perhaps the weather is a bit dry. Everyone should remember to drink more water. Ha ha ha." Qinyi hastily concocted an excuse, though it seemed riddled with holes. Initially, Su Jiqian had thought there might indeed be an enemy after hearing her junior sister's warnings. However, upon hearing her master's words and noticing the source of his bleeding, she quickly pieced things together. It seemed that ever since they had distanced themselves from the Tianxin Hall, her master's gaze had been somewhat unsteady, coupled with his earlier evasive explanation. It was evident that something deeper lay beneath the surface. With this thought in mind, Su Jiqian leaned closer to her master's ear. A playful smile gracing her lips as she gently said, "Master, could it be that you were bleeding because you saw your disciples?" Chunyi flushed crimson at his eldest disciple's inquiry, feeling more embarrassed than before. It seemed she had indeed hit the nail on the head. However, regardless of whether she was correct or not, he could not possibly admit it. After all, where would his authority as a master go? Regaining his composure, Qinyu feigned calmness and replied, What? How could that be?" Observing her master's forced demeanor, Su Jiqian became even more convinced of her suspicions. Her master always had a stubborn streak, clearly reluctant to admit the truth. Perhaps it was time for her to take the initiative. With this in mind, she continued to whisper sweetly in her master's ear, "Master, really, it hasn't been long since we left, and yet, however, if you wish. The woods below are quite secluded. We just need to be cautious of any lurking beasts, but fortunately, with my junior sisters around, they can help keep an eye out." Chenyi's eyes widened in disbelief at his eldest disciple's words. "Wow, Chinner, you're so bold. Not only suggesting such a peculiar location, but also thinking of having the junior sisters keep watch for such matters. It is evident that the bond between you sisters is genuinely strong. However, do I appear so frivolous in your eyes? How could he possibly decline such a proposal?" Chenyi's mouth slowly opened, intending to reject the suggestion, yet to his astonishment, he found himself speaking without sound. Clearly, his body was resisting his thoughts. Chapter 45. The disciple cannot escape. Chenyi readjusted his state of mind and cleared his throat before finally uttering, "Ahem, I did not mean it that way. Let us continue on our journey." As he spoke, he felt that refusing his eldest disciple's suggestion was a grave mistake, leaving him with a semblance of regret and reluctance. Su Jiqian observed her master, who seemed to be rejecting something monumental, and found it amusing. His demeanor was not only handsome, but also somewhat endearing. With this thought in mind, Su Jiqian leaned against her master's chest and softly remarked, "Why the look of regret, Master? The disciple cannot escape, though if you wish. I could at any moment." Upon hearing his eldest disciple's words, Chenyi's face grew even more flushed. At any moment? What does that imply? Their conversation was hushed. While Lang Luoli might not have caught the details, Hu Jiaoyu behind him heard everything distinctly, with no walls to muffle the exchange and the proximity amplifying it. How could she have missed it? However, despite having heard their conversation, her simplistic nature left her somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp its true meaning. When the senior sister says at any moment, she must mean she is always prepared to fight for her master. Thus, she too felt ready at any time. An odd misunderstanding ensued. Speaking of which, could someone as powerful as her master truly suffer a nosebleed due to dry weather? It would be prudent to ensure he has enough tea and hydration in the future. Hu Jiaoyu pondered, blissfully unaware that her master was fabricating a tale. In contrast to the Navi third disciple, the second disciple, Lang Luoli, was far more astute. She harbored not a shred of belief in her master's playful deception. Her master often embraced her senior sister without any sign of a nosebleed. If he bled today, it certainly wasn't due to her senior sister. The fault must lie with her. Could it be that her master's reaction was so intense because she had held him too tightly? Was her allure truly that profound? Her master, despite having feelings for her, never expressed them. It was not fair to keep him in such turmoil. It seemed that upon their return from this journey, she would need to take the initiative. This woman is extraordinarily narcissistic, and our instigator, Su Jiqian, is currently gazing at her two junior sisters with a flirtatious smile. In comparison, the two junior sisters are indeed rather lacking. After a brief interlude, Qinyi and his three disciples resumed their journey to the San Yuan sect. The practitioners of the divine concealment realm soared into the sky, flying at an incredible speed. And it would not be long before they reached the territory of the San Yuan sect. The San Yuan sect is situated within the Source Continent, which is also home to Qinye's Tianxian sect. The Source Continent lies at the southernmost part of the world, surrounded by the deep sea. Hence it is also known as the Deep Source Continent. Within the Deep Source Continent, in the San Yuan sect, the sect master, Dongfeng Huan, dismissed the news of Tianxian sect's intent to obliterate them with utter indifference. At present, the Tianxian sect boasts fewer than 10 members, with not a single elder remaining. Sect master Qinyi, following his defeat, has experienced a significant decline in his cultivation. How could he possibly be a match for Dongfeng Huan? To him, Qinye's bold proclamations of annihilating the San Yuan sect merely reflect an inability to accept his defeat, verging on madness. However, the sensational nature of the news regarding the potential destruction of one of the top sects on the Deep Source Continent attracted a considerable number of observing practitioners, who had been waiting from the early hours atop the nearby hills. These practitioners were not merely there for idle curiosity. They harbored ulterior motives, contemplating that if the San Yuan sect were indeed vanquished, they might seize the opportunity to profit from the spoils. After all, the treasures buried within the ruins of a toppled top-tier sect would be enough to secure a fortune for any lucky finder. Nevertheless, despite such aspirations, no practitioner genuinely believed that the San Yuan sect would meet its demise. Most were merely spectators, eager to witness the unfolding drama.
The Tianxian sect was once a premier sect. Although Sect Master Qinye's cultivation has plummeted following his defeat, he remains a practitioner of the divine concealment realm.
And a confrontation would certainly provide ample spectacle. Due to the overwhelming number of onlookers, Dongfeng Huan felt compelled to take some precautions. He gathered all disciples and elders of the sect in the square to await Qinye's arrival. His motives were not solely defensive. He also wished to showcase the strength of his sect to the various wandering practitioners present. Furthermore, given that Qinyi had recently ambushed 2 of their elders, Dongfeng Huan was concerned for the safety of other elders and disciples, prompting a recent lockdown order forbidding anyone from leaving the sect. As Qinyi had proclaimed his intent to annihilate the San Yuan sect today without specifying an exact time, all the gathered disciples had been waiting since dawn. As dusk approached, and with no sign of anyone appearing, complaints began to murmur among the crowd. The sun is nearly setting, yet there is still no one in sight. It seems that the waste of a sect master from Tianxian sect will not be making an appearance after all. The sect leader is truly making a mountain out of a molehill. One should not take the words of a fallen sect so seriously. Indeed, it is often said that a cultivator of high standing cannot retract their words, yet that incompetent sect master dares to go back on his word. It is likely that henceforth, he will be scorned not only in his role as sect master, but even as a mere dog. How amusing. In this realm, cultivators place immense importance on their reputation, particularly those of elevated rank, not to mention someone like Qinyi, who brazenly declared war. Thus, even as the afternoon wore on, no one truly believed that Qinyi was merely boasting. In reality, he had not shown up at all. However, as the sun began to set, doubt started to creep into the minds of many. At this moment, Dongfeng Huan sat in the main seat of the plaza. His hair streaked with gray and his visage somewhat aged, yet he appeared robust and vigorous. He had not anticipated that Qinye's proclamation of annihilating the San Yuan sect was nothing but bluster, but gazing at the still absent figure, he could no longer deny the truth. The thought of being toyed with by Qinyi filled him with wrath. He vowed that once this affair was resolved, he would dig 3 feet into the ground, personally seeking out Qinyi to make him wish he were never born. Chapter 46. The delayed arrival of Qinyi. It had long been whispered that Qinyi had a succubus disciple by his side, blessed with extraordinary talent. This was the perfect opportunity to refine an elixir of immortality before Qinyu's very eyes. Yet that alone would not suffice to truly make Qinyi suffer. It was imperative to also showcase the abilities of his other 2 disciples. The intelligence gathered by Su Jiqian was indeed accurate, ever since Qinye's defeat. The demon territory had once again come under siege, and not a single demon had been seen alive since. Logically, even in the event of a massacre, a few survivors should have emerged. However, following that onslaught, there were not only no survivors, but also scarcely any bloodshed. 3 years prior, Dongfeng Huan was merely a second-tier cultivator of the divine concealment realm, yet over the past 3 years, he had managed to break through 1 minor realm each year. For an ordinary cultivator, achieving such progress in the divine concealment realm over 3 years is already commendable, but for Dongfeng Huan to advance 1 realm annually, he was hailed as the greatest genius in the Source Deep continent. Yet only those in the know understood that his rapid advancements were due to a unique power found in certain parts of the demon race, which, when refined into pills, significantly enhanced one's cultivation. Over the past 3 years, Dongfeng Huan had secretly consumed such elixirs, taking them consistently for 3 years, amounting to thousands of doses. The number of deceased demons was beyond counting. To the outside world, the San Yuan sect appeared resplendent, akin to a realm of immortals, a place yearned for by countless cultivators. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, buried beneath the San Yuan sect lay a scandal of monumental proportions. As Qinye's absence lingered, Dongfang Huan rose from his seat, impatience evident in his voice. It seems that the worthless fool shall not be arriving today. We need not wait any longer. Elders, follow me as we venture out. Today, even if it means tearing the earth apart, we shall drag that coward Qinye out. Upon hearing the sect master's command, the elders nodded in unison, preparing to scour the entire source-deep continent from top to bottom. At that moment, an unexpected voice interrupted Dongfang Huan and the assembly of elders. Dongfang the old rogue, where are you in such a hurry? Surely, you are not contemplating an escape. Above, for figures materialized in the sky. Leading them was a young man, handsome and clad in a green robe, exuding an air of elegance. Yet beneath that demeanor lay a subtle undercurrent of menace. This young man was none other than the tardy Qinye. His mastery of spiritual energy allowed him to fly with remarkable speed, appearing almost as if he had teleported into view on the surrounding peaks. A multitude of onlookers among the cultivators gasped upon witnessing Qinye's sudden arrival. That must be Qinye. I thought he wouldn't show up today. Wasn't it said that he had suffered a significant decline in his cultivation, reduced to a first-tier practitioner of the divine concealment realm? How could a cultivator of such low standing move so swiftly? They mused, realizing that the rumors might be unfounded. However, one truth emerged. It was widely known that the leader of the Tianxin sect had two exceptionally beautiful disciples. And indeed, upon seeing them, it was evident that there was an additional presence. The disciple beside Qinye, with horns adorning their head, was breathtakingly stunning. If only I could touch them once, it would be worth my demise. Although Qinye's sudden appearance did not capture the audience's attention as much as the three disciples behind him, it was indeed his companions who drew the gaze of many. Su Jiqian held a stone disc inscribed with formations, and upon her arrival, she immediately followed her master's orders. Activating the disc, an invisible barrier swiftly enveloped the vicinity. The formation disc, a portable treasure, could be easily triggered even by lower-tier cultivators. The barrier expanded from an initial diameter of several dozen meters, gradually encompassing the entirety of the San Yuan sect and extending several kilometers beyond. It remained transparent and devoid of spiritual fluctuations, so far unnoticed by anyone. Seeing Qinye appear, Dongfang Huan's frustration boiled over. How could a mere fallen sect leader keep him and the elders waiting for so long? Today, he vowed to ensure that Qinye experienced a fate worse than death. For the time wasted was intolerable. Humph! Neither you nor your disciples shall escape today. All shall remain to pay for your ignorance. With that, Dongfang Huan grew impatient and prepared to leap forward to eliminate Qinye. However, just as he was about to act, an elder stepped in to halt him. Sect Master. He is merely a waste who has fallen to the first tier of the divine concealment realm. I have been at the second tier for some time now. Allow me to handle this matter without troubling you. Dongfang Huan pondered the elder's words and eventually nodded. As the sect master, it was beneath him to personally deal with such a trivial opponent. It would be more fitting to delegate the task to a subordinate. Concluding his thoughts, he said, Very well, I entrust this to you. Handle it with finesse, and you shall reap the rewards. Indeed, leave that disciple of the demonic clan. I have greater use for him. The rest, you may dispose of as you wish. Upon hearing of the potential benefits, the elder's excitement became palpable. Following the sect master's directive, he wasted no time and rose, soaring towards Qinye's location. The other elders of the San Yuan sect gazed at the elder of the second layer of the divine concealment realm with envy. All it took was to deal with a mere first-layer waste of the divine concealment realm, alongside 3 juniors who had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. To earn the sect master's favor, what an exceptionally profitable venture. If only they had spoken to the sect master earlier, such a reward could have been theirs. None present believed that the elder would falter against Qinye. After all, Qinye, having fallen from a higher realm, would undoubtedly possess diminished combat prowess and spiritual energy reserves, rendering him exceedingly vulnerable. The elder of the second layer of the divine concealment realm soon stood before Qinye, mockery dripping from his words. Rest assured, the sect master has decreed that apart from the disciple of the demonic clan behind you, the rest are mine to deal with. Once you meet your end, I shall take good care of your 2 disciples. Consider yourself a stepping stone on my path. With that declaration, he channeled his spiritual energy. The oppressive aura of the second layer of the divine concealment realm enveloping Qinye. He then concentrated his energy into his palm and lunged towards Qinye's throat. Chapter 47. Absolutely impossible for Qinye. As the elder spoke, he activated his spiritual energy. The formidable pressure of the second layer of the divine concealment realm manifesting around Qinye. He gathered his energy in his palm, aiming to seize Qinye's throat. Many disciples of the San Yuan sect, witnessing the spectacle above, found it somewhat amusing. Ha! I've never seen a sect battle conclude so swiftly. Is Chunyi here to entertain us? Alas, rather than a surrender, it seems our leader has denied him any chance to yield. Chunyi had yet to make a move, but in their eyes, the outcome of the battle was already sealed. At that moment, Chunyi did not cast a glance at the advancing elder, his gaze fixed below, contemplating if the investigation by his senior disciple was correct. The clan members of the demonic race were likely imprisoned underground. If a confrontation were to ensue, caution would be paramount. Having pondered this, Chunyi caught a glimpse of the elder charging at him, and, with a nonchalant gesture, extended his right hand. In an instant, a gust of energy surged forth from his palm, an invisible force that seemed to disturb the very fabric of space, producing a series of explosive sounds. The elder, witnessing the incoming gust, felt his pupils constrict in alarm and instinctively sought to evade. Yet, under the weight of that force, he found himself utterly immobilized. Realizing the perilous situation, he hastily activated the protective talisman he possessed, enveloping himself in a brilliant golden barrier. Despite these precautions, an unsettling sense of insecurity lingered. For the sheer force contained within the oncoming gust of energy far surpassed anything he could have imagined. How could a mere practitioner at the first level of the divine concealment realm, like Chunyi, unleash such a formidable attack? In desperation, he called out for help. Master, please save me. However, before he could finish his plea, the golden shield before him shattered upon contact with Chanye's palm wind, disintegrating into nothingness. Subsequently, he too met a similar fate. Countless fragments of flesh and blood rained down from the heavens, landing amidst the crowd gathered in the plaza. The disciples of the San Yuan sect stared in shock at the remnants of their elder, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene, disbelief etched across their faces. The individual they had deemed a mere waste, Chunyi, had managed to obliterate their esteemed elder in a single strike. This was inconceivable, utterly impossible. After a prolonged silence, one disciple finally spoke. No, this cannot be. The elder is a master of the second level of the divine concealment realm. How could he possibly be bested by that waste of a sect master? Chunyi must have employed some sort of attack talisman to catch the elder off guard. Yes, the elder must have underestimated him, leading to this disastrous outcome. Upon hearing this disciple's words, the others gradually came to their senses, choosing to believe this explanation. After all, not only was Chunyi a level below the elder, but even if he were to be at a higher level, it would be implausible for him to achieve a one-hit kill. Moreover, as a former master of a top-tier sect, despite his fall from grace, it was entirely plausible that he possessed several powerful talismans. With this perspective, everything began to make sense. At this moment, Chunyi was indifferent to the thoughts of others. He focused his spiritual sense to locate the whereabouts of the demon clan members. It must be said, the San Yuan sect had concealed them quite effectively. Even he had to expend considerable effort to find them. Addressing the three disciples behind him, he instructed, Chinger, I have located your kin. Take your two junior sisters and rescue them immediately. If a battle ensues, there may be collateral damage. I shall hold off the sect master and the elder while you proceed. The purpose of this expedition to annihilate the San Yuan sect partly served to train the disciples. So Chunyi entrusted this opportunity to them. He was also keen to observe the true capabilities of his three disciples in the present day. Moreover, with his presence, there was no risk to their lives, serving a dual purpose. Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian's expression brimmed with excitement. The San Yuan sect had employed special methods to conceal the demon clan members, rendering it impossible for ordinary practitioners to detect them even with their spiritual senses. However, Chunyi, endowed with a unique physique from the system, faced no such hindrance. Is it true? Thank you, master. Su Jiqian gazed at her master with profound gratitude. Realizing that this marked the second occasion her master had come to the aid of her kin, the kindness bestowed upon her by her master was beyond measure, and she felt there was no way to repay such a debt. At any moment, her heart and everything she possessed were ready to be devoted to her master. Chunyi tenderly caressed her head, speaking softly, there is no need for formalities with me. Go quickly. Su Jiqian obediently nodded, affirming, rest assured, master. I will ensure the safety of my two junior sisters. The thought of her people enduring their dire plight filled her with urgency. She cupped her master's face, planting a loving kiss upon it, before soaring away with her two junior sisters. The trio arrived at the plaza of the San Yuan sect, where, according to her master, the members of the demon clan were concealed beneath the ground. However, the plaza was currently teeming with disciples of the San Yuan sect, necessitating a clearance before they could proceed. As Su Jiqian surveyed the disciples above, a fierce intent surged within her, and a palpable aura of malevolence erupted from her being, ready to annihilate them. Her master had never mentioned sparing any lives, thus she felt no obligation to hold back. It was because of them that her master had taken so long to recover. They deserved to perish. Su Jiqian's voice was cold and sharp as she shouted to the crowd below, preparing to unleash her demonic palm. At that moment, The disciples of San Yuan's sect were still oblivious to the impending danger. Gazing up at Su Qiqian in the air, they were momentarily taken aback. Although she was an exceptional practitioner of the second level of the innate realm, San Yuan's sect boasted several prodigies at the same level and even higher. Not to mention, their numbers vastly exceeded hers. How could she dare to declare their death when her capabilities were inferior in both rank and count? This female cultivator was indeed strikingly beautiful. Yet her intellect seemed compromised. What a pity. It made one hesitant to strike her down. Such a lovely maiden. It was a shame she had aligned herself with that useless sect leader. The disciples murmured among themselves, dismissing Su Qiqian's prowess as an innate realm practitioner of the second level. Just then, a disciple at the fourth level of the innate realm called out, "The sect leader has specifically requested this demon woman. If I capture her, I am certain to earn the leader's favor." Upon his declaration, he charged forward. Believing that subduing Su Qiqian would be as effortless as turning a hand, he envisioned presenting her to the sect leader and reaping greater rewards for his cultivation. Seeing this, others chimed in, "As expected of our sect's top genius, Brother Gu, your reflexes are impressive. Don't rush. I will assist you. Don't hog all the glory. Count us in." As they spoke, over a dozen disciples surged towards Su Qiqian, eager to partake in the anticipated accolades. Su Qiqian gazed at the throng of disciples charging towards her, proclaiming their intent to capture her, a hint of disdain flickering across her visage. To her, all men, save for her esteemed master, appeared indistinguishable. They were either captivated by her beauty or sought to garner some advantage from her. She yearned for these individuals to vanish from her sight without delay. Contemplating this, she prepared to unleash her meticulously cultivated demonic palm. Yet, at that moment, Long Luoli abruptly stepped in front of her, interjecting, "Leave this to me, senior sister. I am far more adept at dealing with these minions." With that, Long Luoli raised her ice blue staff high, summoning a multitude of ice spikes that began to materialize from the heavens, executing her ice descent technique. Simultaneously, without warning, a blizzard swept through the vicinity, the ferocious winds rendering all disciples of the San Yuan sect nearly immobile. Many of the less experienced disciples were instantaneously frozen into ice sculptures, reduced to mere shards in the blink of an eye. Before long, countless ice spikes plummeted from the skies, each imbued with formidable spiritual energy, sharp as a blade and remarkably resilient. The disciples gathered in the square had no time to react before being pierced through, their eyes forever closed in death. Those of higher cultivation who sensed the impending doom attempted to flee, but found their movements stifled beneath Lang Luoli's oppressive aura, resulting in substantial casualties. Meanwhile, disciples airborne were cast down by the tempest conjured by the ice descent, crashing to the ground and meeting their end by the icy spikes. Only the one referred to as Brother Gu, a practitioner of the fourth level of the innate realm, managed to narrowly evade several assaults. Yet he remained unable to mount a counterattack. After a considerable time, as the gale gradually subsided, Lang Luoli retracted her staff, surveying the scene before her with satisfaction. Her sentiments mirrored those of her senior sister, even more intensely. Aside from their master, she found the presence of men irritating to the core. The once orderly stone pavement of the square lay in disarray, shattered by the ice spikes, while the surrounding structures had crumbled, resembling a desolate wasteland. The square, previously lively, was now a tableau of death and injury, with blood congealed into icy blocks. Su Qiqian stared in astonishment at the scene. A tinge of trepidation reflected in her gaze as she regarded her junior sister. Compared to the earlier fright she'd experienced from the ice blocks hurled by Lang Luoli, this display of power was incomparably more terrifying. It seemed that Lang Luoli still held some regard for her as a senior sister, at least refraining from inflicting severe harm. However, it would be wise for her to avoid provoking Lang Luoli in the future. Should she inadvertently anger her junior sister, the consequences would be unthinkable. The more Su Qiqian pondered, the more apprehensive she became. She tugged at Hu Jiue's sleeve and whispered, "Junior sister Hu, if I ever provoke Lang Luoli again, please remind me. If necessary, feel free to strike me a couple of times." Hu Jiue, hearing Su Qiqian's words, replied with a hint of exasperation, "If you're so afraid, why not just refrain from indulging in mischief?" Su Qiqian shook her head in protest. "That won't do. The best things are always savored in secret." Hu Jiue, "Senior sister, what are you talking about? I cannot comprehend." Su Qiqian looked at her in confusion, unsure whether her lack of understanding was genuine or feigned. However, given Su Jiqian's familiarity with Hu Shimi, it was difficult to ascertain. After a brief exchange, they redirected their attention back to the arena. Su Jiqian slowly descended onto the plaza, glancing around her surroundings. By chance, her peripheral vision caught sight of Gu, the foremost prodigy of the San Yuan sect, just rising from the ground. Upon regaining his footing, the first thing Gu sought was to find his elder for protection. Gazing at the desolate scene before him, he felt as though his worldview had been shattered. How could a mere innate realm cultivator possess such power? even if at the peak of the 9th level? He could not fathom that such a formidable attack could originate from someone of similar cultivation. It had to be a powerful artifact at play, surely. Yet, the release of such a potent artifact required immense spiritual energy, theoretically. It was impossible for the opponent to unleash such a formidable assault, even with one. Everything was far beyond his imagination, but there was no time to contemplate. He merely wished to survive. Faced with such a monster, he felt utterly incapable of fighting back. Chapter 49. Is this the expression that the devil reveals? His gaze swiftly scanned the arena in search of his elder, hoping to seek refuge. To his dismay, he discovered that all his elders were blocked by Chanye, none able to extricate themselves. Moreover, it appeared that Chanye was toying with the elders, always holding back in his strikes. The reason Chanye acted thus was due to his awareness of his own strength. The last time he had employed 50% of his power on Lingshu Mountain, he had carved a canyon-like fissure into the ground, resembling the end of the world. If he were to unleash such a powerful attack now, he might inadvertently harm the Demon Clan members trapped underground. Therefore, until the Demon Clan members were rescued, he had time to amuse himself with these elders. Upon realizing he could not rely on his elders, Gu had no choice but to turn and face the gradually approaching Su Jiqian. His expression was icy as he mockingly addressed her. Waste is waste. Don't think that merely releasing an attacking artifact makes you a genius. I am the treasure of the San Yuan sect, the future successor. I possess many artifacts myself. I refuse to believe you can unleash another attack as you did before. Upon hearing his taunts, Su Jiqian felt no anger, or rather, she found it beneath her to be enraged. Faced with such an ignorant foe, she had no desire for idle chatter and immediately unleashed the demon-suppressing palm, intending to crush him with a single strike. In response, Gu, incensed by her dismissal, also began to circulate his spiritual energy, preparing to exert his full strength. You shall come to regret your arrogance, he bellowed at Su Jiqian. As his words echoed, just when everyone anticipated that he would unleash his skill, he suddenly reached into his bosom with a swift motion, producing a mystical stone disc, which he promptly activated. In an instant, a beam of light erupted from the ground, and his figure vanished without a trace. Su Jiqian's demonic palm struck nothing but air, crashing into the ground and creating a terrifying chasm. Observing this scene, Su Jiqian wore a bewildered expression. Just moments ago, he had seemed intent on battling her to the death. How could he have fled? Was that fierce demeanor merely a facade? Feeling toyed with, Su Jiqian was genuinely incensed. She immediately unleashed her divine sense, seeking the direction where Brother Gu had fled. Thankfully, her master had prepared a robust barrier in advance, ensuring that even with magical artifacts, Brother Gu could not escape this domain. Soon, Su Jiqian pinpointed his location and swiftly set off in pursuit. At that moment, Brother Gu remained oblivious to the approaching danger, fervently channeling his spiritual energy, running for his life with all his might. The teleportation array could only transport him a short distance to truly evade peril. He needed to escape with urgency. However, before long, he suddenly collided with an unseen object, tumbling head over heels in a most comical fashion. What is this? Why can't I get out? Brother Gu exclaimed, shock etched across his face as he pounded on the barrier. It was a confinement barrier. How curious that such an expansive barrier had been erected without his notice. No, there must be a crack in the barrier. I must search for it. He scoured the edges of the barrier, but the more he searched, the more terror gripped his expression. There wasn't a single fissure, and even more alarming, he could hear the sound of slicing air approaching from behind. Su Jiqian was closing in. A suffocating sense of death enveloped him. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he trembled uncontrollably, his visage contorted with fear. He turned to face Su Jiqian. Although she was a stunning beauty with an exquisite figure and striking features, at that moment, in his eyes, she transformed into a bloodthirsty demon risen from the depths of hell. Su Jiqian's speed was astonishing. She swiftly closed the distance between them. With a playful glint in her eyes, she resembled a predator chasing its prey, sneering, "Found you." Demonic palm. As the future successor of the San Yuan sect, Brother Gu was equipped with numerous defensive artifacts bestowed by the sect leader. In that desperate moment, he cast them all aside. Yet, as a practitioner of the innate realm, the quality of the artifacts he could wield was limited. Before Su Jiqian's assault, those defenses crumbled like mere tissue paper, utterly ineffective. Shortly thereafter, a piercing scream echoed through the air. No. Gu, the brother, had met his demise. After eliminating him, Su Jiqian clapped her hands with satisfaction. Her master had spoken of obliterating the San Yuan sect, and by not allowing the solitary disciple to escape, she believed she had accomplished a significant feat upon her return. Her master might even reward her. The mere thought of receiving her master's praise made Su Jiqian's smile blossom radiantly as she joyfully bounded back. Meanwhile, a group of wandering cultivators on the surrounding peaks had witnessed the entire pursuit of the San Yuan sect's foremost talent unfold before their eyes. Their expressions were etched with astonishment and disbelief, mouths agape as if they might touch the ground. Gu, the first genius of the San Yuan sect, was a well-known figure across the continent, having attained the 4th level of the innate realm at such a tender age, with countless other accolades to his name. Yet, this prodigy had fallen to Su Jiqian's hands, unable to withstand even a single blow despite unveiling all his hidden cards. Such a spectacle was simply unfathomable. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it. What astonished them even more was the sight of Su Jiqian, the very embodiment of a merciless demon, who after dispatching Gu, wore a radiant smile reminiscent of a young girl eagerly awaiting praise from her elders. Was this truly the same ruthless being who had just taken a life without a second thought? After dealing with Gu, Su Jiqian returned to the square, where her 2 junior sisters had discovered a hidden door, more accurately, a back entrance. Given the secrecy of the location, the entrance could hardly be expected to be in the most conspicuous part of the square. Long Luo Li waved at her tardy senior sister, beckoning, "Sister, come quickly. We have found the entrance." As Su Jiqian approached the entrance and gazed down the seemingly bottomless staircase, her expression grew grave, and her heart quickened. If all went as expected, her parents and kin were imprisoned below. So much time had passed, she wondered how her parents fared and whether they still lived. Chapter 50. The rescue of the demon clan from Su Jiqian's understanding. Aside from her master, the high-ranking cultivators of this world often looked down upon other races. As members of a different lineage, her demon clan had undoubtedly endured considerable torment while being confined here. However, such suffering was not commonplace. Higher-ranked human cultivators typically did not lack for beautiful servants and thus held little desire for those of other races. Lower-ranked cultivators were an exception. But the dungeon was accessible only to the upper echelons of the San Yuan sect, so it was unlikely that any low-ranking cultivators were aware of its existence. Yet, this realization did little to ease her mind. Hastening her pace, she descended further. The staircase was long, yet Su Jiqian moved with remarkable swiftness, almost as if she were flying, and soon reached the end. At the end of the staircase lay an immense chamber, its corners adorned with countless iron cages, the majority of which stood empty, while only a few bore signs of life within. At the heart of the room stood a colossal alchemical furnace, surrounded by an array of inexplicable herbs, alongside some peculiar horns resembling those of a goat. Su Jiqian approached, lifting one of the horns from the table and scrutinizing it closely. What she held was no mere goat's horn. It unmistakably belonged to her kin. The recipe for concocting elixirs required this horn, which held profound significance for the demon race. Once severed, it could never regenerate. No demon would willingly part with their horn. Hence, Dongfang Huan imprisoned them here, using their lives as a substitute. Just then, a voice suddenly emanated from one corner of the room. "Daughter, is that you?" The voice, mature yet frail, carried a hint of weakness. Upon hearing it, Su Jiqian rushed towards the source. Within the cage, 2 members of the demon race were confined. One was a middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray, cheeks sunken, and skin showing signs of aging, resembling more an old man than a middle-aged figure. The other was a mature woman, her figure voluptuous, her skin possessing a certain luster, akin to that of a younger woman but with a touch more grace. Her features bore a resemblance to Su Jiqian's. "Father, mother," Su Jiqian exclaimed in astonishment as she reached the iron cage. These 2 were indeed her parents. Though joy surged within her at the sight of her family, witnessing their pitiful state filled her with sorrow. The thought that her parents had endured 3 years in such a place ignited a fierce rage within her towards Dongfang Huan. Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to trickle down her cheeks. Upon seeing her daughter, Su's mother was equally astonished and inquired, "My dear, how did you end up here? It was so noisy outside just now. What happened?" Su Jiqian wiped away her tears and, channeling her magical power, effortlessly shattered the iron cage. "My master has come to rescue everyone. We shall discuss this later. Let us first escape." At that moment, Lang Luoli and Hu Jiuyu had thoroughly searched the dungeon, liberating the remaining members of the demon race. After regrouping, they began to make their way towards the exit. Outside the dungeon, Chen Yi observed the steady stream of demons emerging from the entrance, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With no further concerns, he could finally unleash his full potential in battle. At that moment, a 3-fold elder from the San Yuan sect mocked Chen Yi. "Chen Yi, will you only scurry about like a rat, cowering in fear?" Previously, to avoid harming the imprisoned demons below, Chen Yi had been evading enemy attacks, rarely taking the initiative to strike. This led everyone to believe that there was no capability for a first strike at all. The only reason Chen Yi was able to eliminate one of their elders in a single blow was due to the use of a magical artifact. Now that the artifact had been exhausted, Chen Yi was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. One elder spoke up, urging the others to act in unison, ensuring he would have no opportunity to evade. The other elders nodded in agreement. surrounding Chunyi and unleashing their skills in unison. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted around them as several elders of the divine concealment realm released their abilities simultaneously, the immense pressure shattering the surrounding earth and stone. Even the disciples remaining on the square, despite being at a distance from the battlefield, could feel the oppressive force, struggling to breathe. You have slain so many disciples of our San Yuan sect. Today, none shall protect you. Meet your end. Immortal Crane Fist. 2 instruments palm. Luo Tian Great Palm Seal. The elders unleashed their most potent techniques, encircling Chunyi with an onslaught of attacks from all directions, leaving him with no refuge. Yet, Chunyi stood motionless, gazing at the incoming strikes as if he did not regard them at all. Observers from afar perceived this scene as Chunyi being paralyzed by fear, unable to flee. Look, it seems the sect master is undoubtedly facing death this time, one remarked. How foolish to pretend to be strong without the capability, one person, accompanied by 3 disciples, daring to challenge the San Yuan sect. Those 3 female cultivators are truly unfortunate. They will likely meet their demise here today. By the way, did you notice the sudden appearance of numerous demons in the square? Weren't the demon clans annihilated 3 years ago? Why are they here today? Indeed, many cultivators began to sense something amiss. The demon practitioners had been besieged and exterminated 3 years prior, yet so many had resurfaced, emerging from beneath the San Yuan sect. There was certainly a hidden truth in this, and the more inquisitive cultivators felt a flame of curiosity igniting within them. Above the San Yuan sect, the multitude of terrifying attacks had already descended upon Chunyi, who remained utterly still. However, the sheer volume of assaults generated a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the view within. The elders of the San Yuan sect observed this spectacle and began to discuss among themselves. He must be dead, for my attack struck him first. I shall seek a reward from the sect master. What do you mean he should be dead? With so many attacks landing upon him, even a powerful being from the Purple Mansion realm would likely be gravely injured, let alone this worthless Chunyi, who was probably reduced to ashes. Indeed, since my attack landed first, the reward should be mine. As the smoke lingered, the elders commenced their debate over who would claim the greatest credit for the victory. As the elders engaged in their heated debate, a sudden series of coughs echoed through the haze. What a powerful assault! It even left me choking. The voice belonged unmistakably to Chunyi. Upon hearing the sound emanating from the smoke, the elders abruptly ceased their quarrel, their faces etched with disbelief. They could scarcely trust their ears. It felt as though they had hallucinated. The combined attack from several elders should have guaranteed death, even for their own sect leader within that tumult, let alone for Chunyi, who was merely at the first level of the divine concealment realm. Moments later, the mist began to dissipate, revealing no figure within its confines, as if Chunyi had turned to ash. The absence of his presence allowed the elders to exhale in relief. One elder, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, chuckled nervously. It seems I must have misheard. How could Chunyi still be alive? He must have perished in the attack, reduced to cinders. I must be getting old. My hearing is failing me. I ought to seek out the sect leader and acquire some medicinal pills. As he spoke, another elder opposite him wore an expression of sheer terror. Pointing behind him, he stammered, "Why you? Behind you." His voice trembled, as if he had witnessed something utterly horrifying. "Behind me?" The elder murmured, slowly turning around, only to behold a shadowy figure. Chunyi hovered behind him, a mocking smile upon his face, reminiscent of a predator toying with its prey. Upon seeing Chunyi's form, the elder was struck with panic, stumbling back several paces while muttering, "Why you? This is impossible." Seeing the fear etched across the elders' faces filled Chunyi with a sense of satisfaction. Having had his fun, it was time to clear away the filth. With that thought, Chunyi extended his palm, directing a strike towards the elder, unleashing Su Ji Qian's skill. The Demon Soul Technique's demonic palm. As the skill activated, the elders felt an overwhelming shroud of dark purple engulf them, an unparalleled aura of dread saturating the air, making it difficult for them to breathe. The elder at the epicenter of the pressure felt his eyes bulging, blood seeping from his orifices. When they again beheld Chunyi, he was no longer the gentle youth they once knew, but a bloodthirsty demon, crowned with horns and surrounded by hellish magma. A colossal palm imprint erupted from Chunyi's hand, infused with rich, deep purple malevolence, consuming everything in its path, without exception. The elders found themselves shrouded in the oppressive aura emanating from Chunyi, rendering even the simplest movements a Herculean task, leaving them no time to evade the terrifying imprint of malevolent energy. "Master, save us!" One elder cried out toward Dongfang Huan, pleading for the protection of their leader. Yet, Dongfang Huan, witnessing the scene before him, stood petrified, devoid of any inclination to assist. He could scarcely fathom that the once defeated adversary, a failure in the sect's battle, had suddenly transformed into such a formidable force. What an abomination! What on earth has transpired? What fortuitous encounter has Chunyi experienced? He muttered in a state of panic, realizing that if he did not act soon, his own life could be forfeit. He turned to the surviving disciples and commanded, "Do not dawdle. Activate the protective formation of the sect." One disciple, hesitating at the command, queried, "But master, the elders are still outside. We cannot." Before he could finish, Dongfang Huan struck him with a palm, reducing him to ashes. "Enough of your nonsense. Do as I say." The remaining disciples, witnessing the demise of their fellow, were overtaken by sheer terror. They dared not delay any longer and hastily activated the protective formation. A barrier began to materialize above the plaza, gradually enveloping the surrounding area. This formation bore a resemblance to the isolation array brought forth by Chan Yi, yet in terms of quality and scope, it was woefully inadequate. Even as the protective formation was activated, those within could still hear the agonizing screams of the elders outside, piercing and chilling to the bone. Countless disciples watched the unfolding horror in the sky, their hearts racing and hands trembling with fear. The very individual they had deemed a mere waste, come to meet his demise, was now systematically slaughtering the elders they had held in esteem. The visual and emotional impact of this was beyond compare. A profound dread of death loomed over all present in the plaza, with only the protective formation offering a semblance of solace. Among those equally astonished were the onlookers perched upon the surrounding peaks, as they beheld Chen Yi unleash one terrifying assault after another. Witnessing the fall of powerful beings in the realm of divine concealment, their shock had reached unfathomable heights. Such a large-scale annihilation of divine concealment experts had not occurred in many years, and today, they all met their end at the hands of Chen Yi. Even a formidable expert of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm would struggle to contend with multiple divine concealment masters without sustaining any injuries. Moreover, Chen Yi had withstood their assaults without a scratch, suggesting that his cultivation had likely surpassed the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Silence. Observing our predecessor's prowess at such close quarters will undoubtedly aid in our own cultivation. At this moment, no one harbored the illusion that Chen Yi was merely a practitioner of the first level of the divine concealment realm. Instead, it was widely believed that he had merely concealed his true strength. After all, to contend with multiple formidable beings simultaneously could not be the feat of a mere first-level practitioner. It was not only the wandering cultivators who recognized this. Dongfang Huan also discerned the truth, prompting him to consider activating the protective array for the sect. Faced with beings beyond the divine concealment realm, his confidence began to wane. Soon after, with the final anguished cry echoing through the air, the last elder of the San Yuan sect was reduced to ashes. Chen Yi clapped his hands in satisfaction, surveying his surroundings. Noticing that Dongfang Huan had indeed activated the protective array, Chen Yi felt a surge of delight. It appeared that his own isolation array would not even be necessary, as they had effectively ensnared themselves. One must admit, Dongfang Huan proved to be quite resourceful. With the protective array in place, he truly took a bold stance. At this moment, Suji Qian had brought the members of the demon clan to their master's side. Chen Yi, already familiar with Su's parents, exchanged nods of greeting before addressing them. "Please step back a bit to avoid any unintended harm. Once I conclude this matter, we shall return to the sect for a detailed discussion." Chapter 52. The protective array. Su's parents gazed at Chen Yi with faces full of gratitude, mixed with astonishment. Long ago, during his travels through the demon territory, Chen Yi had adopted Suji Qian and safeguarded the safety of her kin. Had it not been for Chen Ye's timely intervention, the demon clan would have faced extinction and would not have survived to this day. In a sense, he had forcibly extended their existence. Now, after all these years, Chen Yi had returned to rescue them once more. This marked the second time their entire clan owed him an immense debt of gratitude. Such kindness would require generations of service from the demon clan to even begin to repay, regardless of the circumstances. The demons had long since regarded Chen Yi as their one true sovereign, an unparalleled entity. What astonished them further was that while they had always perceived Chen Yi as powerful, he had not seemed nearly as formidable as he appeared now, single-handedly challenging an entire sect. Previously, he had relied on the might of his own Tianxian sect to protect them, yet today, he had come alone to vanquish their foes. They were filled with wonder, yet no one spoke. They obediently retreated. Below, Dongfang Huan seethed with anger as he observed the fleeing members of the demon clan. If they were allowed to escape, all the deeds he had executed over the years would surely be exposed. The act of using the lives of foreign beings for alchemical purposes was universally regarded in the cultivation realm as the most despicable of actions, a source of shame for society and a grave offense. Such a revelation would undoubtedly attract countless self-proclaimed righteous cultivators, eager to denounce him and claim to eradicate evil from the world. Therefore, he vowed that they must not be allowed to leave alive. The Guardian Array serves not only as a formidable defense but also as a conduit to amalgamate the spiritual energies of its practitioners, unleashing a powerful offensive. This is the stronghold of the San Yuan sect, where they have established their roots for an extended period, enjoying the advantage of home ground. The formations, architecture, and defensive measures employed here are among the finest. Activate the offensive formation, Dongfang Huan commanded, his voice resonating through the ranks of disciples. Upon hearing their leader's words, the disciples' expressions turned to one of trepidation. The Guardian Array of the San Yuan sect is a peak-level formation of the Xian tier, originally designed for the elders of their sect. Yet now, they, the lower-tier disciples, were being asked to channel their spiritual energy into this grand formation, a process that would undoubtedly inflict considerable harm upon them. However, now that they were ensconced within the Guardian Array, they found themselves inextricably linked. Like grasshoppers on the same string, despite their reluctance, after much hesitation, they had no choice but to acquiesce. One by one, the disciples placed their hands upon the array's barrier, commencing the mobilization of their spiritual energy. At this moment, Dongfang Huan cast a cold, piercing gaze at Qinyi and bellowed frantically, "Qinyi, do you truly believe I fear you? I know not what stroke of luck or opportunity has befallen you. But today, even if you are a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, you shall surely perish beneath this Guardian Array." In his desperate bid to thwart Qinyi's incursion, he was willing to sacrifice the lives of his own disciples, wagering his lifelong dedication on this confrontation. As he spoke, a frenzied demeanor replaced his former elegance. Meanwhile, the onlookers, roaming practitioners observing from the periphery, were astonished upon witnessing the Guardian Array of the San Yuan sect. They had long heard of its status as a Xian tier formation, yet they were taken aback to discover it was of the pinnacle variety. Moreover, it was said that the Guardian Array had been inscribed by a master formation artist at the ninth heaven of the divine concealment realm, utilizing various elements such as the 5 elements, the cosmos, and celestial phenomena, rendering its effects extraordinarily terrifying. Why hasn't Senior Qinyi fled yet? What is he waiting for? Does he intend to endure that strike? Although Qinyi had proclaimed his intention to obliterate the San Yuan sect, he had not yet achieved it. Nonetheless, given his current accomplishments, even if he chose to retreat with the others now, no one would dare to voice any objections. After all, his achievements had surpassed the wildest imaginations of all, ensuring his name would be etched in the annals of history across this continent. Yet, as the onlookers beheld Qinyi standing firm against the Guardian Array, their astonishment deepened. Could it be that he truly intended to shatter the San Yuan sect today? At this moment, the offensive of the Guardian Array had reached its culmination, requiring only Dongfang Huan to deliver the final impetus to unleash the attack. "You shall regret coming here today. Perish." Dongfang Huan scoffed, sweeping his hand, causing the barrier of the Guardian Array to gradually shimmer with golden radiance. The golden light converged towards the center, dazzling and resplendent, akin to a blazing sun, until the radiant light reached its zenith. A moment later, a golden pillar of light surged forth, resembling a colossal golden dragon, its overwhelming pressure enveloping the surroundings. The intense heat emanating from this golden dragon imparted the sensation of standing at the sun's core. Even the less adept cultivators, merely glancing at it, risked having their eyes scorched. Countless cultivators outside the protective formation of the sect felt their hearts race upon witnessing this golden dragon, instinctively retreating several steps, their legs trembling, struggling to maintain their footing. They had never encountered, nor heard of, an attack of such magnitude. It was truly unparalleled on this continent. What was even more unfathomable was the terror that Qinyi, standing at the epicenter of this assault and authority, was currently facing. It seemed impossible that any creature could survive such a formidable attack. "Quickly, release the defensive formation, otherwise, the residual pressure will injure us." In the distance, the scattered cultivators began to inscribe small defensive formations, attempting to shield themselves from the impending wave of potential attacks. Many who were incapable of inscribing formations pleaded desperately, "Brother, let me in, I implore you." "No way, 30 low-grade spirit stones. No stones, no entry." Some even resorted to inciting a war for profit. Qinyi gazed at the approaching golden dragon, his expression slightly astonished, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "What an extraordinarily powerful attack!" he exclaimed. "How infuriating that it has made me sweat." While he lamented, witnessing the opponent's full exertion, he resolved not to hold back. After all, given the significance the opponent placed on him, it would be quite disrespectful not to reciprocate. With this thought, Qinyi clenched his right fist, raising it high. This time, he did not intend to release any specific technique, but to unleash all the spiritual energy within him in one powerful surge. He had never mobilized his internal spiritual energy on such a grand scale before. The earlier release of the demon slaughter palm had consumed almost negligible energy. Thus, this time, releasing all his spiritual energy would likely equate to several hundred or even 1,000 demon slaughter palms. As Qinyi maximized his internal spiritual energy, he beheld the roaring golden dragon advancing towards him, contemplating that this was his first serious strike. It would be rather dull, without a magnificent name for the technique. But what to call it? Suddenly, an image of a yellow-clad, bald figure from an anime flashed in his mind. "Perfect. That shall be its name." With the technique's name decided, Qinyi smiled with satisfaction and swung his fist. At that moment, the spiritual energy gathered around his fist had coalesced into a tangible form. A pale azure energy swirling above his fist, as if it could no longer contain its eagerness to erupt forth. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy reaching its zenith, Qinyi suddenly swung his fist down, unleashing a powerful blow. Simultaneously, he proclaimed the name of his technique, Serious, One Punch. As his voice faded, a pale azure fist wind erupted from his fist, accompanied by a resounding whoosh. The expanse of this fist wind was akin to the vast sky, its rolling motion distorting the very fabric of space. At the moment this technique was unleashed, an unparalleled and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped all that was within sight. The distant onlookers, the cultivators who had yet to enter the defensive formation, were immediately swept away by the overwhelming force, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Even those within the protective array were not faring any better. Fissures began to flicker across the barrier, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Quick, hurry and repair the barrier together. Otherwise, we might all perish. Many of the scattered cultivators responsible for erecting the formation shouted, organizing their efforts to channel their spiritual energy into the array. Initially, few believed in the impending annihilation of the Sanyuan sect, and thus, no high-ranking cultivators had come to witness the event. The spectators present were primarily of lower realms, drawn merely by curiosity. Yet, even with the defensive barrier, these lower realm cultivators found it nearly impossible to survive in the face of the overwhelming pressure Qinyi unleashed. While they had anticipated the aftermath of the pressure would be formidable, they had never imagined it would be so utterly horrific. At that moment, Dongfang Huan, situated beneath his sect's protective formation, was oblivious to the terrifying pressure. Observing Qinyi's confident demeanor, he could not restrain his mockery. Do you truly believe that a mere stroke of fortune makes you invincible? Disregarding the profound heritage of our Sanyuan sect amassed over countless years? You shall pay dearly for your ignorance. Prepare to die. Just as Dongfang Huan's frantic cries echoed, the golden dragon surged forth, closing in on Qinyi. At the same moment, Qinyi's fist wind collided with the dragon's visage. A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a dragon's lament. Boom! The golden dragon was instantly obliterated upon contact with the fist wind, disintegrating into nothingness, like mist dissipating into the air. The shockwave generated by their clash sent tremors through the surrounding peaks, causing countless rumblings to arise, akin to the mournful cries before the twilight of an apocalypse. Although the golden dragon vanished into the ether, Qinyi's fist wind did not relent. It continued to surge downward with relentless ferocity. Dongfang Huan's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding above, his mouth agape in shock. How could the pride of their Sanyuan sect, the protective array crafted from the blood, sweat, and tears of countless cultivators, fail to withstand even a single former subordinate of his? Qinyi? Impossible. This could not be real. That person could not possibly be Qinyi. He was clearly unable to accept the reality before him, standing frozen in place as chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Qinyi's fierce punches offered no respite for him to contemplate. In the blink of an eye, the force of his blows had reached the protective barrier of the sect. Countless disciples of the Sanyuan sect, sheltered within the barrier, gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, crying out in desperation, "Master, we beseech you. Open the protective barrier and let us escape. If not, we shall perish here." Upon hearing the pleas of his disciples, Dongfang Huan finally regained his senses. Yet, confronted with the devastation before him, he chose not to flee. Although his previous attack had been effortlessly shattered, as long as the protective barrier remained intact, capable of withstanding Qinyi's onslaught, he would still have a chance to counterattack. No, we cannot retreat. Channel your spiritual energy into the protective barrier. We shall resist together. Swiftly, the disciples trembled at their master's words. It was evident that he had lost his sanity. Their recent counterattacks had been effortlessly obliterated. How much longer could the protective barrier endure? Regret consumed them, lamenting their failure to heed Qinyi's earlier warnings and vacate the Sanyuan sect. Regretting their very presence in this dire location. Yet regret proved futile. They could only place their hands upon the barrier, pouring their energy into it. Simultaneously, Qinyi's forceful punches roared against the protective barrier. Crack! As the punch met the barrier, it emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, splintering into a web of cracks. The force showed no sign of abating. With another crack, the barrier was shattered, countless golden shards dispersing like glass fragments in the air. With the loss of the protective barrier, the terrifying pressure emanating from the impending punches enveloped Dongfang Huan, positioned at the very center of this oppressive force. The fifth-tier cultivator found it increasingly difficult to stand. His expression remained a mask of horror, fully aware that he would not survive such an assault. Dongfang Huan began to channel all his spiritual energy, unleashing the dark arts he had secretly cultivated. Sacrifice! All shall be sacrificed to me, he cried maniacally, as his energy spread across the ground like ink seeping into rice paper. The disciples of the San Yuan sect, upon contact with this energy, were instantly transformed into lifeless husks. They had no opportunity to scream before being entirely absorbed. Meanwhile, Dongfang Huan's cultivation surged dramatically, ascending through the realms to the 6th. And finally to the 9th tier. His form began to contort grotesquely, his physique swelling, muscles bulging uncontrollably. The hue of his skin shifted from flesh tone to a ghastly purplish blue, resembling a monstrous humanoid. Chapter 54. Shen Yi, the celestial being. He roared defiantly, attempting to withstand Shen Ye's ferocious punches. Break for me. Countless streams of spiritual energy erupted from his body, surging forth to meet the oncoming force. At this moment, he stood but a step away from the purple mansion realm. In an instant, two attacks collided with tremendous ferocity. The pale azure fist windswept with overwhelming authority, striking fiercely against Dongfang Huan's arm. His arm twisted and contorted under the might of the blow, while the immense pressure forced his legs into the ground, sending debris soaring several meters into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed by the force of the fist wind, crashing violently into the earth. Yet, the tempestuous energy showed no signs of abating, continuing to churn and strike downward. The ground began to fracture, a gaping chasm extending into the distance, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed for miles. Countless birds took flight from the sky in a cacophony, as if in a great migration, while trees and structures around them collapsed in utter ruin. In that moment, it truly felt like the end of the world. After what seemed like an eternity, tranquility gradually returned to the realm. Many cultivators who had taken refuge at a distance dared to step forth from their defensive formations. The sight before them left them utterly astounded. The San Yuan sect had been entirely obliterated from existence, leaving no trace behind and not a single survivor. All that remained was an unfathomable abyss. Behold, a celestial being. We must prostrate before the immortal, exclaimed one cultivator, deeply bowing toward Shen Yi. Hearing his words, the others snapped back to reality, and without exception, they all bowed their heads in reverence toward Shen Yi. Surely, an immortal had descended upon our continent to punish the egregious San Yuan sect. Great immortal, we have shown disrespect. Please do not hold it against us, they implored, acknowledging the presence of the celestial. In the realm of cultivation, those who had surpassed the tribulation stage were all regarded as immortals. Those who succeeded in their tribulations existed in a realm beyond, rumored to possess the power to create worlds. Although they had never witnessed a true immortal, the might of Shen Ye's previous strike was something only an immortal could wield. The immortal's visit to annihilate the San Yuan sect must have been due to their transgressions, offenses so severe that even the divine could not overlook them. Yet, as juniors in the presence of an immortal, their failure to bow promptly was not merely an oversight. It was a grave disrespect. If the immortal took offense, they feared they would meet a fate worse than death. All they could do was hope that their fervent prostrations would be sufficient to earn Shen Ye's mercy. At that moment, Shen Yi gazed at his own palm, momentarily bewildered. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike would possess such overwhelming power. Had he known, he would have tempered his strength. After all, the San Yuan sect was still a prominent sect in this continent, and surely there were treasures to be salvaged. Although he and his 3 disciples possessed superior system resources, the future disciples would inevitably require additional resources as their numbers increased. However, if they're lost, so be it. There will always be opportunities to acquire more in the future. With the complete annihilation of the San Yuan sect, Shen Ye's promise has been thoroughly fulfilled. After matters settled down, Shen Yi intended to lead everyone back. At this moment, Su Jiqian had finished reminiscing with her parents and approached her master, embracing him tightly. Lung Loli and Hu Jiuyu also approached their master, their faces filled with concern and joy. They had felt the scorching waves of heat from the golden dragon unleashed by the sect's protective array, even from a distance. Su's father and mother were both cultivators at the first level of the divine concealment realm. Had they not activated their defensive formations, it would have been difficult for the disciples to withstand the onslaught. They had watched their master at the center of the pressure, filled with worry. Had it not been for Su's mother holding them back, they would have rushed out to protect him. Although the ordeal had passed, their anxiety lingered in their hearts. While embracing her master, Su Jiqian nestled closer, relishing in his warmth and presence. Master, I'm so glad you're unharmed. Now that you are so powerful, we can be together forever, right? Shen Yi, feeling the softness of his eldest disciple snuggling in his arms, was tickled by the sensation. He affectionately stroked her head and replied gently, "Of course, I will always be by your side. Moreover, I promise you that I will not allow anyone to bully you." Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian smiled sweetly, as if pondering something, and teasingly said in an enchanting voice, "Master, you are lying. Every time I say no, you ignore me and do the opposite. You say you want to let anyone bully me, yet you bully me every day. MMM. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Yi swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. "Hey, is what you're saying even related to what I meant? And your parents are right there watching. Aren't you embarrassed to speak like this?" He then glanced at Sue's father and mother, gauging their reactions. After all, he had indulged in a secret affair while the elders were away, which might not reflect well. Sue's father seemed unfazed, attending to the well-being of every demon clan member, while Sue's mother regarded him with a knowing expression, clearly having understood something. Chinyi felt it would be wise to find an opportunity to discuss matters with the two of them, though not at this moment, as everyone needed time to rest. At this moment, Su Jiqian was thrashing wildly in her master's grasp. Realizing her efforts were in vain, she discreetly extended her delicate tongue to give a fleeting lick. Chinyi was immediately struck by a slick sensation, hastily withdrawing his hand with a look of alarm. "What on earth are you doing, my esteemed disciple?" Su Jiqian observed her master's flustered expression and couldn't help but chuckle, as if reveling in a cunning scheme as success. She relished the sight of her master's flushed cheeks, so handsome and endearing. It was utterly irresistible. Chapter 55, The White-Haired Lowly Nevertheless. Su Jiqian felt no qualms about acting coyly before her parents in front of her master. In her recollection, she often witnessed her mother playfully charming her father. Moreover, her mother was a succubus. Surely, at her age, she could comprehend her feelings. Additionally, she recalled her mother imparting some peculiar words when she was entrusted to her master, though the specifics eluded her memory. At this moment, Su Jiqian remained tightly embraced by her master, showing no intention of releasing her hold, basking in the warmth of his embrace. Meanwhile, Lang Luoli watched her senior sister with increasing tension, her fists gradually clenching. For goodness sake, isn't it enough already? She was equally concerned for their master and yearned for his embrace as well. Suddenly, Su Jiqian felt a slight chill along her spine, and before she could turn around, she felt her clothing tugged. She was abruptly pulled away from her master, with one hand gripping her sister and the other resting on her hip. Lang Luoli wore an expression of displeasure. "Sister, you haven't seen your parents in ages. Shouldn't you catch up? Leave comforting our master to me." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Jiqian scratched her face, her gaze evasive as she replied, "But it was my mother who asked me to keep the master company." She said not to delay important matters. As Lang Luoli listened to her sister, her expression grew increasingly grave. Why did it seem as though her sister had gained the guidance of a powerful mentor? One elder sister was already challenging enough, and now there was a mature succubus aiding her. Would their master even have time for her now? At that moment, Hu Jiuyue observed Lang Luoli's dissatisfied demeanor and recalled what Su Jiqian had recently told her. If she ever displeased Lang Luoli again, she should remind her or even give her a couple of light taps. With this in mind, Hu Jiuyue gradually retrieved a ruler from her pocket. Since her sister had asked her to do so, she had no choice but to comply. Thus, she delivered a gentle swat to Su Jiqian's soft form. A crisp sound resonated as Su Jiqian trembled slightly, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Turning around, she asked, somewhat dazed, Who shimmy? Why did you hit me? My mother has never struck me there." Hu Jiuyue appeared somewhat flustered, repeatedly waving her hands as she hurriedly explained, "Isn't it what you said, senior sister Su? From now on, if we provoke senior sister Lang, then..." Upon hearing her words, Su Jiqian finally recalled the situation, her expression filled with exasperation. "Did you actually take that seriously? Come on, must you be so honest? To reiterate, what I meant was for you to warn me before I angered Lang Luoli." "It's far too late now," she exclaimed. "I suspect you were just trying to provoke me." As the protagonist of this incident, Chinyi remained oblivious to the reason behind the commotion among the three disciples, merely perceiving it as a sign of their camaraderie. "Let us return," Chinyi suggested, subsequently channeling his spiritual energy to guide everyone back. Having just unleashed a powerful strike, his internal energy was significantly depleted, and replenishing it in such a spiritually barren area would require considerable time. However, the remaining energy was sufficient to support their flight. To restore his spiritual energy to its full potential, he needed to return to the Tianjin Palace, where the abundant spiritual essence would soon revitalize him. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, knelt in awe as Chinyi gradually disappeared into the heavens. Only after he completely vanished from sight did they rise, brushing off the dust from their garments. The assembled cultivators glanced back at the now-vanished San Yuan sect, some sighing in reflection. The terrifying punch, even though it hadn't been directed at them, left them with a profound sense of survival. This was the legendary immortal, capable of moving mountains and obliterating the earth with a mere gesture. Gradually, more cultivators began to depart the scene. Before long, tales of the day's events began circulating through taverns and among merchants across the Yuanshan continent. Word spread rapidly, reaching various sects and national powers, informing them of Chun Ye's resurgence and his overwhelming defeat of the San Yuan sect. Yet, most factions maintained a skeptical stance, unwilling to accept the truth. When they dispatched personnel to investigate the remnants of the San Yuan sect, the apocalyptic devastation before their eyes left no room for disbelief. Numerous factions began seeking out Chinyi, eager to forge alliances. Yet, He had seemingly evaporated from existence, vanishing without a trace after obliterating the San Yuan sect. Of course, these were matters for another time. At that moment, Chen was still en route back to the Tianshan Palace, where a solitary figure awaited at the entrance. This figure was petite yet exquisite, with waist-length white hair and eyebrows and eyelashes of the same luminous hue. Adorning her head were a pair of black and white striped tiger ears. Though she was somewhat shorter, her figure was not lacking. Proportionally, she was merely slightly smaller than Su Jiqian. She stood alone in the Tianshan Palace's courtyard, her expression vacant. Mouth agape, and a look of astonishment etched across her face. The charming little tiger tooth has just peeked out, a sight that incites an irresistible urge to pinch it. The concentration of spiritual energy here is indeed far greater than that outside. However, where has my savior gone? I cannot seem to find them. Previously, when Chen Yi had just unlocked the system, he wished to test his abilities. In the process, he inadvertently rescued a demon king, a white tiger. After a brief period of recuperation, the white tiger intended to visit the Tianshan Palace to express gratitude to Chen Yi. Yet, in her original form, she was unable to approach the vicinity of the palace and was repelled instead. Thus, she expended some of her cultivation and time to transform into human form, allowing her entry into the grand hall. At this moment, she wandered around the plaza but failed to catch sight of Chen Yi. She sniffed the air, attempting to locate his scent. Ultimately, she detected Chen Yi's aroma within a magnificent hall. Barefoot, she hurriedly made her way inside. However, the room was empty. Chen Yi was nowhere to be seen, and the scent emanated from a bed. She approached, grasped the blanket, and inhaled deeply. How delightful! The scent of my savior. The fragrance was unexpectedly captivating, and she yearned to bask in it forever. Whispering to herself, she was uncertain whether her affection stemmed from the fact that Chen Yi had saved her or from some other reason, but his scent was undeniably alluring. Gradually, she nestled into Chen Yi's bedding, covering her head, and succumbed to the enchanting aroma, drifting into slumber. Chapter 56. The Demon Cultivation Department. After some time, several figures gradually soared through the skies above the Tianshan Palace. These were, of course, Chen Yi and the members of the Demon Clan. Even before reaching the palace, the Demon Clan members began to marvel at the grandeur of the place. Centered around the Tianshan Palace, a vast complex of buildings sprawling over 1,000 meters came into view, resembling a colossal city housing tens of thousands. However, unlike a typical city, the layout here was distinct. Each architectural ensemble was designed to accommodate different types of cultivators for their practice. Chen Yi gently descended with the group onto the plaza of the Tianshan Palace. Once on the ground, he surveyed the Demon Clan members, approximately 40 in number, all of whom had just emerged from their torment, their appearances ravaged and worn. He noted a peculiar detail among the surviving members of the Demon Clan. Aside from Su's father and mother, all were of the younger generation, and each possessed a spiritual root of grade 3 or higher. A grade 3 spiritual root is considered a mark of mid to high-tier strength in this continent, indicative of considerable talent. Perhaps Dongfang Huan had intentionally retained those of superior aptitude for alchemical purposes. Approaching Su's father, the clan leader, Chen Yi knew it was imperative to discuss matters with him. You have nowhere else to turn now. Why not remain in the Tianshan sect? However, should you wish to stay here, I must set forth a condition. I wonder if you would be amenable to it. Su's father was initially preoccupied with the dilemma of where to settle his clan now that their territory had vanished. He had never contemplated that Chen Yi would extend a hand to shelter them. After all, the abundance of spiritual energy in this place was not accessible to just anyone. The mere fact that his daughter could cultivate here was already a stroke of extraordinary fortune. To his astonishment, Chen Yi proposed that they stay. Chen Yi had saved their entire clan's lives on 2 separate occasions, and in their eyes, they felt they could never repay such a debt. They would willingly endure any hardship, even if it meant risking their lives, should he require it. Grasping Chen Yi's hand earnestly, Su's father declared, "Benefactor, command us as you will. Whatever tasks you assign, whether within our capabilities or beyond, we shall exert ourselves fully, even at the cost of our lives." Chen Yi, taken aback by his fervor, found himself momentarily bewildered. In truth, his own concerns were not as grave. The system's requirement was merely to recruit disciples, specifically those with innate spiritual roots of at least the 6th grade, without relying on medicinal pills for enhancement. As for Hu Zhou, she had been by Chen Yi's side since his arrival in this world, and thus was already counted among them. The system's criteria extended beyond direct disciples to include inner and outer disciples, with considerably looser requirements for the latter 2 categories. Inner disciples needed to possess a minimum of 3rd grade roots, while outer disciples required at least 1st grade. However, as inner disciples advanced in their cultivation, the points Chen Yi received from the system would diminish, down to 1/10 for inner disciples and even less for outer ones. The cultivation techniques favored by the Demon Clan leaned towards demonic practices, characterized by fierce and aggressive attacks. Fortunately, the Tianxin sect had a dedicated division for such practitioners. Consequently, Qinyi resolved to accept them as disciples, as he had faith in their capabilities. However, joining a sect was a lifelong commitment, not to be taken lightly. So Qinyi deemed it prudent to consult them regarding this significant decision. He spoke, "The Tianxin sect has just been re-established and is in dire need of personnel. While outsiders cannot reside here permanently, should you choose to join the sect as inner disciples, you would no longer be considered outsiders." Upon hearing Qinyi's words, Su's father was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly overcome with joy. He had anticipated more stringent terms, yet this was merely an invitation. This was not a condition. It was a reward. The gratitude owed to Qinyi by their clan was immeasurable. Qinyi was a being worthy of their eternal service, spanning generations. Holding Qinyi's hand, Su's father felt compelled to kneel. "We have come before the sect leader. Our clan is forever indebted to you. And we stand ready to heed your summons, even until the last drop of our blood is spent." At that moment, the remaining members of the demon clan also knelt before Qinyi, bowing in reverence and performing the formal rites of entering the sect. Upon witnessing this scene, Qinyi promptly assisted Su's father, preventing him from truly kneeling. After all, this man would be his future father-in-law, and it would be quite inappropriate to bow down. As the members of the demon clan performed their entrance ritual, Qinyi heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Detected that the host has accepted 46 inner disciples. Reward system points, 11,500. Upon initially accepting disciples, there would be a corresponding reward in system points, and further breakthroughs by the disciples would yield additional rewards. Hearing the voice of the system echo in his mind, a broad smile spread across Qinyi's face. With the previously accumulated system points, he was not far from breaking through to a new realm. At this pace, it seemed that his ascension to becoming a true immortal was just around the corner. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qinyi gleefully opened the system shop, eager to discover what he could exchange for his disciples. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a foundational technique for demon cultivators. According to the system's description, this technique was specifically designed for demon practitioners and was classified as a supreme tier. Qinyi spent 2,000 system points to acquire it and examined it closely. This foundational technique encompassed all aspects of demon cultivation techniques. Although it lacked the ferocity of the demon soul art practiced by Su Jiqian, the techniques contained within were undoubtedly among the pinnacle of this world. Moreover, astonishingly, it included various cultivation directions, allowing practitioners with different attack preferences to train. 1,000 individuals could practice it, yielding 1,000 distinct techniques. This was a resource specifically designated for the training of inner disciples. Qinyi could not help but marvel at how considerate the system was. He handed the technique to Su's father, instructing him, "From now on, you and Su's mother will serve as elders of the Demon Cultivation Division. This technique is to be taught to the disciples under your guidance." As the number of disciples in the sect gradually increased, it became impractical for Qinyi to instruct each one individually. Therefore, the role of elders was essential to oversee the training of other disciples. Su's father nodded in acceptance. Although he felt that his own strength was far from sufficient to serve as an elder of the Tianxin sect, he was determined to fulfill this responsibility to the best of his abilities, given that the sect leader had entrusted him with such an important duty. After distributing the technique to Su's father, Qinyi led everyone away from the Tianxin Hall, heading toward the Demon Cultivation Division. The division was situated beneath a colossal mountain, atop which stood a massive angel statue. According to Qinyi's understanding, this mountain was also part of the Tianxin sect, though he was unsure of the specific type of cultivators it catered to. The world of cultivation was vast and boundless, with countless types of practitioners. The Tianxin sect had provided training grounds for every category of cultivator, yet there remained many that Qinyi was unfamiliar with. Chapter 57. It is best to keep a low profile. Qinyi and his companions arrived at the Demon Cultivation Division. From midair, they observed a grand purple hall at the very center of the division, exuding an intensely terrifying malevolence, as if shrouded in a purple haze. Should an ordinary person arrive here, they would likely not last more than a few minutes. However, for practitioners of the demonic arts, this place serves as an exceptional sanctuary. The courtyard of the demonic cultivation sect is adorned with numerous rooms designated for the disciples' habitation, surrounded by an abundance of trees. Under normal circumstances, these trees would wither under the corrosion of malevolent energy, yet here, they thrive, absorbing the very essence that would typically spell their demise. This locale is not devoid of life. Rather, it presents an alternative kind of beauty. After bringing the group to the ground, Qinyi turned to Su's father and cautioned, "I leave this place in your capable hands. The day is drawing to a close, and I shall not intrude further upon you." The disciples, weary from their exertions, were advised to rest early. Having eradicated the San Yuan sect, Qinyi returned when night had already fallen. Perhaps due to the considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, he felt a rare sense of fatigue and longed for a good night's sleep. After bidding farewell to his comrades of the demonic lineage, he took his 3 disciples back home. The demonic disciples gazed at their departing leader, their faces alight with gratitude. They would commence their training here. And once they achieved results, they vowed to repay their leader's kindness with all their strength. Upon returning to the Tianxian Hall, the 3 disciples retreated to their respective quarters for rest, while Chun Yi entered his own room. After stifling a yawn, he was swiftly engulfed by a wave of drowsiness. Approaching the bedside, he unexpectedly discovered a tuft of white fur by his pillow. No, to be precise, it resembled more of tiger fur. How peculiar, he pondered. How could there be beast fur in his chamber? Had a beast stealthily crept in while the sect was unguarded? Yet, it seemed unlikely if a beast had entered. The room would surely be in disarray. Dismissing these thoughts, he speculated that perhaps a bird had flown in. Too weary to dwell on it further, he threw back the covers and burrowed beneath them. Finding his position uncomfortable, he shifted slightly and inadvertently brushed against something. Wait, what did you just touch? With a look of bewilderment, Chen Yi reached out, feeling something soft, pleasant, and surprisingly elastic. This strange sensation banished much of his fatigue, invigorating him instantly. Slowly lifting the blanket, he was met with a pair of wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Nestled within his covers was a charming young girl with white hair. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed up at him. Chen Ye's large hand had inadvertently caused her distress, as evidenced by her tearful eyes, which evoked a profound sense of pity within him. Seeing her expression, his immediate reaction was to apologize, for he had unintentionally caused her pain. I'm sorry. Wait. Why should I be apologizing? What are you doing in my bed? After offering his apology, Chen Yi finally registered the situation, astonished as he posed his question. At that very moment, outside his room, Su Qiqian adorned herself in an enticing purple mini-skirt, complemented by lace-trimmed thigh-high stockings, which accentuated her exquisite and supple figure to perfection. With her hand poised on the doorknob, she was about to push open her master's door. Her master had toiled tirelessly to rescue her kin, and it was imperative that she assist in alleviating her master's fatigue. At that moment, her 2 junior sisters were fast asleep, presenting an opportune moment for a clandestine rendezvous, though the repercussions would be dire if her cool junior sister discovered her escapade. The possibility of remaining undetected was enticing. Hiki, her cool junior sister, was still rather naive, forever trailing in her elder sister's wake. Just as Su Qiqian was brimming with self-satisfaction, ready to enter her master's chamber, she suddenly felt the door of a nearby room swing open. Emerging from within was none other than her cool junior sister. What a coincidence! Why was her cool junior sister awake at such a late hour? While Su Qiqian pondered this perplexity, she noticed her cool junior sister approaching her direction. Oh no! Was her cool junior sister also planning to sneak into the master's chamber? This could spell disaster. If discovered, the consequences would be severe. The chilling power of the ice summoning technique her cool junior sister had performed at the San Yuan sect lingered vividly in her mind. It would be prudent to conceal herself. With this thought, Su Qiqian quickly tucked herself away in the bushes beside the house. At that moment, Lang Luoli had arrived at her master's door. Clad in an icy blue camisole dress that resembled sleepwear, she had adorned her thigh with a blue embroidered garter. A delicate bow rested upon her alabaster neck, reminiscent of a gift awaiting unwrapping. With her hand on the doorknob, her heart raced. She had been preparing for this moment for quite some time, and now she had finally mustered the courage. The notion that her elder sister had outpaced her, indulging in a secret affair behind her back, left her feeling quite displeased. Really, her elder sister was just a tad more developed here and there, and merely a beauty. Nothing more. Surely, her master would appreciate her type as well. Taking a deep breath, Lang Luoli was ready to push open her master's door. Regardless of the outcome, she had to express her feelings to her master. She could no longer keep them hidden. If her master were to accept her, splendid. If not, she would continue to pursue. After all, she spent each day by her master's side. Sooner or later, they would consummate their bond. Just as she was about to open the door, she suddenly noticed a figure emerging from a distant room. In the night's shadows, a dark silhouette was moving towards her. The distance was considerable, and without using her spiritual sense, she struggled to discern the figure's features. However, the skin tone unmistakably belonged to Hu Jiuyu. What on earth was her junior sister doing out at this hour? Approaching in that direction. Wait. Could this person also be seeking the master? The attire she donned today is somewhat embarrassing, never having been shown to anyone other than the master. If Sister Hu were to catch a glimpse, she would undoubtedly wish to find a crack in the ground to hide within. Perhaps I should find a place to conceal myself. That thicket beside the master's abode appears quite secluded. With this thought in mind, Lang Luoli hurriedly concealed herself within. Under the night sky, the luminous moonlight bathed the 2 figures. In the darkness, their eyes shone particularly bright. Su Qiqian? Lang Luoli, smiley face. Chapter 58. An uninvited presence? Lang Luoli was the first to speak. Sister, what are you doing here? Why are you hiding in the thicket so late at night? She inquired with a hint of confusion. Before her sister could respond, she quickly pieced it together, continuing, "Ah, I see. Sister, you've come here for a clandestine snack? Haven't you? Hiding to avoid being discovered. Well, you shall not escape my wrath this time." Caught off guard by her junior's revelation, Su Jiqian felt a twinge of panic. However, upon catching sight of Lang Luoli's attire, she burst into laughter. "Ha! Lang Luoli, I never knew you could wear such clothing. Is that bao meant for the master? Do you wish for the master to unwrap you like a gift?" Before Su Jiqian could finish her sentence, she noticed Lang Luoli's cheeks flush with rare embarrassment. Her mouth opened and closed like waves, her shy expression betraying her feelings. As she beheld her sister's unabashed laughter, her shyness morphed into fury, as if she were on the brink of an eruption. "Sister, you dare to mock me? Ice binding technique." Without hesitation, she unleashed her technique, eager to teach a lesson to her unruly sister who had come to pilfer and was now ridiculing her. Seeing the unfolding scene, Su Jiqian hastily waved her hands, pointing not far away. "Shuh. Sister who is coming. You wouldn't want her to discover this, would you? Keep it down, sister who has exceptionally keen ears." Reluctantly, Lang Luoli recalled her technique upon hearing her sister's words, falling silent. It was already embarrassing enough for her sister to witness. She certainly didn't want sister who to see her as well. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu had arrived at the doorstep of her master's residence. She was clad in a black and white maid outfit. Though her white stockings had been replaced with black fishnet tights, adorned at the top with delicate white embroidery. A crown woven from flowers of various hues adorned her head. A significant emblem within the elven culture, typically worn on the wedding night. The silvery moonlight cascaded over her face, accentuating her uniquely exquisite features, rendering her exceptionally beautiful in that instant, almost beyond comprehension. Anyone who paused to gaze would find their heart racing uncontrollably. What renders it even more irresistible is the delicate visage, gently adorned with a rosy hue, akin to the blush that embellishes her perfection. Standing at the threshold of her master's door, Hu Jiuyu took a deep breath, summoning her resolve. She musters the courage today to reveal her innermost thoughts to her master. Just as she was about to turn the doorknob, her ears suddenly caught the faint sounds emanating from within the room. It seemed as though her master was conversing with someone. Hu Jiuyu furrowed her brow, pondering momentarily. Could it be senior sister Su or senior sister Lung who arrived ahead of her? How vexing. She had finally mustered the courage to come today. As Hu Jiuyu hesitated, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching the door. Although she had gathered her courage, she was unprepared to encounter anyone else, not even the two senior sisters. It would be prudent to hide for the time being. With this thought in mind, she stealthily moved towards the bushes beside her master's abode. As she parted the foliage, she unexpectedly collided with two individuals, Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli. Hu Jiuyu. At that moment, beneath the calm and serene night, the three obedient disciples found themselves face to face. Three pairs of eyes locked in a gaze, yet none dared to speak, enveloped in an awkward silence. Eventually, it was Lang Luoli who broke the stillness. "Senior sister Su is hiding here because I arrived. I am hiding here because junior sister Hu has come." Then, "Junior sister Hu, what brings you to hide here?" A foreboding feeling began to rise within Lang Luoli. Upon hearing her words, Su Jiqian's expression turned increasingly perplexed, her face etched with disbelief. In the Tianxian Hall, they were the only three present, alongside their master. Could there truly be another person? Who might that other individual be? A ghost, perhaps? Hu Jiuyu pointed towards her master's door and said, "I heard sounds from inside, and I thought you were in there." At that moment, all three were in a state of alarm. It was inconceivable for their master to be alone at such an hour. There must be someone else in the house. Could their master be harboring a romantic interest? Was it that Lang Luoli's charm was insufficient? Or was it that the allure of the succubus was lacking? Or perhaps Hu Jiuyu's disposition was wanting? The idea that their master had sought the company of another was bewildering. At this point, there was no need for concealment. They all crowded at their master's door. Forming a line, the three pressed their ears against the crack to listen to the sounds within. Although the notion of their master having an affair was initially hard to accept, she remained their most revered mentor, regardless of any other companionship. They had no right to inquire and could only find a way to come to terms with it. Simultaneously, she inwardly chastised herself for her incompetence, allowing her master to feel compelled to seek companionship elsewhere. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu and Lang Luoli's gazes gradually shifted towards Sister Su, as if reproaching her, questioning her prowess as a succubus. Su Jiqian, bewildered, could only think, "Come on, usually when I take action, you both either impede or support me. Why are you blaming me now?" However, it seems you have now invoked the saying about not letting the bounty flow to outsiders. When alone, the three of them would engage in subtle schemes, but upon the arrival of others, they could hardly resist the urge to push one another aside. At that moment, all three pressed their ears against the crack of the door. Su Jiqian's hearing was not as keen as Hu's, yet her curiosity was insatiable. And she dared not breach her master's privacy with her divine sense. She leaned in closer, oblivious to the pressure she exerted on the doorknob. Before long, a sharp click echoed through the air. Qin Yi had neglected to lock the door while he slept, and the moment the doorknob was pressed down, the door swung open. Su Jiqian and Hu Jiuyu stumbled in surprise and fell to the ground, while only Long Luoli managed to maintain her balance, avoiding embarrassment. As the three inadvertently tumbled into their master's chamber, their expressions were filled with panic. Eavesdropping on their master's privacy was an impolite act. They were all his esteemed disciples. And this was obviously an act of rebellion, just as they were about to apologize to their master. They raised their heads to find him engaged in a most embarrassing act. Perverted master. In Chapter 59, Perverted Master 2.0. Qin Yi stood before the wardrobe, holding an outfit he had just redeemed from the system shop, attempting to dress the white-haired lowly before him. Not long prior, Qin Yi had been surprised to find another person in his bed. After a brief exchange, he learned of the lowly's origins. Although he was taken aback by the unexpected outcome of saving an unrelated beast with a mere flick of his hand, he resigned himself to accept it. However, the issue at hand was that beasts, upon their first transformation, did not know how to wear clothing. Seeing this predicament, Qin Yi contemplated calling his disciples for assistance, as his status made the situation rather awkward. Yet, the white-haired lowly clung to him, refusing to let go. Ultimately, he had no choice but to dress her himself. At that moment, just as he had managed to get the garment halfway on, the three disciples burst into the room. The abruptness of the situation caused him to fumble. Into the eyes of the three disciples, the scene took on an entirely different interpretation, as if he were undressing her. Suddenly, Su Jiqian sprang to her feet, regarding her master with a peculiar expression. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Master, I always believed you favored my type, but it appears you prefer this instead. It's all right, master. I can understand. However, please remember to lock the door next time." Qin Yi currently feels as if he has fallen into a quagmire. Not quite a mess, but certainly a predicament. At this moment, Hu Jiuyu, with a face full of curiosity, approached the white-haired lowly, scrutinizing her intently. The distinct features of a demon race were evident on her head and behind her, clearly indicating she was not human. With a melting expression, Hu Jiuyu reached out to stroke the top of her head and inquired of her master, "Master, how long has she been hiding here? When I was tidying up your room earlier, I didn't notice her at all. Did you perhaps employ some secret technique?" Su Jiqian also nodded, eagerly pressing, Yes. Master, when did you hide her? I didn't see her when I came to your room to borrow your clothes." Upon hearing their words, Qin Yi was utterly perplexed. He recalled a piece of clothing he had been searching for, only to discover it had been borrowed by his eldest disciple. How dare you openly admit it? And Hu Jiuyu? How could you even entertain such thoughts? Would he truly engage in such actions? If anyone were privy to Qian Yi's inner musings, they would surely agree he seemed to be quite the opposite. At that moment, neither Su Jiqian nor Hu Jiuyu offered any sensible input, and it was ultimately Long Luoli who reacted, stepping forward to help the white-haired lowly don her clothes. Subsequently, Long Luoli firmly grasped the ears of her senior and junior disciples, her expression grave as she admonished, "Stop causing a ruckus. Let master speak." Unlike her senior and junior, Long Luoli possessed a more pragmatic approach, sensing that there was more to the situation than met the eye. Seeing that the disciples had finally quieted down, Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. However, it struck him that his second disciple seemed to resemble him more than he did himself. What a conundrum. Today, Qin Yi was once again exuding an air of authority. Before long, he recounted the origins of the white-haired lowly to the gathered disciples. Upon learning her backstory, the disciples accepted her presence with enthusiasm, their expressions reflecting a dawning realization. Su Jiqian's relief was particularly palpable, as she had harbored concerns that her master might have an affinity for younger girls, preferring the likes of the lowly over her own type. Thankfully, it was all a misunderstanding. After elucidating the situation, Qin Yi turned to Hu Jiuyu and said, "In any case, Yuer, please take her to find a room to rest. We shall discuss matters further tomorrow morning. I am feeling a bit weary and wish to take a short nap." Given the unexpected arrival of the white-haired lowly, Qin Yi thought it best to provide her with a room. After all, it would be inappropriate for her to sleep in his quarters. Though the white-haired lowly was reluctant to part from Qin Yi, she had no choice but to grasp Hu Jiuyu's hand and temporarily depart to avoid disturbing his rest. At this juncture, Su Jiqian gently nudged Lang Luoli from behind, saying, "Then we shall not interrupt Master's rest, haha." As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance towards their master, subtly conveying her feelings. This scene, of course, went unnoticed by Lang Luoli, who was being propelled away by her senior sister from their master's abode. Upon stepping outside, Su Jiqian addressed her junior sister, Lung Shimi, saying, "Since all three of us are indulging today, let us consider it even. We should return to rest early." We have to cultivate together tomorrow. Lang Luoli, her face awash with caution, replied, You go back first. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Su Jiqian retorted, What about the fundamental trust between us sisters? Trust? Lang Luoli, her expression darkened with skepticism, thought to herself, Sister, you truly are quite the dramatist. However, I harbor not an ounce of trust for you. Observing her junior's lack of faith, Su Jiqian patted her chest and assured, I promise. If I sneak a treat while you're away, I shall. What shall you do? Interrupted Lang Luoli, her arms crossed and her expression impassive. Su Jiqian, her demeanor suddenly serious as if she had made a solemn vow, declared, I shall brew tea for you. Lang Luoli promptly delivered a playful headbutt. And you dare mention that? Who would want to drink your tea? Ultimately, Su Jiqian returned to her room under the watchful gaze of Lang Luoli, who then felt reassured enough to retire for the night. Despite the failure of this nocturnal escapade, Lang Luoli remained undaunted. She believed that the days ahead were long and that she would not always be thwarted by an unwelcome light bulb. Shifting scenes, we find ourselves in Chun Ye's chamber. Just as Chun Yi tucked himself under the covers, preparing for slumber, he felt a gentle breeze wafting through the window beside his bed. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared at his bedside. This figure was none other than Su Jiqian, holding a small vial and smiling enchantingly as she addressed her master. Master. Look at this. This is a spiritual elixir, a liquid that manifests when the concentration of spiritual energy reaches a certain level. Applying it to Qian Er's soft and slender hands will greatly aid in cultivation and other pursuits. Chun Yi inquired, By the way, my eldest disciple, how did you gain entry? Su Jiqian gestured toward the window, stating, I was hiding in the nearby bushes and fortuitously discovered this window that no one else knows about. From now on, master, do remember to leave a window for Qian Er. It is said that from that day forth, regardless of whether it was windy or rainy, or the biting cold of winter or the sweltering heat of summer, the window by Chun Ye's bed was never closed again. Chapter 60. A New Disciple? As the first rays of morning sunlight grazed Chun Ye's face, the dawning of a new day had arrived. Chun Yi opened his eyes to find his eldest disciple peacefully sleeping beside him, her expression blissfully content. The moment Chun Yi extricated himself from the warmth of the blankets, his disciple felt an inexplicable sense of loss, groggily awakening. Master, good morning, she murmured, rubbing her eyes and greeting her mentor, with her hair slightly disheveled, yet not untidy. The recently awakened Su Jiqian exuded a lazy beauty. On a vibrant morning, her skin appeared as if it could glisten with dew, flawless and exquisite in every aspect. Chun Yi approached her, affectionately ruffling her hair, and gently remarked, You worked hard last night. By the way, may I ask why you and your junior sister were both in my room yesterday? In the midst of explaining matters concerning the white-haired lowly, Chun Yi had overlooked this particular detail. Upon reflection, he recognized the peculiarity. 3 disciples, wide awake in the dead of night, suddenly bursting into his room. What could be the purpose? Upon hearing her master's unexpected inquiry, Su Jiqian's expression abruptly stiffened, the remnants of her drowsiness dissipating significantly. How could she possibly explain this to her master? He likely remained unaware that both of her junior sisters harbored feelings for him. As long as she refrained from mentioning it, she could still enjoy a brief period of exclusive attention from him. It might be best to remain silent and allow her junior sisters to navigate their own paths. At that moment, playful sounds wafted from outside the room, prompting Su Jiqian to divert the topic. Let us set this aside for now, master. It seems my junior sisters are awake, and we have guests to entertain. It would be prudent to step out soon, lest we keep everyone waiting. The guests she referred to were none other than the white-haired lowly who had appeared unexpectedly the day prior. Noticing his eldest disciple's reluctance to elaborate, Chun Yi opted not to press further. After all, what could the 3 disciples possibly want from him? Surely it was not an attempt on his life. In a certain sense, it indeed was. Having donned his attire and prepared himself, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The plaza of Tianxin Hall greeted him, where Hu Jiuyu and Lang Luoli had already risen early. Lang Luoli was seated in meditation, while Hu Jiuyu was tossing a frisbee. Under Chun Ye's watchful gaze, Hu Jiuyu threw the frisbee into the distance, and the white-haired lowly, on all fours, scampered forward to catch it before returning joyfully. Chun Yi noted an intriguing detail. The lowly's limbs could effortlessly revert to their original form, which was remarkably convenient. However, more pressing was the recollection that she had previously been a white tiger, more accurately, a member of the feline family. How had his 3rd disciple come to treat her as though she were a playful pup? This struck him as rather peculiar. At that moment, the white-haired lowly spotted Chun Ye's arrival and bounded over, beaming with delight as she chirped, Good morning, master. She was adorned in the outfit Chun Yi had exchanged from the system shop the previous day. The pink dress, embellished with a large bow at the neckline, was perfectly suited to her charming persona. Her legs were clad in pure white stockings, and she wore no shoes, allowing her delicate, rosy feet to be fully displayed. A slender, black and white striped tail swayed behind her, while her ears twitched animatedly atop her head. Chen Yi, in his haste to select the attire yesterday, had not scrutinized it closely, but upon closer inspection today, he realized just how perfectly it complemented her. It is not so much that she is perfect, rather, it is her innate charm that renders her adorable in any attire. Observing this scene, Chen Yi could not help but reach out to gently pat her head, responding, "Yes. Good morning to you as well." He then inquired, "Who taught you to address me as master?" Upon asking, both of their gazes shifted simultaneously towards Hu Jiuyu. It seemed that Hu Jiuyu had developed a particularly close rapport with the white-haired girl, even imparting her catchphrase to her. Cold Luoli and Hu Jiuyu also approached to greet their master. At that moment, Chen Yi was unexpectedly struck by the realization that Cold Luoli exhibited no aversion towards the white-haired girl and stood unusually close to her. Based on Chen Yi's understanding of Cold Luoli, his second disciple typically kept her distance from strangers, rarely standing so near. Perhaps it was due to her personality, or perhaps a result of her solitary training before meeting Chen Yi, which had fostered a wariness of outsiders. The fact that even Cold Luoli felt at ease with this white-haired girl indicated that she had established a wonderful connection with her fellow disciples. Chen Yi recalled the white-haired girl mentioning her desire to repay a debt of gratitude. However, to be frank, he had little need of her assistance. If she truly wished to express her gratitude, there was only one way to do so. What are you thinking? Chen Yi's right hand was still resting atop the white-haired girl's head, and he seized the opportunity to assess her constitution. If her aptitude were sufficient, he might consider accepting her as a disciple. Once she became a disciple, the points generated would serve as her means of repayment. Yes, that would indeed be the form of gratitude. As Chen Yi's spiritual energy gradually penetrated her body, her delicate form shuddered noticeably. This sensation of another's spiritual energy entering her was entirely new to her. Her voice softened, and she weakly inquired, "Master, is something entering me? It feels strange." The influx of spiritual energy evoked a sensation of being seen through. Had anyone else dared to do this, she would have torn them to shreds without hesitation. Despite her diminutive and adorable appearance in human form, she was far from weak when competing for territory among her kind as a beast. However, Chen Yi was not like others. Her life had been saved by him, and a mere examination of her aptitude was something she could accept without reservation. Moreover, it was not just her aptitude that he had observed. He had seen much more. Bear with it. It will be over soon, Chen Yi reassured her. After assessing her aptitude, he slowly withdrew his hand, his expression one of surprise. He recalled that the white-haired girl should have possessed the cultivation of a purple mansion realm before transforming into human form. Yet now, she was only at the third level of the innate realm. Nonetheless, her aptitude was unexpectedly remarkable, boasting a top-tier 6th-grade spiritual root. It soon dawned on Chen Yi that once beastly creatures took human form, they could cultivate in the manner of humans. Transitioning from the cultivation methods of demonic beasts to those of humans signifies a profound alteration in one's practice, akin to embarking on a new journey of spiritual refinement. This is the reason why the majority of demonic beasts are reluctant to take on human forms. Such a transformation offers them little advantage. Although one may gain a human body, facilitating movement, it comes at the cost of a significant decline in their cultivation level. Furthermore, within the realm of immortal cultivation, continuous friction among various races breeds discrimination, making it even less appealing for demonic beasts to adopt human forms and endure societal prejudice. Reflecting upon this, when Chen Yi looked at the white-haired girl, he couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. He could imagine the immense resolve she must have summoned to transform, as well as the sacrifices she made. In this world, cultivation is paramount, and she willingly relinquished centuries of progress to revert to an innate realm practitioner. All to seek out Chen Yi, the one who had saved her. To Chen Yi, rescuing the white-haired girl was merely a fortuitous act, yet for her, Chen Yi was a benefactor worthy of sacrificing 3 grand realms of cultivation just for a chance to meet him. Her willingness to forsake everything in pursuit of him was profoundly moving. It was likely that Lang Luoli had recognized this sentiment early on, hence her lack of aversion towards the suddenly appearing white-haired girl. Detecting her sufficient aptitude, Chen Yi earnestly inquired, "I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you desire to remain at Tianshin Sect for cultivation?" Initially taken aback by his words, the white-haired girl's expression quickly transformed into one of joy. She was aware that some humans harbor disdain for demonic beings, and when she transformed to seek out Chen Yi, she had braced herself for the possibility of being turned away. The Tianshin Sect, which had suddenly appeared within Lingshu Mountain, had already drawn the attention of many demonic beasts, all eager to explore its abundant spiritual energy. She had intended to assist Chen Yi as a form of gratitude before departing, ensuring she did not overstay her welcome. To her astonishment, not only did he not dismiss her, but he also expressed the desire to keep her. This was not merely a matter of repaying kindness. It felt as though she had incurred a significant debt to her benefactor. Emulating the traditional human practice of apprenticeship, the white-haired girl bowed her head to Chunyi, proclaiming, "I am willing. I have seen my esteemed master." Upon completing the formalities of apprenticeship, a notification resonated within Chunyi's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has accepted one personal disciple. Reward system points. 20,000. Surprised by the announcement, Chunyi realized that accepting a personal disciple with a 6th grade spiritual root yielded such a substantial reward. It seemed that recruiting personal disciples was indeed the fastest method to accumulate system points. However, he understood that taking on disciples came with responsibilities. He would never stoop to abducting all 6th grade spiritual root practitioners for the mere accumulation of points. This is too wicked. After paying her respects to Chunyi, the white-haired lowly addressed the 3 disciples, saying, "Greetings, sisters." Her voice was soft and sweet, stirring a delightful sensation in the hearts of those who heard her. Upon hearing her call, Hujioyu felt an overwhelming joy. Previously, she was the youngest among the 3 disciples, and now she had become a sister as well. The sense of being needed filled her with immense happiness. Hujioyu affectionately ruffled the white-haired lowly's hair and turned to Chunyi, asking, "Master, shouldn't we give her a name?" Chunyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had been here for quite some time without a name. Closing her eyes in contemplation, Chunyi pondered a fitting name for her. Before taking human form, she was a white tiger, and even after her transformation, her skin remained fair and soft. With her hair as white as snow, "Let us call her Bayue," Chunyi declared, ecstatic upon receiving her master's chosen name. Bayue rushed forward to embrace her master, excitedly nuzzling her small head against Chunyi's abdomen. Chapter 62. Bayue's technique. Typically, demonic beasts do not possess names, but once they acquire one, it signifies the presence of a master. Having a master entails a lifelong servitude. Although Chunyi was unaware of this, Bayue had already resolved to remain by her master's side forever. As Lang Luo Li observed the scene of her master naming Bayue, she slowly reminisced about the origin of her own name. Originally, she was not called Lang Luo Li. That name was bestowed upon her later by her master. Unlike the other 2 disciples, her memories contained little semblance of her parents, and she was unaware of her initial name's origin. Thus, upon becoming acquainted with her master, she requested a new name. She recalled the joy she felt upon receiving the name from her master, which had been accompanied by a remark about her often expressionless demeanor, leading to the inclusion of the character cult. It must be said, the names given by her master were indeed quite distinctive, with the addition of a new disciple. The system shop updated with a new technique. This technique, named Ling Long Xian Gong, leaned towards agility, balancing both attack and speed, allowing one to strike unseen, a perfect fit for Bayue. Chunyi exchanged it and presented it before Bayue. "This is a technique gifted to you by your master. Please accept it." Bayue accepted the technique, her expression brimming with excitement akin to that of the 3 disciples when they first received their techniques. As she opened the technique, it transformed into a stream of light, merging into her mind. Sensing the formidable power contained within, Bayue exclaimed, "Master, may I test the power of this technique?" Chunyi nodded in affirmation, replying, "Of course, I am now your master and shall guide your cultivation." With her master's approval, the 2 made their way to the plaza. Chunyi adopted a stance that suggested he was ready to engage. The 3 disciples stood curiously at the side, observing the sparring match between the 2. After receiving her master's affirmation, Bayame gradually lowered herself. Her fluffy tail swayed gracefully in the air, and her limbs transformed into adorable tiger paws. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the sharp claws concealed beneath the furry exterior. A single scratch would undoubtedly result in a torrent of blood. Bayame began to channel her spiritual energy and suddenly burst forth. To the astonished eyes of the 3 disciples, she seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving not even a trace behind. Their gazes darted around the arena until they discovered that Bayame had already positioned herself behind her master. The tiger paw, nearly the size of her head, descended towards him. Yet, concerned about injuring her master, she retracted her sharp claws, keeping them hidden within her padded paws. Her apprehension was, of course, unwarranted. While the 3 disciples could not perceive Bayame's movements, Chunyi observed everything with clarity. Casually turning around, he extended his hand and grasped her fluffy tiger paw. "Ah, quite impressive indeed. With your speed, even a 9th-tier foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to catch you. Were they not your master? So, shall we continue?" Chunyi remarked with admiration, posing the question. Bayame found herself suspended in midair, grasped by her master's hand, presenting an endearingly amusing sight. Instead of replying, she exerted herself and swung her body, akin to a swing, landing against her master. She embraced him tightly, her petite form draping over him. Bayame felt that Chunyi emanated a scent akin to catnip, inherently captivating her. This sensation was so delightful that she yearned to remain close to him indefinitely. Her arms clung firmly around her master's neck, while her delicate legs, encased in white silk, wrapped around his waist. Her small frame hung from him, resembling a celestial angel descended from the heavens. Her skin, a porcelain hue tinged with a rosy glow, paired with her angelic visage, was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of awe. Breathing in deeply, she smiled and expressed, "Thank you, Master, for accompanying your disciple in her training. I am truly happy." As she gazed up at her master's flawless features and soft lips, an undeniable impulse surged within her. She adored his scent and longed to experience it further. The life of a demon beast was typically carefree, devoid of the need for concealment. For instance, when they feel the urge to eat, they indulge without reservation. When fatigue beckons, they surrender to slumber, unbound by constraints and devoid of numerous obligations. At this moment, she hesitated not at all. She leaned in slowly towards her master's face. Chen, caught completely off guard, was rendered speechless. By Yahweh gradually found herself lacking strength, her legs loosening as if she might tumble down. Concerned for her safety, Chen instinctively supported her delicate figure. The three disciples observed this scene, their eyes widening in astonishment. Was it not agreed that they would focus on cultivation? Was it not permissible to take action? Why resort to verbal exchanges? By Shimmy, you have crossed the line. Do not presume that your charming appearance grants you the liberty to act as you please. The three disciples exchanged glances, each reluctant to intervene, despite their discontent with Bai Shimmy's behavior. After all, she was simply too adorable, and they would need to be on her good side in the future. Her soft, inviting form appeared delightful to touch. What if they offended her and lost that privilege? After a considerable time, it was Su Jiqian, the eldest disciple, who stepped forward. She gently grasped Bai Yahweh by the neck, lifting her as one might a kitten. By Shimmy, this is exceedingly inappropriate, she chastised, feigning sternness. Then, leaning closer to Bai Shimmy's ear, she whispered, "Do not mind what Su Shiji said. Just be careful not to let Long Shiji catch you. She can be rather possessive and jealous, but I am indifferent. Also, for any future incidents, at least include me." Upon saying this, Su Jiqian set Bai Shimmy gently back on the ground. Long Luoli, oblivious to the exchange between her sister and Bai Shimmy, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Suspecting that their words were not entirely innocent, the fact that they spoke in hushed tones behind her back only intensified her suspicion. Although Lang Luoli had not heard their conversation, Hu Jiuyu had. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter at the description of Long Shiji as possessive. "What are you laughing at, Hu Shimmy? Is there something on my face?" Lang Luoli inquired, bewildered. Hu Shimmy stifled her laughter, replying, "Oh, nothing at all." Su Shiji's description was indeed quite apartment. Meanwhile, having placed Bai Shimmy on the ground, Su Jiqian began to act rather impishly herself. She gazed at her master's slightly flushed face, a result of the sudden encounter, and could not suppress a longing swallow. Without a second thought, she embraced her. "What is this?" Su Shiji claimed to be guiding the naive Bai Shimmy, yet she herself? "This is outrageous," Long Luoli exclaimed. "Sister, you're stealing kisses right in front of me." Ice drop technique. Cold Luoli was unwilling to lay a hand on her adorable junior sister. Yet she showed no mercy towards her senior. In fact, she often felt that her actions were too lenient. Without hesitation, Cold Luoli unleashed her skills, intending to give her senior a proper lesson. Su Jiqian had initially planned to take advantage of the chaos created by the junior sister's attack, but unexpectedly, she was still discovered by Cold Luoli. A chilling pressure descended upon Su Jiqian, sending an icy sensation coursing through her body. Realizing there was no escaping this time, she quickly took to her heels. "How dare you run? Stand still." Cold Luoli, infuriated, stamped her foot and summoned an ice-blue magic staff, which gracefully materialized in her delicate hand. Gripping the exquisitely carved staff, she pursued her senior in a fit of anger. Perhaps due to her longer legs, she found it effortless to chase down her senior. A colossal ice spike was summoned, repeatedly crashing down upon the bluestone ground, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Once the lively pair departed, only Chun Yi, Hu Jiuyu, and Bai Yue remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Hu Jiuyu, clearly accustomed to such scenes, shrugged helplessly. "Master, both senior sisters have gone out to play. Shall we continue our training?" Chen Yi replied, "That works as well." To him, his three disciples were at a lively and active age, and their playful antics were entirely normal. He was not a strict master. If his disciples enjoyed playing, then let them enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian was being pursued. "Su Jiqian, Master, I'm not particularly fond of playing. Help?" Unaware of his eldest disciples' pleas for help, Chun Yi continued training with the remaining two disciples. Time gradually passed, and soon it was afternoon. In the women's hot spring room, Su Jiqian and Cold Luoli had just entered, still unbathed and unchanged. Cold Luoli, wearing an impatient and frosty expression, addressed her senior. "You mentioned you had something to compensate me for? Then why did you bring me here?" just as Cold Luoli's icy staff was about to strike Su Jiqian. The latter suddenly pleaded for mercy, promising to present her with a gift as a token of forgiveness. Subsequently, they found themselves in this location. Su Jiqian rummaged through a corner of the changing room, eventually pulling out a garment. She held it with great reverence, as if cradling a rare treasure. Here, this is it, Su Jiqian declared. Cold Luoli responded. What do you mean? Why are you giving me a piece of clothing? Moreover, it's a man's attire. I can't wear it. The garment Su Jiqian held was a long, azure robe. As she clutched the clothing, she inhaled sharply, her eyes sparkling with pink hearts. Chapter 64, Master, I adore you. Su Jiqian addressed her junior sister, Lang Luoli, saying, this garment is no ordinary piece. I painstakingly pilfered it from Master's chamber. Today, I permit you to wear it, but just this once. As she spoke, she presented the azure robe to Lang Luoli with the reverence one might afford a treasured artifact. Lang Luoli's expression was one of utter confusion. What kind of gift is this? And why would you steal Master's attire? Why must I wear it? She lamented, her hands cradling her head, nearly laughing in exasperation at her sister's antics. I want to wear it. What scheme are you concocting? Seeing her junior sister's refusal, Su Jiqian promptly reclaimed the robe, cradling it as though it were a precious jewel. You have declined, so I shall wear it myself. With that declaration, she donned the azure robe before Lang Luoli's astonished gaze. Intrigued, Lang Luoli observed her sister, eager to discern her intentions. Under her scrutiny, Su Jiqian began to engage in a series of peculiar gestures. Lang Luoli gasped in shock and swiftly grasped her sister's hand. What are you doing with Master's clothing? With her eyes sparkling with pink hearts, Su Jiqian, enraptured, replied, once I wear Master's attire. The essence of Master envelopes me. You cannot fathom how delightful Master's fragrance is. It is simply irresistible. Lang Luoli interjected, though we are fellow disciples, sister. This is rather inappropriate to do in my presence. To this day, the precise nature of Su Jiqian's actions remains a mystery, perhaps known only to Lang Luoli. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Hu Jiuyu, who stood at the entrance of the indoor hot spring. Observing the signage on the wall, she pondered. Has Master renovated the hot spring? Previously, one would enter directly into the spring, but now to the left was designated for men, and to the right for women. Following the signs, she headed towards the women's section. Upon opening the door, Hu Jiuyu stepped inside without a second thought. At that moment, in the changing room, Su Jiqian was in the process of removing the azure robe. Hu Jiuyu, witnessing this scene, mistakenly believed that Master was changing, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Master, I'm so sorry, I must have entered the wrong room, she exclaimed, hurriedly retreating from the changing area. Inside, Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli exchanged glances, realizing that a misunderstanding had just transpired. Before they could clarify the situation, Hu Jiuyu was already startled away. However, they reassured themselves that Hu Jiuyu would soon gather her wits and return. Outside, a flustered Hu Jiuyu leaned against the wall, taking several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. That was close. I nearly offended Master. I must have taken a wrong turn. My sisters are likely on the other side, she murmured, before making her way in the opposite direction. She pushed open the door and entered the changing room, finding it devoid of any presence. After Hu Jiuyu changed into her bathing attire, she proceeded to the room housing the hot spring pool. At that moment, Chen Yi was blissfully submerged in the water, his thoughts drifting far beyond the earthly realm. Since Chen Yi was only visible from behind, Hu Jiuyu could not discern who was in the water. Could it be Senior Sister Su? Where had Senior Sister Lun gone? Assuming it was Senior Sister Su within, she spoke while stepping into the pool. Upon hearing Hu Jiuyu's voice, Chen Yi was immediately taken aback. What was happening? Why was there another person in the bath? Even more perplexing was the fact that while he could comprehend the presence of the eldest disciple, how did the third disciple's voice come to be here? Noticing that Senior Sister Su did not respond, Hu Jiuyu swam toward her in confusion. Given her understanding of Senior Sister Su, who was typically quite loquacious, the unusual silence felt rather strange. As Hu Jiuyu approached the figure she believed to be Senior Sister Su, their eyes met. Hu Jiuyu, Chen Yi, Hu Jiuyu, Master, is that you? Upon realizing who it was, Hu Jiuyu was instantly struck with astonishment. Just moments ago, the mere sight of the false master had left her blushing with embarrassment. Now, encountering the true figure in such proximity caused her head to spin. Her face flushed vividly, the color spreading rapidly to her collarbone, her mouth agape in shock, overwhelmed by shyness. Before long, she felt a wave of dizziness and fainted, collapsing backward. Bubbles began to rise from the hot spring water. Chen Yi, you where? Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly dove underwater to rescue her. He lifted her out and gently placed her on the shore. Observing Hu Jiuyu in a semi-conscious state, he felt a surge of helplessness. Despite being a cultivator, this was his first experience saving a drowning maiden. What should he do? feed her healing pills, or perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Mouth-to-mouth? As Chinyi gazed upon Hu Jiuyu's delicate features and soft lips, his heart raced. Yet, in the urgency to save the drowning girl, he pushed aside his hesitation. Although their identities seemed mismatched, they had shared many moments together. Surely, Yuer would understand him. With that thought, he leaned closer. Just as Chinyi was about to make contact with Hu Jiuyu, she opened her eyes. A brief immersion in water posed little challenge for an ordinary person, let alone a cultivator. Hu Jiuyu had merely fainted due to overwhelming shyness and emotional turmoil. Upon regaining her senses and seeing her master so near, her eyes widened in surprise. Yet, in her bashful state, she could not refuse his request. At the last moment, Hu Jiuyu extended her arms and tightly embraced her master. After a brief struggle, Chinyi finally extricated himself from the situation. Although it differed somewhat from his expectations of artificial respiration, the desired outcome was ultimately achieved. Noticing that Hu Jiuyu had nearly recovered, he inquired, "Yuer, do you have some pressing matter that prompted you to seek me?" Hu Jiuyu shook her head, having gradually acclimated after her initial extreme shyness. She contemplated revealing that her presence was merely a misunderstanding. However, she felt compelled to express something of greater significance at this opportune moment. With a heart full of preparation, she mustered her courage and declared, "Master, I hold feelings for you." Chapter 65. Hu Jiuyu's confession. Upon uttering her words, she nervously gazed at her master. Uncertain of his reaction, the thought of her confession provoking his aversion filled her with trepidation. Would she no longer be able to share tender moments with him? Chinyi was momentarily taken aback by Hu Jiuyu's confession. He had intended to respond affirmatively, acknowledging her as an exceptional disciple. Yet her expression and tone suggested that her feelings were of a different nature, one akin to a romantic confession. Chinyi had long harbored feelings for his third disciple, akin to those he felt for his eldest, but had refrained from voicing them due to shyness. In this intimate setting, it seemed an appropriate moment to share his sentiments. If Hu Jiuyu was indeed confessing her feelings, he felt it necessary to clarify his own. Should she not reciprocate his affections, he would strive to maintain a respectful distance in the future. In an unusual display of initiative, Chinyi confessed, "Yuer, I too hold affection for you. However, such feelings may possess deeper layers of meaning. At times, I find myself contemplating certain thoughts regarding you, though I am aware that this may not be appropriate. Nevertheless, if you do not share these sentiments, I shall endeavor to restrain myself moving forward." His words were clear and devoid of ambiguity, conveyed with utmost respect. Upon hearing her master's response, Hu Jiuyu paused, a torrent of emotions flooding her heart. With no outlet for her feelings, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, landing softly on the ground. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced her master tightly, choking back her words. "Master, I have cherished feelings for you for a long time. From the moment you found me, this thought has lingered. For years, I have hesitated to speak, fearing it would displease you. Hearing you say this brings me immense joy. A joy beyond measure. Master, I love you. Let us be together, truly." In this moment, she unabashedly unveiled her emotions, leaving no trace of concealment. She bared her heart, revealing all the words she had longed to express to her master over the years but had dared not utter. Chinyi was profoundly moved as he witnessed her tears of excitement. Unlike the eldest disciple, who possessed an extroverted nature and rarely concealed her thoughts, Hu Jiuyu had buried her feelings deep within her heart. The eldest disciple had never hidden her affection for Chinyi, and the moment she received his love, her expression radiated immense satisfaction and joy. Conversely, Hu Jiuyu's emotions had been meticulously concealed until they erupted with unparalleled intensity. When Chinyi learned that the one he cherished reciprocated his feelings, his heart swelled with happiness as well. Gently, he murmured, "Yes, let us be together." And as he spoke, he kissed her once more. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Meanwhile, in another hot spring room, Su Jiqian and Lung Luo Li luxuriated in the soothing waters. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Long Luo Li turned to her senior sister with a puzzled expression. "It's been quite a while. Why hasn't Hu Shimei returned? Could she have truly gone to the other side? But Master seems to be there as well." She recalled hearing Master S' voice from the adjacent room, indicating that he was also indulging in the bath. If Master was next door, Hu Jiuyu should have returned promptly. At that moment, Su Jiqian, blissfully immersed in the warm water, appeared utterly unconcerned. With a nonchalant demeanor, she replied, "Who knows? Perhaps she simply went back to sleep. Do you really think Hu Shimei would confess to Master? Don't be ridiculous. With her personality, that's impossible." Long Luo Li had not considered that angle either and nodded in agreement. "I'm not worried about that. I just feel a bit sorry for Hu Shimei for missing out on the bathing opportunity." Meanwhile, Baiyue lounged atop the hot spring room's roof, basking in the sunlight while occasionally licking her transformed paw, resembling a tiger's claw. Although she was a white tiger demon beast, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to a white cat. Sunbathing was her favorite pastime, as before taking human form, she had little else to occupy her time. Whether it was competing for territory with her kind, sunbathing, or toying with nearly lifeless prey, her days were rather uneventful. Naturally, demon beasts possessed considerable intelligence, allowing for communication among them. However, exchanges between demon kings were often reduced to roars of war before battles. In the realm of Lingsu Mountain, there existed a supreme entity that surpassed all demon kings, revered by them as the Demon Emperor. Its realm was incomparable to that of other demon kings. Bai Yue frequently sought the company of this Demon Emperor, and they shared a solid friendship. The last time they met, the Demon Emperor expressed curiosity about the suddenly emerging Tianxian sect and wished to observe the circumstances within. When they next meet, Bai Yue is determined to regale her friend with tales of her experiences at the Tiangshuanzong. Noticing that her master has yet to appear, Bai Yue finds it rather peculiar. Is her master bathing? How curious. Do humans truly take such a lengthy time to bathe? Unlike them, the beastly creatures need only to lick their fur to achieve cleanliness. With a thoughtful expression and a hint of innocence, complemented by her flowing white hair, she appears exceedingly adorable. Suddenly, a realization strikes her. The reason humans do not lick their fur clean, but rather bathe, is simply because they cannot reach. How pitiable! Licking one's fur is undeniably pleasurable. It seems her master is deprived of such joys. Since her master is unable to enjoy this, she resolves to assist her as a gesture of gratitude. With unwavering conviction, Bai Yue affirms this decision in her heart. Chapter 66, Science Fiction 4. 0 plus the following morning, within the confines of an indoor hot spring. The red roses have long been washed clean. Hu Jiyue has already donned her attire and is seated at the vanity once used by Sister Su, tidying her hair. Her expression radiates unparalleled joy and contentment. She can hardly recall how many times she exclaimed, "Master, I am so happy." Chun Yi approaches her side, gently helping to arrange the stray strands of hair by her ear. To be honest, Hu Jiyue's physical prowess is extraordinarily remarkable. Chun Yi had expected her to be half unconscious like Su Jiqian during her first experience, yet she proved him wrong. He had worried unnecessarily. Perhaps it is related to the nature of her cultivation method, which is inherently tied to physical capabilities, resulting in her exceptional stamina. Moreover, her physique is strikingly perfect, with well-defined abs that are both muscular and pleasantly soft. At this moment, Hu Jiyue rises and addresses her master. "Master, Yue is ready. Let us go. The sisters must be awaiting us with impatience." Chun Yi nods in response. Drawing from the experience of the previous occasion, he offers her his support as they step outside. As he reaches for the doorknob, a wave of concern washes over him. How will he explain this to Su Jiqian? Although contemplating this now may be a tad late, Chun Yi has no intention of concealing anything from his eldest disciple. He remains uncertain whether she will be furious upon learning the truth. Nevertheless, he believes that since he has acted, he must be forthright with her. It is not his style to keep secrets from his most trusted disciple. With these thoughts in mind, Chun Yi shakes off his hesitation and pushes open the bathroom door. Upon entering the courtyard, he finds that Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian have already awakened and are meditating in the center of the square. Bai Yue, too, imitates her sisters, diligently practicing her cultivation. As their master makes her entrance, everyone greets her with smiles, stepping forward to offer their salutations. Su Jiqian stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her pupils sparkling with little hearts as she gazed dreamily at her master, greeting him with a soft good morning. In contrast, Long Luoli appeared more restrained. Though her movements were less extravagant, the affection in her eyes was unmistakable. Bai Yue, on the other hand, greeted everyone with exuberant jumps, her remarkable agility allowing her to effortlessly leap to a height level with her second senior brother. Chun Yi stood before them, his heart buoyed by the vibrant energy of his disciples. With a smile, he addressed them, "Good morning, everyone. By the way, I will be guiding you in your training later. First, I wish to check on the inner disciples." The members of the demon clan had only recently joined the sect, and while they had been weak before, some time had passed, and Chun Yi was eager to see how well they had recovered, though they were not his direct disciples. The inner disciples were still under his care, and he held them in high regard, as they represented potential growth for him. Upon hearing her master's words, Long Luoli shook her head and said, "Master, I feel on the verge of a breakthrough and wish to continue my training." A breakthrough typically occurs when one's cultivation reaches a critical point. If interrupted for too long, it can become challenging to advance further. Chun Yi, surprised, inquired with concern, "Is there a problem? Do you require my assistance?" Though Lang Luoli's realm surpassed that of her senior sister, their talents were comparable. Despite the slight difference in their cultivation levels, Lung Luoli was poised to break through more swiftly than her sister. This indicated that Su Jiqian had been somewhat remiss in her training. However, one could hardly fault Su Jiqian for her lack of diligence, as she had considerably less time for cultivation compared to Lung Luoli. As for where the time had gone, One could only pose that question to the stern Chen Yi. Long Luoli shook her head once more, resolutely stating, "No worries, master. It's merely a breakthrough to the innate realm, and I am capable of handling it." For a genius with a 6th-grade spiritual root, encountering difficulties and breakthroughs typically arises only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. In the innate realm, a sufficient supply of spiritual energy makes breakthroughs relatively effortless. Within the heavenly profound hall, there was no shortage of spiritual energy, akin to a continuous influx of spirit stones. Inexhaustible and abundant. Upon hearing her reassurance, Chen Yi felt a wave of relief. "Very well, I shall first take the others to have a look. Exercise caution during your breakthrough. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, Chen Yi waved his hand, and they soared into the air. Meanwhile, Lung Luoli resumed her training, eager to achieve her breakthrough sooner for her master's sake. As they journeyed, Chen Yi deliberately slowed his pace, feeling somewhat guilty as he glanced at Su Qiqian beside him. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Qianer, I must share something with you." Su Qiqian observed her master with great interest, a subtle smile gracing her lips, exuding an enchanting allure. She had already surmised what her master might say. The seductive demoness was particularly attuned to certain sensibilities. Just as Su's mother could discern Su Qiqian's feelings with a mere glance, she anticipated her master's intentions. "Master, please think carefully before you speak. I assure you, I shall not be displeased," Su Qiqian remarked playfully, her voice exceptionally melodious. However, her final words were deliberately aimed at her master, intending to tease him and gauge his reaction. Chen Yi, indeed, fell into her trap. Upon hearing his eldest disciple's concluding remark, his expression turned markedly sheepish. "Oh no, my eldest disciple is certainly going to be upset," he thought, resigned to the situation. Mustering his courage, he declared, "Yesterday, I was also with Yuer." At that moment, Hu Jiuyu, seated to Chen Ye's right, felt a twinge of shyness. She was aware of Su's senior sister's affections for their master. In a moment of impulsiveness, she preempted Su's senior sister, feeling somewhat guilty for her actions, especially considering how much Su's senior sister had cared for her in the past. Unbeknownst to Hu Jiuyu, Su's senior sister had actually been aware of the situation even before her. Su Qiqian's smile widened upon hearing her master's confession. Truthfully, given her master's character, she had anticipated he might wish to keep this information concealed for a while. She had even prepared to feign ignorance. To her surprise, however, her master was unexpectedly forthright, directly confessing to her. In any case, a candid master appeared even more attractive. Su Qiqian embraced her master's arm, gazing at him with a flirtatious smile, and said, "Are you worried that Qianer might be upset?" "Not at all, master. You need not fret. Rather, I am overjoyed that you have not cast me aside for another." Chen Yi was taken aback by his eldest disciple's words. This is like something out of a science fiction narrative. It's utterly surreal. He mused, astonished at her open-mindedness. Just a moment, it seemed they were both from the same realm. At that time, Chen Yu had yet to fully transition from a modern mindset. Within the context of the cultivation world, a figure of his strength would find it quite common to have multiple partners, except for those who followed the path of indifference. After all, cultivators could live for thousands of years, encountering countless individuals along their extensive journeys. In Su Qiqian's perspective, her master's new companion was none other than her most trusted Hu Jiuyu, rendering any feelings of jealousy unnecessary. While she was indifferent to the idea of her master having several partners, she would indeed feel a pang of resentment if those partners were complete strangers. Not every wild individual is welcome. At this moment, Su Jiqian gracefully alighted beside Hu Jiue, her smile radiant as she remarked, "Yet, I must admit, I am somewhat surprised. Hu Junior sister, you possess such audacity. However, it matters little now, since you are also a companion of our esteemed master. Next time, it shall be the three of us." Hu Jiue exclaimed, "What are you saying, senior sister Su? Is that something to be spoken aloud? Moreover, it is already quite embarrassing to have our master witness just one of us." At this time, Baya stared blankly at everyone, still perplexed by the topic previously broached by their master, as she had yet to fully integrate into human society. Nonetheless, it would not be long before she comprehended the events of the day. Chen Yi, noticing that his eldest disciple was not angered, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his disciples could maintain harmony, he, as their master, would feel at ease. Chen Yi and his three disciples quickened their pace, soaring towards the demon cultivation department. Meanwhile, within the Tianshan Hall, on the plaza, Lang Luoli found herself solitary, struggling to break through, her brow furrowing increasingly. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to a woman's intuition, she sensed that her senior and junior sisters were concealing something from her, leading to her unease and affecting her breakthrough. Although Hu Jiue had disappeared with their master for an entire night, Lung Luoli harbored no doubts about her. In truth, Su Jiqian felt similarly. Had it not been for the perception of her demonic nature, She would have found it impossible to suspect Hu Jiyue before encountering their master today. After all, Hu Jiyue had previously displayed excessive shyness, rendering it improbable for her to take the initiative with their master. Yet, Lung Luoli still sensed something amiss. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Surely, senior sister Su had been indulging in a secret affair behind her back. Otherwise, why would she feel so unsettled? She resolved to confront senior sister Su at the next opportunity. Unbeknownst to the innocent Su Jiqian, she had been unjustly implicated. Chen Yi and his disciples had now arrived above the demon cultivation department. From their lofty vantage point, they observed Su's father instructing the neatly organized inner disciples in their cultivation. On the plaza, the inner disciples, still bandaged, stood in formation, collectively unleashing their offensive techniques. Although their cultivation levels were modest, the unique techniques of demon cultivation, when unleashed together, emanated a formidable malevolence that enveloped the surroundings. This sight would make even a foundation establishment cultivator shudder. Pleased by this spectacle, Qin Yu nodded approvingly, feeling gratified to witness the diligent efforts of his disciples. He and his 3 disciples descended onto the plaza of the demon cultivation department, intending to assess the situation of the gathered disciples. Upon seeing Qin Yu's arrival, the disciples hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed sect master. We honor your presence." Su Qiqian had not seen her parents for an extended period, and she had much to express. So she temporarily stepped away. Qin Yi addressed a group of inner disciples, stating, "There is no need for formalities. I have come merely to observe your progress. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to consult me." Observing the vibrant energy of the disciples filled Qin Yi with a sense of delight, prompting him to offer personal guidance. Having mastered all techniques exchanged in his system store to perfection, he was confident in instructing these disciples. He had not anticipated encountering anything beyond his knowledge. The inner disciples, upon hearing their leader's words, were filled with excitement. The opportunity for direct mentorship from the sect leader was a rare and precious occasion for them, especially since they did not have the luxury of daily encounters with him like Su Qiqian did. A female disciple stepped forward, her horns somewhat reminiscent of Su Qiqian's. Her figure impeccably sculpted, and her beauty striking. While she may not have matched Su Qiqian, she was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. With a playful smile, she addressed Qin Yi. Her voice alluring, "Respected sect leader, I feel as though my meridians are blocked during my practice. There is a persistent tightness in my chest. Could you assist me?" As she spoke, she leaned closer. This disciple was evidently a succubus, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. The other female disciples, witnessing this, flushed with envy, recognizing her cunning, and approached as well. "Respected sect leader, I believe I inadvertently injured myself while executing a technique, causing malevolent energy to flow elsewhere. Might you investigate?" Indicated a short-haired succubus, pointing to her well-formed thigh. "Respected sect leader, I've been feeling discomfort in my forehead horns lately. Could it be due to the environment? Would you care to check?" In an instant, Qin Yi found himself surrounded by numerous disciples, each vying for his attention. He was overwhelmed, struggling to process the multitude of inquiries. "What are these questions you are asking?" he thought, exasperated. After cultivating the foundational techniques of the demonic arts, one would typically develop immunity to malevolent energy. How could they claim to have been afflicted? Though they had recently regained their vitality, this seemed excessive. Was this not compelling him into an error? Meanwhile, Su Qiqian was engaged in conversation with her mother. "Mother, are you adjusting well to life here?" she inquired with genuine concern. Su's mother beamed at her daughter's words, replying joyfully, "How could I not adapt? After just one day here, I feel as though I am on the brink of a breakthrough. My cultivation seems to be progressing more swiftly. Aside from the Heavenly Mystic Hall, the spiritual energy is abundant throughout the rest of the Heavenly Mystic Sect. Although it still falls slightly short of the Heavenly Profound Hall, it remains an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation in the outside world. Locations rich in spiritual energy elevate one's spirit, significantly benefiting the practice of cultivation techniques." Sumu had long sensed the changes in her daughter, and seizing the opportunity, she inquired, "My dear, when did you come into contact with that esteemed individual?" Naturally, Sumu referred to the matter concerning Qin Yi and Su Jiqian. Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Jiqian felt a blush creep to her cheeks, while she felt no discomfort discussing the matter with her fellow disciples. Speaking of it with her mother invoked a certain shyness. Chapter 68. Just a few days earlier, it was probably some time ago, Su Jiqian replied. Her face flushed as she lowered her gaze, appearing adorably shy, quite unlike her usual alluring demeanor. There was no intention to conceal her relationship with her master. There was no need for secrecy. Although she felt a bit bashful discussing it with her biological parents, she spoke candidly. Upon receiving this news, Su Mu's expression visibly brightened with excitement. Once, the demon clan boasted a population of thousands. Now, only a few dozen remained. The prospect of adding new members to the demon race and restoring their lineage filled her with joy. Moreover, the thought of her daughter bearing a child from the esteemed leader promised to yield an extraordinary talent. The emergence of another prodigy from the demon clan would indeed be a momentous occasion for the revival of their legacy. However, human beings typically carry their offspring for 10 months, and for cultivators, the duration is often extended, usually spanning several years. For Su Jiqian, as a member of the demon clan, the gestation period would be even longer, and the greater the potential of the child's spiritual roots. The more protracted the time would be. If it were the offspring of that esteemed individual, it could well take decades, perhaps even a century. Yet, given the longevity of a cultivator's life, what would it matter to wait 100 years? Having given birth to Su Jiqian, Sumu was quite knowledgeable about such matters. She shared numerous precautions with her daughter, urging her to take good care of herself and avoid any mishaps. Su Jiqian, contemplatively rubbing her belly, smiled at the thought. Was she really going to conceive her master's child? The mere thought brought her immense joy. After committing her mother's advice to memory, she resolved to return and seek out her master. At that moment, Qinyu found himself surrounded by a throng of enchanting demon disciples, unable to escape. The alluring fragrance enveloping him was potent enough to distort his senses. The essence of the seductress could conjure illusions, thus exerting control over those affected. However, unless deliberately unleashed, the effects were not particularly pronounced. Yet, with a growing number of individuals, the situation became uncertain. Qinyi felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled into a den of enchantresses. He was caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. After all, he had proclaimed his intent to guide the disciples in their cultivation. To depart without imparting any wisdom would indeed tarnish the reputation of the sect leader. Yet, could he truly assist his delightful disciples in alleviating the issue of malevolent energy infiltrating their bodies? At that moment, a soft cough unexpectedly emanated from a short distance away. The source of this sound was Su Jiqian. Having just concluded a conversation with her mother, she discovered that her fellow kin were attempting to entice their master. An ominous premonition arose within her, prompting her to hasten over. With her gentle cough, the other demon disciples parted to create a path. Su Jiqian, holding the highest status among the demon clan and being the direct disciple of the sect leader, commanded the respect of her peers, who dared not provoke her ire. Under the watchful eyes of those around her, she approached her master and tightly clasped his arm, as if to assert her claim. She was acutely aware of her fellow sisters, each a stunning beauty capable of captivating any man who laid eyes upon them. The allure of their master was simply irresistible. She knew she must keep a vigilant watch. Master, let us return, Su Jiqian said, looking up and smiling at her master. Qinyi, witnessing the spirited demeanor of the inner disciples moments ago, felt his worries dissipate. They seemed to be recovering splendidly, and he had no cause for concern. As for their cultivation, the foundational techniques provided by the system were straightforward and easily grasped. Coupled with the direct guidance from the elders, there was little chance of error. With everything in order, Qinyi decided not to linger any longer. He nodded and waved goodbye to Su Jiqian's parents, saying, I shall visit again another day. Do take care of your health. This admonition to take care was primarily directed at Su Jiqian's father. Upon their first encounter, Qinyi had noticed a peculiar contrast. While Su Jiqian's mother radiated the vitality of a woman in her 30s, her father appeared aged beyond his years, resembling a man in his 70s. His upper lip was somewhat thick, and his gaze lacked focus, revealing signs of fatigue. Initially, Qinyi had assumed it was due to his prolonged confinement in the dungeon. However, in the rich spiritual environment of the Tianqian sect, he should have shown signs of recovery, yet it was evident that he had not. Given Su Jiqian's exquisite beauty, it was clear her mother possessed remarkable looks as well. With the demon clan's dwindling population, they were in desperate need of vitality. Contemplating this, Qinyi surmised that the elder should indeed exercise moderation in his lifestyle. Perhaps he should bring some nourishing supplements on his next visit. As the demon disciples observed Su Jiqian departing while holding the hand of their esteemed master, envy filled their hearts. How they wished to be as close to the dashing master as she was. Since their first encounter with him, they found the men of their own clan utterly unimpressive in comparison. They eagerly anticipated the next visit of their illustrious master, with many of the demon disciples already concocting their own schemes in their minds. It is indeed a formidable challenge for Su's parents to restore the glory of their lineage. The disciples respectfully bowed in the direction where Chunyi had departed. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chunyi gradually made his exit. On the way back, Su Jiqian draped an arm around Hu Jiuyue's neck and inquired, Junior sister Hu, why weren't you paying attention to our master earlier? Our master belongs solely to the two of us, you know? Had you been closer to him, you would not have allowed anyone else to approach. Yet, Hu Jiyue remained eerily silent, as if she had not heard a word. Listening to senior sister Su's words, Hu Jiyue found herself deep in thought. Not long ago, when they had just arrived at the demon cultivation department, Senior Sister Su had mentioned that she was also a companion to their master. At that time, Hu Jiyue had not fully comprehended the implication. Now, with Senior Sister asserting that their master belonged exclusively to them, it dawned on her that something was amiss. Did this mean Senior Sister had already been with their master, and she had been oblivious to it? She had always believed herself to be the first. Wait a moment. Senior Sister, when did you and Master Hu Jiyue refrained from answering and instead posed a counter-question? Senior Sister Su, upon hearing Hu Jiuyue's words, was taken aback. What? Junior Sister who has been kept in the dark all along. I thought she was already aware. This revelation left her feeling a tad guilty, wishing she had maintained the secrecy a little longer. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Ah, I see you just found out. I suppose I was only a few days ahead of you." As they conversed, Su Jiqian felt a twinge of guilt for having concealed her little secret from Hu Jiuyue, recognizing the moral ambiguity of her actions. Nevertheless, based on her understanding of Hu Jiuyue, she believed her junior sister would not be too upset, unlike cold senior sister, who would have pursued her in anger. Hu Jiuyue was gentle and amiable. No wonder cold senior sister had never won the heart of their master. At that moment, cold Luo Li, deep in meditation, sneezed, causing a flurry of snowflakes to dance in the air. Cold Luo Li thought to herself, "It must be senior sister speaking ill of me behind my back." Hu Jiyue's reaction mirrored what Su Jiqian had anticipated, though she felt a pang of disappointment. Her emotions remained relatively stable. However, the realization of her ignorance regarding the situation troubled her deeply. It seemed that cold senior sister had known all along, while she had only just become aware. Had she truly been so oblivious? No, that cannot be. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Hu Jiyue raised her head and asked her master, "Master, am I very foolish?" Shen Yi, taken aback by her sudden inquiry, wore a surprised expression. As for whether Hu Jiuyue was foolish, Shen Yi believed it depended on the context. In terms of cultivation, her comprehension abilities were commendable, indicating that she was far from foolish. However, in other aspects, it must be acknowledged that the strong-willed individual does exhibit a certain tenacity, a quintessential demonstration of intellect applied where it is needed. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Shen Yi must certainly comfort his adorable disciple. You are certainly not foolish. Why the sudden inquiry? Upon hearing her master's affirmation, Hu Jiuyue felt a wave of satisfaction and embraced her master's arm. If her master deemed her not foolish, then she certainly was not. Her master would never deceive her. Observing the joy radiating from her face, Shen Yi inwardly mused that this third disciple was indeed easy to please. At that moment, Shen Yi's peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Yue emerging from the demon cultivation department, idly toying with an object in her hand. Curiosity piqued, Shen Yi inquired, "Where? What is it that you hold?" Upon hearing her master's question, Bai Yue opened her delicate hand to reveal a purple pill, its quality appearing commendable, though its effects remained unknown. She responded to her master, "A charming succubus gifted this to me just now. She said I was adorable and presented me with a token of her affection. However, she mentioned that the effects of this pill will only last for 20 minutes. And the capabilities are. I seem to have forgotten. Here, master, it's for you." With a smile, Bai Yue extended the pill towards Chen Yi, eager to present it to him. Chen Yi declined, waving his hand gently. "Since it is a gift meant for you, you should keep it safe and not misplace it." It must be said that Bai Yue's innate cuteness draws affection from those around her. The girls, in particular, are utterly defenseless against her charming appearance. Well, the boys are no different. As for the pill's purpose, Chen Yi did not scrutinize it further. Within the sect, there were no individuals whom Chen Yi deemed untrustworthy, and thus, it was unlikely that any ill-intentioned items would be presented as gifts. Consequently, he did not dwell on it. After this brief interlude, the trio returned to the Tianshan Hall. In the center of the plaza, it was evident that Lang Luoli's breakthrough had reached a critical juncture. Surrounding her, spiritual energy materialized, rolling and surging with vigor. Snowflakes began to manifest around her, cascading gently upon her form. A bone-chilling wind swept through, as if winter had descended at that very moment. Lang Luoli's ethereal beauty, reminiscent of ice and snow, was accentuated to its fullest extent. In a contrasting sight, she wore only a flowing blue silk gown, leaving one to ponder whether she might succumb to the cold, prompting Shen Yi to consider offering her a garment had he not known of her status as a cultivator. Before long, the atmosphere around Lang Luoli began to tumult, the snowflakes that had settled atop her suddenly scattering as if shaken from their repose. It was evident that she had succeeded in her breakthrough, ascending to the fourth tier of the innate realm. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Shen Yi's mind, confirming his disciple's advancement and awarding him 2,000 system points. Observing her breakthrough, Su Jiqian felt a sudden, unsettling premonition arise within her heart. On ordinary days, the cold junior sister had already surpassed her by a realm, placing her at a considerable disadvantage. Now, with another breakthrough elevating her 2 realms higher, she would likely be rendered utterly powerless. How could she possibly continue her clandestine indulgences in front of the cold junior sister? Infuriatingly, she had to hasten her own cultivation to surpass her junior sister. With this thought, Su Qian fantasized about a scenario where her realm transcended that of her cold junior sister. Before her junior sister and their master, she would stand triumphant, while the cold junior sister could only grip her icy staff tightly, powerless and seething with frustration. The mere thought of such a scene brought a radiant smile to Su Qian's face, while others cultivated to become stronger, seeking the path to immortality. Su Qian's sole motivation was to indulge in her secret pleasures without guilt. At that moment, after her breakthrough, Lang Luoli awoke. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the mischievous smile of her senior sister, Ying Dang. That expression, without a doubt, hinted at mischief. It was imperative to teach her scheming senior sister, who only harbored wicked ideas and engaged in secretive indulgences, a lesson. Lang Luoli conjured her icy staff, caressing it with her delicate hands, and with a sly grin, addressed her senior sister. Senior sister, you wouldn't refuse a sparring request from your junior sister, would you? Rest assured, I will definitely not go easy on you. The final words were emphasized with a pronounced stress. At that moment, Su Qian was so frightened that she felt her hair stand on end. She feared that Lang Luoli had discovered her previous midnight escapade of sneaking through their master's window for a clandestine rendezvous, which was why she was angry. Hastily, she began to explain, cold junior sister, let me clarify. The last time I climbed through the window by the master's bushes was an accident. Moreover, who junior sister also indulged, you cannot solely reprimand me. Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Lang Luoli momentarily froze, her expression contorting into a more sinister one, growing increasingly menacing. What? You were sneaking around behind my back too, just like the time we all left. Even more infuriating, you dare use poor Hu junior sister as a shield. Do you think I would believe that? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Su Qian quickly covered her mouth. Oh no, she had let it slip. It turned out that wasn't the issue at all. However, why was it that even when she spoke the truth, the cold junior sister wouldn't believe her? What she said was indeed true. Hu junior sister had truly indulged. Before Su Qian could respond, Lang Luoli bowed deeply. Senior sister, I beg your pardon. This is mere humility before striking. Chapter 70. What gift does Lang Luoli desire? A formidable pressure enveloped Su Qian, as the strength of her cold junior sister had evidently surged significantly. Given Su Qian's current speed, it seemed unlikely she could escape. Suddenly, she caught sight of Bayame beside her. With Bayame's speed, only their master could keep up within the Tianxin sect. As long as she can persuade Sister Bai, there remains a glimmer of hope. Grasping Bai Yahui's shoulder with one hand, she implored, There's no time for explanations, Sister Bai. My survival depends on you. Quickly, let us flee. Unbeknownst to Bai Yahui, she had no inkling of the schemes orchestrated by Sister Su and Sister Ling. Yet, witnessing the earnest expression on Sister Su's face, she could not refuse. If we are to play together, then hold on tight, Sister Su. I am about to take flight. No sooner had Bai Yahui spoken than she vanished in a swift whoosh, leaving only traces of her shadow and the echoes of Su Jiqian's anguished cries. Lang Luoli, her delicate hand gripping her ice staff, flushed with anger. Sister, this is hardly fair. Our matters should not involve the innocent Sister Bai. Furious, she cried, stop right there, and leapt into the air, pursuing the direction in which the two had disappeared. Bai Yahui soared through the air, her feet barely touching the surface. With Lang Luoli hot on her heels, they traversed the grand and majestic heavenly Xian Hall, passing by the ominous domain of the demon cultivators. Surrounding them was a rich aura of white spiritual energy, and on the nearby mountain, the golden temple atop the peak reflected resplendent rays of light. Below lay the expansive heavenly Xian sect, the imposing sword cultivation division, and the alchemy department rising with wisps of smoke, alongside the forge department, ablaze with heat. A myriad of structures, each with unique styles and colors, radiated outward from the heavenly Xian Hall. This picturesque scene, however, was marred by the presence of 3 blemishes. Lang Luoli, in pursuit of Sister Su and Bai Yahui, unleashed her ice drop technique, wreaking havoc upon the exquisite landscape. Were it not for the self-repairing capabilities of the heavenly Xian sect, this place would have surely been reduced to ruins. Ultimately, it was Chunyi who managed to capture the 3 disciples once more, recognizing that Lang Luoli was the fastest among the disciples to break through her limits. Chunyi deemed it necessary to commend her as a role model for the other indolent disciples. My second disciple, your progress is remarkable. I have decided to reward you. If there is a desire or something you wish for, feel free to express it, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. Chunyi said with a smile directed at Lang Luoli. The other disciples gazed at her with envy. Indeed, diligent cultivation reaps rewards, a privilege they had yet to experience. At that moment, Lang Luoli bit her lip, her heart racing with excitement. A reward? What did she want? The only thing on her mind was desire. Yes, desire. But could she truly voice this wish to her master? She had never contended with her seniors before. This time, she had to seize the opportunity for a reward. She was determined to turn the tide. However, with her sister and junior present, she feared her wish would not be accepted. Perhaps she should wait for a moment of solitude to voice it. Master, I have indeed harbored a wish for quite some time. Yet it is not the right moment to express it. May I defer this conversation to another day? As she spoke, her smooth and exquisite legs instinctively drew together, a rosy hue blossoming upon her delicate visage. Chini assumed she was merely contemplating her thoughts and nodded in acquiescence. After all, the gift desired by my second disciple must surely pertain to cultivation. Given this consideration, it is indeed prudent to ponder it thoroughly. Now, it is time to engage in our practice. Let us proceed to the plaza together. After much delay, the cultivation of the 4 disciples finally commenced. Once a cultivator attains the acquired realm, the inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy becomes as effortless as breathing. Thus, their practice primarily revolves around refining their techniques. And with mastery of these techniques, their realms are elevated as well. Each department of the Tianxin sect possesses a unique training room tailored to its respective cultivators. However, within the Tianxin Hall, the plaza serves as their comprehensive and practical training ground. The passage of time during cultivation resembles the swift flow of words on a page. Before long, midnight arrived. Chen Ye's direct disciples retained the habit of resting at night, although innate realm cultivators can often forego rest for extended periods. A modicum of sleep is still essential to maintain optimal energy. Moreover, the abundance of spiritual energy within the Tianxin Hall ensures that even during slumber, they inadvertently absorb this energy, aiding in their ascension. This reality presents a stark inequity for external cultivators, who might go months without rest in pursuit of elevation. Yet their progress pales in comparison to the rapid advancement of these 4 disciples even during their sleep. However, life is replete with such disparities, is it not? After transforming, Bai Yawei, perhaps still adjusting to human existence, found herself unable to sleep at night. The later it grew, the more energetic she became. After leaping upon the eaves, she descended to the ground, patrolling the Tianxin Hall and subsequently the Tianxin sect, leaving only the marking of territory unaccomplished. In the evening, Bai Yawei languidly sprawled atop the eaves of her master's grand hall, contemplatively holding the elixir gifted by the enchanting Demoness. She had forgotten the effects of the potion. Yet since it was bestowed by someone her master trusted, it must surely be of good quality. A taste would reveal its nature. Bai Yawei placed the pill into her mouth, and it soon dissolved within. She waited, and then waited some more, yet felt no discernible change. Concluding it to be an ordinary potion for enhancing cultivation, she dismissed it from her mind. Rising to seek another spot to continue her playful antics, she suddenly froze mid-motion. Something was amiss. Something felt profoundly wrong. Why did the distance between her eyes and the ground seem to have increased so dramatically? Sensing the oddity, she lifted her leg, only to discover that her legs had elongated as well. Just like senior sister Lang, she was fair-skinned and tall, so beautiful it could make one drool. It didn't take long for her to realize the transformation she had undergone. She had grown taller. So, this was the effect of the succubus's potion? Now that she had gained height, could she reach her revered master without relying on her seniors? How exhilarating! With this thought in mind, she could hardly contain her excitement. Chapter 71. The white-clad female ghost. Previously, she had watched her seniors kiss their master, feeling utterly frustrated by her inability to do so. Although she could revert to her original beast form, which would not only allow her to reach the master but also tower over her seniors. The question remained, would the master accept her in her beastly guise? Regardless, she had transformed into a stunning beauty. She recalled that the potion's effects lasted only 20 minutes. So she needed to act swiftly. With that thought, Bai Yawei leaped from the rooftop. Strangely, while she had always been able to handle such heights effortlessly, she stumbled and fell hard this time. It seemed her newly heightened body was something she had yet to acclimate to, and her expression resembled that of a person suffering from facial paralysis. Perhaps the quality of the potion was subpar, leading to such side effects. Nevertheless, at least she had experienced the sensation of being taller, and those minor flaws were worth it. Rising to her feet, Bai Yawei found herself directly in front of senior sister Su's room. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Now that she resembled the beautiful Su's sister, she simply had to share this joy with her. With that thought, she hurried to the window beside Su Jiqian. At that moment, Su Jiqian was at her vanity, preparing her makeup for the next day. She always had this habit of experimenting with different styles before bedtime, ensuring her master would see her at her most beautiful the following day. What she didn't realize was that, in Chunye's eyes, it made no difference whether she wore makeup or not. Su Jiqian's natural beauty was already stunning to the core. Bai Yawei stood at the window, waving to greet Su Jiqian. However, she was surprised to find herself unable to speak. Perhaps the change in her physique had altered her vocal cords, rendering her momentarily mute. The side effects of the potion were rather intense. Su Jiqian, who had been focused on her reflection, suddenly caught sight in the mirror of an elderly woman with graying hair, covered in dirt and grime, awkwardly smiling and waving at her. At this sight, Su Jiqian felt her hair stand on end and quickly turned to look. But as she did, the woman who should have been standing by the window had vanished without a trace. Who was that? Hey, by Yahweh? No, she isn't that tall. And none of her demon kin have white hair. On that day, though the Xian hall was enveloped in silence, the presence of spirits seemed improbable. Perhaps it was merely a misperception. Su Jiqian, undistracted, continued to arrange her hair. At that moment, Bai Yahweh lowered her head, brushing off the dust from her garments. She had just fallen from the rooftop, her attire now sullied. Several cuts marred her face, with blood trickling forth slowly. After several attempts to clean herself, she found it futile and resolved to wash up later. Raising her head once more, she waved to Su Jiqian, who was just then adjusting her makeup in front of the mirror. Upon glimpsing the reappearance of the woman in white at the window, Su Jiqian was taken aback to find her countenance smeared with blood, coupled with a rigid expression and an eerie smile. No, this was indeed a specter. Su Jiqian reflected on the lives she had taken, while not a few thousand, certainly over 100. It would not be surprising if a few sought retribution. Although unafraid of the living, she held a certain apprehension towards the unknown entities of the supernatural. Yet, as a cultivator, she was not easily cowed. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the white-haired woman, she soon resolved to strike back. Whirling around, she intended to unleash her demonic palm technique to assess its efficacy against the ghost. However, upon turning again, the figure in white had vanished. How peculiar. To whom could I owe this haunting? While unafraid, being pursued posed its own dangers. Troubled by her thoughts, Su Jiqian found herself lacking in security, unable to rest peacefully. Resolutely, she decided to forego sleep that night, ever ready to confront any sudden specter seeking vengeance. Bai Yahweh, sensing Su Jiqian's indifference, became bored and departed. Adjacent was Hu Jun's chamber. She wished to see what her senior sister was up to. Hu Ju was known for her fondness of play, and upon learning of Bai Yahweh's growth, would surely be delighted. At that moment, Hu Ju was nestled in her blankets, peacefully asleep, teetering between dreams and wakefulness. Her sleeping visage was utterly serene, her breath even, and her exquisite features radiated elegance and nobility even in slumber. Beside her bed stood a window, through which the moonlight cascaded onto her face. She adored basking in its glow while she slept, never drawing the curtains or closing the window. Bai Yahweh approached the window, resting her hands upon its frame and leaning in. Noticing Hu Ju in repose, she felt compelled to greet her. This time, her voice emerged, though it was raspy. A stark contrast to her usual tone, perhaps a remnant of the medicinal effects she had partially mitigated. Sister, Hu Ju, look at me. Do I not appear beautiful? The sound was ragged, reminiscent of a throat sliced by a blade. In a state of semi-consciousness, Hu Jiu was not entirely asleep when she heard the voice, causing her to frown. Initially lost in a dream, the sound began to alter the very fabric of her slumber. In her dream, she had been ensnared by her master. But suddenly, the scene transformed, and a multitude of white-haired malevolent spirits surged towards her. Startled, Hu Jiu awoke abruptly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. As she regained her senses, she took a deep breath, realizing that it had merely been a dream. However, the knowledge that it was only a figment of her imagination left her feeling somewhat disheartened, though the dream had taken a terrifying turn. The earlier part had been rather pleasant. Upon awakening, she opened her eyes, intending to sip some water before returning to her slumber. Yet, the moment her eyes met the world outside, she beheld a pale, delicate hand resting against the window, gazing upwards. Accompanying it was a woman with white hair. Her face illuminated by the moonlight, blood trickling from her cheeks, her pallid skin and rigid countenance displaying a chilling smile. The unnerving grin of the white-haired woman bore a grotesque quality that no human should possess. While Hu Jiu was not particularly timid by nature, her reaction upon encountering a ghost was not markedly better than that of her senior sister. This was especially true after experiencing a nightmarish vision. Trembling, she summoned her colossal sword, her expression a mix of fear and determination as she swung the blade towards the window. Regardless of the identity of her adversary, she could not afford to falter. After all, how could she honor her master as teachings otherwise? Chapter 72. The Frightened by Yahweh. Taken aback by the sudden aggression of her usually amiable senior sister, was left in a state of bewilderment. She hastily evaded, the massive sword grazing her scalp, narrowly missing her life. Gazing at the enormous gash left in the ground, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Goodness. It seemed that Hu Jiu could be quite fearsome when roused from slumber. She resolved to refrain from disturbing her sister as sleep in the future. Saying farewell to Hu Jiu, Bai Yue trudged toward Lang Luoli's abode, feeling rather dejected. Neither of the senior sisters acknowledged her, and one had even attacked her. Yet, she found solace in the presence of Lung's sister. Though often cold in demeanor, Bai Yue sensed the warmth within her heart. Surely, Lung's sister would offer her some comfort. With these thoughts in mind, she approached Lung's sister's window, shivering involuntarily from the chill emanating from within. Curiosity piqued. She peered inside, eager to discover what could possibly generate such a frigid atmosphere. Lung Luoli was not asleep. Much like Su Jiqian, she sat at her table. But rather than preparing herself for the day, she was engrossed in manipulating an object. On the table lay a block of ice, which Long Luoli was shaping with her spiritual power, meticulously reducing its size as though engaged in a form of sculpting. At that moment, about halfway through her task, Bai Yue could discern that she was carving the visage of a person. The upper portion revealed the face of their master. She also noticed that beside the table lay numerous ice sculptures of her esteemed master, both grand and petite, each captured in various poses. The chill in the room could be attributed to the fact that Long Luoli was concerned about the sculptures melting. Bai Yue was taken aback to discover that her senior sister had such a hobby, and the craftsmanship was remarkably exquisite. Lung Luoli's hands were surprisingly skillful. Observing her senior sister's intense focus on her carving, Bai Yue felt too shy to interrupt and simply watched in silence. Before long, Lung Luoli completed her work. Gazing at the statue of her master with a satisfied expression, she cradled the sculpture in her arms, utterly enraptured. After indulging in her delight, she decided to relocate the statue. Approaching the window, she intended to place it in front of the pane. As she set the statue down and raised her head, she was startled to find a pale face staring intently at her. The visage, twisted from the cold and further distorted by the side effects of a medicinal elixir, bore an even stranger expression. To her astonishment, Lang Luoli failed to recognize the face, her brow furrowing as she demanded, "Who are you? Why are you in the Tianshan Hall?" Bai Yue, realizing that her senior sister did not recognize her, attempted to explain. Yet, the hoarse sound that emerged was far from coherent speech. It resembled more a monster's howl, mistaking it for a beast's roar. Lang Luoli swiftly drew her ice staff and huffed. "What demon dares to wreak havoc in the Tianshan Hall? Seeking to steal my ice sculptures? Not on my watch." With that, she conjured ice spikes and aimed them at Bai Yue. Startled, Bai Yue instinctively dodged, exclaiming inwardly, "What is going on today? Why are all the senior sisters so irritable? Moreover," she thought, "who would want to steal your ice sculptures? Stop jumping to conclusions." Inside the hall, seeing that she had failed to strike the demon, Lang Luoli burst through the door in pursuit. "What kind of demon dares to cause chaos in the Tianshan Hall? I shall ensure you never find peace." With that, she prepared to unleash her ice dart technique. Unlike Hu Jiuyue and Su Jiqian, who were paralyzed by fear upon encountering a ghost, Lang Luoli's instinctive reaction was to eliminate the threat. One could argue that this was the appropriate response for a cultivator. However, the problem was that it needed to be a genuine demon. Bai Yue, witnessing Lang Luoli's fervent chase, was so frightened that she leaped to her feet and fled. Why is she reacting so violently? She looks determined to kill me. "Master, save me." She wished to cry out for help, but her hoarse voice could not carry far. Instead, she sprinted toward her master's grand hall, thinking, "She even intends to harm my beloved master." Halt. Upon seeing the white-haired demon sprinting towards her master, Long Luoli's murderous intent only intensified. The intense chill of the icy air seemed poised to freeze Bai Yue entirely. Fortunately, she practiced the exquisite Linglong Xiangong bestowed by her master, enabling her to dart into her master's room just before being encased in ice. As she pushed open the door, she immediately lunged towards her master's bed, clutching him tightly as she cried out, "Master, please save me. My senior sisters have all been so strange today. I nearly met my demise. I'm so scared." Bai Yue lamented, her voice tinged with desperation, though it had regained some strength. The effects of the potion would only last 20 minutes, and its side effects would dissipate soon. Chun Yi had been enjoying a deep slumber when he was abruptly enveloped in a tight embrace, stirring him from his dreams. At that moment, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Turning his gaze beside him, he found a disheveled white-haired girl clinging to him, uttering words of reverence. Initially puzzled, he soon recognized the unmistakable scent and, upon observing her features, realized it was indeed Bai Yue. "Where? What has happened? Why do you look so disheveled?" "Allow me to assist you," he said gently, his voice soothing. "By the way, have you grown taller?" As he utilized his spiritual energy to cleanse her wounds, he tenderly caressed her head, providing her solace. Feeling the warmth of her master's embrace, Bai Yue began to feel a sense of comfort and security. Indeed, no matter how much things changed, her gentle master remained unchanged. He was just as she had first encountered him, kind, handsome, and utterly irresistible. She adored her master, relishing his scent, his presence, every aspect of him. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Yue could hardly contain herself any longer. She draped her long, graceful legs over her master. Leaning in closer, their faces almost touching, Chen Yi was overwhelmed by the sweet fragrance enveloping him. Bai Yao clung to her master as if he were a prized catch, akin to a white tiger savoring its prey. Yet, unlike typical prey, she could not bear to consume him entirely in one bite. She wished to savor him slowly, piece by piece. At that moment, the delicate form of the girl was remarkably soft. She wore the garment her master had gifted her. Though her growing stature had rendered the attire increasingly inadequate, the originally sheer stockings had transformed into over-the-knee socks, and the dress that enveloped her frame had morphed into a cropped top, revealing her flawless, fair skin, which glistened as though kissed by water. Chen Yi instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, grasping her tightly, becoming entranced by her presence. However, before he could fully indulge in the moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chen Yi recalled that he had not locked the door. It must have been when Bai Yan entered that he, out of fear, secured it. Given this circumstance, indulging in a kiss seemed inconsequential. Chen Yi had not forgotten that Bai Yan was also his disciple. While such behavior was questionable, it alleviated some of his guilt knowing she was a demon beast who had lived for hundreds of years. Moreover, her pitiable demeanor awakened his protective instincts as a man. At that moment, Bai Yan was so endearing that he felt an overwhelming desire to cradle her in his arms and shower her with affection. After a considerable time, the two finally parted. Chen Yi observed Bai Yan, disheveled in her garments, and remarked, "Your outfit is too small. Allow me to procure something more suitable for you." With that, he exchanged for attire that would properly fit her stature. Bai Yan clung tightly to her master, reluctant to let go, and with a hint of pleading in her voice, said, "Master, please help me." Upon hearing this peculiar request, Chen Yi felt a sense of internal resistance. Yet, he realized that since Bai Yan had only recently taken on human form, she might still be unfamiliar with dressing herself. As her master, it was his duty to guide his naive disciple. Assisting her with her clothing seemed reasonable enough. "Very well, but if you cling to me like this, I can hardly assist you," Chen Yi replied. Upon hearing her master's words, Bai Yan reluctantly released her embrace, and they both stood up. A few moments prior, Lang Luoli had followed the white-haired female ghost and arrived at her master's door. She knocked several times, but it would not budge. Hesitation washed over her. The female ghost was inside the master's room, and he might be in danger. She found herself in a dilemma. If she were to force the door open, it would be a gross violation of her master's space. What if he became angry? Yet, if she did not act, her concern for his safety lingered. What should she do? At that moment, Su Qiqian and Hu Jiuyue emerged from the room. The commotion had been too loud for them to ignore, and upon seeing Lung Lolly at the door, they approached her. Su Qiqian inquired, "Lung Junior sister, what are you doing here? Yelling like that. If you're attempting to sneak a treat, you ought to be quieter. No wonder you've been unsuccessful." Her tone was instructive, as if admonishing Lang Luoli. Lung Luoli felt a surge of anger at her senior sister's words. How dare she lecture her when she herself indulged in secret treats? If it were not for the pressing matter at hand, she would have taken the opportunity to reprimand her senior. "It's not about that. I saw a white-haired female ghost enter Master's room. He might be in danger," Lang Luoli exclaimed anxiously. The other two disciples exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with surprise. "We saw it too." Soon, the three disciples exchanged their experiences with one another, realizing that they all had encountered the same white-haired female specter. The tension on their faces intensified. How audacious for a mere ghost to attack two cultivators of innate realms and one of the acquired realm. This specter must be steeped in malevolence, indeed a fearsome spirit. Hearing the sounds within, Hu Jiuyu leaned against the door and exclaimed, "I hear no sounds of a struggle. Could it be that our master has met with misfortune? If our master were battling the specter, there would certainly be evidence of a conflict. The absence of such sounds indicates we can no longer delay, make way." The mere thought of this dreadful possibility sent cold Luo Li's heart racing. Her master was her everything, the most vital aspect of her existence. Nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Even if it meant incurring her master's wrath, she would not hesitate to act. Summoning her spiritual energy, she conjured a massive ice block and hurled it against the wooden door. In an instant, the door crumbled, and with a thunderous noise, the wall shattered, sending debris flying and smoke billowing. As the dust cleared, the three disciples rushed fervently into their master's chamber. "Where is the specter? Where is she? You shall not harm our master." Suddenly, they were taken aback, as Su Jiqian exclaimed in astonishment, "What an unexpected scene. Our master is even undressing the specter." At that moment, Chen Yi was assisting Bai Yue in changing her attire. The garments had barely been removed when this spectacle unfolded. Chen Yi's expression was one of utter dismay. He had only aided Bai Yue in changing her clothes twice before, once interrupted by the disciples bursting in, and this time, the very wall had been demolished. Before Chenyi could explain, the other disciples turned their gazes toward the commotion. Hujiu remarked, Master, you have quite an unconventional taste. However, I shall understand. As she spoke, her hands were clasped in front of her chest, as if she were performing a prayer, beseeching her master to not stray from the righteous path. Cold Luo Li's reaction was the most intense among the three. She nearly toppled over, her face awash with sorrow. After spending so much time with her master, she had never been the subject of such intimate attention. A mere female specter had managed to achieve what she could not. Was her beauty truly inferior in her master's eyes, even to a ghost? Just when everyone assumed Chenyi had taken to the company of spirits, Yue gradually began to shrink before their very eyes, slowly reverting to her original form. The effect of the potion lasted only 20 minutes, and it seemed that time was up. The disciples finally grasped the situation as they beheld the now diminished specter. The features, the charm, could it not be her dear junior sister Bai? Junior sister Bai? What is the situation? Cold Luo Li inquired, astonished. Chapter 74. Together with three. As she spoke, she gradually recalled the earlier scene in her mind. Although the woman with white hair appeared somewhat tragic and terrifying, her expression somewhat rigid, upon closer reflection. Her features distinctly resembled those of junior sister Bai. This implies that the master was not merely playing tricks. With this thought, Cold Luo Li felt a flicker of joy, her previous disappointment dissipating significantly. It seemed she was not inferior even to a ghost. As the effects of Bai Yaoi's potion wore off, the side effects gradually faded as well, and her voice returned to normal. Observing the puzzled gazes of those around her, she recounted the entire sequence of events, thus clarifying the misunderstanding. Upon learning the truth, the expressions of the three disciples turned somewhat apologetic. They had failed to recognize junior sister Bai, and had even considered attacking such an adorable sister. How utterly disgraceful. One by one, the three disciples approached to gently pat Bai Yaoi's lovely head, offering their apologies. Suji Qian recognized the pill that junior sister Bai had consumed. It was a beauty pill, crafted solely by Succubus. This exquisite elixir alters one's appearance in accordance with the user's desires. For instance, if the user harbors dissatisfaction with their nose, it would transform into the visage they envision. The effects of this pill were remarkably mystical, capable of modifying other aspects of appearance as well. However, as her kin among the succubi possessed relatively low cultivation levels, the quality of the concocted pills was likely rather ordinary, hence the side effects. It is likely that the succubus who provided the pill to Bai Yaoi never anticipated that her greatest desire was to become taller. Nor could she have foreseen the ensuing mix-up. Seeing that everyone's concerns had been alleviated, Chenyu spoke up. All right, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us all retire early. Tomorrow we must continue our cultivation. Hearing their master's words, the disciples wished him good night before departing with a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to the disciples, Chenyi intended to return to his own rest. Yet, as he turned around, he beheld the dilapidated hall, filled with dust and debris. The bed in disarray, tiles scattered everywhere. How could one possibly sleep in such a mess? You have created this colossal disaster, and now you simply clap your hands and go rest? I shall have to endure the night with the cool breeze. His disciples had truly become rebellious. The architecture of Tianxian sect would repair itself, but it would take a day, typically resetting at midnight. That night, it seemed Chenyi would be deprived of his own bed. However, lacking his own bed did not mean he had no other options. His third disciple had already developed a deeper bond with him. It seemed only reasonable to spend the night there. Contemplating this, Chenyi swallowed hard, feeling a sense of anticipation. Chenyi hurriedly approached the residence of his third disciple, first peering through the window. His third disciple fell asleep quickly and was quite honest. As soon as he climbed into bed, the rhythmic sound of his breathing began to resonate. It appeared he was just about to enter a deep slumber. Seeing that his third disciple was already asleep, Chenyi hesitated to disturb him. Since he was asleep, it would be best not to interrupt. I shall check on the elder disciple, he murmured, and then made his way towards Su Jichen's quarters. Hu Jiyue would likely never have imagined that she had missed a splendid opportunity to share a tender moment with her master simply because she retired to bed too early. If she were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be filled with regret. Upon opening the door to the elder disciple's room, Chenyi found her engaged in the delicate task of perfecting her makeup. Su Jiqian had just applied a striking shade of red to her lips, enhancing her beauty with a mature allure. Why are you still applying makeup at this hour? Chun Yi inquired, positioning his hand gently on her exquisite shoulder. Surprised by the presence of her master, Su Jiqian responded, Master? Her astonishment stemmed from the fact that she usually sought him out. Yet today he had come to her instead. Could it be that he had succumbed to the enchanting aura she exuded, unable to resist? Ah. Her seemingly weak master was indeed under her spell. What brings you here at such a late hour, master? Su Jiqian rose, her fair arms wrapping around his neck. Chen Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. To claim he was not there for that reason would be disingenuous. However, It was primarily because he had nowhere else to go. He gestured toward the ruins of his grand hall outside. "You have dismantled my hall," he stated. Upon witnessing this scene, Sujiqian suddenly recalled their misdeed. It was indeed their handiwork, since it was she who had left her master without a sanctuary. She felt a sense of responsibility. "Forgive us, master," she said. "As the eldest disciple, let me atone for my junior sisters." With a playful tone, she added, "Rest assured, I shall make amends." As she spoke, her face drew closer to his. Sujiqian's long, sensuous legs were adorned with over-the-knee glossy stockings, embellished with red embroidery at the top. The upper half of her body was clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure to perfection. As their lips met, her body temperature began to rise, and her expression turned slightly coy. After a lengthy moment, they finally drew apart. Sujiqian gazed at her master with a look of infatuation, her alluring fox-like eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring his very soul. "By the way, master, why did you not seek out Hushimi first? Why did you think of me?" she asked, a hint of mischief in her voice. "Could it be that I am your most cherished disciple?" "Higi, this makes me so happy." Chenya's expression froze upon hearing his elder disciple's question. Alas, how should one respond to this? He certainly cannot disclose to his foremost disciple that he recently sought out Hu Jiuyu, only to find her slumbering. Such an admission would be rather unseemly, wouldn't it? He fears it might wound the heart of his esteemed disciple. Who is Chenya's foremost disciple, after all? She is none other than the most exceptional succubus of the demon clan. Upon witnessing her master's demeanor, how could she be oblivious to his inner thoughts? Oh, the disciple understands. She comprehends everything. She is not the least bit upset, truly. Should I summon Sister Hu to join us? The three of us together, although Hu is currently asleep, I am certain she would be most willing once she is informed. And what of this choice? Shinya's heart raced, filled with anticipation. It turns out he need not choose between the two. Wait, hold on. When a woman claims she is not angry, can that truly be the case? Her subsequent statement was clearly a bait for him. That was a close call. He almost fell for it. Chapter 75. Grooming Hair. Chinyu wrapped an arm around his foremost disciple's waist, pulling her close, his expression earnest as he said, "How could I ever entertain such thoughts? Not in the slightest." Sujiqian gazed at her master with a beaming smile, leaving one to wonder whether her heart brimmed with anger or amusement. How mischievous of him to deceive Qian'er. Regardless of his true feelings, she was determined that he would not escape her grasp this evening. She puffed out her cheeks as she declared. Yet, she was not genuinely angry. She simply relished the playful torment of her master. Sujiqian licked her crimson lips and leaned in to kiss him again. "Qian'er, your rouge is smudged upon me. Fear not. Qian'er shall assist master in cleansing it." "Will Sister Hu also help you with your rouge, master?" Chinyu replied, "Not at all. She has tea applied any." Sujiqian exclaimed, "Ah, well, master, you have spoken the truth this time." The following day, at noon, the sun reached its zenith. Yet Chinyu had yet to make an appearance in the square to guide his disciples in their cultivation. Hu Jiuyu and Lang Luoli, however, had begun their meditative practices early. Each was diligently channeling their spiritual energy for training. Before long, Hu Jiuyu could no longer contain herself and opened her beautiful eyes. Expressing her disappointment, "Master instructed us to rest early for better cultivation tomorrow, yet he has vanished without a trace. How I long to cultivate alongside him." In Master's absence, Hu Jiuyu found it difficult to concentrate during meditation. She had eagerly anticipated training with him, but now, even at noon, he had not shown. Lang Luoli also opened her eyes and pointed towards the grand hall where their master resided, saying, "We cannot fault master. His abode has been lost, and he likely did not rest well. We must focus on our training to be able to assist him as soon as possible. When she cultivates to a point surpassing that of her master, she will be able to dominate him, rather than progressing slowly. At that moment, her master will be entirely at her mercy." The motivation for her cultivation has thus increased. Of course, the last two thoughts were left unspoken by Lang Luoli. Yet, who can say whether Hu Jiuyue harbored similar sentiments in her heart? Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Hu Jiuyue found them quite reasonable and did not linger, promptly resuming her cultivation. Meanwhile, Bayahue was basking in the sunlight atop the roof. Her slender cat tail swayed gracefully in the air, occasionally twirling playfully. Her adorable little head rested on her soft paws, her expression contemplative. Having been chased into her master's room by her senior sisters the previous day, she had savored the sin of her master but felt as if she had forgotten something significant. What could it be? As she reminisced, she extended her tiny pink tongue to lick her pristine fur. Just as she did so, a sudden realization struck her. Indeed, she had yet to assist her master in grooming his fur. After her recent growth spurt, she was fully capable of reaching it. Yet she had been so enraptured by her master's scent that she had forgotten. She had come to repay her master's kindness, yet here she was, repeatedly taking advantage of him. How could she call this a gesture of gratitude when she could not even manage such a trivial task? With her thoughts in mind, She leaped gracefully from the eaves, landing deftly on the ground. Her nose was exceptionally sensitive, allowing her to discern that her master was indeed within this very house. The window was ajar, and rather than using the door, she sprang through the opening. Upon entering the room, her snow-white brows furrowed slightly, her expression tinged with curiosity. There was an unusual odor in the air. It was not unpleasant, but rather a scent she had never encountered before, piquing her interest. At that moment, Chinyi was nestled with his enchanting demon wife, both lost in a deep slumber, though it was said they were sleeping soundly. It was more accurate to say they had only just begun to doze off. Yahweh sprang forth with a feline leap, landing atop Chinyi. He felt a weight pressing down on him, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Yet, he did not awaken immediately, remaining in a state of drowsiness. Seizing this opportunity, Yahweh slowly extended her little pink tongue. As she was about to lean in, she sensed something amiss. Her master did not possess the same white fur as she did. How could she groom him? Realizing this discrepancy, she glanced upwards at her master's face. There was indeed an abundance of hair atop his head that had not been groomed. Finding the right target, Yahweh smiled, her tiny pink tongue extending once more. Meanwhile, Chinyi, still ensconced in sleep, felt his brows furrow gently. A suffocating sensation akin to a weight pressing down upon him made him feel as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis. Simultaneously, he noticed that something was obstructing his nose, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yet, despite the difficulties, the aroma was undeniably sweet and delightful. Shortly thereafter, he suddenly opened his eyes. Before him lay a large pink bow, which Chinyi recognized as the one adorning Yahweh's dress. Yahweh's delicate, soft feet rested upon him. In the moment Chinyi felt that tender touch, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yahweh slowly withdrew her head, and upon seeing her master awake, she smiled and greeted. Good afternoon, master. Chinyi extended his hand, grasping her fair neck and lifting her slightly. What are you doing? Suspended in midair, Yahweh appeared exceedingly adorable. Her smile radiant as she replied, I am assisting master in the manner of every beast would. With a joyful expression, she eagerly awaited her master's praise. At this moment, Chinyi felt his hair damp and his forehead moist. Although Yahweh's scent was not unpleasant, in fact, it had a hint of sweetness, its stickiness was somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, seeing her eager face awaiting commendation, Chinyi felt reluctant to dampen her spirits and gently smiled, saying, Yes, it is quite comfortable. However, I am not a beast and do not require, grooming. Yet, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, thank you. Nearby, Su Jiqian, having overheard their exchange, gradually awoke. Good morning, master. She said lazily, her voice melodious even in its morning timbre. Chinyi softly replied, Good to see you, but it is already afternoon, Jianer. Rubbing her eyes, Su Jiqian looked over to the side, exclaiming, Oh, is it already noon? What are you two doing? A look of confusion crossed her face. Yahweh wriggled in Chinyi's grasp before settling between the two. With her soft hands gripping Su Jiqian's, she cheerfully stated, I was waking master up. Upon hearing her words, Su Jiqian smiled gently. Sister Bai must have retained the habits of a beast, wanting to help everyone. How adorable. She affectionately ruffled Yahweh's hair, while contentedly resting her own head on Chinyi's shoulder, feeling immense happiness at the sight of her handsome master first thing in the morning. At that moment, the three lay upon the bed, with Yahweh nestled in the middle, resembling a couple with their charming child, evoking a sense of fulfillment. After a brief period of wakefulness, Chinyi began to rise and prepare himself. Simultaneously, Su Jiqian, while changing her attire, assisted Yahweh in tidying her appearance. Before long, the three of them exited the room together and made their way to the plaza. Cold Luo Li was originally meditating when she sensed the presence of her master. She opened her beautiful eyes and joyfully greeted, Greetings, master. However, she soon noticed something unusual. Wait, why is senior sister here as well? Upon realizing this, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Indeed, her master had lost his sleeping quarters, so where had he spent the night? It couldn't possibly have been in senior sister's room. Could it? Given that they had all spent the night together, what transpired was quite evident. How infuriating. Before long, she saw her master holding Yahweh's hand. Upon noticing Yahweh's presence, Cold Luo Li suddenly regained her composure. Based on her understanding of senior sister, even if she were open-minded, it was unlikely she would act so brazenly in front of junior sister Bai. This indicated that if Yahweh had indeed spent the night with them, nothing untoward had occurred between them. It was merely a case of resting together. With this realization, Cold Luo Li let out a sigh of relief. If it was merely a matter of resting, she could accept it. Deceiving herself, Cold Luo Li felt a sense of resolve. Chinyi observed his disciples who had risen early to practice, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As his disciples diligently pursued their cultivation, he, as their master, found himself falling behind. With an apologetic expression, Chinyi said, I apologize for having wasted your time. Let us commence our training. I shall personally guide you. By now, it was already noon, and he felt it imperative to make the most of his time in instructing them. At this moment, Hu Jiuyu stood up and took Xinye's hand. Her expression filled with concern and worry. Master, there is no need for apologies. It is I who caused you to lose your place to rest. You must be exhausted. There is no rush for cultivation. Come, take a moment to rest in my room. Consider it my way of making it up to you. Hu Jiuyu, having learned that her master had indeed spent the night in senior sister's room, felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Why did he not come to her instead? Did he find senior sister more appealing than her in his heart? Regardless of her image in his eyes, she would always cherish and love him dearly. Xinyi initially intended to decline her offer, believing that no compensation was necessary, especially since the eldest disciple had indeed compensated them quite thoroughly the night before. Yet, he found it difficult to refuse the earnest gazes of his disciples. Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look. The scene shifted as the disciples, along with Chunyi, arrived at Hu Jiuyu's room. The chamber was imbued with the fragrance of sandalwood, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. On the table lay an array of jewelry and adornments, meticulously arranged. The wardrobe was filled with garments reminiscent of a princess, with intricate embroidery adorning the skirts. However, she seldom wore such attire, often opting instead for her favored maid uniform. The quilt on her bed was impeccably folded, devoid of any creases, and the entire room was meticulously organized. Witnessing this scene, Xinyu could not help but commend her. After having seen Su Jichen's room, which was a disarray of cosmetics scattered across the table and stockings carelessly strewn about the bed, some of which Chunyi had assisted her in removing, it was clear that comparisons were futile. Xinyi affectionately ruffled Hu Jiuyue's hair, praising her, indeed, quite impressive and tidy. Elated by her master's compliment, Hu Jiuyue joyfully embraced her mentor's neck and bestowed a sweet kiss upon her master's cheek. If you have no place to stay tonight, might you consider spending the night in my room? Xinyi hesitated, initially intending to mention that the house would be repaired by today, rendering such an arrangement unnecessary. However, seeing the excitement on his third disciple's face, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Observing the affectionate display between Hu Jiuyue and her master, Lang Luoli felt a growing sense of bewilderment. When had Hu Jiuyue become so audacious as to embrace their master in front of everyone? Given her understanding of Hu Jiuyue, she would never have dared to do such a thing previously. How curious. Lang Luoli was reluctant to relinquish this advantageous opportunity to her junior. She stepped forward, taking hold of her master's hand, and said, Master, why not come and see Luer's room? Although she felt somewhat unethical for vying for this moment, she feared that if she did not act, she might not have another chance anytime soon. She could afford to let Hu Jiuyue wait a little longer. Adhering to the principle that whether one or two rooms were visited, it mattered little, Xinyu followed Lang Luoli as she led him to her room. Upon arriving at Lang Luoli's door, Xinyu felt an abrupt drop in temperature. Huh? Why is it so cold? He inquired. Luer, what have you placed in your room? Although not particularly sensitive to the cold, he could still perceive the drop in temperature. He promptly released his spiritual energy to counteract the chill for himself and the other disciples. Upon hearing her master's words, Lang Luoli's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic. She felt no trace of cold herself, as she had been sleeping with her master's ice sculpture for warmth lately. Ordinarily, she would conceal the ice sculpture during the day, allowing the room's temperature to return to normal. After all, she wished to keep her peculiar habit a secret from others. If anyone were to discover it, she would be mortified, her master included. Just as Xinyi was about to push the door open to enter and take a look, Lang Luoli suddenly stepped forward, blocking his action. Flustered, she exclaimed, Master, wait. My room might be a bit messy. Let me tidy up first, and then you can come in. Chapter 77. The Ice Sculpture of Cold Luoli's Master. Before Xinyu could respond, Cold Luoli hastily opened the door and slipped inside, promptly locking it behind her to prevent any intruders. Noticing senior sister Su's curious gaze as she attempted to peek through the window, Luoli swiftly drew the curtains shut. How vexing. Why is sister so curious about everything? If she discovers this, she will surely mock me. The mere thought of sister's mischievous expression ignited a surge of frustration within Luoli. It was high time to teach her a lesson. As Luoli surveyed the ice sculptures of her master arranged on the floor, a wave of panic washed over her. Unintentionally, she had carved so many. And now everyone was waiting outside. Where could she possibly conceal them? Surely, she could not allow them to be destroyed. Each one was painstakingly crafted by her hand, and she could not bear the thought of losing them. Besides, these sculptures were of her master, who would dare to ruin them. In her moment of distress, Luoli's eyes landed on her wardrobe. This was her saving grace. She opened the wardrobe and stuffed all the sculptures inside. Afterward, she finally opened the door, inviting everyone in. It's all tidied up. Master, you may enter, she said, her breath a bit hurried, betraying her evident nervousness. Curiously, Xinyi stepped inside, taking in the tidy room and exclaiming, It was already quite clean. What was there to tidy? The bedspread and blankets, all in shades of icy blue, were neatly laid out, though not folded. On the table lay some exquisite icy blue earrings and necklaces. While beautiful, the monochromatic theme rendered the entire space somewhat dull. Chen Yi approached the table, picked up a pair of earrings, and adorned Loli's ears with them, complimenting her. These should look lovely on you. Luoli stared in astonishment at her master, feeling the warmth of his presence still lingering on her earlobes. Her master had just praised her beauty. It seemed even senior sister had never received such direct compliments from him. This was a privilege unique to her. Overcome with excitement, Luoli embraced her master, burying her face in his embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, master, you are simply perfect. If only I could hold you like this every day instead of being surrounded by cold ice sculptures." At that moment, with Luoli's back turned to her wardrobe, Su Jiqian wandered about the room, examining this and that. She muttered to herself, "Usually, cold junior sister is so secretive, never allowing us to peek inside her room. I thought there might be some earth-shattering secret here, but it seems there is nothing at all. By the way, cold junior sister, is your room only filled with blue? Let me see if your clothes are also exclusively blue." As she spoke, she approached the wardrobe, intending to open its door. Lung Luoli, who had been embracing her master, had no intention of acknowledging her senior sister. However, upon hearing the mention of the wardrobe, her brows furrowed and her expression shifted dramatically. She immediately turned around to stop her sister. If master were to discover that she had secretly carved so many ice sculptures of him, he would undoubtedly label her as a perverted disciple. The consequences of being cast out from the sect by master were simply unimaginable. Yet, she was ultimately a step too late. Su Jiqian had just pulled the wardrobe door open when countless ice sculptures surged forth like a tidal wave, burying her beneath them and leaving her collapsed on the ground. Realizing that everything had been exposed, Lang Luoli also felt her legs give way, falling to the floor. Her face flushed crimson, and her mouth opened wide in shock, overwhelmed with embarrassment. It was over. Everything was over. Chen Yi, unaware of the turmoil in his second disciple's heart, stepped forward and picked up one of the ice sculptures, examining it closely. Was this carved in master's likeness? It bore a striking resemblance. He anticipated that Li possessed such skill. It was truly impressive. As he continued to inspect, he picked up several more sculptures. Were they all of master? If Li enjoyed this craft, she could certainly carve others as well. Hearing her master's words, Lang Luoli, who was on the verge of tears, suddenly felt a rush of relief. Master did not scold her. Clearly, he had not perceived the situation in that light but simply appreciated her fondness for carving ice sculptures. How foolish she had been to worry so unnecessarily. Instead of receiving scorn from her master, she felt understood and validated. Filled with excitement, she stood up, took her favorite ice sculpture, and presented it to her master. "Master, this one is for you. I adore you." The joy of being able to gift her hand-carved ice sculpture to her master was beyond her delight. At that moment, Su Jiqian finally emerged from the pile of ice sculptures, gasping for breath, feeling as though she had nearly been crushed. Looking around, she was astonished to find herself surrounded by master's ice sculptures. Su Jiqian exclaimed, "Wow, Long junior sister, you carved so many. I never would have guessed you were such a perverted disciple." Long Luoli, having not heard her master's reprimand but instead catching Su Jiqian's derision, felt her expression darken, her body trembling with anger. If her senior sister had not opened her wardrobe, she wouldn't have had to worry about being discovered by master. Although being found out was not catastrophic, it had led her to a perilous brink. That her senior sister had the audacity to scold her after invading her privacy was intolerable. Ice. Drop. Technique. A fierce and tempestuous wind suddenly swept through the room, carrying snowflakes as unyielding as iron, howling and rolling in. Su Qian felt the weight of an oppressive force enveloping her, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down her forehead. In her trepidation, she exclaimed, "Cold junior sister, you wouldn't be considering unleashing your skills within the confines of this house, would you?" Not long after, the 5 disciples stood in the square, a pronounced bump forming between the 2 horns atop Su Qian's head. Sincerely, she bowed deeply to Cold Luoli, saying, "Cold junior sister, I was in the wrong." Cold Luoli pouted, reluctantly accepting her senior's apology. Bayan observed as her master visited each of the disciples' rooms, yet felt a sense of incompleteness as her own room was overlooked. She took her master's hand and gently urged, "Master, why not come and see my room?" Chen Yi nodded, curiosity piqued about what Bayan's room might look like. Chapter 78. The Statue of Memories. The room of the adorable Loli must surely be adorned in soft shades of pink. The scene shifted as the 5 took to the roof tiles. Bayan found a comfortable spot and lay down gracefully, smiling as she asked, "Is this place to your liking, master? Would you care to rest with me?" Chen Yi replied, "So you have been spending your nights atop the roof all this time? My dear, there are plenty of rooms in the heavenly Xian Palace. You could choose any to reside in." Bayan shook her head. For some reason, I feel an exceptional sense of security resting at a height. It is warm and comfortable. Chenyi, upon hearing this, felt further perplexed. Come on. You are clearly a white tiger, yet you are increasingly resembling a house cat. However, since it brought her joy, Chenyi refrained from saying more. After all, despite their different natures, understanding and respect must prevail. Following a brief respite, the group commenced their training. Hu Jiuyu sensed that her cultivation had reached a critical juncture, and soon thereafter, she broke through to the fourth layer of the postnatal realm. Meanwhile, Su Qian lingered at the second layer, likely to be surpassed by Hu Junior's sister soon. Determined to catch up with her peers, she devoted herself to her training with fervor. As time gently flowed into the evening, late into the night, Su Qian continued to meditate in a corner, intently grasping the intricacies of her techniques. Due to the intense manipulation of her internal spiritual energy, she was drenched in fragrant sweat, her garments clinging tightly to her skin, accentuating her graceful curves. The glossy black stockings were similarly soaked, as if a mere twist would release a stream of water. She felt as though she had reached an impasse, unable to break through. Surely, her master had not yet retired for the night. It would be prudent to inquire. With this thought, Su Qian rose and made her way toward her master's grand hall. Along the way, she suddenly sensed a figure darting swiftly past her. Turning to glance back, she discovered Bai Yan sprinting urgently. Why is Junior's sister Bai in such a hurry? Surely, she must be going out to play and will return shortly. Su Jiqian thought little of it, continuing her way towards the grand hall of the master. At that moment, Chenyi was pacing back and forth in his room, holding the exquisite ice sculpture gifted by Lang Luoli. To his surprise, he discovered that this ice sculpture appeared to be specially crafted, as it did not melt regardless of the temperature. It consistently emanated a cool breeze, making it quite pleasant to have beside him during the summer. Chenyi contemplated where it would be most appropriate to place this cherished gift from his beloved second disciple, ensuring its proper care. Ultimately, he decided to place the ice sculpture on the bedside table next to his bed, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just then, the door to Chenyi's room swung open abruptly. He turned to see his eldest disciple enter and, in bewilderment, asked, "Qianer, are you back for more? I feared your body might not withstand it after yesterday." Su Jiqian had come to consult with her master regarding her cultivation, not for any other reason. Seeing her master's concerned expression, Su Jiqian found it amusing. "Is that all you think of when you see me, master? Truly, you are a peculiar one. But I must admit, I rather enjoy it." As she spoke, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her master's waist, leaning in for a kiss. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort, and after a prolonged moment, they finally parted ways. Su Jiqian had intended to discuss her cultivation issues, but upon gazing at her handsome master, she found herself unable to contain her feelings. "Well, perhaps we can set the cultivation matters aside for now. By the way, master, although it's a bit late, do you mind the sweat on me? I've just finished my training and feel rather dirty." Chenyi couldn't shake the feeling that his eldest disciple was particularly enchanting today, drawing his attention profoundly. In fact, she seemed to possess an alluring charm that surpassed her usual allure, though he couldn't quite pinpoint the reason. Upon inhaling, he discerned that the captivating fragrance emanating from her was due to her delicate sweat, an aroma to which he found himself utterly defenseless against. "In truth, your sin enchants me even more," he admitted. Hearing such distinct praise from her master caused Su Jiqian to blush, a rare occurrence. "Oh, master," she exclaimed. "While I was cultivating, I found it difficult to break through my current realm. Could you assist me, perhaps?" "Of course it's simple. I'll just help you clear your meridians," Chenyi replied. "Is that really how it's done?" she questioned. "Sure, just do as I instruct. Would I deceive you?" Meanwhile, outside in the grand hall, within Lang Luoli's room, she had finally taken the opportunity to carve a life-sized ice sculpture of her master. Previously hesitant due to concerns over concealment, now that the secret was out, she felt liberated to fully express her artistry. After completing the ice sculpture, Lang Luoli elegantly placed it upon her bed. Subsequently, she donned her favorite pajamas and embraced the sculpture tightly. A long, fair leg casually rested atop the ice creation, while her delicate, porcelain-like hands glided over its surface, exploring its contours, her face, her chest, her waist, though she refrained from carving the latter as she had never encountered such a place. After a while of playful interaction, she felt an insatiable longing, a lack of sensation. From beneath her bed, she retrieved another ice sculpture, identical to the one she had gifted to her master, wearing a contemplative expression. The sculpture she had bestowed upon her master was specially crafted, employing a technique she had recently learned that allowed for the projection of images. The eyes of the ice figure could transmit visuals, though Lang Luoli felt that secretly observing her master's privacy was an exceedingly improper act. A rebellious notion lingered in her mind, compelling her to send the sculpture away. Now, holding the figure, she hesitated internally for a considerable time. The recent tactile experience with the life-sized sculpture of her master had ignited an unusual flame within her heart. She felt that if she didn't indulge herself, sleep would elude her. Perhaps just a fleeting glance. Her master would likely not notice. As long as she didn't provoke her master's ire, everything would be fine. Wait a moment, her master wouldn't be without sleepwear while resting, would she? How delightful that would be. Just a glimpse, just one, she murmured. Then activated the projection mechanism of the ice sculpture. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, her eyes widened in astonishment. The image lacked auditory capabilities. It merely projected the visual before her. The eyes of the sculpture were directed toward her master, positioned near the window above the bed. She observed the image swaying back and forth. Presumably, it was the sculpture that was shaking, causing the reflected image to tremble. Oddly, was the ground shaking? No. Her master was so close. If the earth were quaking, she would surely feel it, Lung Loli mused. In the projection, she could not discern any figures. Perhaps her master had placed her sculpture at a higher vantage point. Just as disappointment began to seep in, she suddenly caught sight of a strand of hair drifting through the image. Langluali. Was it her master's hair? No, that couldn't be right. Her master's hair was not so smooth. It resembled that of a girl. The image was not particularly clear, merely a fleeting glimpse of hair, leaving her unable to identify the owner. Curiosity ignited within her, further robbing her of sleep. She pondered for a moment before an audacious idea struck her. Her master's grand hall had been destroyed yesterday, prompting her master to seek refuge in her senior sister's quarters for the night. If she were to take advantage of her master's inattention and collapse the grand hall tonight, might she not gain the privilege of spending the night with her master? What a dutiful and devoted disciple she was. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Her ice blue staff began to shimmer with the pulsations of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, reason ultimately triumphed over desire. After all, her master was no fool. How could one possibly collapse the hall without their master's knowledge? Would they shift the blame onto their senior sister post-destruction? Given that her senior sister had deceived her numerous times, returning the favor seemed hardly excessive. It was evident that Lung Loli had yet to relinquish this notion. Little did she know that her senior sister was indeed within the hall. Ultimately, Long Luali shook her head, collapsing onto the bed. She could not bring herself to slander another, thus, she resigned herself to her own grievances. Staring at the empty projection, her expression gradually softened with a sense of fulfillment as she languidly drifted into slumber. On the following morning, Jinyi had not slept the previous night, diligently assisting his eldest disciple in unblocking her meridians. At long last, she had resolved her confusion and was poised to achieve a breakthrough. Sujichia nestled her head against her master's warm chest, her countenance one of unparalleled satisfaction, albeit tinged with exhaustion. From this vantage point, Sujichian caught sight of the ice sculpture resting on the bedside table. Curiously, she inquired, "Master, did Lung Shimi gift you that ice sculpture?" Chenyi nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, what of it?" Sujichian's expression grew contemplative. "I wonder if I am overthinking, but yesterday I felt as though someone was watching me." She giggled, "Yet, before the ice sculpture crafted by Lang Shimi, it evokes a distinct sensation. Yesterday, she had indeed felt a peculiar sense of being observed, heightening her emotions." Before rising, the two exchanged tender whispers at the bedside. Chenyi, with his eldest disciple, had always been candid, sharing openly about everything except the matter of his transmigration. In turn, the disciple confided her genuine thoughts, whether trivial daily occurrences or happenings with her junior sisters. They were soulmates, not merely entangled in physicality. Their love for one another inspired them to engage in actions that brought joy to each other. After a leisurely conversation, they finally rose and prepared themselves. This time, they did not sleep until noon but concluded their rest at dawn, having not truly slept at all. Once they had tidied their appearances, they made their way to the square where Hu Jiyue was already meditating and cultivating. To Chunye's surprise, Lung Luali had not yet appeared. Based on his understanding of her, she should have been the earliest riser, diligently pursuing her practice. After a while of meditative practice with his two disciples, Long Luali eventually emerged from her room. Her hair cascaded loosely down her back, evidently a result of her hurried awakening. As she had skipped the step of tying it up, her expression bore signs of fatigue. At times, indulging in fantasies and engaging in self-reflection can be quite taxing. Upon observing her current state, Chunyi inquired with genuine concern, "Lier, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Have you fallen ill?" Chenyi found it hard to believe that cultivators in this world could fall sick, yet his second disciple did indeed appear somewhat under the weather. Hearing her master's concern, Lung Luali felt a warm glow in her heart. However, whether she was truly ill was difficult to ascertain. The ailment she suffered from could likely only be cured by her master. "Thank you for your concern, master. I'm fine," she replied. Chenyi nodded in acknowledgement. "That is good to hear. If you wish to rest a while longer, I will not hold it against you. It is essential to take care of your health. As for cultivation, I am here with you. We have plenty of time." Yi was not a particularly strict master. In fact, compared to most, his approach was remarkably lenient. He perceived himself as nearing invincibility. At least in this continent, there were no foes left to face. Consequently, his disciples were not in any danger. The pace of their cultivation, whether fast or slow, had become inconsequential. What mattered most was their well-being and happiness, and he would ensure that all obstacles were cleared away for them. Lang Luoli understood her master well and knew he would not reprimand her for her current state. Nevertheless, being enveloped by his concerns stirred her emotions deeply. She moved to sit beside him, kneeling gracefully, her expression filled with affection as she gazed at her master, her pupils nearly transforming into blue hearts. Master, Yi felt his heart race under her gaze. What was happening with his second disciple today? He had merely shown concern, yet it seemed as though she could devour him with her eyes. It must be said that Lang Luoli, with her flowing hair, was strikingly beautiful. Though her figure was slender, she stood tall, with porcelain skin, exquisite features, and an ethereal aura that captivated all, coupled with her elegantly long legs. It was hard to resist such allure. Lear, why do you look at me in such a manner? Lang Luoli realized she had lost her composure and shyly turned her head away. And no, it's nothing. By the way, have you seen junior sister Bai? Where has she gone? Feeling bashful, she quickly changed the topic. This was not merely her concern. The other disciples had also been puzzled. Hujiao, you had not seen her dear junior sister since early morning. Even atop the roof, where Bai Yawei loved to perch, there was no sign of her. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Chapter 80. The disappearance of Bai Yawei. Although Bai Yawei had arrived at the Tianxian Hall later than the other disciples, she had been a constant presence in recent days, and everyone had been enjoying their time together blissfully. Everyone had long considered her a good friend rather than a stranger. Yi regarded her as his fourth direct disciple. The sudden disappearance of his disciple evidently caused him some concern. The abrupt absence of someone so dear left a hollow feeling within him. At that moment, Su Jiqian reminisced, saying, "Yesterday, I was meditating late into the night, and I thought I saw Sister Bai. She left in a hurry, and I assumed she was going out to have fun." Her expression was tinged with guilt, as if she were blaming herself. If only she had paid more attention at that moment, perhaps Sister Bai would not have vanished so suddenly. What if she encountered some danger? That would only deepen her remorse. After all, as the eldest sister in the sect, despite her usual carefree demeanor, she held her younger sisters in high regard and bore a strong sense of responsibility. Yi gently ruffled her hair and said, "It is not your fault. The responsibility lies with me. It is my duty to care for her. Her sudden departure must be due to pressing matters. According to the customs of most sects, a direct disciple leaving without informing their master is a serious offense." However, Yi was not angry. In his view, Bai Yawei must have faced some issue. Perhaps one she could not disclose, which prompted her abrupt departure. She surely needed him now. I shall extend my consciousness to investigate. The thought of his fourth disciple potentially in danger filled Yi with urgency. He first released his consciousness to envelop the entire Tianxian sect, but found no trace of Bai Yawei. He then expanded his awareness to cover the entire Lingshu mountain. The scene shifted to the previous evening. Bai Yawei had been peacefully sleeping on the rooftop, using a pair of white cat paws as a pillow, looking utterly adorable. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a sudden loud noise jolted her awake. The sound was a dragon's roar, deep and resonant, as if a colossal dragon from ancient times had awakened and unleashed a mighty growl. Upon hearing this dragon's roar, Bai Yawei furrowed her brow. Lingshu Mountain was home to many demon kings, but only one creature could produce such a roar. The sole demon emperor of Lingshu Mountain, the dragon emperor Longlan, commanded countless demon kings. Bai Yawei recognized this roar, which was imbued with spiritual energy and could only be heard by other demons. Typically, such a roar signified matters concerning the safety of all the demons on Lingshu Mountain or a call for aid from the demon kings, summoning them to convene. However, since Bai Yawei had already joined the Tianxian sect, she was no longer beholden to the commands of the Dragon Emperor. Yet, Longlan had shared a close bond with her. Throughout her long years as a demon, they had often played together. Longlan had also rendered her significant assistance, leaving her with a sense of indebtedness. Should she choose not to offer assistance, it would reflect poorly on her character. She is not a creature who forgets kindness. If she were aware that her benefactor was in peril and chose to remain idle, the weight of guilt would haunt her for eternity. Contemplating this, Bai Yawei turned her gaze toward her master's chamber. A figure of such formidable strength as her master could surely resolve even the most daunting of challenges should she seek assistance. However, having already incurred a debt of gratitude for her master's life-saving intervention, she felt reluctant to trouble her again. This matter did not involve her master or her senior sisters. It would be best resolved by her own efforts. Rising to her feet, Bai Yawei was startled to discover that Sister Su was still engaged in her cultivation. To avoid drawing attention and disturbing the others, she hastily departed without a word. The expanse of Lingshu Mountain was vast and boundless, even with her speed. It took her an hour to finally reach Longlan's cave. Long Lan was the most powerful beast of Lingshu Mountain, and the last time Yahweh encountered her. She was at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. It was difficult to imagine anyone on this continent who could rival her strength. The very reason Lingshu Mountain had become a haven for beasts was due to her protection, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary human cultivators. This preservation of its primal allure was a testament to her influence. The Xiantian sect had remained undisturbed by invaders, largely thanks to her assistance. Although Qinyi was unafraid of adversaries, the occasional intrusion by the likes of Zhang San or Li Si could indeed be a source of irritation. Upon arriving at Longlan's cave, Yahweh found the area bustling with activity. A throng of human cultivators had gathered outside, stretching as far as the eye could see. Numerous formidable beings of the Purple Mansion realm had also congregated here, rendering even those of the Divine Concealment realm somewhat inconspicuous. Yahweh estimated that there were nearly 1,000 individuals present, their combined presence exuding an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. These cultivators appeared to be deliberating something a few thousand meters from the territory of Lingshu Mountain. Without further delay, Yahweh soared toward Longlan's cave. Inside, the atmosphere was not dark. The flickering flames illuminated the surroundings. The walls were adorned with an array of gleaming spoils, weaponry, jewelry, and more. Although the items appeared incredibly valuable, their disorganized arrangement lacked aesthetic appeal. Within the cave, a number of beastly creatures had already gathered, engaged in animated discussions. Our continued tranquility on Lingshu Mountain is entirely reliant on the protection of the Dragon Emperor. However, with the Dragon Emperor's recent failure to transcend the tribulation, his realm has plummeted to the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion, and he bears severe injuries, rendering him unable to fight. Human cultivators have long coveted the resources of Lingshu Mountain. We may very well be facing our demise. The tribulation of lightning is not solely the burden of those in the tribulation stage. Typically, upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, each small breakthrough triggers a minor scale of lightning tribulation. Although the tribulations of the Purple Mansion realm starkly contrast with those of the tribulation period, each encounter still teeters on the precipice of death. Hence, many cultivators halt their progress at the 9th heaven of the Divine Abode realm, opting for a life of stability. Yet, there are always those who yearn for loftier aspirations, willing to gamble their very lives. However, fortune does not always favor the bold. Yahweh navigated through the throng of demons, arriving alone at the forefront, casting a worried glance at Long Lan. The Dragon Clan is the most unique among the demon races, possessing the innate ability to shape-shift without the need for cultivation. At this moment, Long Lan remained in her human form, seated upon her resplendent golden throne, her expression laden with worry. Her stature was remarkably tall, nearly double that of Yahweh. Chapter 81. The Demon Clan Conference. Her skin bore a cold, pale hue, her features exquisitely proud, and her exceptionally long legs drew considerable attention. Her demeanor bore a semblance to that of Lang Luoli, yet while Lang Luoli's aura inspired a sense of distance, Long Lan exuded an innate authority that instilled fear. A pair of dragon horns adorned her head, complemented by a golden crown. Although her injuries were not outwardly visible, one could sense her remarkably weakened aura. Upon noticing Yahweh's arrival, she managed to muster a faint smile and remarked, "Little Bai, you have finally arrived. What prompted you to take human form? You still look as adorable as ever." The appearance of a demon beast in human form reflects their essence during their beastly state. For instance, when Yahweh was still a white tiger, she was considered quite endearing among the demon clan, a quality imperceptible to humans. I have a name now. I am Yahweh, so refrain from calling me Little Bai. What has transpired? You seem so careless, experiencing a failed breakthrough? Given Yahweh's understanding of Long Lan, whose talent was prodigious, she found it hard to believe that a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm could result in such severe injuries. Long Lan's expression darkened at her words. How could my breakthrough possibly fail? There must be a traitor at work. The news of my decline to the 2nd heaven of the Purple Mansion realm has likely spread from that traitor. Yet, I remain unaware of who seeks to harm me. Let us set this aside for now. More pressing matters await. With that, Long Lan rose from her throne. Her gaze, resolute, swept over the assembled demon kings. She proclaimed, "I am greatly pleased to see you all gathered here. For some time now, human cultivators have coveted the resources of our Lingshu Mountain, and today they have encircled us, aiming to seize it in one fell swoop. I have summoned you all to unite against the invading enemy. What are your thoughts?" Upon learning the reason for the summons, the assembled demons exchanged glances, engaging in a flurry of discussion. It is said that even the ancient recluses among human monks, who have secluded themselves for millennia, have emerged from their hermitages to partake in this encirclement. They brazenly declare their intent to sever the Dragon Emperor's horns and transform the spiritual roots into medicinal ingredients to concoct supreme breakthrough elixirs. Rumor has it that this venerable recluse possesses a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. How could we possibly contend with such power? The reason Dragonlawn ascended to the status of Demon Emperor is solely due to her formidable prowess. Her governance over the realm has been exceedingly lax, making it difficult to unify the hearts of her subjects. Presently, as Dragonland's realm has precipitously declined, many demon kings have begun to harbor treacherous thoughts. After a brief deliberation, numerous demon kings stepped forward, proclaiming, "We, the Lion King clan, have decided to seek a new continent to inhabit. Farewell. Lingshu Mountain is indeed a splendid place. However, our Divine Ox clan shall not partake in this matter. Farewell. We, the Tianhu clan, also." Many demon kings began to express their intentions to lead their kin away from this place, opting out of the conflict. Soon, with each farewell echoing through the cavern, it became nearly deserted, with but a handful of demons remaining. Witnessing this scene, Dragonlawn wore a heavy expression but did not impede their departure. Having reigned as the Demon Emperor for several millennia, she has never displayed favoritism towards any demon, nor has she ever intentionally harmed anyone. Even when patrolling her territory, she would lend a hand to any injured demon she encountered. When foreign threats arose, she also stood to protect her kin, having saved countless demons over the years. Though the number of battles and injuries she has incurred has become a blur in her memory. Yet today, when she needed her subjects, this was the outcome. To claim she was unperturbed would be disingenuous. Her reluctance to stop their exodus stemmed from her belief that, as the Demon Emperor, it was her duty to safeguard her people. The desire of the Demon Kings to depart was also their prerogative. In the demon race, it is rare to find individuals like Bai Yahweh, who truly comprehend the essence of gratitude. This is why Dragonlawn cherishes her companionship with Bai Yahweh, forging a bond of friendship. Bai Yahweh's exemplary character shines brightly in this moment of rarity. Looking at the remaining demon kings, Dragonlawn addressed them. With the departure of the other demon kings, it is unlikely that we can withstand the adversary alone. You should leave as well, lest you squander your lives needlessly. I shall confront the enemy alone. Even if my cultivation has plummeted, I can still wield my life to inflict grievous losses upon the foe. As the Dragon Emperor, Dragonland's innate pride is unyielding. Even in the face of dire peril, she refuses to reveal her vulnerabilities. She seeks to make it known to all her adversaries that she is the sovereign of Lingshu Mountain, and even in her wounded state, she is not to be underestimated. The remaining demon kings in the cavern have long since transformed into human form, standing as loyal subjects by Dragonland's side. Long before Dragonlawn ascended as the Emperor of Lingshu Mountain, the cultivation world knew no discrimination. Reflecting on the passage of time, it has indeed been several millennia. In a world devoid of discrimination, numerous beings of the demon race transformed into human forms, seamlessly integrating into human society. At that time, Longlon began to exhibit the demeanor of a sovereign, leading many transformed demons on her adventures. However, a series of dreadful events transpired, sowing seeds of enmity among different races. Consequently, with nowhere else to turn, Longlon returned to Lingshu Mountain with these demons. Presently, within the cave, apart from Bai Yahweh, there remained only the old demons who had accompanied her for countless years. Upon hearing Longlon's intention to allow them to depart, the remaining demons knelt on one knee in unison, proclaiming, "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, we are willing to fight alongside you to the bitter end. We shall not retreat. Your Majesty has treated us with the utmost kindness. We will not behave like those cowardly rats who flee." Seeing their resolve, Longlon nodded in acknowledgement. She then turned her gaze towards Bai Yahweh. "Little Bai, no, Bai Yahweh, you should leave. The enemy is too formidable. You cannot be of assistance." In the past, with her cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm, Bai Yahweh would have been capable of putting up a fight. However, now that she has become a practitioner of the innate realm, it is indeed difficult for her to return to the battlefield. Longlon did not wish for her to perish needlessly, hence her counsel. Bai Yahweh smiled and shook her head. "Do not worry, I can take care of myself. My master has bestowed upon me the exquisite skills of Linglong. Even if I cannot defeat a higher-level adversary, preserving my life should not be a problem." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of doubt crossed Longlon's proud visage. "Master? What master? I am curious. Where have you been during your absence?" Before she could finish her inquiry, a thunderous roar resounded from outside the cave, causing the entire cavern to tremble ominously, hinting at imminent collapse. Undoubtedly, the siege had begun. Chapter 82. Gao Xiantian, sensing the external assault, Longlon furrowed her brow. She lifted her foot, striding towards the cave's exit. Have they already commenced their attack? There is no time for us to prepare. We must confront the enemy. With resolute determination gleaming in her eyes, she hastened towards the cave's openings, displaying not an ounce of trepidation, even though she understood that this might very well be her final battle. A few moments prior, just outside Longlon's cave, the renowned Gao Xiantian, known as the Grand Master of Taishan, emerged. For millennia, he has been regarded as the pinnacle of human cultivation on the Deep Source continent. It is said that he has lived for over 4,000 years, his cultivation having reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm long ago. Countless sects have sought to win his favor, yet he remains singularly focused on the pursuit of immortality, rarely revealing himself. His emergence this time was prompted by news of Longlon's failed tribulation. To human practitioners, the demon race is viewed as a treasure trove. Should he manage to defeat Longlon and refine her into a medicinal elixir, it is highly plausible that he could ascend to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, he devoted himself fully to the assault on Longlon's cave. Gao Xiantian addressed the two esteemed experts of the Purple Mansion realm beside him, stating, Longlon has invoked a barrier outside this cave, retreating within and too fearful to emerge. Fellow Sikong and Chigu, let us join forces to unleash an assault and compel her to reveal herself. The individual referred to as Fellow Sikong, named Sikong Kue, possessed the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm and was indeed a remarkable practitioner of this continent. Sikong Kue replied, very well, but remember, the terms we agreed upon must remain unchanged. You shall claim the dragon horn, while I require the dragon heart. My 100 lives rebirth pill is just one ingredient short. And I have awaited this moment for far too long. In the realm of cultivation, reputation is paramount. Refining pills from human or demonic sources tarnishes one's honor. As fellow humans, the matter of human materials hardly requires elaboration. Although the demonic race is humanoid, cultivators often harbor some disdain, yet they tend to exercise restraint. The situation is entirely different with the beast race. Despite their ability to transform, they are eternally regarded as mere animals among human cultivators, akin to livestock. Thus, the demise of a beast race member, whether used for alchemy or consumption, invites no censure. Gao Xiantian nodded. That is indeed the case. Fellow Chigu, do you have any objections? Although Gao Xiantian was the most formidable among the trio, his cautious nature compelled him to remain vigilant of those nearby. After all, he had lived long enough to have offended countless individuals. Should a betrayal occur during the impending conflict, he would be in peril, establishing conditions before battle. With nearly 1,000 cultivators present, would deter anyone from breaching their word lightly. The individual known as Chigu was named Chigu Xing. He was the leader of the Medicine God sect and boasted the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Despite his substantial cultivation, his combat prowess was lacking, likely comparable to the deceased leader of the San Yuan sect. Chigu Sheng stroked his long white beard and spoke with a kind demeanor. I must clarify that unless you are defeated, our Medicine God sect shall not partake in this battle. I have brought my disciples here primarily to seek an audience with the immortal Qin, who is said to reside within Lingshu Mountain. Once Longlon is rendered incapable of fighting, I shall take my disciples to pay our respects and perhaps discover some fortuitous opportunity. The disciples of the Medicine God sect seldom practiced combat techniques and preferred not to engage in battle, focusing primarily on the cultivation of medicinal herbs, pill refinement, and healing. The sect's martial strength ranked among the lowest of the major sects on this continent, while other sects outwardly displayed respect towards the Medicine God sect, recognizing their potential utility. Few held them in genuine esteem behind closed doors. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, no matter how adept one is at refining herbs. They remain vulnerable to exploitation. Upon hearing Chigu Xing's words, Gao Xiantian's expression betrayed his disdain. You truly believe in the legend of the immortal Qin? I suspect it is merely the San Yuan sect leader reaping what he has sown, provoking the heavenly retribution. Even if the legendary Qin exists, it is improbable that he dwells within Lingshu Mountain. The tale of the 3 Yuan sect's leader practicing demonic alchemy soon spread far and wide. Rather than believing that it was Qin Yi who had brought about the sect's downfall, many were inclined to think that the leader's nefarious deeds had provoked the heavens, prompting celestial beings to descend and impose punishment. The notion that Qin Yi could be a celestial being, residing quietly on Lingshu Mountain, seemed utterly absurd. Qi Gushing remained silent, merely shaking his head with indifference before retreating. Whether or not the celestial truly existed would be revealed once Longlon lost the ability to fight. If the celestial presence were real, it would be a fortuitous encounter. If not, there would be no significant loss. The reason for waiting until Longlon was incapacitated before seeking out the celestial was that Longlon forbade anyone from entering Lingshu Mountain, rendering their attempts futile. Observing Qi Gushing's retreat, Gao Xiantian snorted derisively. Humph, truly cowardly. Nevertheless, he concluded that the absence of the old man would not alter their plans. Friend Situ, let us not delay any longer. Together, we can prevail. Situ Kue nodded in agreement, and the two began to channel their spiritual energy. As their power surged, the oppressive aura of the Purple Mansion realm gradually radiated outward. The formidable energy filled their palms, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble. The air warped under the immense pressure, and countless stones were sent tumbling through the air. In the distance, numerous low-ranking cultivators retreated, wary of being caught in the aftermath. These cultivators, some from other sects and others mere solitary practitioners, had no intention of intervening in this assault. Their sole aim was to uncover the treasures hidden within Lingshu Mountain. For nearly a millennium, Lingshu Mountain had remained isolated from the outside world, nurturing countless rare materials and treasures. Once Long Lan was slain, they would rush in, seizing any herb or spiritual stone they could find, which would be a tremendous opportunity. As the surrounding pressure reached its zenith, Gao Xiantian and Situ Kue unleashed their assault. The attack struck the entrance of Long Lan's lair, erupting with a thunderous boom. The barriers surrounding the area cracked, threatening to collapse at any moment. Gao Xiantian laughed heartily. It appears that the words of that demon were indeed true. Given Long Lan's former strength, the formation she established could not have been so easily shattered. Capturing her now will be a matter of utmost simplicity. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a figure slowly emerged from the entrance of the cave. This figure was breathtakingly beautiful, tall and graceful. With eyes resembling those of an eagle, now fixed intently on the crowd. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, honing in on Gao Xiantian. In a voice that was both proud and cold, she commanded, "You dare invade my territory, despite being defeated by my hand? Have you forgotten the rules we once agreed upon? Or must I teach you once more?" Chapter 83. The injured by Yahweh, a proud and icy voice rang out, seemingly commanding those present. "The defeated of this emperor dares to trespass upon my borders. Have you forgotten the rules we once agreed upon? Must I teach you once more?" Lingshu Mountain had not always been tranquil. Its current stability was solely the result of Long Lan's formidable strength. Once, Gao Xiantian had attempted to invade Lingshu Mountain but was swiftly vanquished by Long Lan with just a few moves. Yet, Gao Xiantian was compelled to sign an agreement never to return to Lingshu Mountain, and only then did Long Lan spare his life. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Gao Xiantian laughed mockingly, seemingly unfazed by her inquiries. "I have never heard of an agreement between the human race and the beast clan. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens to eradicate you. This scourge upon humanity, lest you harm the innocent." Long Lan's teeth clenched in fury upon hearing his words. Having lived on Lingshu Mountain for many years, she had never harmed a soul. Gao Shuatian's statements were merely an attempt to cast aspersions upon her, seeking an unfounded justification for his actions. "Enough of your prattle. No matter what you say today, this emperor shall not allow you to leave. Prepare to meet your end." Long Lan coldly reprimanded, then leaped into the air. Her right hand gradually transformed into a dragon's claw, grotesquely crimson and fearsome. Flames burned fiercely at the center of her claw, as if she were cradling a son in her grasp. With a powerful swing of her right claw, she unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. The flames surged forth like a raging river, incinerating the trees 100 meters away in an inferno of heat. Gao Shuantian's expression grew increasingly grave as he beheld the approaching inferno. He had not anticipated that Long Lan, despite her severe injuries and diminished state, could still unleash such terrifying power. Truly, she was the king of all beasts, the last dragon of legend. However, after thousands of years of cultivating the Dongxian divine art, he was not one to be easily thwarted. Dongxian palm. Gao Xiantian gathered his azure essence into his palm, manifesting a colossal palm print. A transparent azure imprint shot forth from his hand, colliding with the flames. The fire surged like the tumultuous Yangtze River, relentlessly battering the azure palm print. The force of their clash caused the heavens and earth to tremble, dispersing the dark clouds. Meanwhile, Situ Kue was ensnared by other beast clans, unable to extricate himself. Bai Yahweh watched the unfolding scene with anxiety, ready to provide support at any moment. Long Lan's internal energy was already depleted. She fought by igniting her remaining life force. Each fiery attack drained her vitality. Coughing, Long Lan felt her blood surge within her, and unable to suppress it, she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. The droplets trickled down the corner of her mouth, painting a grim picture. As Gao Xiantian resisted the onslaught, he mockingly declared, "You are merely struggling in vain. Surrender promptly, and I shall grant you a swift end." Dragon Lan, who could not abide such derision, fixed her piercing, hawk-like gaze upon him. For some inexplicable reason, Gao Xiantian suddenly sensed an ominous turn of events. The flame seemed to ignite within Dragonland's eyes. Clenching her right claw into a fist enveloped in fire, she struck the azure palm imprint with tremendous force. In an instant, the azure imprint shattered into fragments. Dragon Lan, having exhausted her stamina, felt blood seep from her eardrums, and her internal organs were already gravely damaged. Even if she emerged victorious from this battle, her life would not extend beyond a day. After shattering the azure imprint, she did not relent. Her massive dragon claw lunged towards Gao Xiantian. He had intended to ridicule her, but was taken aback by her sudden surge of vigor. This unexpected ferocity evoked memories of Dragonland's peak prowess, a time when he could never hope to contend with her. In haste, Gao Xiantian unleashed a life-preserving talisman he had stored away for an indeterminate period. A protective barrier enveloped him. Dragonland's claw struck the barrier, causing it to crack almost immediately. It would not be long before Gao Xuanqin's talisman was obliterated. He glanced towards Qi Gushing, exclaiming, "Qi Gu, my friend. It is time for you to act. I can scarcely endure this any longer." Hearing his call, Qi Gushing found himself in a precarious position. He had previously stated that he would intervene only if others fell, but that had merely been a formality. He had not anticipated that Gao Xiantian, at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, would struggle against the severely injured Dragon Lawn. This was truly beyond his expectations. Qi Gushing was reluctant to create an enemy, even among the demon clan. Yet, before numerous cultivators, if he disregarded a fellow clansman as peril, he would surely earn infamy. With a grave expression, he turned away, knowing that regardless of Gao Xuantian's fate, he would exert himself to provide care later, considering it a final act of benevolence. Seeing Qi Gushing turn his back and sensed Gao Xiantian, veins throbbing on his forehead as he spat, "Qi Gushing, you are truly a disgrace to humanity." Just as the barrier before Gao Xiantian was on the verge of collapsing, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. It was a member of the demon clan. The traitor who had informed them of the situation, now racing towards Dragon Lawn from behind, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Upon seeing the demon beast, Gao Xiantian felt a flicker of hope for survival. Bai Yawei, who had been observing from a distance, quickly discerned the impending ambush. She recognized the assailant as the leader of the Tiger King clan, who had been the first to flee the cave not long ago. "Dragon Lawn, be cautious," Bai Yawei cried out, immediately sprinting towards her. Her speed was astonishingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, she reached Longlan's side. She tightly embraced Longlan's waist and then suddenly retreated. At that very moment, the Tiger King's lethal claws lunged forward. The claws did not touch Longlan, but instead grasped Bai Yawei's arm. Bai Yawei, while pulling Longlan back, fell heavily to the ground alongside her. They rolled several times before finally crashing against a rock, coming to a halt. Longlan let out a muffled groan, and after a brief moment of disorientation, she hurriedly got to her feet. Grasping Bai Yawei's shoulder, she inquired with concern, "Xiao Bai, are you all right?" Bai Yawei covered her arm, which was drenched in blood, staining her petite frame. At the wound, a faint purple glow began to emerge, indicating the poison was infiltrating her. The Tiger King had coated his claws with venom, aiming to deliver a lethal surprise to Longlan in one swift strike. Bai Yawei managed to force a smile. "I'm fine, now that I've been addressed by name. Please refrain from calling me Xiao Bai. Be careful, they're coming again," she suddenly shouted, as Gao Xiantian had already pursued them. The Dongshin palm gathered ominously in his palm once more, the pressure this time far more terrifying than before. "I won't give you another chance. Die," Gao Xiantian bellowed as he struck downward with his hand. Longlan turned to look at Bai Yawei, who was already afflicted by the poison. Her gaze was resolute, prepared to face death. She shed her human form, gradually transforming back into her true self. A colossal figure, she stood protectively in front of Bai Yawei. Chapter 84. Longlan in Peril. Chunyi arrives. Longlan's true form was that of a resplendent crimson dragon, towering dozens of meters high and nearly 100 meters long. Massive wings extended from her robust back, and fierce, menacing fangs protruded from her dragon mouth. The true essence of the dragon sovereign was enough to compel any beast to prostrate in reverence. Even the traitorous Tiger King, trailing behind Gao Xiantian, could not help but take several steps back at this sight, his demeanor betraying a hint of trepidation. However, upon observing Longlan's labored breaths and the blood trickling from several scales that had already fallen away, revealing her weakened state, the Tiger King realized that her overwhelming presence had vanished. He barely managed to steady himself. Longlan opened her gaping maw, gazing at the encroaching azure palm imprint. A roaring flame coalesced within her mouth, erupting forth as it reached its zenith. Longlan endeavored to use her dragon fire to repel the attack once more. Yet her exhausted body could no longer sustain such a grand assault. The flames flickered for a brief moment before their momentum waned. Should this palm strike Longlan, her weakened form would undoubtedly meet its end. The Tiger King watched with exhilaration as the dragon's sovereign teetered on the brink of demise. Before Longlan arrived at Lingshu Mountain, the Tiger King was the supreme ruler of this domain. It is often said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone accommodate a dragon emperor. From their initial encounter, Longlan and the Tiger King were adversaries. However, after defeating him, Longlan chose not to take his life. Yet, the seeds of rebellion were sown, and the Tiger King remained vigilant, biding his time as their conflicts escalated over trivial matters. Approximately a century ago, the Tiger King fortuitously encountered Bai Yawei, a white tiger. Although she belonged to the Tiger clan, she was of a different lineage, and they were strangers to one another. Captivated by her lustrous fur, the Tiger King sought to court her, only to be met with rejection. Subsequently, he attempted to force his desires upon her to ensure his lineage. Such behavior was not uncommon among demon beasts, as their society lacked legal constraints. Ultimately, Bai Yawei fought fiercely for her life. Just as she was on the verge of defeat, Long Lan intervened, adopting human-like principles to establish rules that would prevent such occurrences in the future. It was during this moment that Bai Yao and Long Lan first became acquainted, forging a friendship. However, Long Lan's actions only served to intensify the Tiger King's resentment, inciting him to seek an opportunity to eliminate her. A century later, as Long Lan achieved a breakthrough, gathering numerous rare materials to facilitate her ascension, the Tiger King seized the chance to tamper with her elixirs. Aware that he might still fall short against the Dragon King, he clandestinely summoned outside assistance. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The Tiger King, gazing at the precarious Long Lan, laughed mockingly and exclaimed, "I never imagined that the once proud Dragon King would meet their demise before me today. Once you fall, I shall sever your head as a trophy." As he spoke, his gaze leered at the poisoned and incapacitated Bai Yao. "Ah, little white tiger. What a surprise to find you here. Fear not, I shan't harm you. I will confine you in a cave, savoring your essence at my leisure." Initially, Long Lan felt a twinge of discontent at his taunts. Yet, upon hearing Bai Yao's name, her eyes brimmed with fury. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying dragon's cry reverberated, causing all present to wince in pain. Yet, this was merely a final struggle. The azure palm strike had already descended upon her. Realizing her life was drawing to a close, she cast a reluctant glance at her loyal subjects who fought valiantly for her, and at Bai Yao, who was ensnared in peril because of her. While her own demise seemed inevitable, she feared for her friends' lives. Deep regret washed over her, as a solitary tear trickled from her dragon eyes. Demon Claw, Icefall Technique, Celestial Execution Slash. 3 melodious female voices resonated simultaneously. The malevolent, corrosive palm strike descended first, colliding fiercely with the azure imprint. The azure palm imprint was jolted sideways by the force, tilting precariously. However, given Long Lan's substantial size, the attack still posed a threat to her. Subsequently, a flurry of snowflakes descended, and a colossal icicle struck the azure palm imprint once more, causing it to tilt again. Finally, a tremendous slash, accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved, surged forth, completely sending the azure palm imprint flying. A resounding crash echoed as the imprint collided with a nearby giant mountain. Yet, this was not the end. The full-force strike from the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm showed no sign of abating, continuing its path of destruction into the distance. It was unimaginable that if this attack were to strike Long Lan, Bai Yan would surely meet her demise. Long Lan had never encountered such an unusual attack and curiously gazed upward at the sky. Above, 3 figures floated. Leading them was Su Jiqian, adorned in a purple gown, her right hand emanating a dense purple mist. Beside her stood Lang Luoli, draped in an ice-blue long dress, wielding a transparent ice staff, her cold demeanor fixed on the scene below. Lastly, there was Hu Jiuyue, the most peculiar of the trio, clad in a suit of silvery armor that accentuated her grace to perfection. The longsword in her hand, towering over her, subtly reflected the sunlight, while her sun-kissed skin and flawless figure exuded resilience and a unique beauty. Upon seeing these 3, Long Lan's expression turned slightly perplexed. She did not recognize the trio. Why would they come to her aid? Moreover, their assembly was quite bizarre. 1 demon, 1 human, and 1 elf from a distant continent. How had these 3 come together? At that moment, she heard a voice behind her. "Mir, you are safe now. Your master has arrived. Take this pill, and you shall be restored to your former self." Long Lan turned in confusion. She had not sensed anyone approaching. When had the person behind her arrived? At this moment, Jinyu stood behind Long Lan, cradling Bai Yan in his arms. Not long ago, he had enveloped the entire Lingshu mountain with his spiritual sense and quickly discerned Bai Yan's whereabouts. Upon sensing her peril, he rushed to her side. Upon arriving, he found Long Lan shielding Bai Yan behind her. Though Chun Yi was unfamiliar with Long Lan, he instructed his disciples to rescue her and hurried to Bai Yan's side. At that moment, Bai Yan had been poisoned, her consciousness clouded. Nevertheless, she immediately recognized her master. She could never mistake the familiar aura of her mentor. Feeling her master's warm presence, she instinctively snuggled closer into his embrace. Chapter 85. The dragon's nose must not be touched. Feeling her master's warmth, she could not help but nuzzle closer. Her fluffy ears brushed against Chinya's chin, making it itch. Bai Yan's expression was somewhat dejected, tinged with self-reproach. She nestled in her master's embrace, her voice soft and tender. "I'm sorry, master. I have troubled you once again." Before she could finish, Chun Yi swiftly placed a healing pill into her mouth, holding her tightly while stroking her head. He spoke gently. "Wire, you are now my disciple. No matter the difficulties you face, you may always confide in me. You belong to me, and I will take responsibility for whatever comes your way. You need not blame yourself. You are no longer alone. You have me and your senior sisters. Together, we shall bear any burden." Chun Yi was uncertain why she had suddenly left, but he presumed it must have been due to urgent matters. The moment he accepted by Yahweh as his disciple, he had already regarded her as one of his own, vowing never to stand idly by in her times of need. As he caressed her head, he continued, I hope you will refrain from leaving without a word in the future, as it causes concern for all of us. With the medicine taking effect, Yahweh felt the pain dissipate, replaced by the warmth of her master's breath and the comfort of his broad chest. Not only had he rescued her twice, but he had also imparted to her his supreme techniques, even when she had left without permission, causing him trouble. He bore her no resentment. Reflecting on the days spent with her master, she realized he had treated her with unparalleled kindness. In this world, she could not envision anyone better than him. Her feelings for him were so profound that she struggled to find the words to express them. Master, master, master. She vowed never to leave his side again, forever. Yahweh buried her face in his embrace, holding him tightly, calling out his name thrice. Her petite form entwined around him, her arms wrapped around his neck, her entire being clinging to him as if she wished to merge into his very essence. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept, moved to the core. No longer did she approach him merely for the comfort of his scent or to repay his kindness. At that moment, Yahweh had truly fallen in love with her master, a love so intense it made her tremble, ensnaring her completely. She remained wrapped around him, reluctant to let go. Chen Yi gently patted her fair back, speaking softly, though I am uncertain of the situation, those individuals over there must be the adversaries. Once I have dealt with them, I will take you home. Hearing her master's words, Yahweh nodded, reluctantly releasing her hold and stepping back. Go find your senior sisters. They are all very worried about you, Chen Yi advised. The healing pill's effects were remarkable, and Yahweh had now fully recovered. She soared into the air, making her way to her sisters. Sisters, I have caused you all trouble. Wei Er expressed her remorse and apologized to the three elder sisters. Hu Jiuyu, with a radiant smile, embraced her and reassured her, your affairs are our affairs. This is no trouble at all. Su Ji Qian, resembling a mother bear protecting her cub, scanned the surroundings with vigilant intensity. As the eldest sister, she felt a profound sense of responsibility. Upon learning that her junior sister had been bullied, her anger surged. No matter who the perpetrator was, she vowed that they would face the consequences. Long Luoli, relieved to see Bai unharmed, approached to comfort her. After ensuring Yahweh was settled, Chen Yi leaped forward to stand before Long Lan. He had observed Long Lan fighting alongside Yahweh and presumed she must be a friend of Bai. Naturally, he felt compelled to intervene. With that thought, he exchanged a healing pill and handed it to her, saying, This is a healing pill, consume it, and you shall be fine. Long Lan caught the pill with her claw and regarded Chen Yi intently. This human cultivator was not a stranger to her. Approximately a year prior, after suffering defeat, Chen Yi had fled to Lingsu Mountain with 3 disciples in a state of disarray. At that time, Long Lan was in slumber, and upon sensing human cultivators encroaching upon her territory, she instinctively sought to expel them. However, upon noticing the 2 non-human cultivators accompanying Chen Yi, her curiosity was piqued. It was indeed unusual for a human to take non-human disciples. Perhaps out of intrigue or another reason, she refrained from annihilating them and allowed their entry. Soon after, Chen Yi was pursued by several assailants, and Long Lan did not hesitate to drive them away. Chen Yi's survival thus far was undoubtedly aided by her intervention. Yet, at that time, Long Lan had dismissed the encounter from her mind, and days turned into months. Little did she realize that the human cultivator she had spared would one day return to save her life. Conversely, Chen Yi was unaware of the debt of gratitude he owed to the dragon monarch, unwittingly repaying it in a twist of fate. Upon receiving the healing pill, Long Lan hesitated momentarily. With her severe injuries, could such a small pill truly be beneficial? However, noticing Yahweh's improved condition after consuming it, she cast aside her doubts and consumed it eagerly. Chen Yi, observing the magnificent dragon before him, felt a surge of curiosity. He had petted cats and dogs, yet had never experienced the sensation of dragon scales. Would it be acceptable to touch her? Surely this grand creature would not take offense. As these thoughts danced in his mind, his hand instinctively reached out, grazing the tip of the dragon's nose. The texture was somewhat rigid, reminiscent of tough leather, while the area around the nose radiated a gentle warmth, as if the dragon's breath conjured smoke from burning flames. Long Lan was initially absorbed in the changes brought about by the healing elixir, curious about how Yahweh had so swiftly returned to her former self. Suddenly, she watched as the man before her boldly extended his hand towards her nose. Her dragon eyes widened in astonishment, and before she could evade, his hand had already made contact. This was the first time a human had dared to touch her so audaciously, especially on her head. Was there any difference between this and plucking her reverse scale? How daring of this human to lay hands upon the sovereign. Long Lan instinctively prepared to unleash her spiritual power to repel the man before her. Yet, in that very moment of release, she realized something was amiss. She had sustained such grievous injuries that it should have been impossible for her to summon any spiritual energy. Looking down, she discovered that all her wounds had miraculously healed. Quietly and without a sound, she had restored herself. Chapter 86. Chen Xianren, this human's healing elixir, what grade could it possibly be? Long Lan pondered. She was acutely aware of the severity of her injuries. Few medicinal herbs could pull her back from the brink of death. Yet, the elixir this human had just given her had completely repaired her wounds. The grade of such a potion must have reached the legendary, exalted celestial tier. Such a remedy would be exceedingly rare in this world. How could this man have bestowed upon her such an invaluable elixir? Upon realizing the magnitude of this favor, Long Lan felt a twinge of bashfulness. As for Qinyi touching her nose, her ire had somewhat dissipated, though she still felt a hint of displeasure. Hey, have you finished groping? Long Lan remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, though she had no intention of retaliating against her benefactor. How could she bear to attack someone who had aided her? Qinyi slowly withdrew his hand, an expression of apology mixed with excitement on his face as he said, "Ahem, my apologies. Please step back. I will handle the rest." His sense of apology stemmed from his inability to resist the urge to touch her. A rather impolite act indeed. The excitement arose from the extraordinary sensation of the dragon scales. He had never imagined he would have the chance to touch them. Upon hearing his words, Long Lan proudly declared, "This is my affair. How could I stand idly by?" After uttering these words, Qinyi did not delay any further. Ignoring Long Lan's thoughts, he leapt towards Gao Xiantian, who, at that moment, stared incredulously at his right hand. Disbelief etched across his face. The earlier strike, had been nearly his maximum effort. The assault from the fifth layer of the Purple Mansion realm was unexpectedly deflected by 3 young aspirants from the heavens above. If I am not mistaken, these 3 individuals are merely innate practitioners, with one of them even being a postnatal cultivator. Although they did not achieve the extraordinary feat of completely blocking his attack, their ability to alter its trajectory is nothing short of astonishing. Could these young prodigies be from another continent? Gao Xiantian began to ponder this possibility. In this world, places with a higher concentration of spiritual energy than the Deep Source continent are abundant. If they were prodigies from other sacred cultivation grounds, it would not be impossible. Yet, what brings such talents to this locale? Before Gao Xiantian could fully grasp this notion, Qinyi had already soared closer. With an impassive expression that revealed neither joy nor anger, Qinyi stated flatly, "Among those you sought to kill is one of my disciples. You have provoked me, and today I shall annihilate your entire clan. By the way, you appear to be an ancient being, seemingly having lived for several millennia. Yet you do not seem to be one raised by parents. Perhaps it is simpler to eliminate you." Qinyi initially contemplated eradicating the San Yuan sect, along with its associated forces, but upon reflection, he realized that this reclusive elder, who had been in seclusion for over a millennium, likely had no time to build a power or family. This would spare him the trouble of searching. Gao Xiantian regarded the man before him and mused for a moment. "You are Qinyi? A mere practitioner of the divine concealment realm dares to make threats before me. What are you? Do not forget that even at your peak, the Tianxian sect would not have instilled fear in me." During his seclusion, Gao Xiantian had heard of a newly emerged sect called the Tianxian sect. However, upon emerging after a century, he found the sect had already been destroyed. To him, the Tianxian sect was but a fleeting speck of dust in his long cultivation journey. As for the previous legends of Chun the Immortal, Gao Xiantian dismissed them entirely. He saw through Qin Yu's realm. How could a practitioner of the divine concealment realm be deemed an immortal? Qin Yu chose not to engage in further dialogue. He raised his hand, and spiritual power began to coalesce within it. As the energy surged forth, a section of space above shimmered with ripples. The undulating waves gradually spread outward, as if something were about to tear through the fabric of space. The multitude of lower-tier practitioners surrounding Lingshu Mountain gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Qinyi, engaging in fervent discussion. Who is this youth? So audacious as to challenge the esteemed elder? Does he wish for his demise? Hush. Be quiet. I recognize this celestial being. I was present when he obliterated the San Yuan sect. Quickly, kneel before him, and then depart swiftly. Heed my words. Otherwise, if we delay, it will be too late. Among the crowd, there were numerous wandering cultivators, some of whom had witnessed Qinyi's prowess while others had not. Those who had seen Qinyi in action eagerly proclaimed they had encountered an immortal before hastily departing. This scene left the others bewildered, momentarily at a loss for understanding. Could it be that this youthful man, seemingly in his 20s, was indeed the legendary immortal, the former leader of the Tianxian sect? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Yet, they distinctly heard that this young man was merely a cultivator at the divine concealment realm. A group of naive individuals, oblivious to being deceived. If you wish to flee, then go ahead. We shall remain here to await the treasure hunt. Many cultivators refused to believe the rumors of immortality and chose not to leave. However, Some more cautious practitioners heeded the words of the wandering cultivators and quickly departed. The crowd shrank to less than half its original size in an instant. Qi Gusheng, the leader of the medicine god sect, listened intently to the scattered cultivators, his expression contemplative. Stroking his beard, he regarded Qin Yi with keen interest. The legend of the immortal appeared to hold considerable credibility. If this handsome youth truly was the immortal, then his presence here was certainly not in vain. Should he manage to gain favor with the immortal, their medicine god sect would no longer be looked down upon by others. In the center of the battlefield, Gao Xiantian observed the outer cultivators exclaiming about having seen an immortal, his face displaying a sense of satisfaction. To him, it seemed that these wandering cultivators were awestruck by his display of power. Thus, they were respectfully acknowledging him. This filled him with immense gratification and a sense of accomplishment. As the wandering cultivators retreated, what is that old fool laughing about? Who knows? Perhaps he is stunned by the immortal. I had only used 90% of my strength to impress these wandering cultivators. This time, I shall unleash my full power, allowing others to witness the might I have cultivated in seclusion for hundreds of years. Gao Xiantian mused to himself. Chapter 87. The demise of Gao Xiantian. Gao Xiantian gradually ascended to a height that seemed to place him level with the sun. From a distance, he appeared to dance upon the heavens, as if preparing to unleash some grand incantation. Before long, the azure sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Bolts of lightning gathered within the darkened mass, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains. It was as if a torrential downpour was poised to engulf the entire world. Countless bolts of lightning surged toward Gao Xiantian. In that moment, the sun seemed to vanish. Gao Xiantian himself became the very sun of this realm, the sovereign of all. Qin Yi observed this spectacle, remaining expressionless and silent. As the tempestuous wind stirred by Gao Xiantian swept past, Qin Yi's hair became slightly disheveled. He raised his right hand high, and a violet malevolent aura materialized in his palm, akin to that of Su Qianqian. Unlike Su Qianqian, the malevolent energy he conjured resembled a diminutive black hole, seemingly poised to consume everything in its path. Suddenly, Qin Yi clenched his hand, seizing the energy. A tear echoed through the heavens as a colossal rift abruptly opened in the sky. From this fissure, something began to manifest, a massive stone tablet inscribed with formidable characters, the Demon Suppression Tablet. This represented the most potent technique within the Devil Soul art. A level far beyond Su Qiqian's current capabilities. She was still practicing the demon-esque grasp, merely the initial technique of the Devil Soul art, an elementary form. However, Qin Yi had long since comprehended the entirety of this martial art. Facing an adversary at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, he was cautious and resolved to employ the techniques of his art to gauge their strength. The Demon Suppression Tablet continued to materialize from the void, growing from an initial length of 100 meters to 200, and now stretching 500 meters, with no signs of halting. Countless strands of purple malevolence swirled around the tablet, which appeared less like a mere stone and more like a conglomeration of countless corpses. Qin Yi raised his right hand and slowly directed it towards Gao Xiantian. The true form of the tablet was extracted from the void, extending about 1,000 meters. Resembling a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, Gao Xiantian, amidst a tempest of thunder, found his magic rendered futile by the electric energy surrounding him, his demeanor frenzied. He gathered an array of lightning in his palm, intending to unleash it upon Qin Yi. Yet, the Demon Suppression Tablet obstructed Qin Yi, diverting his assault towards the tablet. You think to shield yourself with a mere slab of stone? Such delusions! He bellowed. Winds, fire, lightning, heed my command. Heavenly thunder curse. This was Gao Xiantian's most revered technique, one he had refined over a millennium through countless seclusions, honing his mastery of the art. In this moment, he sought to showcase his might through Qin Yi's demise, hoping that fortune would favor him, allowing him to achieve renown and escape this region of meager spiritual energy in pursuit of a grander path to immortality. Qin Yi offered no response to him. The old man was merely a dying soul, unworthy of dialogue. He maneuvered the Demon Suppression Tablet, propelling it forcefully towards Gao Xiantian. As the towering tablet advanced, it produced a thunderous roar, as if the earth, nay, the very world, quaked in trepidation at its approach. Upon witnessing the tablet's flight, Gao Xiantian's brow furrowed deeply. Positioned at the heart of its oppressive aura, he felt his heartbeat accelerate inexplicably. It seemed as if every nerve in his body trembled in fear of that object. Impossible! It is merely a broken stone. There is nothing to dread. Perish. Ha. Let it serve as the stepping stone on my path to success. Boom. The thunder curse crashed violently above the Demon Suppression Monument. Bolts of lightning relentlessly drilled into the monument, the blinding flashes making it nearly impossible for lower-tier cultivators to open their eyes. The electric light persisted for a considerable time before finally dissipating. Yet, when the light faded, the anticipated scene of the Demon Suppression Monument being shattered into fragments did not unfold before Gao Xiantian's eyes. The monument remained utterly unmoved. Not even a speck of debris falling from it. Gao Xuantian's pupils constricted in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. He stood frozen in place, repeatedly muttering impossible. His most formidable attack had, astonishingly, failed to create even a ripple before Chanye. He fell into utter despair, yearning to turn and flee. However, under the weight of absolute pressure, he found himself unable to move, save for his mouth. Fear etched on his face, his voice trembling. He shouted at Chunyi, "You cannot possibly be Chunyi. Who are you?" Chunyi smiled gently, his demeanor calm as he replied, "I am merely an ordinary master who does not wish to see his disciples bullied." As his words faded, the demon suppression monument simultaneously loomed before Gao Xiantian. "No!" Gao Xiantian screamed in horror, his voice gradually weakening. He could never have imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of this man, whom he viewed as a mere stepping stone. The immense monument bore down on the despairing Gao Xiantian, crashing downwards with relentless force. The skyward purple malevolence corroded every muscle in his body. Finally, an unparalleled thunderous roar erupted. This was no ordinary rumble. As the 1,000-meter-tall monument struck the ground, it felt as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultivators surrounding Lingshu Mountain finally grasped the meaning behind the scattered cultivators' cries for them to flee. The shockwave generated by the monument's impact surged outward in all directions. Those caught in its path faced either death or grievous injury. "Run! Quick, run!" It was too late. Escape was impossible. "I shall no longer seek to take advantage. I was wrong. Immortal, please relent. We do not wish to die." Countless cultivators scattered in a frantic bid for survival, but the velocity of the shockwave was astonishingly swift. Some slower cultivators were directly struck, their organs ruptured beyond recovery. Those of higher cultivation, equipped with protective artifacts, narrowly escaped with their lives. Qi Gushing watched the approaching shockwave, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, as a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he was still capable of safeguarding his disciples. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly led his disciples away, narrowly evading the impending danger. At this moment, the world was extraordinarily tumultuous, resonating with the sounds of the earth cracking, trees collapsing, and the anguished cries of fallen cultivators. Chinyi indeed heard the pleas for salvation from those cultivators. However, he merely stood silently beside his disciples, safeguarding them. As for the cultivators he did not recognize, he harbored no intention of intervening. Those cultivators had an opportunity to flee, yet they chose to remain. Thus, their demise was of little consequence. Chapter 88. Eliminating the enemies. The cacophony persisted for an extended duration, with dust and smoke enveloping the entire valley. After a considerable time, the haze dissipated, and the ground returned to tranquility. All the towering mountains surrounding the area had succumbed to the tremors, except for a colossal stone monument that stood resolutely at the center. This monument loomed tall and proud, akin to a pillar of the world. Inscribed upon it were 3 large, purple characters, Demon Suppression Monument. Meanwhile, Gao Xiantian had been utterly reduced to remnants, dead beyond revival. On the outskirts of Lingshu Mountain, the cultivators who had not yet perished dragged their battered bodies to their feet. They lifted their gaze to behold the scene before them, their expressions unmistakably one of profound shock. The ominous clouds in the sky had dispersed, revealing a clear azure expanse once more. And at the zenith of the heavens, only Qinyi and his disciples remained airborne, untouched by the chaos below. In that moment, the cultivators appeared diminutive before Qinyu, dragging their broken forms. The cultivators knelt upon the ground, their hearts now filled solely with reverence. "It is an honor for us to witness the Immortal's intervention today. Should we have been disrespectful, we beseech the Immortal for punishment. We, the younger generation, have committed an affront. We humbly greet the esteemed Immortal." The cultivators prostrated themselves, gazing up at the Immortal with admiration, their voices resounding in unison. After a lengthy silence, as no reprimand from the Immortal was forthcoming, they mustered their strength despite their injuries and gradually departed. As for the resources within Lingshu Mountain, they dared not even entertain thoughts of them. No one would dare disturb the sanctum of the Immortal. After Gao Xuantian's demise, only Situ Kuei remained in the arena. At that moment, Situ Kuei had just regained his senses from the residual shockwave. He anxiously surveyed his surroundings, then immediately maneuvered his body and chose a direction to flee with reckless abandon. Gao Xiantian had been the most formidable individual on this continent before Qinyi's arrival. If even Gao Xiantian had fallen without the slightest chance of resistance, what else could he do but run? He could only hope for the Immortal's magnanimity and that he would not hold him accountable. Or perhaps, he speculated, the Immortal had not noticed him. However, he was mistaken on both counts. Qinyi was not only not a magnanimous individual, but his gaze was also exceedingly keen. "Fellow cultivator, you may flee, but you must leave something behind." Situ Kuei felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing that voice behind him. In this realm, cultivators of the Purple Mansion are revered figures, worshipped and bowed to wherever they go. They exist in a hierarchy where they are nearly unparalleled, standing just below the divine. Yet, he never anticipated that today he would be rendered trembling by a mere voice. Turning around, he discovered that the source of the sound was none other than Qinyi. With a quivering voice, Succubus uttered, "Immortal, a deity. It is my folly not to recognize your greatness. Whatever you desire, I shall provide." Qinyi regarded him with a calm demeanor, his expression devoid of anger, instead adorned with a gentle smile. Observing the immortal's countenance, Succubus's heart settled somewhat. It seemed the deity was not enraged. Perhaps, he thought, the immortal deemed it beneath him to quibble with a mere cultivator like himself. If he maintained a respectful attitude, surely the immortal would spare him. If only the immortal would let him go, he vowed to depart this land forever, never to return. Qinyi patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "My desires are few, just one will suffice. I require your life." Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Succubus's face lit up with joy, immediately responding, "Of course, whatever you wish." However, his expression faltered as he processed the latter part. "My life?" In that moment, Qinyi slowly raised his palm and struck towards his face. "No," he screamed, as his head erupted, crimson blood splattering forth. Succubus experienced immense agony in his final moments. He had believed he was spared, only to be unexpectedly slain by Qinyi when he let his guard down. The despair he felt was suffocating, unparalleled in its intensity. Qinyi was merciless towards his foes. After dispatching Succubus, he dusted off his hands and soared towards his disciples. Meanwhile, Long Lan, having been under Qinyi's protection, remained unharmed by the residual shockwaves. However, the situation for the traitorous Tiger King was dire. Despite his cultivation at the second level of the Purple Mansion, the residual energy inflicted significant damage nearby. Long Lan harbored a deep-seated hatred for traitors. She strode with elegance toward the Tiger King, her expression icy as she regarded him. "I hold you in utter contempt. Your kin are likely hidden somewhere within Lingshu Mountain. After your demise, they shall accompany you to the grave." Her proud voice resonated in the Tiger King's ears. Though she was typically compassionate towards her own kin, her approach to this loathsome enemy was resolute. In her mind, if she were to strike, she would uproot the very power behind him. This resolve bore a striking resemblance to Qinyi's own methods, their thoughts aligning in purpose. The Tiger King, clutching his injured chest with his right paw, appeared ashen. Everything had been within his control. Once Long Lan was slain by Gao Xiantian, he would ascend to kingship over Lingshu Mountain. He could finally obtain the coveted white tiger and tread upon the corpse of the Dragon Emperor, ascending to become the most formidable demon of Lingshu Mountain. Yet, how could a mere Qinyi appear to thwart his aspirations? It was all Qinyi's fault. Every misfortune stemmed from him. Had it not been for Qinyi's interference, all his dreams would have come to fruition. In his dying moments, the Tiger King cursed vehemently. "Accursed Qinyi, may you meet a wretched end." Upon hearing his groans, Long Lan furrowed her brow. Although she felt a twinge of annoyance at Qinyi for touching her forehead without her consent, this was an entirely different matter. Qinyi had saved her life and aided her in vanquishing foes. She had witnessed it all. Were it not for Qinyi, she could scarcely bear to contemplate the dire fate that awaited her and the potential doom of Xiaobai. The audacity of the Tiger King to insult her benefactor was intolerable. With a swift motion, Long Lan transformed her right hand into a dragon claw and lunged forward, seizing the Tiger King's neck with a vice-like grip. "I intended to grant you a swift end, but you brought this upon yourself." As she spoke, flames began to blaze upon her dragon claw. The intensity of the dragon fire could have reduced the Tiger King to ashes in an instant. Yet Long Lan meticulously controlled the heat, searing each inch of his fur agonizingly slow. The Tiger King writhed in agony, emitting guttural sounds, desperately attempting to utter curses. But the grip on his throat rendered him speechless. Though cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm possessed formidable resilience, succumbing to flames was all too easy. Yet, death eluded him. The pain, however, was all too real. After a prolonged torment, the Tiger King emitted an enticing aroma. And only when his internal organs were thoroughly cooked did he meet his tragic demise. Qinyi observed from the sidelines, his presence there born from a concern that Long Lan might show mercy and release their adversary. However, his apprehension proved unwarranted. Witnessing Long Lan's method of dealing with the enemy, Qinyi could not help but silently applaud. Typically, Qinyi's kills were swift and decisive. He seldom lingered to inflict prolonged suffering. His overwhelming strength often led to instant fatalities. While Long Lan's approach was undeniably ruthless, Qinyi found no fault in it. He was particularly enamored by her regal demeanor and the manner in which she executed her foes. With the charred remains of the Tiger King clutched in her dragon claw, Long Lan discarded him like refuse, her proud expression and lethal method accentuating her royal presence. After vanquishing the Tiger King, she turned to Qinyi, her haughty demeanor softening into one of respect. "I pay my respects to the immortal. Thank you for your timely rescue. You are Xiaobai's master?" Her curiosity piqued, she inquired, recalling Xiaobai's mention of a master who had come to her aid without hesitation. It was indeed astonishing that a human cultivator would accept a demon as a disciple. Qinyi, with a congenial smile, nodded and said, "You may call me Qinyu. Bai Yahweh is my newly accepted direct disciple, and my heavenly profound sect is situated within this Lingshu mountain." At this juncture, Qinyi paused. The mention of the heavenly profound sect reminded him of its persistent shortage of personnel, whether it be disciples or elders responsible for their guidance. Longlan's approach to tasks resonated well with Qinyi. Even amidst crises, she remained steadfast in protecting her friends, unyielding in the face of formidable foes, yet devoid of excessive benevolence. Beneath her seemingly haughty exterior lay a heart of remarkable tenderness, akin to that of his second disciple. Moreover, Longlan's appearance was truly breathtaking. Her tall stature and striking beauty were enough to captivate the hearts of all men. Undoubtedly, this was an advantageous quality, but not the sole merit. Contemplating this, Qinyi continued, "My heavenly profound sect has long been in need of capable hands. Would you be willing to serve as a grand elder?" Previously, Qinyi had 3 direct disciples who accompanied him wherever he went. However, times had changed, with others in the sect. It was imperative to have a formidable elder to safeguard the place in his absence. Longlan's cultivation was at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. And once she joined the sect and practiced the techniques Chunyi provided, her prowess would ensure that the sect's safety was untroubled even in Chunyi's absence. Upon hearing his proposal, Longlan's expression was one of profound surprise. The mere fact that this man would accept a demon as a disciple was already extraordinary. Yet he was now offering her a position of authority within the sect. Did he truly harbor no prejudice against their kind? Longlan had once lived among humans, yearning to integrate into their society. Yet, after the demon race faced exclusion, they were compelled to relocate to Lingshu Mountain. Now, Qinyu was boldly inviting her to join his sect without a hint of trepidation. How could this not fill her with joy? A rare smile graced Longlan's cold visage as she hesitantly inquired, "Is it truly possible for me?" Observing her indecision, Qinyi affirmed with a nod, "Of course. It is no problem." Encouraged by his assurance, Longlan felt a surge of excitement. However, it wasn't long before a thought seemed to cross her mind, casting a shadow of concern upon her features. "I am very willing to join the Heavenly Profound sect, but I have my subordinates. They are fiercely loyal to me, and I cannot abandon them." As the demon beasts that fought alongside Longlan gathered before her, their expressions earnest, they urged, "Your Majesty, do not concern yourself with us. Training under the Immortal is a tremendous opportunity. As long as you can seize this chance, we will be content." Longlan shook her head. She wished to attain immortality and pursue the lofty realm of existence. However, she could not abandon those who placed their trust in her. At this moment, Qinyi observed the scene unfolding before him, his gaze sweeping across the assembled demonic beasts. There were fewer than 20 of them, all at the realm of divine concealment. As they ventured into battle alongside Longlan, Qinyi had witnessed their courage and resolve. Their mindset indicated that they were worthy of trust. The Heavenly Xian sect was in need of capable individuals. If he could recruit them as elders, his sect would take its initial shape. With sufficient human resources at his disposal, he could formally establish the sect and welcome disciples. Qinyi had already conceived numerous ideas regarding the future of his sect. He addressed the gathered beasts, saying, "I trust you all, and I invite you to join me. Positions as elders await you in the Heavenly Xian sect." The demonic beasts were undoubtedly astonished by Qinyi's words. Could it be that they were truly worthy to stand beside him? In their eyes, Qinyi had selflessly aided them and was now bestowing upon them an immense opportunity. How could they not be moved? This kindness from a human was deserving of a lifetime of gratitude. Longlan was taken aback by Qinyi's sudden recruitment of so many. She wondered if Qinyi was genuinely in need of assistance or if this was all for her sake. If it were solely for her, the sacrifice seemed excessive. Moreover, she and Qinyi were not well acquainted. Was she truly deserving of such generosity due to her connection with Bai Yahweh? As this thought crossed Longlan's mind, she could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. She was a demonic beast, and high-ranking human cultivators typically looked down upon her kind. It was she, the dragon, who was indulging in fanciful notions. With her reservations dissipated, she found no reason to refuse. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. From the moment of her birth, she had been a noble dragon. Throughout her cultivation journey, she had made remarkable progress, surrounded only by subordinates and followers. Never having encountered a superior, she was uncertain if she could adequately serve Qinyi, let alone the notion of a human being her superior. She had not felt what it was like to be beneath another. Longlan had not met anyone stronger than herself in a long time. Her greatest admiration was for those who surpassed her. Qinyi not only possessed strength greater than hers but also treated her and her kin with such kindness. If there ever came a day when Longlan would submit to someone, it would inevitably be Qinyi, and he would forever be the one. With this thought, Longlan opened her beautiful eyes, gazing earnestly at Qinyi. Subsequently, she lowered her noble knee, kneeling on one leg, her right claw resting gently over her heart. Long Lan pays her respects to the sect master. Chapter 90. The submission to the medicine god sect with Long Lan's formal oath of loyalty. The remaining demonic beasts also knelt before Qin Yi, each bowing on one knee. Greetings, esteemed leader. It is an honor to meet you. We pledge to steadfastly protect the heavenly Xian sect. Qin Yi was the first human to embrace them, which deeply moved their hearts. Simultaneously, they brimmed with anticipation for the life that lay ahead. As the myriad of demon beasts declared their allegiance, a voice resonated within Qin Yi's mind. Ding. Detected the acceptance of 18 elders. Total reward, 24,000 system points. Qin Yi did not anticipate that accepting elders would also yield system points, which filled him with joy. When he turned his gaze back to the multitude of demons, he felt a newfound closeness with them. With a smile, Qin Yi stepped forward and grasped Long Lan's dragon claw, helping her to her feet. Long Lan was taken aback by Qian Ye's touch on her claw. Generally, humans would not dare to touch the true forms of demonkind, as they regarded it as a taint. She had transformed her right hand into a dragon claw during the battle and had yet to revert it. Qin Yi held her enormous claw without hesitation. The warmth of his touch radiated through his palm. It was Long Lan's first encounter of such intimacy with a human. Gazing into Qian Ye's gentle smile, she found herself inexplicably lowering her head, as if to conceal her blush. I am exceedingly glad to receive your assistance. Let us return to the sect. Qin Yi spoke earnestly, preparing to lead everyone away. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. Celestial being, please wait. Qi Gushing, accompanied by his disciples, flew over while calling out. The voice bore an aged quality yet was imbued with affection. Qin Yi looked on in confusion, his expression neutral as he inquired. What is it? Initially, he assumed they were adversaries, but the demeanor of this group suggested otherwise, leaning towards a request rather than hostility. Qi Gushing landed before Qin Yi. Bowing deeply and respectfully stated, I have long heard of a celestial sage residing within Lingshu Mountain. Witnessing your prowess today is indeed remarkable. Our Yaoshan sect is feeble and requires a strong guardian. I understand that a mere mortal's conditions would not sway a being of your caliber. Therefore, we, the Yaoshan sect, willingly pledge our allegiance to the heavenly Xian sect, hoping for your protection. With that, Qi Gushing knelt without awaiting Qin Yi's consent, performing the rite of submission. The other 200 disciples followed suit, kneeling with expressions of sincerity. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display. He had yet to agree. Yet here they were, kneeling before him. After a brief pause, Qin Yi realized he did not hear the system points chime in his mind. It seemed the system had determined that he had not accepted them, thus no rewards were dispensed, which relieved him. Had the system recognized their allegiance, he would have been partially responsible, whether he wished it or not. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the individuals from the medicine god sect before him indeed exuded sincerity, making it difficult for him to harbor any feelings of disdain. Qi Gushing, in particular, possessed an ethereal aura, and his countenance did not suggest any lascivious tendencies. Although Qin Yi was not a firm believer in physiognomy, he had faith in his instincts. You did not act against my people earlier, and I have taken notice of that. Given your earnestness, I shall not dampen your spirits. Assist me in a matter, and upon its successful completion, I shall accept your allegiance, Qin Yi stated slowly. Upon hearing that the immortal would consider their submission, Qi Gushing's expression brightened with excitement. His thoughts were straightforward. As long as they could gain the protection of the immortal, their sect would no longer fear adversaries and could endure through the ages. Moreover, the herbs and elixirs he had devoted his life to crafting would not fall into enemy hands, allowing him to heal the sick and benefit countless beings with peace of mind. You may command us, and we shall exert ourselves to fulfill your wishes. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction and continued, I intend to establish a sect and recruit disciples from across the realm. You shall disseminate the news of the Tianxian sect's recruitment, with the founding date set for 10 days hence. After gathering numerous elders, Qin Yi's sect had begun to take shape, and his ambition to form a new sect could officially commence. It was only a matter of time before the sect would revive its former vitality. Qi Gushing had not anticipated that this task would be so straightforward. His excitement was palpable as he nodded repeatedly. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he did not linger but took flight, departing. Long Lan cast a final glance at the cave where she had dwelled for over a century, shook her head, and followed Qin Yi into the skies. The myriad of creatures also followed suit, embarking on their journey homeward. On the return path, in midair, Bayame joyfully clasped Long Lan's hand, exclaiming, From now on, we shall never part. I can play with you every day. She then inquired, By the way, why are your eyes so red? You weren't crying just now, were you? Bayame gazed at Long Lan with surprise. Before Qin Yi's arrival, when Long Lan faced death, she had indeed shed tears out of concern for her companions. However, she would never admit to such weakness. The proud Dragon Empress would never allow herself to be seen weeping, even in death. You are mistaken. It was nothing, she insisted dismissively. Bayame remained undeterred. But I really, Long Lan, worried that she would continue, pulled her close and covered her mouth, silencing her. Bayame appeared diminutive, almost like a figurine. In the presence of Long Lan's tall stature, Lang Luali, walking beside her master, curiously glanced back at Long Lan. Lang Luali had initially believed that her unique aura would enable her to overshadow her senior and junior sisters in front of her master. However, as she gazed at the newly arrived Long Lan, Lang Luali suddenly felt a distinct sense of inferiority in comparison. The regal aura of the Dragon Emperor emanating from Long Lan surpassed her own icy elegance. Lang Luali scrutinized Long Lan, noting that she was slightly taller than herself. Previously, she had prided herself on being the most striking beauty of Lingshu Mountain, but now that title seemed to waver. For reasons unknown, Long Luali felt her status was on the verge of upheaval. The scene shifted to the Tianxin Hall, where Chenyi distributed foundational cultivation methods tailored to the preferences of each elder. Subsequently, he assigned the elders to various departments to acclimatize to their new environment, ensuring they could better guide their disciples upon the establishment of the sect. Once the elders departed, only Long Lan remained in the hall. Chapter 91. Su Qian and Long Lan looked at Chenyi with curiosity and inquired, "Master, what is my role here?" Observing that everyone else was engaged in tasks while she stood idle, she felt somewhat at a loss. Chenyi then exchanged for another cultivation method, one distinctly different from those given to the other elders. He produced a tome inscribed with the title Yanlong Tiangong, radiating an intense heat and a vivid crimson hue. The entire text seemed to pulsate, as if it were not merely written words but a seething mass of molten lava. As soon as Long Lan laid eyes on this method, she found herself entranced. She sensed that this cultivation technique was seemingly crafted specifically for her. Under her watchful gaze, Chenyi extended the tome toward her. "Master, is this meant for me?" Long Lan asked, astonished. Chenyi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this technique is exclusively for your cultivation." As Long Lan accepted the text, a myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind. The method appeared to be of an exceptionally high tier, indicating that it had been specially tailored for her by Chenyi. Yet, she had only recently become acquainted with him. How could he have prepared such a thing so swiftly? Had he been planning this for her from the outset? Their lack of familiarity left her puzzled as to why he would show such concern for her. If his intentions were merely to exploit her in some manner, he would not have treated her so kindly or invited her into the sect. Given Chun Yi's formidable strength, he could have easily dispatched her if he so desired. Yet, here was a stranger, inexplicably generous toward a woman he hardly knew. What could be the reason? Long Lan glanced down at her long, exposed legs and her well-defined figure. In her estimation, her beauty and physique were indeed commendable when compared to human women. Coupled with Chun Yi's apparent lack of aversion to her kind, it dawned on her that he might harbor feelings for her. The possibility sent a rush of warmth through her. As a dragon emperor, she had never contemplated matters of romance. Now, faced with such a situation, she found herself utterly uncertain of how to proceed. As for Chenyi, should she refuse? Chenyi has been exceptionally kind to her and her kin, even bestowing upon her such a precious technique. If she were to decline, would it not seem too harsh? Yet, if she were to accept? Long Lan raised her head and scrutinized Chenyi with newfound seriousness. Her stature was regal, her countenance handsome, and her demeanor amiable yet dignified. Most importantly, Chenyi possessed remarkable strength, a quality to which Long Lan found herself irresistibly drawn. She had a penchant for those who surpassed her in prowess. At that moment, Chenyi noticed Long Lan's intense scrutiny and felt somewhat uneasy. What was this dragon contemplating? Long Lan's gaze reminded her of the expressions she had seen on the faces of her errant disciples, a look that suggested thoughts far from the ordinary. Su Qian sensed the shift in Long Lan's demeanor. As a succubus, she was acutely attuned to emotional fluctuations. This dragon had undoubtedly developed feelings for her master. There was no doubt about it. This was troublesome. Glancing at her cold junior sister beside her, Su Qian felt indifferent, having already secured her position. However, it seemed her junior sister had now acquired an additional rival. At this juncture, Chenyi cleared her throat, redirecting everyone's thoughts. Ahem. Long Lan, with the increase in the number of elders within the sect, it has become challenging for me to manage. You shall assume the position of Grand Elder and assist me in administration. From now on, you may reside in the Tianxin Hall. With the growing number of elders, the future promised even more. If hundreds of elders were to be managed solely by Chenyi, she would find herself overwhelmed. Long Lan had once been a dragon sovereign, and many elders had been her subordinates. With a little guidance, her management skills would undoubtedly flourish. Thus, the role of Grand Elder was perfectly suited for her. This arrangement would also afford Chenyi some respite, allowing her more time to mentor her direct disciples. The decision for Long Lan to reside in the Tianxin Hall was merely a matter of proximity, facilitating communication regarding sect affairs. there were no ulterior motives. Upon learning of her special appointment, Long Lan nodded earnestly, vowing to fulfill her duties diligently. However, discovering that she was assigned to stay close to the sect leader only reinforced her inner convictions. Surely, the sect leader must harbor feelings for her to keep her by his side. This dragon's inner monologue was exceedingly elaborate. Once Chunyi had finalized all arrangements, evening had descended. Baiwei had just consumed a healing pill, as had Long Lan, and Chunyi deemed it prudent for everyone to retire early. She bid farewell to her disciples and returned to her chamber. With the departure of their master, the disciples felt liberated. Although Chunyi was generally affable, certain matters could not be discussed in her presence. Su Jiqian playfully poked Long Lan's shoulder, a mischievous smile adorning her face. "Elder, allow me to escort you to a room for some rest." With that, Su Jiqian took Long Lan's hand without hesitation and led her away from the spot. Long Lan, much like Lang Luoli, harbored a strong aversion to the touch of strangers. However, the person who dared to approach her was none other than the esteemed disciple of the sect leader, possessing an exquisite beauty that surprisingly quelled any feelings of disgust within her. Thus, Long Lan found herself being led by Su Jiqian to a secluded spot. Once they were alone, Su Jiqian boldly inquired, "Elder, do you harbor feelings for my master?" The question struck like a thunderbolt. Such matters were typically buried deep within one's heart, not to be casually voiced. Long Lan, taken aback, retreated several steps, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I am of the demon race. How could that be possible? Even if it were, how could the sect leader?" Her frantic repetition of possible revealed her inner turmoil. A blush crept across her pale skin, an undeniable sign of her embarrassment. Observing her reaction, Su Jiqian became even more convinced of her hypothesis. "It's perfectly fine. Even if you admit it, there are no repercussions. Everyone adores our master and will understand your feelings," she said unabashedly. Su Jiqian found herself quite fond of this dragon empress, who, despite her apparent pride, possessed a remarkably gentle heart. Teasing her would surely be amusing. You all like him?" Long Lan was taken aback by this revelation. It seemed that within the heavenly Xian Hall, or perhaps the entirety of the sect, there existed profound sentiments towards the sect leader, be it romantic affection, simple gratitude, or camaraderie. Curiosity began to stir within her, prompting her to wonder how Chunyi had managed to cultivate such feelings. Since she had met Chunyi, he had occupied her thoughts incessantly, as if he had taken residence in her very soul. Su Jiqian nodded, extending her delicate hand in a gesture of greeting, accompanied by a warm smile. "I am the senior sister here, and I officially welcome you on behalf of everyone. Not only does our master trust you, but I do as well." Long Lan regarded Su Jiqian's outstretched hand, then glanced at her own. The kindness exhibited by the members of this sect was unexpectedly heartwarming. Not just Chunyi, but his disciples were also exceedingly amiable. This ignited a profound sense of responsibility within her as an elder. She yearned to protect these delightful disciples for all eternity. With a gentle smile, she reciprocated the gesture, shaking Su Jiqian's hand. "Thank you." Yet, as they clasped hands, Su Jiqian's grip was somewhat mischievous, playfully caressing Long Lan's palm, causing a ticklish sensation. "Elder, your fingers are long and delicate. Our master must surely appreciate them." Just as she spoke, the sound of footsteps interrupted them. It was Hu Jiuyu approaching. Upon witnessing the arrival of her junior sister Hu, Su Jiqian waved her hand at Long Lan. Conversing as she walked, the Tianxin Hall still has many vacant rooms. "Elder, you may choose any of them to reside in. For today, this shall suffice. We shall meet again tomorrow." As she spoke, Su Jiqian linked her arm with Hu Jui and departed. Long Lan observed the hurried exit of Su Jiqian, pondering to herself, "The eldest disciple of the sect leader is truly intriguing." She wandered nearby, discovering that the houses in close proximity to the sect leader's grand hall had already been occupied by 3 disciples. Even the rooftop of the sect leader was guarded by Bai Yahweh, leaving her with no opportunity to exploit. She selected a relatively nearby house and approached it. Pushing open the door, Long Lan curiously surveyed the room. The furnishings were exquisitely arranged, from the mirror to the dressing table, wardrobe, and bed. Everything exuded an air of nobility. Having always resided in a dim cave, adorned with various precious jewels, she found this setting far more inviting. This place truly felt like home. Opening the wardrobe, she discovered it filled with garments. Long Lan had long noted that the attire worn by Chen Ye's disciples differed from that of the outside world. So beautiful, and she adored them. Were these garments perhaps prepared by the sect leader for them? Ah, the sect leader is indeed quite considerate. Her fondness has only deepened. Long Lan reclined on the bed, her long, smooth, and pristine legs crossed. She extended her hand, fingers resembling fine jade, and contemplated thoughtfully. Su Jiqian had mentioned that the sect leader would appreciate her hands. Is this true? Long Lan found her thoughts consumed by Qin Yi, unable to find rest in the tranquil evening. This won't do. I cannot sleep like this. How will I present my best self to everyone tomorrow, especially to the sect leader? She muttered, quickly coming up with a plan. The Tiger King's kin must still be hiding somewhere in Lingshu Mountain. Perhaps slaying a few wrongdoers would alleviate her mind. With this thought in mind, Long Lan rose swiftly, pushed open the door, and soared into the night. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian, pushing Hu Jud, arrived at a corner of the plaza. Noticing Long Lan flying away, she paid it little mind. If it were by leaving, she would genuinely worry. However, with Long Lan's cultivation at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, there was no conceivable threat to her on this continent. A sense of security enveloped her. Su, senior sister, I was just about to ask what you were discussing. Why did you bring me here? Hu Jud inquired, aware of Su's character and suspecting she may have shared something peculiar with the newly arrived elder. To her surprise, Su Jiqian had directly brought her to this location. Su Jiqian first surveyed the surroundings. In the stillness of the room, Long Luoli appeared to have drifted into slumber. Bai Yawei lay atop the roof of her master, breathing evenly, clearly in a deep sleep. Realizing the absence of others, Su Jiqian leaned close to Hu Shimi's ear and whispered softly. The exchange was filled with a flurry of excited murmurs. Upon hearing Su Shiji's words, Hu Ju's mouth fell agape, her expression one of astonishment. Su Shiji's audacity was indeed remarkable. However, it was not without merit. Though shy, the prospect promised to be exhilarating. They agreed to reconvene before their master's door shortly. With a smile, Su Jiqian bid farewell to Hu Shimi and returned to her room, seemingly preparing for something. In Chinye's chamber, he had a habit of sleeping without attire, and at that moment, he had just shed his upper garments. His physique was well-proportioned and robust, with broad chest muscles and defined abs on display. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gazed at the ice sculpture gifted by his second disciple. Upon closer inspection during his last appraisal, he sensed something amiss. There seemed to be a flow of spiritual energy within, suggesting the presence of a hidden formation. In Lang Luoli's room, after returning to her bed, she found herself unable to succumb to sleep. She donned an ice blue camisole, her delicate, white legs completely bare. Her long blue hair cascaded down her back like silk. At any moment, Lang Luoli exuded the ethereal aura of a snow beauty, resembling a celestial maiden. Perched at the edge of her bed, she contemplatively held the ice sculpture she had crafted for her master. Initially, she felt indifferent to her master's acceptance of Long Lan into his fold. However, with Long Lan's recent appointment to the Tianxian Hall, a significant sense of unease gripped her heart. To Lang Luoli, Bai Yawei was merely an adorable little junior, and thus she felt little upon her appearance. Long Lan, on the other hand, possessed a physique and beauty that seemed to rival her own, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. Their personalities and temperaments bore a resemblance, with Long Lan seemingly serving as her doppelganger. Could it be that her master had grown weary of her and favored Long Lan instead, hence placing her by his side? This was absolutely unacceptable. She was the master's second disciple and had cherished her feelings for him for so long. How could she allow a newcomer to overshadow her? With her spirits dampened, the only solace for Lang Luoli lay in the gentle visage of her master. Contemplating, she infused the ice sculpture with spiritual energy, activating the reflection formation. Meanwhile, Chenyi meticulously observed the ice sculpture before him. He sensed the formation within the ice sculpture being activated, experiencing the pulsations of the formation at such a close distance. Chenyi quickly discerned that it was a shadowing array. Chapter 93, The Moon and the Sun. He felt the array within the ice sculpture being set into motion. Realizing it was a shadowing array, he pondered, had the disciple concealed this within the ice sculpture? Was it to observe his movements? Was her curiosity so intense? He mused internally, aware that Lang Luoli was watching him from the side. Chenyi offered a gentle smile and waved his hand, greeting the ice sculpture. This scene startled Lang Luoli considerably. The ice sculpture slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Master, has the master discovered me? She thought, aghast at the notion of being caught peeking at him. How will I face master again after this? I was such a fool. How could I think that such a trivial trick could go unnoticed by someone so formidable? At that moment, she was overwhelmed with shyness, wishing to burrow into a crevice. The thought of meeting her master again the following day filled her with acute embarrassment. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of regret. She lamented having engaged in such petty tricks. She could have maintained a subtle connection with her master, but now, after being discovered, would she even have the chance to touch him again? Lang Luoli buried her head beneath the covers, wishing she could return to a few days prior. In Chinye's chamber, upon sensing that the ice sculpture had ceased its emanation of spiritual energy, he understood that the energy had been withdrawn from the opposite side. He reluctantly returned the statue to its original position. Regardless of what lay within the sculpture, it was a cherished gift from his beloved second disciple, and he could not bear to part with it. Naturally, it had to be restored to its rightful place. Yet, at that moment, Chinyi found himself lost in thought. Although the second disciple was considerably more serious than the first, she occasionally exhibited peculiar behaviors. Her continuous embraces and kisses, seemingly innocent, were in fact laden with intention. And Chunyi had observed them closely, perhaps due to the presence of Su Jiqian and Hu Jiyue. After taking that first step, his feelings for his disciple became increasingly difficult to suppress. Memories of his past interactions with Lang Luoli flooded Chenye's mind, and he could not deny the depth of his emotions for her. This sentiment transcended mere mentorship. It encompassed an affection that was undeniably romantic. Lang Luoli's affectionate gestures had inevitably given rise to such thoughts within him, regardless of the nature of their bond. Lang Luoli was a woman worthy of a lifetime of protection, love, and responsibility from Chenye. With this realization, his thoughts began to crystallize. He recognized that as a master, it was inappropriate to harbor such feelings for a disciple. Yet, once these emotions had surfaced, concealing them in silence felt equally unjust. Chenye felt it imperative to clarify his feelings to Lang Luoli. Regardless of whether she reciprocated his affections, he must express them, at the very least. This will allow him to discern whether to approach Lang Luoli with the demeanor of a lover or that of a disciple. It should no longer remain ambiguous. After coming to this realization, Chenye closed his eyes, intending to address the matter upon awakening the next day. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he heard a rustling sound outside the window. Outside the window, Hu Jiuyu inquired, "Sister Su, are we not supposed to gather at our master's doorstep? Why have we come to the window instead?" Su Jiqian replied, "You shall soon understand. This is an agreement between me and our master." Indeed, the window was ajar. Su Jiqian was the first to leap inside, closely followed by Hu Jiuyu. The two landed directly atop Chunyi, nearly suffocating him. Instinctively, Chunyi wrapped his arms around them to prevent their fall, while expressing his confusion. "Qian'er, Yuel, what brings you here?" Su Jiqian playfully covered her master's eyes with her hand. With a mischievous smile, she proposed, "Master, let us play a game. Allow me to blindfold you and see if you can guess the two distinct beauties found in Lingshu Mountain. By day, a blazing sun scorches the earth. Yet, when this intense heat reaches Tianshan's sect, it appears remarkably gentle and warm, bringing a sense of tranquility and comfort. By night, the moonlight replaces the sun to create a new spectacle. However, there will come a day when both the moon and the sun grace Tianshan Hall simultaneously. When these two contrasting vistas merge, they will evoke tears of profound emotion. The scenery may shift back and forth, with the moonlight surpassing the sun, reigning supreme. The sunlight will scatter to the ends of the earth, symbolizing its vast embrace. The sun does not compete with the moon for brilliance. At times, it even assists the moon, enhancing its luminance. Lingshu Mountain is a sanctuary for cultivation, and its scenery is exceptionally resplendent. Not only is the landscape breathtaking, but the concentration of spiritual energy is also remarkably high, facilitating rapid breakthroughs. Those who cultivate here may sometimes experience consecutive advancements in a single night, soaring through multiple realms with astonishing speed. On the following morning, within Tianshan Hall, Long Lan returned after a night of absence. Lingshu Mountain spans a vast expanse, and the Tiger King had concealed his kin well in advance. Long Lan spent the entire morning ensuring the area was thoroughly cleared of any threats. As she descended from the heights, she shook the blood from her claws. Her dragon eyes were cold and piercing, and her mood was somewhat somber. Only upon returning to Tianshan Hall did her spirits begin to lift. Although the ones she had slain were traitors, they were still her subjects. She needed time to recalibrate her state of mind. Long Lan did not return to the square immediately. Instead, she hovered in the air for a while. She noticed a tall tower beside the heavenly Xian Hall square. This tower had always been present, yet Chenyi had never mentioned it. She could sense a potent surge of spiritual energy emanating from within, as if the tower concealed something extraordinary. Curiously, Long Lan flew over and stood beneath the tower, scrutinizing it closely. The tower soared over 100 meters high, radiating a rich pale blue luminescence infused with an impressive concentration of spiritual power. Intrigued, she placed her hand upon the door, intending to push it open. However, she quickly halted her motion. Although she was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Shin sect, she knew she should not tamper with such matters without the sect master's permission. To do otherwise would be a blatant act of defiance against the sect master. Despite being the dragon sovereign of Lingshu Mountain, she was also a subordinate of Chenyi, and she must constantly remind herself of her position, refraining from overstepping her bounds. With this thought, she withdrew her hand, deciding it best to wait until the sect master awoke to inquire about the tower's significance. Chapter 94. Lang Luoli and Long Lan. Once again, she resolved to wait until the sect master regained consciousness to learn more about the tower. Thus, Long Lan temporarily departed from the area. Upon arriving at the square, she noticed Lang Luoli sitting alone on the ground, meditating. Her long, elegant legs were crossed, and the spiritual energy around her surged rapidly, exuding an exceedingly terrifying power. Long Lan had long recognized that Chen Ye's three disciples were remarkably extraordinary. Even in mere daily meditation, Lung Luoli's summoned spiritual energy far surpassed the expected might of the innate realm. Had Chen Yi bestowed each disciple with top-tier cultivation techniques akin to her own? If so, where had he acquired such an abundance of exceptional methods? Long Lan felt that the sect master harbored too many secrets, further piquing her curiosity. Approaching Lung Luoli, Long Lan observed that her meditation was quite unusual. Though both were engaged in harnessing spiritual energy, Lang Luoli's method appeared to facilitate a swifter ascension in cultivation. Emulating her movements, Long Lan seated herself beside her. She had no intention of disrupting Lang Luoli's practice, intending instead to reflect on it herself. However, upon seeing Lang Luoli open her beautiful eyes and gaze at her, Long Lan felt compelled to speak, her tone tinged with sincerity. I apologize for interrupting your meditation. I am curious. Your method seems rather unique. If it is not too much trouble, could you teach me? Initially, Lung Luoli's mood soured at the interruption, and upon recognizing Long Lan, her displeasure deepened. This individual not only enticed her beloved master, but also dared to intrude upon her training. However, upon hearing Long Lan's words, her attitude began to shift slightly. Unexpectedly, the aloof exterior of Long Lan, a being of exalted status as the dragon sovereign, revealed a sincerity as she sought counsel from her. It appears that Long Lan's demeanor is not as haughty as she had presumed. This was the first occasion that Lung Luoli found herself in solitude with Long Lan. She scrutinized the captivating woman beside her, one whom even her master wished to keep close. Long Lan sat cross-legged like her long, elegant legs impeccably proportioned, perhaps even more shapely than her own. The pale skin of Long Lan bore a striking resemblance to hers, yet as she gazed up, she noticed a notable difference. Long Lan's assets were considerably more pronounced, which incited a flicker of irritation within her. However, it was comforting to note that despite their proximity, Long Lan maintained an appropriate distance, neither estranging nor overly intimate. Compared to her elder sister, who incessantly sought physical closeness, this boundary felt refreshingly respectful. Taking a deep breath, Lang Luoli addressed Long Lan. This is the meditation technique taught to us by our master. Since you are now also a member of the Tianjin sect, I see no harm in sharing it with you. I shall only explain it once, so pay close attention. Although a trace of wariness lingered in her heart, Lung Luoli understood the gravity of the matter. Her master's decision to welcome Long Lan into their fold spoke volumes of the trust placed in her. Hence, imparting the meditation technique to Long Lan posed no issue. The thought of teaching a formidable being of the Purple Mansion realm, while she herself was merely an innate cultivator, filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Quickly, she conveyed the method to Long Lan. After a brief practice, Long Lan experienced a marked acceleration in her cultivation progress. Excitedly, she expressed her gratitude to Lung Luoli. It has indeed accelerated significantly. Thank you so much, Lung Luoli. I cannot accept your help without offering something in return. You must have an affinity for the color blue. Here, I have a piece of jewelry for you as a gift. As she spoke, Long Lan produced a stunning ice blue necklace from her storage ring. The necklace featured a pendant that resembled dragon scales, albeit in a pure blue hue. It emanated a subtle yet potent aura, reminiscent of the might of its original draconic owner. This formidable presence would intimidate other beasts, instilling fear in those with ill intentions, deterring them from approaching. Such a treasure was undeniably valuable, worth a fortune in the outside world. Is this for me? Long Luoli exclaimed, pleasantly surprised as she accepted the necklace. Long Lan was one of their own, and she had not anticipated receiving anything in return for teaching the meditation technique. Yet, it seemed this dragon was exceptionally generous, effortlessly bestowing upon her top-tier equipment. Truly, as a former dragon sovereign, Long Lan possessed an abundance of remarkable treasures. Lung Luoli found herself genuinely enamored with the ice blue dragon scale necklace. Observing Long Lan's heartfelt gratitude, Lung Luoli felt a sudden wave of bashfulness. This dragon seemed less irksome than she had anticipated. Their interaction did not evoke a sense of boundaries, nor did it feel overly distant. Long Lan was courteous, unpretentious, strikingly beautiful, and undeniably strong and dependable. In contrast, her senior sister, despite lacking a sense of boundaries, often indulged in secretive gluttony behind her back. By any measure, this dragon was 100 times more admirable than her insufferable sister. With this thought, Lang Luoli smiled wryly, grasping the necklace that Long Lan had given her. She extended her other hand with a smile, saying, there is no need for thanks. By the way, although you already know my name, I haven't formally introduced myself. I am the second disciple of our master, named Lang Luoli. It's a pleasure to meet you. At this moment, Lang Luoli truly embraced this newcomer. Although she still harbored some reservations about her beauty, she had undeniably taken a significant step forward. Seeing her extend her hand, Long Lan reciprocated, and they shook hands, marking the official beginning of their acquaintance. By the way, does our esteemed master always rise so late? Long Lan inquired, glancing at the sun that hung high in the sky, perplexed. Lung Luoli, accustomed to her master's late rising, nonchalantly replied, yes, it happens occasionally. On the rooftop, Bayame, having just awakened, stretched languidly. She rolled about on the roof a few times before drowsily opening her eyes. From her elevated vantage point, she could easily see the square below. Noticing that only Long Lan and Lang Luoli were present, she deduced that their master had yet to awaken. Truly, without her affectionate wake-up service, he simply could not rise. It seemed she must take on this duty. With this in mind, she leapt down from the rooftop. Bayame possessed the habit of patrolling her territory, thoroughly familiar with every corner of Tianxian Hall. On one side of her master's abode, there was a window that was perpetually ajar. She approached this side of the house and jumped through the window. Chinyi. Chapter 95. The Cat Master's wake-up service. Chinyi experienced this suffocating sensation akin to a mountain pressing down upon him for the second time. Groggy. He did not rise immediately. Before long, he felt something damp against his face and atop his head, as if the Cat Master were checking to see if her owner was still alive in the early morning. Still, Chinyi remained asleep, instinctively reaching out to embrace the soft figure of Bayame before turning over to find a more comfortable position to continue his slumber. The delicate form in his arms was incredibly soft, and as he buried his face within, his drowsiness deepened. Bayame, caught off guard by her master's sudden embrace, felt her cheeks flush as she realized her master had nestled her head against her. Breathing in her master's delightful fragrance, Bayame made no attempt to resist. She embraced her master with both hands, following his lead. Soon, she felt overwhelmed by his affectionate embrace, struggling to catch her breath. She gently patted his head, yet he showed no signs of waking. With no other option, she turned her gaze to her side. Sister Su, help me, she called out, reaching out in an attempt to rouse her. However, she was taken aback to discover that Sister Su's hand was of an unusual hue. The delicate hand beside her was a healthy shade of wheat, a color distinctly belonging to Sister Hu. What was she doing here? This felt off. Wait. If Sister Hu was present and Sister Su had also shared a bed with their master, did that imply that all disciples of the master had the right to rest with him? Bayan suddenly pondered. If that were the case, she too wished to rest alongside her master. Bayan's slender tail swayed in the air, occasionally brushing against Hu Jiuyue's ample thigh. Hu Jiuyue was not in a deep slumber and felt a tickle, which stirred her awake. As she groggily opened her eyes, her first reaction was to think someone was touching her thigh. Rubbing her eyes, she said, Master, is it morning already? Moon can oblige. Just as she finished speaking and opened her eyes fully, she found Bayan's innocent face gazing thoughtfully at her. Hu Jiuyue. Oh no. She had just assumed it was the master speaking such things in front of the adorable junior sister. Mortification washed over her. A blush crept across Hu Jiuyue's face, leaving her utterly flustered. Bayan, puzzled, inquired, Sister Hu, why are you here? Does becoming the master's disciple mean we can all rest with him? But why haven't I seen Sister Lung? Upon hearing Sister Lung's name, Hu Jiuyue felt a twinge of fear. She vividly recalled Sister Lung chasing after Sister Su. If Sister Lang were to find out about her too, she certainly did not wish to be reprimanded by Sister Lang. Realizing this, Hu Jiuyue earnestly told Bayan, Shu, junior sister Bai, what you witnessed today must remain a secret from Sister Lang. Do you understand? Seeing Hu Jiuyue's serious demeanor, Bayan nodded obediently. Then, can I rest with you both next time? Hu Jiuyue shook her head vigorously. Of course not. That is a privilege reserved solely for partners. Bayan pressed further. Then how does one become the master's partner? I want to rest with him too. How can I become a partner? Well, that involves this and that. Hu Jiuyue contemplated, realizing that no matter the detail, it was not something she could share with the adorable junior sister. You'll understand when you grow up. Hu Jiuyue felt a tinge of shyness. Discussing such a provocative subject immediately upon waking was rather daunting for her. Bayue pondered for a moment before speaking. Sister Hu, I am nearly a millennium old. If we calculate by age, aside from Long Lan, no one in Tianxian Palace surpasses me in years. Therefore, dear Sister Hu, do enlighten me on how one can become a Dao partner with our esteemed master. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiuyue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, despite this, she still could not bring herself to respond. Regardless of the circumstances, it was simply not something she could divulge. Bayue, sensing Hu Jiuyue's reluctance to share, felt a pang of disappointment. She too longed to share moments of repose with their master and was determined to extract some information. As she contemplated this, a mischievous smile spread across her face, and a clever plan took shape in her mind. Sister Hu, I trust you wouldn't want today's events to be revealed, would you? So do be obedient. Hu Jiuyue replied, Sister Bai, you have certainly picked up some mischief, without a doubt from Sister Su. The adorable Bayue I know would never speak in such a manner. Hu Jiaoyu began to suspect that Bai Yue was not as innocent as she had presumed, perhaps even possessing some of Sister Sue's cunning. Feeling overwhelmed by this charming junior, she reached out to jostle the sleeping Sister Sue. Sister Sue, wake up. We're in trouble. Our affairs are at risk of exposure. Sister Sue Ji Qian was roused from her slumber, her expression clouded with confusion. What is happening? What is at risk of exposure? What could possibly be between me and Hu Jiaoyu? Although she was a succubus, she had never engaged with women in such a manner. Why did it feel as if she were being roused from a scandalous encounter? Calm down. What on earth is going on? Su Jiqian inquired, still dazed. Hu Jiaoyu swiftly recounted Bai Yue's inquiries regarding becoming a Dao partner to Su Jiqian. I thought it was Sister Lung coming to confront us and nearly startled me. It's not a significant matter. Just teach me what I need to know. Su Jiqian dismissed with a wave of her hand. Then, she leaned in close to Bai Yue's ear, whispering something. Bai Yue's eyes lit up in realization as she nodded vigorously. So that is how it is. I will remember this. Thank you, Sister Sue. Their conversation had grown somewhat loud, and Chen Yi, despite being in deep slumber, awoke to the commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by his 3 obedient disciples. Wait, 3? Why was there an extra one? Only then did he notice Bai Yue nestled comfortably in his embrace, soft and delicate, which explained his delightful slumber. After waking, Chen Yi was met with 3 cheerful good mornings. He sat up and remarked to Hu Jiaoyu and Su Jiqian, it's getting rather late. Yesterday was a taxing day for you all. It is time to rise early and engage in your cultivation, for others must be eagerly awaiting your presence. Upon awakening, the sight beside me was that of my esteemed master, a moment that filled both of us with overwhelming joy. In Chapter 96, The Self-Delusion of Long Lan, the 3 of us indulged in a brief interlude of intimacy, sharing whispers of the previous night's events, those conversations that are best left unrecorded, before finally rising to dress. Once attired, the 4 of us proceeded to the plaza of the Tianxin Hall. At that moment, Lang Luoli and Long Lan were quietly seated, engaged in their cultivation. They appeared to be getting along quite harmoniously, devoid of any quarrels and enveloped in an unusual tranquility. To be candid, Chen Yi initially harbored some concerns regarding their compatibility, as he understood that his second disciple was not one to easily accept newcomers. Perhaps it was their similar temperaments that facilitated their rapport. As Chen Yi made his entrance, both women approached him respectfully to offer their greetings. Long Lan spoke first. Greetings, esteemed sect leader. Lang Luoli followed suit. Good day, master. Long Lan, having known Chen Yi for a relatively brief period, exhibited a degree of shyness not present among the other disciples. Seizing the opportunity to greet him, she scrutinized the man who had occupied her thoughts incessantly. Compared to the previous day's combat, Chen Yi exuded less aggression and more refined gentility in his everyday demeanor. Chen Yi's charisma was undeniably captivating. Just as this thought blossomed within Long Lan's mind, she abruptly shook her head, striving to redirect her thoughts. She was there to assist Chen Yi in managing the sect, and it was inappropriate for her to entertain such frivolous notions. Each day, Chen Yi toiled tirelessly for the sect's administration, with even a practitioner of the divine concealment realm requiring rest until midday. Surely, he must be utterly exhausted to appear thus. In gratitude for Chen Yi's life-saving intervention and his recognition of her talents, it was imperative that she assist him in alleviating his burdens. She absolutely must not entertain thoughts that would only serve to further tire him. With this resolution in mind, Long Lan inquired, esteemed sect leader, may I ask the purpose of that tower? She had noticed the unusual structure upon her return and refrained from entering without the sect leader's permission. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to inquire directly. Following her gaze, Chen Yi looked towards the tower. It would not be an exaggeration to say this edifice was the tallest structure of the Tianxian sect, standing resplendently in its majesty. The Tianxian sect was a well-furnished establishment, divided into various departments, each equipped with specialized training facilities. For instance, the Demon Cultivation Department boasted a grand hall for disciples to practice their sinister arts, while the Alchemy and Sword Cultivation Departments had similar provisions. The Tianxian Hall, however, stood apart from these, offering the most comprehensive and advanced facilities. The trade-off for such superiority was that neither the indoor hot springs, rich in spiritual energy, nor any other constructions could accommodate a large number of disciples. Thus, Chen Yi could only prepare for his direct disciples. The towering structure mentioned by Long Lan had long been discovered by Chen Yi. This tower, known as the Jinxian Tower, comprises 55 levels and serves as a facility to assist disciples in their cultivation. Each level is equipped with formidable adversaries. Defeating them grants cultivation rewards. The enemies within are exceptionally powerful, requiring at least innate strength to enter, and each activation necessitates a prolonged recovery period before the next can commence. Previously, the disciples' realms were too low, preventing Chen Yi from allowing their use of the tower. However, Now that the disciples have made rapid advancements in their abilities, it is indeed time to attempt its use. Coincidentally, with Long Lon present, he was curious to see how high this practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm could ascend. Xinyi led the group to the base of the Jinshan Tower. Since you are curious, I shall take you inside to explore. If my memory serves me correctly, this tower can only be activated once a month, so I urge you all to strive towards reaching the highest level and obtaining greater cultivation rewards. Long Lon was thrilled to hear that she could also enter. She had assumed this place was solely for the disciples, never imagining that she, as an elder, would be permitted to partake. Master, may I also enter? Long Lon asked, still in disbelief, seeking confirmation. Chunyi nodded naturally, without hesitation. Of course, as you will be residing in the Tianxian Hall, I can guide you in your cultivation as well, provided you do not perceive me merely as a practitioner of the divine concealment realm. Although Chun Ye's cultivation level was not superior to hers, he was more than capable of offering guidance. Yet, the thought of a lower realm practitioner instructing a higher realm practitioner made him feel somewhat bashful. Upon hearing this news, Long Lon could not possibly refuse, her excitement evident as she nodded vigorously. How could I ever suggest such a thing? Thank you, Master. Long Lon had never considered Xinyu to be merely a cultivator of the divine concealment realm. In her eyes, he must have concealed his true abilities long ago. His true realm had likely already reached that of an immortal. It was simply that Chunyi was a modest individual, choosing to live in seclusion and refrain from displaying his strength. The humble master was even more admirable. Furthermore, as soon as she inquired about the Jinshan Tower, Chunyi promptly brought everyone over and granted them permission to use it. Did this not imply that Chunyi had opened this precious tower for her benefit? Or perhaps, more boldly, he felt too shy to allow her alone access, hence bringing everyone along? After all, the enemies within the tower should be quite formidable, making it of little use to those below the foundation establishment stage, while only she surpassed that threshold. The master was truly too generous towards her. How could she possibly accept such kindness? Such kindness towards her inevitably gives rise to various thoughts in her mind regarding the esteemed leader. The Dragon Queen possesses an extraordinary tendency for fantasy. In truth, Xinyi is acutely aware that his disciple's true prowess far exceeds her current realm, which is why he has taken this initiative. He placed his hand upon the door of the Jinshan Tower, gently pushing it open and ushering everyone inside. Although Hu Jiuyu is merely a practitioner of the acquired realm, her actual strength had long ascended to the innate realm, thus she joined the group as well. The interior of the tower is adorned with a simplicity that speaks volumes. The walls are crafted from a unique stone, and a staircase lies in the center, separated by a transparent barrier. Only by vanquishing the creatures within can the practitioners pass through this barrier. Otherwise, they remain confined outside. As the master of this tower, Xinyi is exempt from combat and can traverse freely between the layers. He addressed the assembly. Then, let the proceedings commence. I shall closely observe your performances. Upon hearing of the leader's attention, Long Lon felt a surge of determination. Previously, during the battle at Lingshu Mountain, her frail condition hindered her from showcasing her true capabilities. This time, she seized the opportunity to demonstrate her strength before the leader, hoping to earn his recognition. In her mind, she envisioned the esteemed leader acknowledging her prowess. Chapter 97. The contest between Su Jiqian and Lung Luo Li. Long Lon indulged in her daydreams of receiving the leader's accolades. In her fantasies, she envisioned Chun Yi gazing at her with a heart full of affection, tenderly grasping her delicate hand. She stood tall in red high-heeled shoes, her stature even surpassing Chen Ye's by half a head. Looking down at him with a gaze filled with yearning, her expression seemed to waver between acceptance and hesitation, as if he were confessing his feelings, and she yearned to respond, yet felt hesitant due to her status. In reality, a smile had already graced Long Lan's face, a smile that appeared somewhat peculiar given its suddenness. Observing this expression, Su Jiqian turned to her companion, Bai Shimi, and quietly inquired, Bai Shimi, has the Dragon Queen always worn such a lecherous smile? Baiya, equally puzzled, replied, having known Long Lan for so long. This is indeed the first time I've witnessed her in such a state. It is quite strange. The two exchanged glances, their faces filled with disdain, and took a step back to maintain a distance from the oddly behaving dragon monarch. At that moment, Long Lan snapped back to reality, shaking her head to regain her focus. Fueled with determination, she boldly asked Xinyi, esteemed leader, may we commence? Xinyi was taken aback by her fervor, recognizing her fierce competitive spirit. We may begin at any time, he affirmed with a nod. With the leader's consent, Long Lan stepped into the arena. At the center of the first layer stood a colossal wild boar demon beast, boasting a realm at the second level of innate cultivation. Without uttering a word, Long Lan swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful punch to the forehead of the monstrous beast. In an instant, the creature's skull was shattered, disappearing entirely. The remnants of its body disintegrated into fragments, vanishing into the air. Long Lon did not linger, continuing his ascent. The arena was left with 4 disciples. At that moment, Su Jiqian nudged her junior sister, Lung Luoli, with her elbow, smiling as she suggested, "Shall we compete to see who can climb higher? The loser must obey the winner unconditionally for a day. What do you say?" Lung Luoli, hearing her senior sister's proposal, wore a somewhat mocking expression. "Are you serious? Senior sister? My cultivation level is higher than yours. Do you truly believe you can compete with me?" Su Jiqian showed no signs of retreat. The two practiced different techniques. And given the formidable enemies they had just faced, it was clear they were up against high-level beasts. When confronting a single adversary, this was her advantage. Although her realm was slightly lower than that of her junior sister, victory was not out of reach. If she triumphed, well, after being overshadowed by her junior sister for so long, it was time to reclaim her dignity. "In truth, I usually let you win. Do you really think I am inferior to you?" Su Jiqian retorted without hesitation. A spark ignited between their gazes, charged with competitive energy. Bai Yaowei found Su Jiqian's challenge intriguing and eagerly wished to join in. The two had no reason to decline, and thus the 3 of them commenced their contest. Lung Luoli summoned her ice staff, her eyes brimming with the desire for victory. "Allow me to begin. Watch closely, senior sister." With that, she took her first steps towards the center. At this point, the innate second-tier beast had reformed and awaited them silently. Upon seeing Lung Luoli, the beast charged forward. Lung Luoli raised her ice staff and unleashed the ice spike technique. Snowflakes swirled through the room as a colossal ice spike descended rapidly. The beast was pierced through, firmly embedded in the ground, before it too dissipated into light and vanished. Having dispatched her foe, Lang Luoli cast a challenging glance at her senior sister before dashing upward. Provoked by her junior sister, Su Jiqian felt a surge of fighting spirit. She employed the demon shadow palm to slay another beast, then hurriedly pursued. Bai Yaowei also unleashed her exquisite techniques, her swift movements rendering the beast incapable of retaliating. With a few deft counterattacks, the beast's life was extinguished. In the end, only Hu Jiuyue remained. As the disciple with the lowest cultivation level, she watched as her companions eagerly surged ahead, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. Observing this, Chini approached gently, stroking the top of her head in a comforting gesture. Consoling her, the master reassured, "I believe you will soon catch up with your senior sisters. There is no need for worry. Keep striving. I have faith in you." Feeling the gentle encouragement from her esteemed mentor, Hu Jiuyu's spirits lifted considerably. She gazed upon her master's kind visage, her heart aglow with warmth. Her mentor always offered tender support, and in any circumstance, she found herself unable to resist the soothing caress of her master's hand on her head. Overcome with excitement, she embraced her mentor's neck and leaned in for a kiss. With such an exquisitely delicate face drawing near, Chenyi naturally did not decline. Although he was aware that the timing was perhaps inappropriate, he considered it merely a gesture to comfort his despondent disciple, and the specifics of time and place seemed inconsequential. Moreover, they were already partners in the Tao, so such actions seemed entirely reasonable. Chenyi instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, his hands resting comfortably at her waistline. The graceful contours of her athletic form were a delight to touch. After a considerable time, Hu Jiuyu finally released her master. By now, her mood had improved significantly. Though she had not participated in the games with her senior sisters, she had indeed kissed her master. Regardless of how one viewed it, she felt victorious. After parting from her mentor, Hu Jiuyu strode toward the arena. She raised her long sword and summoned a suit of shining silver armor. Xinyi recalled this armor, a defensive measure that manifested when one had cultivated the magic heaven sword technique to the first minor stage of completion. The gleaming silver armor was exquisitely crafted, not only protecting her upper body but also elegantly adorning her shins with matching protection for her arms and head. It was both practical and splendidly decorative, perfectly suited for Hu Jiuyu. Feeling quite proud, she anticipated the next time she would don this armor and hoped her master would admire it as well, filling her heart with joy. With her mentor's approval in mind, she shifted her gaze to the battlefield. Although her cultivation level was significantly lower than that of the beast, facing an innate level beast did not daunt her. Through several agile evasions, Hu Jiuyu wielded her colossal sword, delivering lethal strikes to the beast. After a few exchanges, the creature fell silent. Moreover, Hu Jiuyu was on the verge of a breakthrough in her cultivation. Defeating the beast would grant her additional cultivation, and she seized this opportunity to ascend to the 5th level of the acquired realm. Feeling the surge of her newfound power, Hu Jiuyu's spirit soared even higher. With great enthusiasm, she proceeded to the next level. Chapter 98. The Weeping Lung Luo Li. Upon reaching the 2nd level of the Jinxian Tower, Hu Jiuyu discovered that her 2 senior sisters and Bai Shimi had long since vanished, likely having ventured ahead to the next tier. The adversaries on the second level were 2 minor realms above those of the first. Without hesitation, Hu Jiuyu raised her colossal sword and charged forth once more. Though her cultivation was not on par with that of her senior sisters, she was determined to exert her utmost effort to bridge the gap. The trials of the Immortal Tower persisted until the afternoon. Hu Jiuyu managed to ascend to the 5th level, where she encountered a foundational period beast, thus finding herself in a predicament. The beast's strength surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, and had Hu Jiuyu faced a foundational period cultivator outside, she might not have been able to retreat unscathed. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian was ensnared on the 9th level, confronting an enemy of the 7th stage of foundational cultivation. Long Luoli stood on the 10th level, 1 tier above her. This situation caused beads of sweat to form on Su Jiqian's forehead as she exerted all her strength to assault her adversary. She yearned to swiftly vanquish her foe, so she could keep pace with her junior sister, Lang. The thought of unconditionally listening to the opponent for an entire day was unbearable. Should her adversary triumph, she might face unspeakable horrors. Furthermore, it was she who proposed this competition. Losing would be a tremendous embarrassment. Bai Yue, however, was situated above Long Luoli, having climbed the highest among the disciples. Her cultivation realm was at the 3rd stage of innate mastery, surpassing Su Jiqian not only in realm but also in agility-oriented techniques. This allowed her to gradually exhaust her enemies while also being highly effective in one-on-one confrontations. Long Lan had long since vanished, leaving no trace for the disciples to follow. Trapped on the 10th level, Long Luoli clutched her ice-blue staff tightly. Countless ice spikes rained down upon the tortoise-shaped beast, yet it remained utterly unmoved, plunging the scene into a stalemate. The interior of the 10th level had already succumbed to a thick layer of snow, thanks to Long Luoli's skills. Her pristine white skin and long, graceful legs were accentuated in this wintry realm. Her exquisitely cold and beautiful visage, upon gazing at the beast, radiated determination and resolve, exuding an air of poise. Noticing that the tortoise beast was becoming increasingly hindered by the plummeting indoor temperature, Lang Luoli devised a cunning plan. She raised her staff high, manipulating the temperature to drop precipitously. Flurries of snowflakes danced whimsically in the air, and before long, the beast was enveloped in the accumulating snow. Seizing the opportunity, Lang Luoli unleashed her ice-binding technique. She first ensnared the beast in ice, then sent ice spikes piercing towards its head. The beast was struck and collapsed to the ground, yet it did not dissipate into light, clearly still alive. Long Luoli understood that given the beast's defensive capabilities, no amount of further strikes would likely slay it. It would only serve to enrage it further. Thus, she resolved to completely encase the beast in ice while it was incapacitated, temporarily subduing it. This would afford her a moment to catch her breath and devise a solution. Leaning against the wall, she regulated her rapid breathing while adjusting the flow of spiritual energy within her. Outside the arena, Chenyi observed this scene unfold. The young girl inhaled in the frigid air, wisps of mist escaping her mouth and swirling into the atmosphere. Cold Luoli was not afraid of the chill. Yet the frigid air had painted a delicate blush upon her nose and joints, accentuating her beauty like a gentle highlight. Dressed in a flowing sheer gown, unadorned by stockings, her long legs appeared particularly fair under the reflection of the snow. At that moment, Chenyi found Cold Luoli breathtakingly beautiful, a vision of grace and perfection unmatched by anyone else. He was momentarily entranced. The previous day, Chenyi had resolved to convey his feelings to his second disciple, but the presence of others had restrained him from speaking. Now, with no one else around, the moment had finally arrived. He could not delay any longer. He must express what lay within his heart. With this thought, Chenyi leaped down into the clearing, the snow crunching beneath his feet. Upon seeing her master, Cold Luoli was filled with joy. However, her mind quickly recalled the events of the previous day, how she had spied on him through an ice sculpture and had been caught, leaving her utterly embarrassed and wishing to disappear. Her master must have come to address that incident. Would he be angry with her? What should she do? She could not bear the thought of displeasing him, as he meant everything to her. If he were to resent her, how could she continue to exist in this world? Initially, she had taken a step forward, intending to embrace her master, but her thoughts halted her in place. Chenyi noticed her unusual reaction and approached her, gently taking her soft hand. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Cold Luoli shyly gazed up at him, her eyes brimming with emotion, intertwined with a hint of fear and concern. At that moment, Chenyi spoke. Lear, yesterday I discovered, but before he could finish, Cold Luoli trembled violently upon hearing the beginning of his words. He had indeed come to discuss the previous day's events. Would he be angry with her? No. She did not want that. Her body shook uncontrollably, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Without a second thought, she rushed forward and tightly embraced her master, burying her face in his chest. Choking back her sobs, she pleaded, Woo-woo, master, Lear was wrong. Please do not hate me. I should not have spied on you. I beg you, do not be angry. You may punish me as you wish, just do not cast me away. Her voice, usually so clear, now sounded exceptionally tender and soft as she wept, clinging to his hand as if he might vanish at any moment. Chinyi stood in a state of bewilderment as he beheld the scene before him, with his left arm naturally encircling the delicate, white butterfly-like back of Lang Luoli. His right hand tenderly caressed her hair. Her hair, a stunning icy blue, cascaded down like silken threads. Although Chun-Yi was unsure of the reason behind his second disciple's sudden emotional upheaval, he felt an innate need to offer her comfort. "Silly child, what are you saying? How could I ever cast you aside, let alone harbor any dislike for you? I shall always remain by your side, forever." His voice was deep and gentle, soothing her as it fell upon her ears. Upon hearing his words, she looked up with excitement, gazing into the tender visage of her master. Chapter 99. Chun-Yi's proactive confession. As she lifted her gaze, the imagined expression of disdain she had anticipated was nowhere to be found. Instead, she was met with her master's gentle gaze. In that moment, she realized that he was not there to chastise her, despite her audacity in spying on him. He bore no anger towards her. Truly, her master was exceptional. Did he not harbor resentment towards his disciple? Lang Luoli felt a flicker of uncertainty, sniffing back her emotions as she inquired. Chun-Yi nodded affirmatively. "Of course, no matter what you do, my dear, I shall never be angry with you." Relieved to learn that her master was not upset, Lang Luoli felt a surge of happiness. Yet, curiosity gnawed at her, if it wasn't about that incident. What did her master wish to discuss? "Master, did you come to speak with me about something?" Chun-Yi indeed had matters he wished to convey to his second disciple. However, having been momentarily interrupted, he had focused solely on comforting her, leaving his words unspoken. Now, gazing into her earnest eyes, he hesitated to voice what had been on the tip of his tongue. After all, this was, in a way, his first proactive declaration of feelings towards a disciple, a rather daunting endeavor. Nevertheless, the moment had arrived, and he could no longer conceal his emotions. He took her slender, jade-like hand and raised it to his chest. After swallowing hard, he began, "Lolly, there is something I wish to share with you." This sentiment had long resided in his heart, and he understood that such declarations were not customary towards a disciple. Yet, he could no longer deceive himself. As Lang Luoli met her master's sincere gaze, her heart raced. A premonition stirred within her. It seemed as though he was about to express something profound. Could it be true? Would her master openly confess to her? Was such bliss truly within reach? While she was lost in her thoughts, Chun-Yi's gentle voice continued. "I have been deceiving myself, convincing myself that the intensity of my feelings for you stemmed solely from a mentor's concern for his disciple. Yet deep down, I know the truth, though I have been too afraid to admit it. This sentiment is far from the conventional bond shared between a master and disciple. The master has long harbored feelings for you that transcend mere mentorship, hinting at a romantic affection. Lear, can you accept such a master?" Chun-Yi's final words trembled as they left his lips, revealing his trepidation. He feared that if he pierced through this delicate veil, his second disciple might not reciprocate those feelings. If that were the case, could they still interact joyfully as they once did? Would the disciple find him repulsive, distancing herself and ultimately departing? This time, it was not the disciple who feared her master's absence, but the master who began to dread the disciple's departure. Upon hearing her master's words, Lang Luoli exhibited no immediate reaction, her icy blue eyes fixated on Chun-Yi, as if she had momentarily lost consciousness, caught in a state of suspension. This brief silence felt excruciating for Chun-Yi as he awaited her response, which seemed to be delayed indefinitely. After what felt like an eternity, Lang Luoli's delicate hand began to stir, gently caressing her master's cheek. A radiant smile blossomed on her exquisitely cold features at that moment. Although Lang Luoli seldom smiled, this particular expression was indelibly etched in Chun-Yi's heart. How could one describe such a smile? Contentment, joy, honor, and emotion intermingled, creating an ineffable beauty. Lang Luoli had initially believed that she would need to take the initiative to earn her master's affection, yet she was taken aback by his unexpected confession. The realization that the one she adored also harbored feelings for her filled her with immeasurable joy. With a gentle tone that possessed a unique allure, she remarked, "Master, I can sense your apprehension. Are you afraid that I might come to dislike you?" She shook her head, continuing, "That will never happen. I could never harbor disdain for you. The fact that you can like me brings me immense happiness. I have liked you for a long time, and the emotions I have suppressed led me to act impulsively, such as with that ice sculpture. But it is truly wonderful that you did not mind. Master, let us be together, starting with a kiss." As she spoke, Lang Luoli cupped her master's face and leaned in for a kiss. At the same moment, Chun-Yi embraced her, their bodies drawing close together. This time, it was neither the disciple nor the master who initiated. Rather, they came together in a unified embrace. The young girl's form was incredibly soft, nestled against Chun-Yi's chest, her fair legs entwined and trembling slightly in the open air. As she clutched her master's hand, she tightened her grip even further. After a considerable time, Lang Luoli gradually released her hold. The rise in temperature caused her breath to exude a fragrant warmth, intertwined with waves of heat. Master, are you afraid of the cold? Lang Luoli suddenly inquired. The chilling domain she conjured was remarkably unique, capable of freezing even foundation-stage demonic beasts. However, Xinyi was no ordinary individual and could effortlessly withstand such cold. Of course not. What do you mean by asking this, liar? Lang Luoli licked her lips and smiled, saying, a kiss after a confession indeed feels quite different. Master, let us remain here and continue. As she spoke, she pulled her master down into the soft snow. The snowflakes clung to their faces, resembling brilliant starlight that accentuated their perfection. In the world of cultivation, the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter also exist. On the profound continent where Xinyi resided, these seasons were distinctly pronounced. In winter, snowflakes would scatter across the ground, creating a breathtaking landscape. The nights of winter were notably longer, as if the sun had vanished, preoccupied with some unknown task, akin to being trapped. Though the moon was beautiful during winter, it was the snowflakes that dominated the palette of the world. Upon closer inspection, snowflakes were not transparent, but rather a pristine white. Each snowflake exhibited numerous branches and patterns. Though not entirely full, they were perfectly balanced. While snowflakes were undeniably cold, when cradled in warm hands, they would melt into comforting, tepid water. Walking through the accumulated snow produced a delightful crunching sound, with the soft sensation beneath one's feet proving to be exceedingly pleasant. Despite the chill of winter, one could run and move freely, naturally breaking into a copious sweat. Chapter 100. A missed opportunity. Beneath Xinye's room lay the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, Su Chanqian was fiercely battling the demonic beast before her. Engaged in a stalemate, she repeatedly unleashed her demonic palm, striking at the creature. Damn it. Why won't this beast perish? She muttered. I must hasten to the next level to catch up with junior sister Ling. After several more exchanges with the beast, she gradually discerned its weakness. Gathering all her spiritual energy, Su Chanqian unleashed her final strike with the demonic palm. An overwhelming aura filled the air as a colossal palm print crashed down upon the beast. Countless tendrils of malevolent energy engulfed it, leading to its tragic demise. After the beast perished, it transformed into a streak of light, ultimately vanishing into the ether. With the rewards gained from slaying the beast, Su Chanqian's realm ascended to the 3rd level of the innate realm. Having defeated the beast before her, she earned the qualification to enter the next level. She began to anticipate the astonished expression on junior sister Ling's face when she caught up. She strode forward, ascending to the 10th floor. Suddenly, Su Jiqian shivered as she was enveloped by swirling snowflakes. The unique chill emanating from Lang Luoli's cold domain made even her, a practitioner of the innate realm, tremble involuntarily. The massive beast before her was encased in ice, and the surroundings were devoid of any presence. However, in the snow, a few footprints and outlines were gradually being filled by the falling snow, soon to be obscured. It seemed that someone had lain here not long ago. Oh, it's so cold. Has junior sister Lung already moved on to the next floor? Defeating the beast on the 9th floor had proven quite challenging, and she contemplated retreating. Assuming that Long had already advanced, Su Jiqian did not linger. Although losing to Long left her feeling quite reluctant, the beast on the 9th floor had drained her energy. As she departed, her peripheral vision caught sight of several fresh footprints leading towards the frozen beast, but she paid them no mind. Thus, she missed the opportunity. Meanwhile, in an unknown lair, Long Lan faced a beast of the Purple Mansion realm. Even for her, a beast of the Purple Mansion realm was a formidable adversary. She had just battled a 3rd-level Purple Mansion beast, and was already feeling fatigued. The creature before her was a 5th-level Purple Mansion beast, 3 minor realms above her. Could she possibly overcome it? Doubt gnawed at her as she contemplated retreating. Yet, soon, the reason for her relentless ascent echoed in her mind. In her imagination, Xinyi once again grasped her wrist. For some reason, his eyes appeared particularly large and bright in her fantasy. Lan Lan, the other women are too weak. In this heavenly Xin palace, only you are worthy of me. You can indeed defeat the 5th-level Purple Mansion beast. You are incredible. Let us be together. Xinyi's voice was deep, laced with an unsettling bubble-like quality. In the desolate Xinxian Tower, Long Lan smiled, her face enraptured. As she bent down and embraced herself with her long arms, her demeanor somewhat peculiar. Time passed, and eventually, everyone gathered at the entrance of the Xinxian Tower. Upon emerging, Long Lan, having defeated the beast, wore a look of satisfaction. Hu Jiuyu and Su Jiqian had been waiting outside. After climbing to the 5th floor, Hu Jiuyu, due to her lower realm, required less energy to break through, and she had ascended to the 6th level of the postnatal realm. Bai Yao, however, reached her limit at the 12th floor. Upon seeing Bai Yao exit, Su Jiqian approached with curiosity, asking, Junior Sister Bai, did you encounter Junior Sister Lang on the 12th floor? Su Jiqian felt a pang of worry. If Long had ventured further than Bai Yaowei, she would have lost. If there are no alternatives, then losing to junior sister Bai is certainly preferable to succumbing to that frigid woman. Bai Yaowei shook her head, indicating that she had not seen her. Now, aside from Leng Luoli and Chen Yi, all others had gathered here. The group waited for a considerable time. Yet neither of the two appeared. Initially, Su Jiqian wondered if junior sister Leng might have encountered trouble. However, upon reflection, with their master present, how could there be any danger? Perhaps they were ensnared in a stalemate of battle, not knowing how much longer they would have to wait. Su Jiqian suggested they go soak in the hot springs and relax. After waiting a bit longer, feeling somewhat bored, she stood up and spoke. Upon hearing the mention of soaking, Long Lan appeared somewhat astonished. Demonic beasts possess unique ways to cleanse themselves. Bai Yaowei would groom her own fur, while Long Lan could use dragon flames to purify her body of impurities. Reflecting on the last time she soaked, she recalled transforming into her dragon form while traveling and having tumbled in the sea a couple of times. Soon, the group arrived at the hot spring pool. Observing that everyone had gathered, Long Lan was curious about how one was meant to bathe. Under her gaze, Su Jiqian removed her clothes and dashed into the hot spring. Hu Jiuyu followed suit. Long Lan's face flushed at this sight. Surely, they wouldn't expect her to undress as well? How could the noble dragon empress reveal herself so openly? This was far too embarrassing. Before Long Lan could make any move, Su Jiqian sprang from the water, wrapping her arms around Long Lan's waist. With a grin, Su Jiqian declared, "I knew you would be shy. Let me assist you." Long Lan exclaimed, "Wait. Do not touch this empress." Ah! In the midst of Long Lan's icy scream, she was plunged into the water. Initially, she felt a surge of irritation at being dragged underwater without warning. However, she soon discovered the warm embrace of the hot spring water and the ethereal energy floating around her, as if nurturing every inch of her skin. Gradually, she acclimated to the sensation, her face blossoming with an expression of bliss. Su Jiqian was perpetually the antidote to her aloof demeanor. At this moment, Bai Yaowei stood on the shore, contemplating the hot spring water. Since everyone was enjoying themselves so thoroughly, she thought she might as well indulge too. However, merely soaking was insufficient for a complete experience. Soon, a new idea sprouted in her mind. "Everyone, step aside," Bai Yaowei announced. Long Lan, puzzled, wondered how much splash could a small figure like Bai Yaowei create? Wait a moment, that was not right. "You cannot be thinking of little Bai, no?" Long Lan shouted. But it was too late. In this spacious room, when Bai Yaowei transformed into a white tiger, the entire space seemed exceedingly cramped. "Woohoo!" Bai Yaowei exclaimed joyfully, her massive form diving into the water with a sudden splash. In the midst of splashing water, Chapter 101, the transformation of Long Lan's grateful heart within the Jinxian Tower. Chen Yi and Leng Luoli embraced each other, seated in the snow. Their embrace was tight, as if they were seeking warmth amidst the chill, though in truth, neither feared the cold. Before them, in the snow, lay a bloodstain that had frozen into ice. Leng Luoli's hair was somewhat disheveled as she nestled against Chen Yu. "That was close, master. I nearly got discovered. How did you know senior sister was coming?" Leng Luoli whispered. At this mention, Chen Yu chuckled awkwardly. He could see everything within the Jinxian Tower. Thus he was aware that Su Jiqian had dealt with the beast and approached. Simultaneously, he had glimpsed other peculiar sights, such as Long Lan exhibiting strange expressions in an empty room. Chen Yi felt it prudent to pay closer attention to Long Lan's mental well-being. Leng Luoli continued, "However, knowing senior sister as I do, even if you don't hide, it wouldn't matter. She wouldn't be angry. Rather, indeed, Leng Luoli understood her sister well. A fact Chen Yi had witnessed firsthand. Nonetheless, the thought of being caught in the act still left him somewhat embarrassed. Now that circumstances had evolved to this point, he ought to find an opportunity to discuss matters with Su Jiqian and Hu Jiuyu. It would not do to keep secrets from their partners. After conversing for a while in the snow, they finally rose. Chen Yi naturally took her hand, saying, "Let us go." Everyone must have been waiting outside for quite some time. They approached the entrance of Jinxian Tower. Just before stepping outside, Leng Luoli paused. "Wait a moment." With that, she embraced her master once more, her exquisitely delicate face gently leaning in. She wished to seize this moment for a brief solitude with her master before the presence of others became overwhelming. Chen Yi grasped her slender back, allowing her to hold on to him. Soon, the warmth of his embrace intensified, and their body temperatures began to rise. In the square of Tianshan Hall, after Su Jiqian and the others finished their baths, they returned to the plaza to meditate for a while. They had not seen any sign of their master and Leng Luoli. It was not until evening that they spotted Chen Yi and Leng Luoli emerging from Jinxian Tower together. Leng Luoli appeared utterly exhausted, her soft form nearly supported by Chen Yi as they stepped out. They had lingered at the entrance, unable to resist, and inadvertently delayed their departure until nightfall. Upon seeing the two, Su Jiqian hurriedly approached, her steps quickening. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, Long junior sister, what kind of adversary did you encounter in Jinshan Tower that kept you trapped for so long? Pray tell. The weariness displayed by Lung junior sister suggested that the enemy must have been exceedingly formidable. The resolute junior sister, Lung Luoli, could have easily escaped if she was unable to prevail, yet she chose to confront her opponent head-on. It seems she is truly unwilling to concede defeat to herself. Upon hearing her senior sister's inquiry, a hint of crimson graced her icy visage. Indeed, she had encountered a formidable adversary who had ensnared her for an extended duration, and yet she found it difficult to retreat. Despite engaging in numerous rounds, not only did she fail to emerge victorious, but she also suffered a significant defeat. With a faint smile, she cryptically remarked, the enemy is indeed quite challenging. Perhaps you should try next time to understand. Su Jiqian failed to grasp the underlying implications, but sensed that something was amiss with her junior sister. What exactly was out of place? Exhausted, Lang Luoli could no longer continue her cultivation. However, upon reaching the 10th level, she experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the 5th stage of the innate realm. Chen Yi carried her back to their quarters, urging her to rest well. Subsequently, he ventured alone to the plaza, intending to lead the others in their training. Chen Yi observed Long Lan with curiosity. Although she did not achieve a breakthrough within the Tower of Immortals, her cultivation had evidently intensified compared to before. She must have climbed to a considerable height. Chen Yi inquired, Long Lan, to which level have you ascended? Upon hearing the leader's question, Long Lan was suddenly invigorated. Had she indeed arrived at this moment? Was it time for her to receive praise? I have ascended to the 22nd level, where I encountered an opponent at the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. To contend with a beast of the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm indicates that, should it be a cultivator, they would at least be 2 stages higher. With Long Lan stationed at the Heavenly Profound Sect, he could rest assured. Chen Yi exclaimed, excellent. I have great faith in you. Upon receiving Chen Yi's affirmation, Long Lan's expression turned exuberant. Although it differed from her imagined version of praise, lacking a handshake and the warmth she envisioned, she could embellish it in her mind. The esteemed leader indeed recognized her. The leader was magnificent. So gentle and perfect, it felt as though she was drawing closer to the esteemed leader. The 5 had initially formed a circle, seated together. Unintentionally, Long Lan shifted her position, inching closer to Chen Yi. The delightful fragrance emanating from him was almost overwhelming. Were it not for her desire to maintain her regal dragon princess image, she would have embraced him tightly. Chen Yi, oblivious to her thoughts, found their proximity peculiar and shifted away slightly. Observing this, Long Lan assumed the leader was shy and moved closer once more. Thus, they continued to subtly and gradually adjust their positions, gradually disappearing from the sight of their fellow disciples. Su Jiqian? By Yahweh? Hu Jiyue? What nonsense are these two up to? Ultimately, Chen Yi awkwardly cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. With just 8 days remaining, the Tianxian sect would officially open its doors to recruit disciples. At that time, everyone would join him in selecting the most virtuous students. Before that, however, let us devote ourselves to diligent cultivation. This time, in guiding his disciples, Chen Yi had an additional elder to mentor. Yet for Chen Yi, this made little difference. Time always flew by when he practiced alongside his beloved disciples. During these few days of training, Long Lan's gratitude towards Chen Yi began to take on a different hue. The news of the Tianxian sect's recruitment had spread to every corner of the Yuanshan continent through the influence of the Medicine God sect. Chen Yi's annihilation of the Sanyuan sect and the slaying of Gao Xiantian had already become legendary throughout the continent. No one dared cast doubt upon him now. Furthermore, the recruitment of disciples under Chen Yi's leadership was undoubtedly a topic of great interest among all cultivators. In a certain family's courtyard within the Yuanshan continent, a high-pitched female voice resonated, laced with palpable resentment. 50 years in the east, 50 years in the west. Do not underestimate a young girl in poverty. Chapter 102. Yang Qinlin. After uttering this modified adage, the young woman turned her back and left the courtyard without a glance. She appeared to be around 20 years old, tall and with fair skin. Her features were exquisite, exuding a striking androgynous beauty. She carried a spear nearly her height on her back, and her red attire accentuated her figure, resembling a valiant general on the battlefield. Once outside her home, she wandered aimlessly through the streets. Her name was Yang Qinlin, the eldest daughter of the Yang family. Due to the family's unique tradition, in the absence of direct male descendants, the daughters were entitled to inherit. Not long ago, she had been a prodigy with a 6th-grade spiritual root, the future heir of the Yang family. However, misfortune struck when her sister, consumed by jealousy, plotted against her, resulting in the destruction of her spiritual roots and confining her to the acquired realm, unable to continue her cultivation. Despite this, her parents staunchly supported her, seeking ways to heal her wounds. This only fueled her sister's resentment further. The sister conspired to murder their shared parents. Subsequently, she allied with disloyal members of the Yang family to seize control from their parents, fearing that Yang Qinlin might one day return. Her sister, exploiting her position as head of the family, sought to marry her off. Once wed to another, she would lose all claims to inheritance. Naturally, Yang Qinlin would not acquiesce to her malicious sister's demands, refusing to marry a stranger and leaving home alone. She made a pact with her sister. 1 month hence, she would return to challenge her sister and reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her, avenging their parents. Yet Yang Qinlin was acutely aware that her spiritual roots could never be restored in the span of a month. How could she possibly mend her injuries and contend with her sister? It seemed that after a month, her time would be up. As she reminisced about the past, she walked painfully through the streets. At that moment, on a high platform in the vicinity, stood a cultivator. Judging by his attire, he was a disciple of the medicine god sect. The disciple held a notice in his hand, proclaiming the recruitment of disciples by the heavenly Xian sect. A throng of cultivators had gathered around, engaging in lively discussions. Yang Qinlin approached, intrigued by the chatter. I've heard that the heavenly Xian sect possesses the legacy of immortals. If one could garner the favor of an immortal, it would be an immense opportunity. You are mistaken. I've heard that the elders of the heavenly Xian sect are all wily beings, and their sect leader is quite deranged, having accepted members of other races as disciples. I doubt they are genuine cultivators. Anyone who would admit demons into their ranks can't be a good person. It's a disgrace to the human race. You are right. I have no desire to cultivate under the auspices of those wretched beings. Amidst the crowd, opinions were rife regarding the strength of the heavenly Xian sect, yet no one was inclined to join. The deep-seated rift between races profoundly affected every cultivator. None would accept training alongside demons, devils, or any other races. To them, cultivators who would accept disciples from other races were likely dark cultivators, luring them for alchemical exploitation. The disciple from the medicine god sect, responsible for conveying the recruitment message, frowned upon hearing the scattered remarks. Beware of insulting the immortals. You may invoke the wrath of heaven, he admonished sharply. Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators displayed expressions of trepidation and departed in discontent. The once bustling crowd had dwindled to just Yang Qinlin. She stood there, lost in thought. Given her current injuries, even if she sought the aid of the medicine god sect, which specialized in healing, it was unlikely they could restore her. After all, her spiritual roots were utterly destroyed, and her meridians were completely blocked, rendering her incapable of cultivating spiritual energy. If there remained any possibility of salvation in this world, it could only come from an all-powerful immortal. A vague sensation stirred within her. This might be her chance, one that could transform her future. Though uncertain whether she could secure the immortal's assistance, she felt compelled to take a leap of faith. Excuse me. Could you tell me where the heavenly Xian sect is located? Similar situations unfolded across the vast Source-Deep continent. Only 8 days remained until the heavenly Xian sect would commence its recruitment. 8 days later, within the heavenly Xian hall, Long Lan donned a form-fitting black top. The attire was not overly revealing, yet it perfectly accentuated her nobility. Her legs were clad in knee-high black leather boots, further enhancing her regal demeanor. At that moment, she stood in the plaza of the heavenly Xian hall, poised in opposition to Chunyi. Her slender fingers were tightly clenched, flames swirling fervently around them. As Chunyi made a move to strike, Long Lan leaped forth with incredible speed, soaring into the air. The spot where she had vanished was now charred and scorched by intense heat. Flame Dragon Fist. She unleashed the first form of the Inferno Dragon technique. As she threw her punch, a colossal fist formed from blazing fire materialized out of thin air, resembling the claw of a fiery dragon. Its temperature more radiant than the sun itself. The enormous flaming fist howled through the air, descending towards Chunyi below. Standing his ground, Chunyi remained unfazed, his right hand resting casually behind him. In his left hand, he clenched a fist, which also ignited with flames. However, his flames were not red, nor did they resemble the sun's hue. They were a rich, deep purple. With a nonchalant gesture, he countered the incoming fiery fist with a punch of his own. The two assaults were of equal size, yet their power was entirely disparate. The purple flames seemed poised to obliterate everything in their path. From a distance, Su Qian and her companions, witnessing the emergence of the purple fist, felt an almost palpable burn upon their skin. Had they not summoned their spiritual energy for defense, they would have surely suffered grievous burns. Chun Ye's purple fist, after dismantling his opponent's attack, continued its ascent towards the heavens, the surrounding temperature soaring as if another sun had emerged in the world. After an extended moment, the purple fist vanished into the air, leaving only fear and reverence in its wake. Have I exerted too much force? Shinyu pondered, glancing at his left hand. In an effort to restrain the strength of his unleashed attacks to avoid inadvertently harming others, he had already limited himself to one hand. Yet, unexpectedly, he had still unleashed such a formidable strike. Sometimes, possessing too much strength can indeed be a burden. Long Lan gazed at Xinyi, astonished by his apparent confusion. Each time she unleashed her full power, Xinyi effortlessly dismantled her attacks. Moreover, every observation of his technique seemed to impart new insights, enhancing her mastery of her own skills. If she could remain by his side, it would not be long before she unraveled all the mysteries of her cultivation. Chapter 103. Establishing a sect. Long Lan gently descended to the ground and approached Xinye's side. Lord Sect Master, thank you for your guidance in my training. Today marks the day our sect recruits disciples, and I have already coordinated with the beasts of Lingshu Mountain. They will not initiate any attacks on the cultivators today. There should be quite a gathering of cultivators outside. Shall we go and take a look? As the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect, Long Lan also retained her position as Dragon Sovereign. All the beasts within Lingshu Mountain still followed her commands. With merely a word from her, none would dare disobey. Xinyi reached out and patted her shoulder, praising her thoughtfulness. Well done. You have considered everything. Let us proceed. With that, he made his way towards the exit. Long Lan stood still, hesitating to follow immediately, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Xinye's retreating figure. Her heart raced with a sense of contemplation. The sect leader had just touched her shoulder. Lately, she had been indulging in hot spring baths, and her skin must be even more supple now. Surely, the sect leader would appreciate such a tactile sensation. It seemed that the leader's scent lingered on her shoulder. How vexing. She felt reluctant to wash it away. For a moment, Long Lan was lost in thought, her mind adrift. It was only when she noticed Xinyi and the disciples disappearing from sight that she regained her senses and hurried to catch up. Sect leader, wait for me. At the entrance of Tianxin's sect, a grand archway loomed, adorned with the 3 characters of Tianxin's sect above it. Surrounding the archway was an ethereal mist, wisps of spiritual energy emanating from the pillars. At this moment, 2 male disciples from the demon cult stood guard, one on each side of the archway. Numerous wandering cultivators observed the 2 demon race members, murmuring amongst themselves. There are indeed foreign races present. How astonishing. My home was near the demon territory, and I have benefited from their kindness. Not all foreign beings are malevolent. I remain indifferent to such matters. I merely wish to enter the Immortal sect for training. Approximately 300 cultivators gathered at the entrance of Tianxian's sect. Those who arrived were well prepared mentally, capable of accepting the existence of foreign races. When Xunyi announced the recruitment of disciples for the Yaoshan sect, he could have concealed the presence of foreign races within the sect, thereby attracting more disciples. However, he chose not to do so, for, to speak the truth, is the most direct means of filtering talent. Soon after, Xinyi, accompanied by all the elders of the sect, arrived at the entrance. The assembly of cultivators cast curious, respectful, and yearning glances towards Xinyi. For ordinary cultivators like them, even in a lifetime, it was unlikely they would ever glimpse an immortal. Yet now, the legendary immortal stood before their very eyes. How could they not be intrigued? Upon reaching the entrance, Xinyi surveyed the gathered cultivators. Most of them possessed talents around the 2nd or 3rd rank, with 4th-rank cultivators being exceedingly rare. Their realms predominantly hovered around the Qi induction stage, with those in the postnatal realm considered prodigies. This aligned with the conditions of cultivators in the Yuanshan continent, where 6th-rank spiritual roots were truly exceptional, a rarity in a millennium. The 2 disciples beside Xinyi were fortunate individuals, having traversed countless places during the original master's journeys before being accepted into the sect. Xinyi felt no disappointment regarding the quality of these cultivators. Those who came to train within his sect would benefit from the finest techniques and absorb the most potent spiritual energy. As long as those who come here for cultivation are not utterly useless, their future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. In other words, Xinyi does not prioritize talent when accepting disciples. Rather, he values character. Clearing his throat, Xunyi addressed the assembly of cultivators with a resonant voice. Ahem. The entrance examination will commence shortly. Before that, our disciples will distribute the sect's regulations to each of you. Please examine them carefully and determine whether you can accept them. Our sect's rules differ greatly from those of other sects. I will highlight a few key points for your consideration. Xinyi had been pondering a particular question. Coming from Blue Star, he possessed a mindset distinct from the locals, which led him to harbor no prejudices against other races. But what of the original owner of this body? If he were a native, why would he also be free of such biases? While this line of thought seemed somewhat absurd, Xinyi speculated that perhaps the original owner was not actually a local. His habits and mannerisms still bore the marks of his life on Blue Star, his speech style, and so forth. Each individual's lifestyle is unique. Yet his disciples had never expressed any doubts about his daily conduct. It was as if the former Chun Yi naturally engaged in such behaviors and articulated such words. Was it possible that not only had he grown gentler, but his habits had also seamlessly mirrored those of the original owner? This notion seemed rather far-fetched. Xinyu shook his head, temporarily setting aside these musings. He had more pressing matters at hand. Continuing his address to the crowd, he stated, "Firstly, the foremost rule is to refrain from discriminating against disciples of other races. Any form of disparagement towards their existence is strictly prohibited. Disciples of all races will face equal consequences for their mistakes. There will be no preferential treatment. Our sect treats all disciples equally. Although disciples are categorized into direct disciples and inner disciples, regardless of rank, none possess the right to mock those of lower realms. Under no circumstances is internecine strife permitted among fellow disciples. Violating any of these rules will result in the erasure of one's memories related to cultivation within the sect." Followed by expulsion. Xinyu had no desire for his techniques to be learned by outsiders. Those who were expelled would have their memories completely wiped. The regulations did not end there. Additional mundane rules existed. For instance, private duels were forbidden, but competitions could occur on the arena under the supervision of elders. Requests for permission to leave the sect required consultation with an elder, among others. These rules were not unique to Chunye's sect. Hence, they were simply documented for review by all present. Upon hearing Chunye's words, the cultivators and attendants began to engage in discussion. Many felt that the punishment of expulsion was excessively harsh. The prospect of memory erasure carried the terrifying risk of losing consciousness. After a brief period of deliberation, a group of cultivators chose to leave, leaving only over 200 remaining in the assembly. They are not here merely out of audacity. Perhaps they genuinely believe that Chunye's rules are not excessive and are capable of adhering to them diligently. As the saying goes, a person of integrity fears not the shadows that may fall upon them. Chunye's straightforward regulations have effectively filtered out a number of disciples he deemed unnecessary, leaving behind those cultivators worthy of undergoing the subsequent evaluations.